The final, full finals, and the forum is certainly heating up. Today marks semi-final Saturday as 4 teams still remain in line for that throne. Myself, Rhea Spears, alongside Stiko, Pimp, and of course the lovely fans turning up today. We'll be here all weekend long to witness who will be crowned the next Blast Premier Champion. Gentlemen, we were treated to an amazing show yesterday. Today, it's only looking better, Jacob.
I mean, we got 4 of the best teams in the world taking the stage today, and I think regardless of the outcome of any of these semi-finals we got at hand, I think whoever gets into that final will give us a show in a best-of-5 games. So yes, I am really positive today. I'm happy and I'm excited to see some Counter-Strike.
I'm shocked. I've never seen Jacob with a smile on his face. This must mean we've got some good Counter-Strike today, Stiko.
Absolutely. I mean, as Jacob said, 4 best teams in the world currently with the form that they're showing should be a good show.
How has it been for you, Stiko? I know I ask you every day, but are you addicted to the analyst life? Yeah?
It's challenge, but in a good way.
Why?
I mean, it's a good question. You know, it's pretty overwhelming. There's a lot of stuff going on around, and you have to make sure that you're on point and you're kind of gathering your thoughts for the audience in a good manner, but it's fun.
I think you've been doing an excellent job. Selfishly, I want you here all the time. I don't want you to go back to playing. I'm really sorry to say that, Stiko. Speaking of games, we can take a look at the playoff bracket because we had 2 quarterfinals going down yesterday. One slightly more competitive than the other. I think we should start off with the whitewash that was FaZe versus Team Liquid. I was hoping for a more competitive game, particularly after what we saw in Cologne, which was one of the tightest games of that entire tournament.
And I think that was a fair expectation to have coming into that game. We obviously know the history between FaZe and Liquid, between Twist and FaZe as well, and there was a lot of storylines coming into the game. Unfortunately, Liquid weren't able to show up whatsoever yesterday, and it's a bit of a 2 sides to the coin. You know, obviously Liquid didn't play well. We had Ultimate being on the stage for the first time. We had Liquid kind of falling apart in the middle portion of that first map and never really recovering, but also FaZe Clan playing way above the level that we've seen from the past. So I think it's a bit of both. Obviously for Liquid to go out in that fashion, that is disappointing, but for them to lose to FaZe in itself on a stage, maybe not too big of a surprise.
100%. And also, studio-wise, this game would be completely different probably. But again, we're in front of the arena where just one side had too much of an advantage when it comes to experience, and maybe that was the deciding factor why it happened the way it did.
Yeah, potentially. I mean, for Liquid, obviously, going to be a disappointing result. There's somebody that I want to look at that has been particularly disappointing over the course of this event. It's not down to just one individual specifically, but Yakinda, he's a man that we always want more from because of what we've seen of him previously in his career.
I mean, he set the bar incredible high for himself. A couple of years ago, I think he was taunted at being arguably the best entry fragger in the world. He was so successful, he was so aggressive, so good in the aim duels, but it's been a couple of years now, and even with the transition into Counter-Strike 2, he hasn't refound that level. I know context for this tournament was that he's been feeling a little bit ill, a little bit under the weather. However, I don't want to use this as an excuse because I feel like the level and the form we see from Yakinda has been somewhat similar for the past year. He can't find his footing within Team Liquid from an individual standpoint, and to me, that's one of the biggest issues this team right now is facing.
Ever since he left that Virtus Pro roster to reach his international endeavors, I think that we've not been able to see S-tier Yakinda like we know them before, and maybe what we have some standard of, and also leaving the tournament as the lowest rated player. That stinks.
Yeah, that really does. Tell me a little bit about Ultimate from your perspective, Stiko, because as Banks pointed out to us, this was his first big stage he's ever played on. What can that feel like as a player when you're so used to those studio environments, not having a big crowd in front of you, particularly cheering against you as well? Because Carrigan's on the other side. That's always it's not going to be a nice thing to experience.
Yeah, again, we have a stat baseline from his group stage games where there was no crowd, and there we have one game where there was a crowd, and the disparity is huge, I would say. And from my point of view, when you're actually in the game, you really ignore the crowd. You really ignore the surroundings. All there is the game, are there teammates and coach behind you. But the lead up to that game can actually affect mentality of the player, preparation, the overall quality, how he behaves on that day. All these little things are actually going a long way in a competitive environment such as Counter-Strike.
That's the issue for Ultimate, as you said. We only have one sample size. We only had that game yesterday versus FaZe on a stage. Apart from that, it's been in group stage environments, it's been in studio environments. Last time they played, you spoke about the match being fantastic, the whole comeback coming in for FaZe. He was the reason Liquid were leading 11-1 on Mirage, the 3rd deciding map, when they were playing in Cologne. Ultimate was firing on all cylinders. He was aggressive, he was assertive. He was arguably the best player on the server going up against FaZe. So for him to miss yesterday and not be apparent tournament at all was a huge miss, not only for him, but also for Team Liquid.
What's our take on NAV, the man that we just saw on our screen after yesterday's fall?
I would say
Cheeseburger.
Yeah, I mean, I would say great recovery apart from the cheeseburger.
What does a cheeseburger even mean, Jacob? What, he's palatable to everyone, he's fine, everyone enjoys him. I guess it just makes him sound so lackluster. Like,
no,
he's like the chicken royale with the extra spice on top, you know what I mean?
You walk into McDonald's and you buy a cheeseburger and you know exactly what you get. It's not too expensive, it's not too cheap, it's quality without being too over the top, and that is NAVI. He will always deliver. A cheeseburger will always be great. It's always going to have a great taste to it. It's never going to be too expensive, never going to cause any trouble. Your stomach is going to be just fine with a cheeseburger, and I feel like that is what NAV is all about. He's not causing any issues at all. He's always going to show up, and he's never going to be too expensive for a Team Liquid to have him on the field.
They say Brits have poor taste. Danes really do take the cake, don't they? You don't have any palate at all.
Bet you Twitch chat would love that cheeseburger, huh?
Yeah, probably. Anyway, Stico, cheeseburgers aside, what's your take on NAV at the moment?
No, cheeseburger is still in the game. Cheeseburger in Malta in EPL wasn't that great. Obviously, NAV, that was his worst tournament in the whole year of Liquid, and it's really great that we've seen the resurgence here in...
He was playing like a hamburger in Malta, and I guess that's the difference.
Let's talk a bit about Spirit. Obviously, that was our first quarterfinal going down yesterday. Much more competitive affair versus G2. Still only 2 maps, though, and it came down to such a G2 comeback for them to be seeing that one.
Yeah, I'm starting to get worried on behalf of Team Spirit, I'm not going to lie. I think what we've seen the past couple of months have been very, very worrying signs. We obviously saw them start at the group stage in Copenhagen as well, not playing good Counter-Strike. They came into Cologne where they fell apart completely, couldn't get anything done. Then you were hoping for a resurgence during Pro League, you were hoping for a resurgence coming into the Blast Fall Finals right here, and it's not happening right now. You have Donk, arguably one of the best players in the world, if not the best, but the support cast around him right now is not working. So I'm starting to get worried on behalf of Team Spirit.
Absolutely agree, and also we are not going to see this resurgence anytime soon because this team is actually not going to fly to the next big tournament right after this one in IEM Rio, which is something that they chose on their own behalf.
Yeah, they've not been a stranger to skipping some events throughout 2024. Make of that what you will. Let's talk about Stico's top 5 player of the year, Shiro. He put Dust2 on himself yesterday. Upon reflection, he said, hey, this is the reason why we lost. You buying into that? Was it all him?
I mean, I love the accountability that he's taking for himself, but it is true that Shiro is just kind of disappearing this event, or was disappearing this event. Same rating together as Zontix, I believe, which is just for Oper that is contending for the top 5. And I'm trying to make a case for him whole tournament. He's making it extremely difficult for me, so I'm not thank you for that.
I think Shiro found a decent amount of impact on Dust2, especially with the AWP in the opening department as well. So for him to say it was on him maybe speaks more about, you know, what he thinks he should be delivering, how much impact he feels he should be getting out of himself, but I don't think he was the issue yesterday. Obviously, he wasn't the difference maker throughout the entire game. He fell out of the game on Mirage as well, despite having a couple of heroic moments, but I'm not gonna lie, you know, I don't think there's a certain player you can point towards in Spirit right now and be like, you're the issue, or you're not performing well enough. It just feels like the entire team is falling a bit flat behind Donk, and even Donk himself have gone down a couple of notches in level as well.
The team are beauties, GG Wellblade, G2. Make of that what you will, because the team looked frustrated yesterday, right? Donk continuing with, you know, the not monitor smashing, but he's got his head in his hands, hair in his hands. It's not the face that you want to be seeing from somebody who could still be in the conversation to be the best player in the world.
100%. And, well, we have Dong here as well coming into the play. He has just not been himself throughout the tournament, absolutely matching up against G2 and Nico particularly. It's just drawing the beautiful picture of their head-to-heads, and we've been talking about it. The biggest counter to Donk in Counter-Strike 2 is the man called Nico.
And the context you provided just before, you know, by saying they're not going to Rio, it leaves a bit of a gap in the calendar for Team Spirit right now, where they have 2 choices to make. Do we stick with this lineup? Do we power practice coming into the major and hopefully qualifying for the major? Or do we make the change right now, given we have time where we're not going to Rio, where we can make the practice? So I think right now, if you're Team Spirit, probably as of, you know, in this very moment, they're considering, should we try to replace someone? Should we try to bring in Perfecto? Should we try to bring in some other CIS talent? Or do we stick with what we got and hope it's going to get better for the major?
Jacob, I'm just getting some breaking news in. You are actually being awarded the new position of manager of Team Spirit. Spirit, please tell me, are you making roster changes? What would you make? What would you do?
I hate you. It depends on the budget, depends on who you can get. Again, I brought up a name like Perfecto. I feel like if you can bring him into the mix, then that could be interesting. Again, how is he going to fare with these guys? What is his history with them? Chopper, as well as an in-game leader, you see his stats for this tournament. He's also been going down the drain. Magix used to praise him an awful lot.
Yes.
He's playing rough position. He's not getting a lot of freedom to move around, but he's also dropped in level. So as I said, I don't feel there's a player I can point towards and say, you're the problem, you're the problem, you're the problem. Maybe they can try to change up roles within the team. We spoke about Suntix having very restrictive anchor roles in a lot of different maps, but when he's not on Mirage, he's playing at a high level. So maybe there's still another run within this 5 iteration of Team Spirit, but something's got to change. You're not going to show up at the major, or the major qualifier for that matter, playing the same brand of Counter-Strike we have the past couple of months, because they won't even make it.
Has Zontix saved himself after what was an abysmal T-side to be starting off this tournament in the group stage?
He definitely had a redeemed moments, but it's just not enough, and it's not good enough as well. But you can't really put any issues on the player when you ask him for the replacement, because, well, clearly Zontix is saying that the problems that they're facing are mental, and that's really not... You know, you can really point fingers looking at the players, looking at the stats, looking at the rating, etc., etc.
Can you translate this for us, Dika? Because you had a really good way of actually framing this to understand whatever Shakespeare shit Zontix is.
So obviously Zontix is not that great in English, but I'm trying to decipher this as something that he would say when it comes to, you know, problems in isolation, something that people are lacking, that winning mentality, that hunger, that spark that they were having maybe throughout the Katowice. Once, you know, problems arise, it's really difficult to actually fix them, especially for such a young group of people when we have Zontix, Dong, and Shiro for that matter.
And to me, that's the most interesting part about this whole conversation with Spirit. We had Dong coming into the season, and out of nowhere, he plays like the best player in the world. Out of nowhere, he goes to Katowice and pulls off one of the greatest individual performances of all time. Now, all of a sudden, he finds himself in a scenario with his team where things are not working out. He's never faced any adversity. He's never faced any bad period. He's never faced individual struggles himself. So how do you deal with that from a mental standpoint? I'm afraid that if they don't get Dong under control, because we saw his body language, we saw him tilting, we saw him sitting like this throughout the entire game, that's the first issue they gotta fix. Because if they lose Dong and his ability, then I said it before and I'll happily say it again, Spirit, with the way they're playing right now, they're not a top 7, they're not a top 8 team without Dong being the best player in the world.
Well, they've got rather, a little bit of time to be kind of rekindling themselves, regrouping, rementaling, I guess, because they've got a bit of time off. Because Rio, no longer in store for Spirit. It's going to be World Finals first, alongside Liquid too. What should Spirit be doing in that time off?
I said it before and I'll happily say it again. Either you change positions within the team, you perhaps give Suntix a bit more responsibility on the server, see if that's going to change anything. You have a hard talk in between the members. You address the Dong situation as well. His mental capacity will, hopefully, he'll learn from this, right? He's still young and I'm not pointing fingers at him. It's completely normal to react like that when you're a young guy, but I think something's got to change. Whether it's a roster change or if it's positions within the team, something's got to change.
Well, we had 3 more winners coming out of yesterday. If we're looking at our traded plays of the days for day number 3, this was from the quarterfinals. What got the 3rd best play of the day, Jake?
I mean, there were so many great plays yesterday and so many great aces, and JKS is the first one up for it. He was keeping Liquid alive with the AK-47 on the CT side, single-handedly trying to make them competitive against FaZe Clan, pulling off a nice ace, but it wasn't enough for JKS.
However, Malbs is, on the other hand, going to perform this beauty today as well. And, well, he had such an impactful round to close out the game against Spirit, actually the map against Spirit, obviously. And this kind of showed in the interview as well, where he feels like teammates believe in him more when he gets drops of AKs like this. And it's beautiful to see that he's finding that footing.
For me, the greatest story yesterday was to see Robs play at an incredible high level, picking up the secondary up roll on Mirage, getting the job done. The first 2 kills are decent. Kill number 3 is awesome. Kill number 4 is out of this world. And number 5, even better. To see Robs play at this level, flicking no scopes, picking up the op, that's exactly what we wanted from him and exactly what FaZe needed.
Yeah, the Robs resurgence couldn't have come at a more opportune moment for the side of FaZe Clan. But GG bet predictions time. There's a murderer among us. Stiko, you had a steal. What did you choose to do with that?
Get the man out of this competition.
You killed Anders.
Oh my God. RIP Anders. Sorry.
But to be fair, you did all of us a favor. You know, we're all thinking about it. We all wanted to do it, and you did it.
He did it to himself on the first 2 days.
True.
My God, he was in there with some crazy picks. But let's take a look at today's schedule to see exactly what's on the cards. 2 semifinals coming your way. G2 Esports versus Vitality going to be up first, then FaZe versus NAVI. NAVI so damn stacked for today, which leads us into our predictions for the day. I'm interested to see if I potentially can take down Jacob today. Oh no, you're on 11 and we've picked the same.
It's a lot of yellow there.
Oh, and Anders actually doesn't even, they don't even give him a chance to resurrect himself. He's just out. See you later.
To be fair, Henry's going for it, you know, going for G2, going for FaZe. He's keeping himself in the competition.
That is wild. Well, I guess we're all in agreement, and I think we all agree that we should be getting this game underway. It's G2 taking on Vitality after this short break. The return of G2 to the forum after shutting down Spirit yesterday. Now they have to face up against an arguably more formidable opponent in Vitality, because the Hive, they've been thriving post-player break, already netting the trophy a decade in the making back at the Intel Extreme Masters Cologne. And Jacob, they are not satisfied yet. They've said, okay, we've got a big trophy in our cabinet. We want more. We're hungry for more.
Well, they need more if they want a challenge to be the best team in the world. Right now, there's no doubt that is NAVI. They've been playing on all cylinders. They've been doing a great job for themselves. They've been hoisting trophies. They won Pro League coming into this tournament. Vitality still have a dream of claiming that title as being the best team of 2024. And for that to happen, they need to win today and they need to win this tournament.
How far do you think the disparity is between Vitality and NAVI for that battle for number one at the moment, Stico?
Honestly, when I'm looking at best of 3, I think the disparity is higher than the best of 5. I think actually on a couple of the maps, I think Vitality can surprise really NAVI, and I'm hopefully going to see them battle it out, but that's my prediction.
Yeah, fingers crossed. We do have that potentially on the cards for the grand final, but talking about this matchup at hand, these two rosters never faced off against each other. The last time they did go head-to-head was back at IM Dallas, and I'm going to put it out there right now, Jacob. Vitality, they should have won that. Looking at the roster that G2 came in with, young Stu there, yeah, they should have taken this one.
Well, let's be honest, right? Vitality fumbled the back. They're going to a grand final against a team playing with a stand-in, against a team that couldn't really figure out whether or not they're going to play with Hooksy, whether they're going to win Snacks. They have Stu 2K coming in as a stand-in, and if you're Vitality at that moment, you got to seize that opportunity. You got to claim that trophy, especially if your ambition is to be the best team in the world. So I agree with you. They fumbled the back completely.
I met Apex actually yesterday, and he said that, I quote, "We effed it up." So I think he's aware. And I think they're even more hungry for the rematch.
Yeah, and I think with this rematch, there's a lot of things going to be going into it. Of course, the individuals, the game plan, and I'm interested to hear what Apex had to say about those very matters.
This G2, you've never faced them with Snacks and Malbs. For you personally, when you've looked at them, do you see much difference in the playstyle and how they work?
Yes, of course. I think it's a lot different than what they used to be with Uxie. I think it's less tactic now, I would say, than before. But they have like really strong individuals, stronger than they had with Uxie. Like with 3 insane players and Hunter being a bit trained right now. So I think if when they all show up, it can be such a big thing. So different than before, but better firepower.
For the veto, were you surprised from them at all? Because the Anubis pick came through, and the fact that obviously they tried Inferno, they tried Dust 2, they can't seem to get it against you on a pick.
What's funny with G2, and right now when you look at the statistics, I don't think they have a good map, but they don't have a bad map either. They're between 60 and 70% on all 6 maps. They try to play our weakest one. Why not? We're fine with that. We expected a lot of people to pick it against us the next few 4 tournaments because it was our lower map, and we expected that. We beat Liquid on it. They're, for me, the best team in the world on it. We should have won against Eternal Fire in EPL. But that's the way it is. We really didn't map. I think the percentage doesn't show the potential we have and the level we have. So let's see how it goes.
One thing I always love about getting Apex interviews is he always says it how it is, saying, now G2 with Snacks, less tactical of a team. You agree with that?
Yeah, somewhat I do. I feel like nothing's really changed from Hooksy and Snacks, and he said that they have changed, and obviously a certain way of defaulting, certain way of approaching the game will change when you change your in-game leader, but at the end of the day, it still comes down to the individual. If Monis is having a great game, if Nico's having a great game, and if Mobs is having a great game, they get the freedom to express themselves on the server, and for my money, that's the least tactical approach to Counter-Strike that you can possibly have.
And he also said in that very sentence that they are more hungry for firepower, I would say, which doesn't necessarily show in the stats because Snacks and Hooksy comparison is one thing, but also we have to add Hunter to the equation, and he's just not having a good time right now, and obviously one of the lowest player, non-fragging IGL in this event so far.
Let's flip the firepower upside down and look at the positives for Vitality, because ZywOo, okay, people always say group stage merchant, whatever. I'm just glad that he's showing up and looking really hungry. I mean, obviously that Astralis game aside, that was a miracle in of itself, but I love that we've seen that consistent form of him basically coming out the player break, right?
I feel like it seems to be a trend for ZywOo, and it's been a trend the last couple of years that he's starting the year off by being good, by being great, and then he's ramping up slowly as we get into the season. I think if you look at the past 3 months, I would argue ZywOo has been the best player in the world, the most consistent player in the world as well, and he's only getting better by the looks of it. So I agree with you. It's always fun to have a player like ZywOo go up against a guy like Monacy head-to-head in the server, and right now, ZywOo is firing on all cylinders.
It's definitely better to feel ZywOo like this from the tip of the stage than playing against him, because he's always going to deliver no matter what he has. He has AKs, he has ops, he's super flexible on pistols, one of the greatest pistol player. He's clutching, he's opening, he's doing it all, and he's doing it all this tournament so far.
He's perfect.
He really is. You couldn't ask for a better offer, could you? And you also couldn't ask at the moment for a better cast supporting around him, because finally we're getting to see some consistent form from the other stars of Vitality, right? Flamesy and Spinks as that, you know, formidable duo. They've been looking really hot so far this tournament.
Especially since they lost to G2 in Dallas. You know, they did fumble the back. They couldn't really get it done. Spinks, there were even rumors about him, you know, asking to be able to leave the team or at least seek opportunities elsewhere, but he's been coming alive again. He's playing a great tournament so far. Same could be said for Flamesy, so I agree with you. ZywOo is one thing, having arguably the best player in the world turning up right now, but when your support cast is there as well, it makes it so much easier for Apex to make all the right and wrong calls.
Spinks is doing it all as well. I mean, he's just perfect match to what ZywOo sometimes isn't able to do, and he's able to finish off the pieces.
So, Stiko, can you tell me from your perspective, if you had a player like Spinks on your roster, he's expressed, he's not super happy, even though they've been relatively consistent over the first half of 24, still no trophies prior to Cologne in their cabinet. If you've got a teammate that's expressing that to you, what's the best way of going to it? Because I feel like Vitality, whatever they did, obviously worked really well. They kind of cracked the code with him.
First of all, I have to say I respect that he's saying it out loud and publicly towards the players, towards the coaching staff, that I feel off. I need to be facilitated more. I need more resources. And this is great showing of maturity as well, that he's just not going behind someone's back and trying to get into another team. He's upfront, and I think that helped Vitality because they are actually putting him into more like star roles in a sense.
Yeah, I think the openness, I would argue, it shows that, he didn't necessarily want to leave Vitality. It was more something that could have presented an opportunity. And when trophies are lacking in your cabinet, then, maybe it is tempting to go, okay, there's an offer on the horizon for me. Is it better? Is it worse? I'm not sure.
I mean, we never know what motivates each individual. We never really know whether he was unhappy about certain roles within the team, about certain players, about a management issue, time constrictions, all the traveling, you name it. You don't really know what was motivating Spinks to do so, but fact of the matter is he's playing well now, winning solve all issues, and I guess it's a great reminder that as long as you win, as long as you hoist the trophies, you get into the semifinals and the finals, all those issues no longer exist inside the players.
I mean, getting ZywOo, getting Spinks, and getting FaZe as well. Stiko, tell me what it's like to play up against FaZe when he's on top form. He's taking those peaks, he's always winning them, he's getting that aggression in.
And it's insane, and he's also like very methodical, and in a sense he's very much like sticking to the system, sticking to the strats, is making sure that those hits on sides that he's holding in the anchor positions, they're not a liability at all.
Let's talk about the two sides of the coin when it comes to G2 and Vitality, because you noticed something very interesting about the CT sides, didn't you, Stiko?
Oh yeah, I wrote it down. So Vitality for so far, this tournament, the best CT side all across the board. G2 on the other hand, the worst one. And I'm comparing even to Astralis, which obviously bombed out of the tournament. G2 is still worse.
Yeah, I feel like that Astralis game probably inflated Vitality's stats, but either way, it was up to them to get that 13-0, right?
Yeah, it was, and it's been the case for a long time that Vitality are consistent on both sides. We know they're good on the CT side, especially enabled by ZywOo's impact, by Spinks, by FaZe, and then the T sides as well have been immaculate from Apex and the calling coming in. So I'm not really surprised to hear that Vitality right now are topping the charts, but as you said, the win against Astralis where you win 13-0, you get 12 CT rounds, it's definitely inflating the stats a little bit.
Let's talk about G2 and the form that we saw yesterday versus Spirit. Let's start off with the good, because Nico, he really showed up to the stage. I mean, it makes sense, right? You got death, life, taxes, Nico showing up on stage. We love that.
I mean, he is doing what he has to do, and obviously he's carrying the team together with m0NESY and at times with Malps as well. As we said, the Malps discussion is a little bit off because of the disparity between his CD side and T side, but you know, it's all coming together, and for T sides, he's actually finding a lot of impact, but for CT side, that's where the issue kind of arises.
Yeah, it is, and we heard it from Apex himself. You know, he feels that right now G2 is playing a little less tactical Counter-Strike, allowing more freedom to the players. So as much as we want to say that it's great to see Nico show up, it's almost demanding by him, right? He has to show up with all that freedom he's getting, with the ability to say, I'm going to go here, I'm going to do that, even being the secondary caller within the team. If he weren't showing up, that would be a massive issue. So I'm happy to see it, but I want to see it consistently, and I want to see it again today.
And we've got to talk about it in the context of the rumors that are indeed circulating about, you know, Nico's future with G2 potentially floating across to the Falcons at the end of the year, which, Jacob, really changes the conversation when we're talking about Malps, because, I mean, for him, surely he's waiting in the wing, if this is indeed true, to be, you know, I guess being promoted and taking over the positions of Nico.
I mean, if it's true, and if it's going to happen, and if Nico is moving to Falcons, then it makes an awful lot of sense to sign a guy like Malps and slowly integrate him into the lineup. On the T side, he's doing God's work for this team. He's really finding his impact. He's giving the freedom to express himself. On the C side, he's CT side, sorry, he's a little bit restricted right now, and you can see that reflecting in his rating. Even said in an HLTV interview that he's sometimes getting a bit bored playing these anchor roles. So if Nico were to leave and open up that space for Malps, that would be absolutely fantastic. And they are giving him trust, you know. We saw it yesterday, one of the highlights of the day, him being gifted an AK-47 in a hero AK scenario, and he's delivering with an ace. So it is a team that is starting to trust him, but I think he should be given more responsibility, and he will automatically if Nico were to leave.
He could very well be the new Nico of G2 once it kind of goes into the way of him going to Falcons if rumors are true.
Now, we've been treated to so many incredible head-to-heads, not least because we've had, all top 5 players in the world arguably taking to the stage, and we get it once again. We get it between Zyru and that of m0NESY. How do you compare these two AWPers when they go head-to-head, Stiko?
Wow, like both probably two most impactful people on the server that you can get at this stage, and obviously the style itself, it's pretty like flexible, I would say. They have to do what they have to do when it comes to system of the team. Obviously, m0NESY leaning away from the system sometimes, but he has to do that because we are looking at those individuals on G2 side. However, Vitality, I think what they're doing with Zywu, I think he wouldn't be able to get that resource anywhere else in the world, and that's why partly he's the face of the team.
If you were to find a difference between the two, I'd argue Zywu is slightly more consistent and m0NESY is slightly better at creating the game himself. m0NESY in the zone, he can out of nowhere create around, he can out of nowhere get in the zone and take over the game in a way, and obviously Zywu had the same ability, but he's a little bit more reliant on being set up by Apex and being set up by the system. So the way m0NESY are playing is also sort of like a reflection of how G2 thinks about Counter-Strike, that individually he has to take that responsibility, whereas for Zywu, he's getting a bit of help from Apex and getting a bit of help from the support cast around.
Where do you think m0NESY is at mentally at the moment? Because it's been, a little bit of a roller coaster for G2. We had that honeymoon at EWC, post-roster change. Where do you think he's at with the NiKo rumors floating around as well?
I mean, I think he's praying for NiKo not to leave. I would love to see NiKo and m0NESY play together for many, many years. And if I'm NiKo, I wouldn't leave m0NESY around. Okay,
we do get the video coming in. Last time around it was Inferno, Anubis, and Nuke. Are we going to see changes today, Jacob?
I think so, and Apex were kind of hinting it a little bit that there's a potential punish pick coming in from the side of G2, and I think we are going to see that right here. Anubis being picked, and if I'm not mistaken, is that the first time at the tournament we get to see a bit of Anubis?
I think
maybe, yeah.
No.
Production
Okay.
said no. Sorry,
I haven't seen any Anubis.
dust2 picked in by Vitality. I mean, they've been saying, Apex at the very least has been saying, feel like the best team in the world on this right now. Got to prove it versus G2.
100%. Then we have a Nuke ban.
Nuke ban, no Inferno, and I think the crowd was a little bit sad about that.
But that does leave us with Mirage.
And that is without the best map in the map pool and the perfect way to potentially end this game. So I'm happy for the map pool, both for the side of G2 obviously, but also Vitality. Anubis, dust2, and Mirage. And let's be honest, they're all very dusty maps, and they're all maps where it's open. It's again a map where you look at dust2, you look at Anubis, you look at Mirage. As an individual, you can express yourself. So if you're G2 right now, you should feel somewhat comfortable that it doesn't get too tactical.
Things can get so puggy, things can get messy, things can get chaotic. We absolutely love that. Stiko, you had some thoughts there about the side that Vitality chose to start on, because G2 will be starting on the T side of Anubis, the map that they chose. What do you think of Vitality choosing to start CT?
That's true. So Anubis is definitely the most T-sided map right now in the pool, so it makes sense that you want to start on the T side and you want to grind those rounds early on and potentially even win landslide victory, and then hoping to CT side with having to win like what, 2-3 rounds to close it out, potentially not even showing that CT side for the future. Well, it didn't happen. They're starting that CT side and they're choosing to do so. Maybe they have a game plan, but we will have to see.
And the pressure's on, right? Because if you're G2 right now, I'm going to be bluntly honest. If you want a way into this series, if you want a chance of beating Vitality, you got to win your own map pick. So you're applying pressure by coming in with a bit of a punish pick. You're applying extra pressure by choosing the side you want to start on. So you got to get it to work. You got to win that Anubis. Otherwise, Vitality's going to run away with this.
Do you feel like there is more pressure on Malbs and m0NESY at the moment with all those rumors floating around about NiKo? Do you think there's more pressure on them to be performing because they know, I mean, unless of their choosing, they also choose to leave G2, maybe, just maybe. Do you think that they're feeling that pressure right now?
I don't want to build any conspiracy. And I have to say that if I'm players like this, I'm focusing on the present moment, present tournament. I'm still wearing the G2 jersey. I need to represent them the best I can.
Well, thank you so much, gentlemen, for your thoughts. It is time to kick off Semifinals Saturday.
Fourth kill and a chance up close for that ace in the pistol. Add his name to the list. He needs to move. Once more. Welcome to Wonderland.
He can actually pull this one off. Just flames the beat as he fires it towards short. Surely not. What a way to kick things off in the semi-final.
Legends have come to grace the stage. Create the impossible. Create the unthinkable. Go down, down, down.
Copenhagen, how are we doing today? That's more like it. That's what I want to hear all day long. It's time for our semi-finals, and we are blessed for the teams that we have here competing still. What about NAVI? We got some NAVI fans here? And how about on the other side for FaZe? And then Vitality. This seems pretty even. This seems pretty split. I like this. And finally, G2. All of these teams have championship winning potential, and all of them are fighting with everything they have to lift this trophy on Sunday. But it's about getting there today. So Copenhagen, I want to hear you guys so loud. I want to hear you guys go absolutely crazy. I want to hear you go from top of the roof all the way down to the floor, screaming and shouting at every kill. Are you with me? No, Copenhagen. Are you with me? Well, let's get things started.
G2. Snax's squadron continued their crusade forward. United, they stood tall above the rest. Munacy took aim, and with Spirit in the crosshair, the Dragon was shot down. Team Vitality. Vitality brought the buzz to Copenhagen, reminding teams that if you play with Hornets, you're bound to get stung. Now they prepare to swarm the stage. For G2, greatness lies within reach, while Vitality aim to protect their legacy. An all-star act, sure to have celebration, fanfare, and explosivity. Copenhagen, your reigning fall final champion, has been challenged. It's time to welcome their opposition.
These samurais have been swinging their swords as they sliced through the dragons once again, throwing their trust and the hero AK into the hands of Malves, who was not going to make them regret that decision. That trust is key, and it's a key to success that can't be overlooked. Like their trust in Munacy, to go above and beyond to get the job done when their backs are against the wall. For this explosive team, no one can fall down. No one can slow down as we discover if G2 have what it takes to make it to their third final this year. The mighty Sting coming out from Vitality has seen them once again show us why they are one of the best teams in the world. But the highs of Cologne are also met by the lows of EPL, and they are hungry for so much more. ZywOo, they call him the chosen one for a reason. He has been dominating so far here in Copenhagen, looking to showcase himself as the most superior player in Counter-Strike 2. He hasn't been doing all of the heavy lifting though. Both Spinks and Flames are close behind him. And that is exactly the formula they need to reach their 4th final this year. This is Vitality!
G2 versus Vitality, the first time these two rosters have officially locked horns. And Jacob, I cannot guarantee many things, but this is going to be an explosive game. I can guarantee it.
We're inside an arena. We have two of the best players in the world taking on each other. ZywOo on one side, m0NESY on the other, and then you bring in the mix of NiKo, you have Spinks, you have Flames, you have all these hard hitters showing up, playing a good tournament so far. So I tend to agree with you, Freya. I cannot imagine a world where this game is not going to be great.
One thing that I noticed is actually how ZywOo was actually a little bit silent in that Team Liquid game on the very map Anubis. And I think Ultimate found an ultimate counter to him by finding those openings. And I think that will be detrimental for m0NESY as well. He needs to be challenging ZywOo head-to-head in those op duels and winning them.
And it's a good point, and we get to see if G2, whether or not they're prepared for that specifically, maybe a way to shut down ZywOo. I guess my counter-argument to that is, when was the last time you saw ZywOo have 2 bad maps in a row, 2 different days? He's always like that kind of guy that maybe sometimes he get red, maybe sometimes he's having a day off, maybe sometimes a team or a certain player finds a way to shut him down. The next day, he's just coming up with a new way of playing. He's not one-dimensional, he's anything but that.
That's the worst part. He had an off game, but he was still far the best player on the server. So it was, statistics don't lie, obviously he's not going to have 2 in a row, but it's a food for thought.
Well, we can see the live odds up on your screen right now. They are indeed favoring Vitality, which I think makes sense, Jacob, when we're just looking at what Vitality have been putting on the server ever since they lifted the trophy in Cologne. Sure, okay, they did stumble versus Eternal Fire at ESL Pro League. I'm going to say that wasn't a fluke because we saw Eternal Fire making it to that grand final. I do indeed have Vitality favored in this series.
Me too, and I think that's a fair assessment of this game. However, it is close. I think G2 have, great chances of making this game competitive. They have great chances of pushing this to a 3rd map that could be Mirage, and we've seen that time and time again. Once you get into a 3rd map, once it's Mirage, it completely opens up the battlefield. For my money, there's a couple of players I want to put under the spotlight. Stuko, you mentioned him just a couple of moments ago. Hunter is not having a great time. One of the worst performing players throughout this tournament so far. If they want to win today, G2, he has to find some sort of limit.
Absolutely, and it's not only Hunter that needs to come alive here, but also Malps. As we said, these 2 players are still in the tournament, and apart from IGLs, these 2 are the worst rated players so far, so let's see how they're going to bring it back.
Tell me what we can expect from a G2 T-side start on Anubis. We're talking about it as one of, the most T-side maps in the pool. Where do they bring the pain to their opponents?
I mean, NiKo is always a fun player to watch when it comes to Anubis. I feel both on the CT side, but in particular on the T side. His entering, his path of walking in towards middle, using the utility to his advantage, it's something we see time and time again, and I hope they get to dictate the pace. If you're G2 and you decide to start on that T side, you're also sort of saying to yourself, we get to dictate the pace. Whether the pace is going to be fast, explosive, a little bit more calm, a little bit more waiting, feeling out the opponent, I'm not quite sure, but it's G2's responsibility to dictate the pace from the get-go.
Middle is the most impactful position on the map, and look at the people that are playing both positions mirrored. It's Apex and NiKo, 2 completely different playstyles, completely different statistically, and it's just going to be the way how Apex plays around it with utility, with nades, how he's going to outbrain the opponent. He's going to call ZywOo to hold NiKo and make sure that he's not unchained. we will see.
Where are we on the snacks equation at the moment? Because obviously alongside Hunter, he's not been having the best performance. How many maps in a row has it been with a negative rating? It's up in the mid-20s.
24.
Yeah, it's not been great for him.
He's breaking records, hasn't he?
All the records that you don't want to be breaking, Jacob. Where are we looking at him to be bringing the biggest strength to G2? Because he has been a man that's been receiving quite a lot of criticism.
I'll be brutally honest, as I like it. I think right now he's been a liability for G2. I think his fracking power on the server, the way he conducts himself on the server has been a bit of a liability for G2. There's been certain games, certain moments, arguably it's more than 24 games since we saw that, but where he's finding impact. There's certain rounds where he still has that clutch ability. He's often left by himself as well. He's very passive on the server, not involved in a lot of opening kills. And from Snacks, you just want to see a bit more output. You want to see him win a couple of more clutches. I don't really care whether or not he's having a plus KD or if his rating is 1.1, 1.2, 1.3. That's not what I'm asking for. I'm just asking for a little bit of impact. And the way he's been playing the past, dare I say, a month, you know, it's been a little bit lackluster and it's been a liability. And that can't be the case here on the stage.
100%. And I have to say that Snacks has the ability to do so. He's been showing it throughout his career. It's been a little bit off since the G2 arrival, but, well, I got high hopes.
Surely Vitality are going to know exactly how to take advantage of that, though. Like, we know that they're a team that love to be watching their opponents. Obviously, this is the first time we're going to see them facing off against Snacks, against Malbs in this G2 jersey. Surely they've done their homework and know exactly where to prod to make G2 bleed.
Yeah, I mean, in a way, they have a luxury problem because they look towards G2 and they think, okay, Snacks is an obvious liability. Maybe we can test him a little bit. What often happens with Snacks, though, is that he's getting hidden. You know, he's not out there taking the first duels. He's not out there putting himself in front of the opponent. So he can sort of hide. The problem is Hunter. When you have two players now being liabilities, two players not showing up from an individual standpoint, then there's a lot of space all of a sudden for Vitality to go test that water. So hopefully one of or both of Hunter and Snacks will have a much better showing today, and then I think that could be a bit of an issue for Vitality and their so forth game plan.
Any individuals on the side of Vitality that you're looking out for, Stiko? I know we can state the obvious, we can always say ZywOo, but anybody else? Give me some goods.
I will give you a Flamesy here, and especially for Anubis, has to help that A side being really resourceful with the utility he has to play with, and sometimes, again, calling ZywOo for that disparity of the playstyle. I want to see him perform well. Starting on the CT side is not an easy side to take. I was holding it throughout my pro team career, and obviously that is a challenge.
There's a player we haven't mentioned at all by name at any point in this segment, Freya. Can you guess who that is? I know you're close to him.
I know exactly who you're going to say. It's our UK lad, Mezzi. Now, let me just remind you, Jacob, full finals last year, debut of Mezzi. What did Vitality go and do? Oh, they won the whole bloody thing. That's exactly what they did. What do you have to say about Mezzi? Go on, say it.
I mean, 1 year ago. I think Messi has been doing all right for himself, and I think he's currently been performing better than Hunter. And I like to see that duel, because as you said, we know what we're going to get from m0NESY. We know what we're going to get from ZywOo. We almost know what we're going to get from Nico. So that gets a bit boring, reiterating that time and time again. For Messi versus Hunter, that anchor duel, that secondary star role, third star role, you know, a little bit more supportive element into both of their teams. I feel like whoever of those two have the best showing could be the difference maker. And Messi so far in this tournament have been playing all right. He hasn't been fantastic. He hasn't been out of the waters, but he's been doing his job. Whereas for Hunter, it's been a little bit underwhelming, to say the least.
I thought you were going to chat some smack about my boy.
Nice.
See, I'm getting defensive already. I mean, it's just been a minute since we've had a UK player, a top-tier Counter-Strike. Anyway, Stiko, I'm sorry for cutting you off. You were going to say something lovely about Mezzi, I hope.
Of course, I like the guy, and
he's a nice guy, huh?
He has to do what he has to do. He is having really the glue of a team on the server, it seems. And, you know, for my money, he's doing a great job.
Tell me a little bit about Vitality choosing to start on that CT side. I already asked Stiko his opinion. Does it make sense for you, Jacob? Is that something that you saw happening?
To be fair, it's not something I worry too much about. I don't put that much emphasis into it. You can start on the CT side, and there's two ways of thinking of it. One thing is you start on the hard side. If you get off to a good start, you win your pistol, you rack up, I don't know, 5, 6, 7 rounds. You're coming into that second half feeling very comfortable, and you know that the comeback is easier to make on the T side. So maybe that's the thought process.
Well, we are ready to be getting this semi-final underway. Vitality versus G2, Anubis to start.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, a classic in the making. A rivalry as old as time itself. G2 look to conquer the Titans of Vitality. Is it possible? Sure. Is it likely? Their previous matchups suggest otherwise. G2 have the raw talent and skill, but can they bring it all together on the biggest of Counter-Strike stages? Time will certainly tell, and we're here to guide you through all of the action of our first semi-final, live and direct from Copenhagen.
Dragon for the last ever full finals. This is G2 versus Vitality.
Well then, let's get it on. It's G2. They're starting on the T side and Vitality on that CT side, and we know how rough that could be on Anubis already. So if they lose the pistol here, they might already be in a little bit of trouble, and it looks like a very fast execute. Henry, we're not going to slow this down. We're going to put on the pressure right away. The Glock train is coming to that A-bomb site, and there's no sign of any breaking happening at the moment. Monacy up on the plateau, but a nice answer back. It's the Glocks. They're a little bit closer now. Hunter with some good shots here. And it'll be down to Saiwu. If anyone could, with the dualies, it might be him, but what a task ahead of him.
Lovely execution, and it looks like G2 have done enough. They're on the T side here of Anubis. And now Saiwu locked out. The A-bomb site under full control. He's got the dualies, he's got the Kevlar, and Anders, I know it's boring, but he's better off saving these weapons. If they're going to force fight in the next round, he can get a helmet, he can drop the dualies, he can buy himself an SMG. I think that's the only approach he can really go for here. So lovely work from G2. 3 members survive, and they've got a couple of decoys to boot as well.
It's not bad. You know, I guess you're right. Maybe you want to see this from Vitality early on as well. They're not really panicked to try and do a 1 versus 3 clutch, playing it for the long term. The desk already touched upon it, but you don't necessarily need that many rounds on the CT side here for it to be a bit of a victory. So if you can snag one of the early ones, you gotta get some armor and some dualies to the next round, maybe it makes sense. But this is pretty plain. You throw a couple of flashes. Hunter, you could see him assisted on the first 2 kills. He also got the headshot on getting the 3rd one of the round there. Just overall, great setup, good execute. The pistol round is theirs.
Well, bear in mind, the first map of our best of 3, G2 picked Anubis, and they will get that T-side start as well. Seems almost too good to be true, Anders. We'll see what Vitality have got up their sleeve here. And as mentioned, the force spike comes through. Saiwu saving that Kevlar, enables the FAMAS to be brought out.
Okay.
He can carry them through this round. What sort of approach they've got in mind, I'm not sure, but he's going towards A at the start. No boost, no gimmicks here. They're going to be holding 3 players towards A main. And Malb's MD to defend. Monacy waiting for any aggression coming in from the connector room and indeed the window.
Almost feels like G2 might have seen this coming as well. There's not a single MAC-10 in sight. It's a UMP on Nico. We've highlighted it a couple of times before. And you know what? He did have an insane spray down on one of these maps, so I don't want to discount it just yet. The rest of them are on Galil's, so they are ready to fight. FAMAS, MP9, whatever is on the other side here, including that CZ75 on Apex.
Here we go, the A-split's coming through. Flame to be tested first. Can he pass? He certainly can. Saiwu does a ton of damage. They find the opening couple of kills here. Does it dissuade them from the A side? Hunter doesn't seem to think so. Back to the 3 versus 3. The CZ, it prevails. Apex will find the bomb. And now Malbs needs to pick up the pieces. They have time, but they're in a 3-on-2 disadvantage, Anders.
That grenade could be a bit interesting. It might just lock them in towards that cam position. You're right, they have time. Malbs looking to negotiate this spot. He's taken down and they're just overwhelmed.
Huge.
What a great position for the last 3 members there of Vitality. They're all at different elevations, but essentially all holding the same angle. Yeah, that was so worth it. Built up behind the armor, the dualies, buying into the FAMAS here. This couldn't have been any better, really.
And it all stems off the fact that Saiwu decides to save the Kevlar. He can bring out the FAMAS, he can drop the dualies over, and he delivers the goods with the rifle. That is fantastic work here, and it's going to be an instant timeout for G2 as they assess their options now. Things get a little bit more tricky on that T side. They didn't get the bomb planted in the previous round, so bottom of the barrel in terms of loss bonus. We're talking $1,400 with all 5 players going down as well, so a force buy, a necessity going forward, but it's not a very powerful one.
And I mean, they had 3 people alive at the end of Vitality, right? So they're going to be able to upgrade into whatever Galil's were on the ground.
Yeah, that's a good point.
It's such a boost early on. Bit of a tech timeout here. Yeah, get them out the way early on. Prefer that. When we get to the end of the map, it's usually a little bit more hard.
Okay, I was just going to say something crazy was spotted on the screen over there. Flames had a negev for a second.
Don't tease me.
I saw it on the big screen.
Why is he teasing us?
But he sold it. He didn't actually use it, but that would have been a world first, I think, on the big stage.
I would have loved to have seen that.
Me too. It's not going to happen, but we do have those Galils, as you mentioned.
And one on Monacy.
Okay, so you can see how difficult this buy is. even while fully invested, Hunter's got to operate with no Kevlar. He must have dropped one of those Galils. They've got bare bones utility to say the very least. A couple of flashes. They make this round work. I will tip my hat to them. It looks almost impossible. Mounts goes down first. One of the strongest lead bomb sites in order Counter-Strike. Vitality here, looking to dominate as Apex will open things up. Looking to shut them down as well. m0NESY tagged. And those flashbangs they once had, they've been expended at this point. Should be another kill for Apex. Should be in the opposite word. Snax has done very well. Gets a dink on m0NESY as well. 3 versus 2. Possible here. All comes down to ZywOo. And you know he's going to be good for one, Anders.
Yeah, absolutely should be. Lack of armor on the second target there, making it very, very tricky to not get at least one kill. 50 seconds for m0NESY, but the health that he's got left here, just making his job very tricky. He's got the bomb at the very least. The big downside, perhaps, apart from the health, was the fact that he has no information, which is exactly what he's trying to get right now. Backtracking into it here. He does spot out flames, but will go down at the end. It's a pretty expensive round, but yeah, that was a force-up too.
It doesn't have any massive ramifications attached to it because we do have the full eco coming up next. Now it's $1,900 in terms of loss bonus. Yes, good effort there considering the little they had. Snax with some good impact there with the P250. If he gets the second kill, you never know. But as mentioned, ZywOo just gets one here. Pretty much round over. Nothing m0NESY could do. 2-1.
Henry, I know you're one to play some high-level Counter-Strike all across the place. How many rounds on the CT side before you start feeling pretty confident in yourself on this map?
Anything above 4 is considered a good half in this stage.
All right, then.
In the current meta, Sticko mentioned it. It's the most T-sided map we have right now. Anything above 4, you're kind of laughing. So they'll be aiming to get 5 or 6, ideally, but we'll see what is afoot here. We've got the full eco, as mentioned. Not really much they can do with this one, apart from bleed out utility, and they've certainly done that. Snax gets a taste. All of the HE, and in towards A we go. No real reason to run into your certain doom, so just going to be slowing this one down and seeing if any CTs make a mistake.
Okay.
That's one of them.
That is definitely one of them. I don't know, like, why the wide swings. You can still peek. You don't have to go that deep into it. Bit of an A down here, and m0NESY still in the prime position. A lot of damage here, but another dink comes through. ZywOo, the one to try and rescue them, and they're very low on health on the G2 side. But yeah, this is a needlessly tricky round for Vitality. It could have already been solved. I think just getting maybe a little bit ahead of themselves. When you're peeking those corners, you don't have to step out that far. That's where you get really exposed. You can't really escape. So, bit of a speed bump, perhaps not the end of the world, but yeah, could have been easier.
Rough couple of rounds there for G2. Times of austerity here. Blocks, but they make the most of them. Now that does have a knock-on effect here. You have kept the CTs very humble, financially speaking. Well recovered from ZywOo and m0NESY. Scary situation, and we will not see an AWP entering this first gun round. Round number 5, 3-1 in favor of Vitality in this CT campaign. The pick of G2.
We've been blessed with some crazy AWP battles, right? We had Shiro versus m0NESY.
Yeah,
now
true.
we've got m0NESY versus ZywOo. I mean, it just gets better and better all the time, doesn't it?
There are no bad games at full finals.
That's been
the trend continues.
This one could be an absolute banger, couldn't it? ZywOo, the timing's pretty good, but Nico will shut that one down. Okay, all right then. Takes down Apex next. It looked like he was hardly even visible. He just wanted to throw the grenade. He wasn't even really trying to fight that one. But he's dead nonetheless. And it leaves just one player at the A bomb side.
Problem is, Anders, I've commentated a lot of G2 recently. Losing a 5-on-3 is kind of their specialty, kind of their calling card.
Yeah, they like to make it hard on themselves. There's no question about it. This one's looking good, though. Clean headshot. I think Flames got absolutely knocked out by that one. And just m0NESY.
He has to save.
Yeah, and I mean, he probably won't save more than a Galil. If there's someone on the ground that he can pick up, that would be a little bit more interesting, surely. But you already said it. The couple of kills from the Glocks in the previous rounds, making it a bit more expensive. Like, it all adds up into this round, where now they just don't have a lot to work with in the next one. So G2, gotta say, on the other hand, this is absolutely important, right? If they don't win this round, then you already said Vitality, 4 rounds, you're doing pretty well. They probably would have been a 4 or 5 if G2 were to lose this one. So it's good, nice round, but also one that they absolutely needed to win here.
Oh yeah, definitely. Well done to Nico. Good double kill towards middle. Standard protocols to get themselves a nice bit of space, taking down ZywOo. Quick kill towards camera. That's what they need today. Nothing too flashy. Keep it simple. Hit your shots. Work together. Just like this. ZywOo went for the spam damage. Didn't work out for him. Apex got a taste of lead as well. And there was a moment, it looked like there was a chance, but Snax hits a bit of a banger actually on Flames and secures the round, seals the deal.
Well, and Snax got the assist on Apex, right? He was so... Man, what a different team G2 would be if Snax is having a really good day. We've seen that. We know when he was on Game Allegiant individually, he looked very, very sick. So, I mean, it's late in the tournament, but if you're going to start now, okay, that was delivered straight to his front door.
Max damage there, to say the very least. Apex down to 43, courtesy of an HG.
It's that new drone delivery everyone's talking about.
Oh, yeah. Okay, these are the sort of boosts you like to see. Always seem to yield a kill or two. Mezzi bottom of the tower, spin to the top, they dismount. And we're starting to coordinate ourselves in towards A main. G2 with the advantage in this round. They've got everything they need up against, save Galil's, Famous. A lack of utility at this stage as well. Hoping that someone can get some key information across the map. Nico once again being a nuisance towards middle. Using that pixel gap, gets the intel, one's there, and he gets the kill. It's dirty, but we still love it. Going for that double and the triple, mowing them down. That's more like him.
How sick is that? He got way more than he was even hoping for at that moment. They ran right in front of him, and that's the round done with. Now, this slow approach, remember when G2 were doing this on Mirage yesterday and it just wasn't working out? This seems to be much better. They are in control of some of these rounds. Vitality, they're not getting a lot of information and they're losing some of these opening fights. I mean, G2, if they want to keep slow playing this, now it makes a lot of sense.
What a disgusting sequence from Nico, though. Using the pixel gap to get that intel, full-on spray down. You don't even see him, and then they line up for him as well. Absolutely disgusting, and Flames looks to hold on here. Their finances are in deep trouble going forward. G2 in full control of this stage. Will tie things up at 3-3. Flames looking likely to save the AK. That's all Nico once again. 3 kills in the bag, 3 rounds on the board. And the hunt is on. Can Flames survive? It looks like he's going to be absolutely fine here. So we'll have the AK, but it has to be the eco going forward now for Vitality. We've got a game on our hands, Anders.
In margin, I can't believe it. It's Apex against the victim early on here. Yeah, but let's not underestimate the power of having one AK on the CT side. We've been talking a lot about the individuals on G2, but Vitality have, you know, a whole army of players that can make this work. We'll see if they can. It'll be a bit of a steal, to be honest. It's Flames who is in charge of it, saving it, so we'll see if he's going to be able to make some sort of play. Oh my god, he's already in the middle. What's happened? How did he get this far? Oh, surprise! Snax! He was not ready. Uh-oh. He's going to go down, as well as Mezzi on the other side. Oh, they're in trouble now, but there is a chance that they could shoot Flames in the back. I think Malz is coming back from the A-bomb site. Yeah, he's going to find him. What an absolute save. If they didn't have Malz over there, then they were kind of locked in. What a sick play from Flames.
Vitality will have to lock in harder than ever to make this round possible now. Good start, couple of kills, but lost the rifle. P250, or P2000 actually for Mezzi. A couple of USPs. Zero chance, really, that they can pull this one off. Would love to be proven wrong here. They would have to take a sequence of catastrophic errors.
Yeah, you're right.
Allow Vitality to get in any closer to this round.
Well, they just used their last Molotov, so that means they're not going to be hard checking this corner with the Molotov, but nice bit of guard work, just to make absolutely sure. Yeah, like you said, probably take a bit of a mirror call here. Malz to clean it up, and honestly, he was the one that sort of pulled them out of the fire to begin with. I do love that from Flames. That's taking the initiative. If you would have found more than one player immediately, it's possible that nobody would have been watching that. Like, could have been a round-winning play. But it's timeout. Time Vitality want to talk things through.
This one's building up nicely. This is the kind of game you want in the semis. No blowouts here, back and forth. Economy's being crushed. And a timeout, the first one used by Vitality. Certainly the favorites going into this series, destined for the grand finals, but G2 are showing tenacity, they're showing vigor. As we get deeper here at full finals.
It's so beautiful because on the other side of the bracket, it doesn't matter what happens, we're going to have an amazing grand final, right? It's either going to be FaZe or it's going to be NAVI. Either way, we know that it's going to be one hell of a run from here on out. What do they come up with? I think they knew this was likely to happen to Vitality. You're playing that CT side, you're on Anubis, you're going to run out of money quite a bit this time. Still no AWP for Cyber. Not a big deal, he's still a really good rifler. But we'll see how it plays out for him.
One of the few you would call like a hybrid player. At this point, you're a superstar that can do it all. Big pistols, rifles, snipers. He'll always deliver. I'd like to see him on the AWP though, start dictating the pace. We have got a bit of the pep in the step here from G2. 4 players in towards A main. Hunter patrolling the extremities, and he might have to here. We've got some exploration coming in from Mezzi. Flames to be tested. He will be joined by ZywOo. Flashbang goes in. M4 start delivering damage, but not quite enough. Nico and Snacks, I think they've confirmed the round right there and then. One more attempt here, and it will be Apex to keep the dream alive.
I can't believe it, Nico. He surely has that kill every single time. I think he was a bit distracted because Apex is inside of the Molotov. He's going to get that kill on m0NESY as well. He's actually trying to bring it back here, the captain of the team, for a big double kill. Snacks on the other side here, behind the cake, just trying to keep the dream alive in this round. mezzi will take him down. Up to Hunter now. Yeah, on him. They know exactly where he is. mezzi, a clean conversion. Apex and mezzi combining.
As soon as Nico goes down, alarm bells go off. It's Snacks and Hunter that have been having the rough run of form in this tournament.
Yeah.
Needed Nico there with them, couldn't hold on. It's a very nice retake there. A round that didn't look possible. Usually, Anders, if you lose 2 clean kills like that going into the A-bomb site, the round's called off. But Apex, he fancied it. He runs through the flames. He'll find the all-important Nico. And then the wheels start to fall off here. Snacks misses at a deadly spray. And then Hunter can't deliver in the 2 versus 1. As Vitality back to their winning ways now. That's a huge round to pick up, and one that didn't look likely whatsoever.
Yeah, I'm really surprised by that. Man, it puts G2 in a weird position. You look at the money here. They don't have that much to work with. But I guess on the upside, they have picked up the AWP on m0NESY. We'll see if they're going to be able to do some damage with that. Flames is flashed in, trying to be aggressive. I really enjoy this. I think this is one of the great additions to Anubis that's happened in the last 6 months or so, where the CTs are a little bit more active like that. In the beginning, there was a lot of passive play for the CT side, but now people are flashing their way out to try and attack that outside of A position. We'll see if m0NESY can land a kill. The wide swing for Apex. Okay. He opens up the round.
Apex starting to get in the zone right now. Beautiful. Spray towards middle will find Hunter once again. And Spinks is taking all that information. The fact they're focusing so heavy towards middle. He's going to take his chances. Begins the excursion outside of the B bomb site. This is so much intel, Anders. The closer he gets towards middle, the more rotations they can make. Nico trying to be sneaky again with that pixel gap. But Spinks is on his way. He holds up for now. Allows them to take middle. Trying to lock them in. A split looking very likely.
They don't have a other choice, right? They're completely blocked off from the rest of the map here, so this is pretty obvious what's going to happen. I think Vitality, they already know. Apex taking down Nico. That is such a critical kill. If he can get one more here, it might be back on, but Flames, he's holding inside. Everybody's blind. Nobody can see a thing at the moment. Headshot comes through, and ZywOo steps up right when they needed him. Malbs is already low and out of time. There's some banging shots coming out, but I don't think it's enough here. 10 seconds. He's been trying to hold bomb at the very least. No, he fakes it once. He wants to win the round. He's not trying to get the extra cash. He wants to win it for his team. 3 seconds left. Gets that one. Looking, but he can't find Spinks. And the round will expire. Vitality, they are well on their way. This is a brilliant first half now.
G2, they're being scrappy. They're holding it together, but not quite enough there for Malv. Some great shots, good effort, but it all started here in middle. Apex getting the freebie on Hunter. Nico doing everything he can, once again trying to drag G2 through these difficult rounds. But Flames, this is a world-class sequence, Anders. That's how you hold the A-bomb site. Ducking and weaving, staying alive as long as possible, waiting for those rotations, getting yourself a couple of kills. And now a tactical timeout called by G2. It's their first. I feel this one slipping out of their grasp.
You could probably, even if you go back and review that round, you'd be able to see that the time that everyone is flashed is exactly the time that ZywOo needs to get there to help out Flames to get that kill. Like it's all, the margins are so thin on the rotations. If they could delay it a little bit further, if they could get the kills a little bit earlier, then the whole round is different. Yeah. High fives all around here. Vitality, things are looking super crisp right now.
Okay, so we're going all in. G2 have decided they'll be operating with 2 pistols, a Galil, and a couple of AK-47s. You need a set piece here, Anders. You can't really run the defaults. You want to just hold up for the aggression from the CT, see what they're up to.
How scary
Once
is
it's
this?
quelled, then you're going all in together. The A splits have been their go-to so far.
What if they lose this round, though?
What if they lose this round? That is the question.
Nice.
It won't be a great spot.
Simple peek there for Mezzi, but he sees nobody outside.
So I said they've gone all in. Snacks, he's actually being very charitable to his teammates. He's got no Kevlar. And there has been some criticism, mainly from me, that he's the one with the rifles when Nico's using a Deagle, for example.
Yeah,
so
you're right.
He's being very selfless in that regard, so respect there.
Yeah, we like that. Oh, they're walking right in. There's a massive defense on the other side. I don't think they're going to make it way through. There's 3 people already at the bomb site and a 4th one in the middle to shoot them in the back. It's kind of fallen apart already here. Monacy versus 3.
He can win these.
Well, he definitely can, but he needs a bit of luck to begin with, and that's not going to happen. Spinks will take him down instead. The risk, the roll of the dice here for G2 is not working out. They don't get the bomb plant, and they're in a lot of trouble right now.
Yeah, you're right. It all started with pistol victory here.
Right in his
G2 went in
face.
the head box there, you're right. But still very convincing, like Nico going down courtesy of Flames once again. He can't find one of those multi-frag sequences. Using that sledgehammer approach and the force buy. And we go 6-4, and it looks like 7 is likely. Just the Deagles, no Kevlar this time. Nico, I tell a lie, he has got Kevlar. He is trying to do it all. Trying to drag G2, kicking and screaming across the finish line if possible.
Hey, you know what? We talked about this some of the other games. There are games where you can tell Nico wants to do it. This time it's Malbs. If he'd had another headshot there, you never really know.
Oh, he's got a dastardly Deagle. Could have been possible. Scary weapon to be up against here. Nothing is guaranteed, nothing is secure. These Deagles can cause havoc.
I'm sure Vitality know. They're probably reminding everyone, stay safe, don't risk too much here. Nice little spray down. Snacks dead in that lobby outside of A. And now it's just Nico and Hunter left. The 2 cousins.
Yeah, Godspeed on this one, boys.
I don't know. When some of these players, you just never really know. But we need more than a single miracle in the round, to be honest. He had the idea. You could see he's lining it up in his brain. He's playing out that move before it even really happens. Hunter goes down. At this stage, I'd be surprised if Vitality lose this map. I feel like this is such a lead already. Don't want to call it done yet, but it's going to be such a hard road ahead for G2 to bring this one back.
No, you might be onto something here. As mentioned a few times, and as we always mention, Anubis, a T-sided affair. It's your opponent's pick, and you've already built up 7, potentially 8 rounds here on the defense. It hasn't been a ton of clutches. You've lost the pistol as well, Anders.
Yeah.
And still in its winning position. It's not great news for G2. Final round of the half. Can they post anything further? We'll see. Nico's had some fabulous moments, but many towards middle, many with brute force and skill.
Flames on 14 and 6 right now. That's
He's
hard
had
to deal with.
Great tournament.
This is a must-win round for G2.
Zywoo's finally got the AWP as well.
Yeah, you're right. Started to pick it up a little bit here. Hunter just looking for the pixel. Wanted to throw a grenade if someone was going to keep pushing. Doesn't really work out that way. Taking a deep breath once again. They've got time. They don't really have to panic yet. They've got quite a few grenades, Molotovs. You can throw them over into the B bomb site and actually burn out whole stretches of the map there. Not necessarily a bad way to start.
Okay, that's maybe the first mistake there from Flames. Great half so far, looked so good. And finally an advantage for G2, 5 versus 4.
Oh, but they are pushing into the 3-man stack. This is the most defended part of the map right now for Vitality. They don't have a lot of time to change their minds. If they want to go to the other side, it has to be right now. It's a cracking opening, though. Hunter will take down Spinks and wants to keep going. It's very nearly a kill. I can't believe Mezzi stays alive, but he gets another kill on Nico. He should have been dead already. Finally, Monacy will take him down, and now it's Apex. 14 seconds on the clock, and it's not good enough with the Deagle. They'll take him down.
Look who's left, though, Anders.
Surely not. Absolutely not. They know what this man can do. Why would they fight him? Why would they even give him a chance?
An absolute demon on the big stage. At 3 versus 1, certainly well within his wheelhouse. The first shot will give him his position. Can he deliver a banger? Doesn't look like he will. Out of position now. Surely there's no way. And it's a great effort there, but Vitality, they're looking red hot, led by Flames, who will post 14 kills as they find 7-5 here on their CT campaign.
So my name is Ixtas, I'm coach for Vitality. I start with French just to enjoy it after school, like almost every round. And then try to be player, manager I was, but for a while. And for 8 years now I'm coach. We play each other for a while. So sometimes just need between 1-2 hours, sometimes maybe 3. And sometimes you are just focused about yourself because, for example, Game of Legend, and we have no data at all. It's a new roster. We don't know which map they want to pick. So you're just thinking about our own prep and that's it. We take a timeout because of plan, because of mentality-wise, or just make a new call. Honestly, when I take tactical timeout, it's for a lot of reasons. Sometimes you feel immediately it's the wrong plan, so you want to change. Sometimes it's just to adapt the plan, sometimes it's just mentality-wise, sometimes it's just to calm down a bit the players because we are too excited and we are not thinking about the game. We need to adapt all the time. I feel frustrated, especially advantage situations. You know, you have the right call, it's like 5v3, you have the control, you lose the round, you had the right call, and now the economy is sorry, and you don't know what to do. Or you have the right call, but someone changed the call for no reason or didn't trust, not the call, but what we are seeing on TeamSpeak, for example. When the round is over, you know why you lost the round. Just not because of the enemy, because you made a mistake. I have one rough moment for sure. It was Katowice, because I got COVID. And so me in playoff, we did grand final. It was different organization. And you are in bedroom at the hotel watching the game, and you can't do anything. It was the worst feeling, honestly, in my career. And the best moment, I don't know, actually. Of course, when you win a tournament, it's amazing feeling. I don't know, to win in Blast fall final, even final in a row was pretty good, of course. I enjoyed a lot the first time I did Cologne, because it was my first big stage. It was crazy atmosphere. My personal goal is definitely to win one major at least. I'm not thinking in general about the future. For the team, yes, but not personally, because I don't think it's the role of the coach, in my opinion. So I hope to be next year and I could say, okay, we did a great job last year. That's not the case yet.
What's up, ladies and gentlemen? We're here for the first semi-final at the last ever Fall Finals. Once again, we have some of the world's best gamers locking horns and hunting for ultimate glory. There are no bad games in Copenhagen. There are only winners and losers, and who will be coming out on top? It's time to find out. Anders, 7-5.5. I believe in the G2 can bring this back.
I do. I think they can. I just don't think it'll be easy. Winning this pistol round is absolutely necessary right now. But honestly, Vitality, they look very comfortable. They're taking risks when they need to, but they're playing very safe when that's the better play. I feel like they're making all the right choices at the moment. G2, I would say, maybe a little bit more desperate. We need some of the individuals to step it up. Somebody has to stop Flames from what he is doing on the server. Now on the CT side is G2, and this pistol round is absolutely everything to them. And I like this heavy mid position because they can be very dynamic. They can go anywhere.
It's m0NESY, who hasn't had the best showing so far, currently bottom fragging. The G2 sits on 4 kills, 8 deaths. He'll have the Julies and Kevlar looking to fend off this A attack, and look who's waiting for them. Mr. Snacks. Oh. He's got a smoke and a USP. He might not have time to deploy that, though.
And the Molotov, that's going to isolate him. All the players in middle. How are they going to get to him here? All right, he's going to try and put that down, but the rest are waiting behind the Flames in middle. They can't get to him. Snacks is dead. Now they're going to get there, but now it's too late. The bomb is going to get planted. That one Molotov, that absolutely ruined G2. They just could not help him out. It is a flawless round.
Snacks has been targeted and taken down at the back of the A side. They flood all over that cake, all up towards heaven. As soon as they find that one kill, you're dead on. That one Molotov towards the camera room. No way to rotate it and back him up.
If we get the replay of that, you're going to see 3 players of G2 just waiting, watching the flames like it's a little comfortable bonfire. They're just there, warming their toes, while Snacks is dying alone at the A-bomb site.
No. Very convincing. Doesn't get cleaner than that. Well done, Vitality.
I guarantee you, if they had a smoke to put it out, they would have thrown it and ran through their own smoke. But the only smoke was on Snacks, which fair play. He needed one as well, because there was a second Molotov for the cake. Losing that pistol round is not good news.
They have to win this force by now. And it's not the most compelling. We haven't gone for the SMGs. They've gone for the pistols across the board and a bit of utility. We're going in towards A once again. Grenade to flush out the close range proximity. Snacks, what have you got for us? He will have the 5-7. He'll have to swing momentarily. He knows it as well. Doesn't get more than one. Nico on for a double. We keep it into a 3 versus 3, and that's an ambitious grenade from Apex there. Really wanted to get it in there, and they have the man disadvantage at this point. Looks like they've done enough. Spinks will be the last player remaining in the 2 versus 1.
He could crush the soul of G2 here if he wins this one, if he clutches it. They're so close right now. You're absolutely right. If they win this one, it's back on again. It'll open up the entire map here for G2, but it comes down to this. And Spinks knows it.
I think he's got so much time to work with here. He's happy to just sit behind the pillar.
Yeah, he can make them think he's gone B instead. If he wants to, he can wait another 15 seconds. It becomes risky, but one of them might leave.
He's sowing the seeds of doubt right now.
Oh, all right, there's a one. It's an absolute laser, isn't it? Mouth going down, and now we're down to the 1 versus 1. Spinks looking for his 4th kill of the round, 20 seconds. Clock working against him. He's actually not even scared at all. He's peeking that while reloading just to see where exactly m0NESY is. Smoke is up. Tries to plant the bomb. He's inside of it now, and m0NESY is right there. Oh! He catches just a pixel, and will take him down. It's a massive clutch and a massive quad kill.
So unfortunate there. G2 did so much work. In towards A main. Snacks opened up the fragging with a 5-7. Nico got 1.5 with his deagle. And it looked like the floodgates were opening for a second. 2 versus 1 though. Spinks plays absolutely perfectly in the 2 versus 1. Gets that smoke down. Baits m0NESY into the clutch. And now it begs the question, do they dare force buy again? We've got something here, Anders. They invest partially at least. They've got some armor, some pistols, an opening frag, and maybe they can get a double here, but it will be Hunter. Nico taken out of the equation, Snacks as well, and they know exactly where m0NESY is. He's starting to find some form though, trying to bring his game to life so they know exactly where he is. They can start to hightail it, get the hell out of here. Gonna be smoking off towards the temple. It actually misses. Okay, that does make things a little bit more complicated now.
Yeah, that is a bit awkward, isn't it?
Couldn't have been a worse smoke if they tried.
They're all in the middle, but they don't necessarily know that. But again, they have so much time. This is the correct call for Vitality. Spinks in the last round already showed why sometimes slowing it down is just the better option. A minute here. Must say, the layered flashbangs over the B wall were really impressive. The first one was perfect, but then they would have been blind for the fight, except for there was a second flashbang thrown from G2, and that very nearly set them up for a couple of great kills at the beginning.
What I will say is, Anders, they've kept Vitality very modest here at the very least. It comes down to a 1v1 in the previous round. They found 3 kills here again. I mean, we're clutching at straws in that regard, but still, it is something. This round 1v1 by m0NESY. He has no Kevlar. He's got a MAC-10. Gonna hopefully find some scraps here. Gets himself a smoke, a CZ, and now an AK. Okay, that is pretty massive news, actually.
Yeah, it's not bad. It's beginning to be quite a long road back here. 10-5. Still obviously doable. You see the flashes coming in. First one catching them, and there's a second one right as he's about to get beyond flash there, Spinks. So it's a very cool setup, but obviously there were way too many people there. Okay. Nearly needed a new mouse, but
it's all under control.
It's all good.
Yeah.
Setting the stage on fire, Vitality.
It all comes down to this. A gun round that will set the tone, decide the fate of G2 here in the first map of the semi-final. It was always going to be an uphill struggle. They won the pistol in the first half, got lost at a full buy on the second, and now desperately trying to hold on to their map pick. 10-5. If they give this one up, I'm calling the GG. Has to be a win. They saved the AK-47. m0NESY, 6 and 10. Planning some 4. NiKo coming to life. That's a beautiful double kill. Just what they needed. A swing from the window puts them in a prime position here in round number 16.
And that smoke that Apex is looking into, it is always a sign that you've got to be careful towards that A-bomb side if you're on the T-side. If you hear that pop, you should know there is a potential that someone's peeking down that window. Listen, we've definitely reached the part of the game where G2 are the most fun to watch, which is NiKo trying to win the game on his own. Is it advisable? Maybe not. Is it how you can win whole tournaments? I doubt it, but it does make for really fun Counter-Strike. Snax going to be taking down Mezzy. So far, so good, Henry. You said they have to win this round, and they're absolutely doing that.
Have they ever? And bear in mind, we know the economy's low for reasons we stated before, so this is a huge round.
Yeah.
In fact, there's no plan, there's no frags. Yeah, G2 needed this and then some, and they've delivered the goods. Bomb down. Spinks left with no options here. Might even consider a save, considering they only get 1,400 into the next. He's got to explore his options, though. Can he make any sort of a dent on the defense? 3 players waiting on the other side, but looks like we're going to slow it right down. He'll be happy to save. If anyone comes probing towards B main, he'll take them down.
See if Snax could probably upgrade to another AK, so that means they'll probably have 3 of them, assuming that nobody runs into Spinks anytime soon. Quite a luxury on the CT side, right? We see so many fights where the M4 gets a dink, puts somebody real low, but you lose out to the AK. So having those picked up right now, I don't think it's worth risking them just to try and hunt down Spinks here.
So there it is. They'll probably take a tactical timeout going to the next round. It's an awkward situation. They have like 5K on one player. Spinks will get no further cash, but they'll have the AK-47. Do they want to fully invest here? Or go for an eco around the AK and see what they can do? This was this swing from NiKo. They have no idea this would be coming through. Beautifully executed. m0NESY, vital kill there towards Apex as well. And they have gone all in, Enders. We've got 3 rifles. Actually not too bad, all things considered.
Okay.
Mezzy will be using the Tech 9 along with Apex in the same swing from NiKo here. Trying his luck. Bullets being exchanged. And a couple of them tagging NiKo down to 50 points of health. I think they're going for Snax again.
Why not? It's been highlighted. Everyone has a sense that he's not feeling super comfortable in the team right now when it comes to the mechanics. Well, he's up in heaven now, so he's a little bit further away. And he's got some backup here, but you can tell it's a little bit sketchy, and he does go down. He just looked a little bit panicked, lost in the corner. NiKo goes down next. It's Flames to open up the round, and it's Spinks and Cyber to absolutely secure it. That's 4 AKs that they had. It was a force-up from Vitality, and they've absolutely wrecked them.
It does look weak over there. Has to be said.
It's obviously, it's hard to tell the difference, but there's a difference between playing defensively and playing a little bit scared. And it just looks like he doesn't really know what to do when he's up there. You do any number of things, like throw Molotovs so they can't get to you, ask a teammate to flash. There's so many different ways to get out.
It doesn't seem like there's synergy between himself and NiKo. They're kind of doing 2 separate things. Snax in that heaven position, you're either going to be smoked off, Molotov, or flashed. It's difficult to play once they've already made it into the bomb side. You haven't got that early intel. It can fall apart very quickly. We could see before he really saw anyone, Flames is jumping up to heaven and taking him down with the bayonet, basically. Yeah. And then NiKo's trying his best, but where are the flashbangs? Where are the alley-oop plays? How are they segregating these 2 fights? With no real rebuttal, that is a disaster for G2. And this is the sort of round now where they'll have cash, but we need to start conditioning this A side and suggesting you can't just have your wicked way with it every single time. I think m0NESY will need to go over there with the AWP. That has to be the remedy for this problem. And he's over there now, Anders. They can't allow it to just be bullied over and over again. Good grenade. Doesn't quite land. On top of Vitality here, 11-6. Lose this one, it's map point on their opponent's pick.
I like the idea of putting m0NESY over here, but obviously that in itself is a bit of a tactical advantage for Vitality. It means they're forcing G2's defense in a way that they maybe don't want to be able to run it here. Oh, all right, Malbs. Bit risky, but it absolutely pays off.
Okay, onto something now. Malbs looking for the double, gonna deliver on all fronts. There's the hat trick. He's stepping up.
Did he dink him with the USB?
I think you're right.
There's no way, right? He did. 80 damage, I think, from Malbs. He practically has the quad kill. That's pretty ridiculous, but yeah, what a play. A bit of a mind game, because obviously from ZywOo's point of view, he's hearing the smoke. He's expecting that nobody is pushed in front of it, but Malbs a step ahead right now. And you know what? He's not playing a bad game of Counter-Strike. He's got 17 kills. He's actually tied with Flames at the moment.
Yeah, we've got NiKo and Malbs turning up, but the straight lack of input from m0NESY. If he can come online, there is a chance to save this game. But Money, as we're going back and forwards here, and it's once again Vitality who will be feeling the economic burn going forward. 20 seconds, looks like Spinks will be saving once again. Hero AK save previously did wonders for Vitality.
I mean, that might even be how this map changes. If they can keep the map alive long enough for m0NESY to, you know, shake off some of the rust and really get into it. It is a brand new game for them. I'm sure that's what they're thinking about too. Spinks will save the AK at the end of the round here. Malbs. Guy to really save them here. It's a neat trick on this one.
Yeah, like extinguishing the molly.
Yeah.
Swinging in on the sound cue. ZywOo had no idea he could be there. Gets himself 3.5 kills. 7-11. Begs the question as to whether we'll see the force buy once again. They've been working out so well for them. And looks like we'll be doing just that.
But surely G2 are going to be scared about that A bomb side where Snax is all the way through, right?
That's why they've got to keep sending m0NESY that side of the map, in my opinion. But we'll see what they've got up their sleeve. It's actually going to be a B focus here from both sides of the coin.
It's a great read for G2, right? Because the problem is if they do overstack the A bomb side, they're so at risk somewhere else. So as much as you probably want to do it, it can also absolutely backfire. I mean, this is one of the hard things that you have to figure out between the IGL and the coaches. Exactly what is the protocol for this? How much do you want to play into Vitality's pressure on A, and how much do you want to try and play your own game? They've left the middle wide open here. So NiKo, he's playing that double position. Going to be able to help out Snax behind him.
They're coming again, Anders.
Here they are. All right, rotation is happening, but we're not going to get there in time here. NiKo alone now. Snax has gone down. Absolutely beautiful. 3 quick kills for him. The headshot on ZywOo. It's the cherry on top. Apex and mezii. I mean, the round's not done yet. NiKo's low on health here. 2 versus 4. It's favoring G2, but as we've already said, G2, they're a team to lose these kind of rounds.
Yeah, the wheels can fall off very quickly in these sort of retakes. Players like mezii, players like Apex, ready to take these fights. There is no backstab from A main.
Let's see m0NESY, all right? He's going to take the kit this time around. He's the only one with the defuse kit. Nice headshot from mezii, but he's had to pull out the tech 9 and he will go down. Nice headshot from m0NESY. He's going to clear out the round. And they're on that defuse right away.
Certainly are. Very nice there from NiKo. Snax went down early, but he finds himself a sensational sequence with the AK-47. Didn't miss a beat. Ducking and weaving, this is what you love to see. Third shot is an absolute beauty. mezii fighting back, low HP though, in the flames, taken down by Hunter. Nothing Apex could do. That's the force buy dealt with. The game is still on. They are yet to post map points. Try as they might with these force buys, unable to break through. And Spinks with the hero AK once again as we take pretty much an eco for Vitality. 11-9 looking likely.
It's a scary thought that it has to take that kind of performance for NiKo for them to win a round. Can't be the case. They need more than NiKo and Malbs right now. Somebody has to join there. Defense, I think, is looking good. If there was a Molotov on Vitality, this double position is kind of scary, but there isn't. So they should, I think, be able to pick off at least 1 or 2 players as they're crossing onto the bomb site. The real threat is that AK on Spinks that's a little bit further behind, but Hunter, nice work so far. The AK's dropped there, and absolutely no progress being made onto the B bomb site. But they're making it interesting once again, Henry. They're not giving up easy on the G2 side. I like seeing this.
Starting to show some character out there, some guts. Working in tandem, successful defense time and time again. Big names starting to arrive. Down but not out. G2 still having something to say here on Anubis. 11-9 overall. And with Spinks purchasing the Hero AK in the previous round, he'll be sent packing to the Tech 9.
I'd love to see one aggressive m0NESY round where he's just pushed a little bit forward to find him that early 4-on-5.
Oh, here's an aggressive Malbs maneuver potentially.
Okay, flashing away through. Flashbang didn't necessarily work, but Malbs, he looks very hard right now. Nice shot from Saiwu. Holy! Haven't had to too much out of him, but 2 cracking kills to get them into the round here. m0NESY and Nico.
Okay, that's the pair you want, though, in this scenario, Anders.
Yeah.
m0NESY yet to make his presence known on the server. 8 and 11. Hasn't really got going. Can he save the day when they need him most? They're going to head towards B, and that bomb site is wide open, to say the very least here. Nico patrolling towards middle. If they get the bomb down, it might not have been worth going for. They've got so much utility left in reserve here. They've made their way in towards the bomb site. No problems, no casualties, no damage. Bomb to go down, and I don't think you can even consider going for this now. As soon as you hear that smoke go down, you know it's over.
I mean, they have the money, but it's such a risk to do it, isn't it? Like, the AWP is still going to be hard to rebuy. And what are really the chances? Yeah, they know already. It's literally the perfect call coming out from Vitality. Sneaking the whole way there, never giving up any audio cues before they're actually on the site. So, I mean, it's still a sick idea for the play, but Saiwu just showed up and absolutely shut it down. But the first kill did go their way to Malbs there. They just couldn't recover it.
Look at this from Saiwu, though. This double kill, a thing of beauty, to say the least. Snacks and Hunter get a taste of lead. It looked like they had the advantage there. They were pushing out with Malbs towards Connector. The flames were down as well, but still, Vitality find a way to keep it very clean and find map points. 2 players survive for G2. Still in this one, but now need 3 rounds in a row on their CT campaign. A tall order, to say the very least. Tactical timeout, Anders.
Yeah, we can all understand why. So much on the line here. First map of the semi-final. Dust 2 is coming up next. It's picked by Vitality. This one picked by G2. And things aren't looking too hot at the moment either. Mirage deciding the whole thing if we get there. Right now, Vitality definitely look like the better team, the more coherent team. But we'll see what G2 have. 3 in a row. Probably one of them is going to be a little bit easier with the money on Vitality. I don't think they're going to be able to buy all 3 rounds. So there could be a bit of a luxury there. We're still waiting to shout m0NESY's name.
For real. He might not be on this map. He'll have to step up going forward. If they give this round up, just one more, it's all over. Red Rover here on their map, pick up Anubis. Let's see what they can make of it. It's a nice, healthy buy with the saved AWP. The AK-47, a solid nade towards Apex. Pep to the step, though, getting himself quickly towards that connector. Dissuaded by the incendiary, and Snacks feeling himself. I think he's going to push for a kill here, Anders.
Well, he's got m0NESY behind him, so he's feeling a little bit more comfortable taking that forward position. It's going to be very quick, I think, to the B bomb side. They're not going to slow this down too much. Maybe the grenade there, just pushing them back, and Malbs. How aggressive is he? Just finds it. Blind through the smoke, and Snacks on this side. Oh, no. You need to get that kill.
Oh, God.
For m0NESY, he's got the USB out. It's not necessary. Goes down instead, and this could be the whole map falling apart. Malbs trying to see if he could save the day. He gets another good spray down, but he's alone. And the Molotov is absolutely going to get rid of him. He's burned out. There's nowhere to go. Nico to try and save the map for his team.
That excursion outside the A bomb site. m0NESY thought he hit the leg shot, but he didn't. The USP was drawn. And now Nico thrust into what seems to be an impossible scenario. 3 versus 1. The bomb pretty far removed, though. Saiwu holding the canals right now. He's in the right place at the right time. If they continue to go towards B, he's got to look into this.
Again, there should be no way. But the fact that the bomb isn't planted, obviously, is going to help him a little bit. Molotov, just to put some pressure on. Goes back to check, make sure he's not getting blanked.
Pressure, Anders, but it does say, oh, I'm over in CT spawn right now. My 2 options are Temple and the beach. They'll opt for the former. He's got a single flashbang. This is nigh on impossible right now.
Yeah, you're not wrong. First fight is coming up right now. It's a good one, but Simon will end it for G2, shutting him down and winning the opening map of the semi-final. This is a hard way to begin, but great work for Vitality.
The G2 comeback attempt denied as Vitality arriving with a sting in their tail. Tries NiKo might to pull off yet another heroic play in that final round. This one, NiKo does wrap up 13-9 in Vitality's favor.
Yeah, and we said that if Vitality are picking that CT side to begin with, well, they better come with a plan prepared, and well, them they did prepare. And even though they lost the pistol round, they still put quite a show on the CT side, and taking that many rounds is pretty respectable.
G2 took a bit of a gamble picking into Anubis. I think it's the first time with Snacks on the lineup they've been actively picking in Anubis against an opponent, and this time around it didn't really work out. Couple of moments in the game early on where you think to yourself, okay, they have a chance, and you clearly see they had an idea of what they wanted to achieve and how they wanted to do it in that T side, but the defense from Vitality and the response from Vitality and the overall level from these players was simply too good. There was one player though trying to get it done, and that was NiKo. His entering in this game kept G2 alive from start to finish. I know when you look at the scoreboard, it was Malps topping it, and it was NiKo having a somewhat decent scoreline, but the impact of all these frags that we're seeing right now, Stuku, they were off the charts throughout the entire game.
This is exactly what we highlighted before the game, where middle is just so damn important position of the map overall, and the fight between NiKo and Apex just kept going, and the entry frags that NiKo was delivering were just pure bliss.
That was a duel that you were really setting up to be, you know, a tough side of the equation, most probably if you're going to be Apex, because you never want to be facing NiKo head-on when he's fired up. But at times, I know in those rounds that we saw NiKo getting ahead of Apex, but then Apex, he was firing back, I think, fair and square.
I think he became really resourceful with his nades, and especially like blocking and giving up that mid part of the map, and then enabling kind of G2 splits into that A side, and they were shutting them there. So Apex getting kill on NiKo coming from camera a lot of times, vice versa, NiKo getting kill on Apex back forward. Basically, this is just highlight of that mid player, how they're kind of like playing against each other when it comes to mind games.
The problem for NiKo was that he was left to himself. You know, I know Malps in the first half had a couple of moments as well, and we know Malps even in the second half was trying to keep G2 alive, but overall it felt like NiKo in the first 5, 6, 7 rounds, he was the only one trying to get it done for G2.
And then we move on to round number 9, NiKo, once again, a CT round from Vitality. What happens here?
I want to highlight one little detail here where Hunter unfortunately dies to Apex, again, very timely peak, and then look at the information taken by Spinks here. Hunter, the B player on T side for G2, Spinks immediately recognizes it, and he takes all the space by himself, and look how much that enables Vitality to lean into that A side for shutting down that A split. Here, NiKo obviously getting ahead of himself and really getting that frag on Apex, but after all, Flames is just positioning really well. m0NESY here having quiet game, and missing that shot on Flamesy is actually pretty crucial. ZywOo there to punish it, and after all, it turned out to be clutch to B for Malps, but in the end, just no time proved to be very hard task to, you know, overall navigate around the A side in general.
And it's a great example, Stuku, of what we often speak about on the desk coming into the games in terms of preparation. As you said, they kill Hunter on middle, they realize that is the guy supposed to be out there defending that area. Spinks immediately reacts, whether it's Spinks realizing, if it's Apex calling it for him, or whatever that's going on right here, that is a clear sign of Vitality having prepared for G2 coming into it.
We got to see a hell of a lot of impact from Flamesy in that round specifically, and basically over their entire duration of this map. He is certainly firing on all cylinders, NiKo.
Yes, and for the CT side, his bomb side was actually attacked hefty amount of times, but even if it wasn't, and he had that round where he saved the extra weapon, he decided to go for a mid push, and ultimately, that round that even though G2 managed to win, which was like anti-eco, that really ruined the economy for the rest of the half.
And I just want people to realize when you're watching this highlight package from Flamesy, he's probably one of the best players out there as of right now in order to be stressed and still getting away with the kills. There's no easy kills in this package. There's no one running into his crosshair where he's sitting in a duel or he's crouched or killing 2 guys in the back. It's always high octane action where he has to, you know, defend 2, 3, 4 different angles at the same time, and he's so good in those scenarios once again here on the stage.
Being so proactive, that's exactly what we love to see, alongside that beautiful smile there from Flamesy. You know I've got to mention him, Mezzi. We were talking about him coming into the game. So much impact for him, actually, able to be found in the early stages of this Anubis.
And it was good to see, again, the player that we didn't mention before at the very last moment heading into the game. He's not the biggest star on the server. He's not supposed to make the difference, but when you're in a game where there are so many stars on the server, where you have Saivu, you have Spinks, you have FlameC, you have Nico for that matter popping off, sometimes just having that supportive element of yours, in this case, Messi having a above average game can make the difference. It can change the tide of the game, it can change the dynamic of the game, and Messi can definitely be proud of his performance.
And Messi, well, knowing for this kind of polished game, I would say, when it comes to positioning utility setups on that B side, it's unforgiving side. You fail once and people will target you throughout the whole half. He was not liability at all. And, well, as I said, pretty polished gameplay, not messy, pun intended, at all.
It was kind of funny, Jacob, because you were mentioning it, you know, we picked up so many of these Vitality players' names. ZywOo wasn't really in the equation until the final couple of rounds where G2 start to make things close, and then ZywOo's like, okay, hold my beer, I'm ready to pop off.
Yeah, it was a quiet game for ZywOo, was a quiet game for Manis as well. Those two didn't really have the biggest impact on the server. As I said, Nico in the first half and in the beginning of the second tried to keep G2 alive, and then there was Malps. Malps was doing a good job. Once again, we speak about him. T-side Malps is just a different player than CT-side Malps. Even in this game, he had a couple of rounds on the CT side that kept G2 alive, that allowed them to fight a bit longer into the game. But overall, I'm almost, you know, starting to believe in that whole Twitter thread, you know, that's going on with all these, they call them roles, guys. Whereas if Malps is not freed up at some point, if we're going to continue to see Malps putting off great performances on the T side and subpar performances on the CT side, it's no longer about his individual qualities, it's about the opportunities presented to him. This time around, he was trying his damnedest, but there's only so much you could do when you're stuck on that bomb side.
I think when Vitality hit the 10th round, he was deciding on factor for the remainder of the comeback. Basically, whenever he had the option to play either passive or aggressive, he was choosing the aggressive option. He was getting away with so many kills and multi-kills throughout the CT.
6 for 8 in opening kills, 106 ADR. As we said, Nico had an awful lot of impact, but this guy was the only other player on G2 trying to keep them alive, and it wasn't enough, unfortunately.
Where do you think Vitality were able to kind of neuter m0NESY? Because I would say this is one of the first maps that we've seen in the entirety of the full finals where m0NESY is, you know, below average.
Yeah, he was changing his own tail. You know, m0NESY was moving around, make no mistake, and obviously there was an economical game as well where m0NESY didn't have the AWP that many times in the game, but whenever he did have it, he was constantly being smoked off, he was constantly running around, trying to find impact, trying to find an opening, and as we always praise m0NESY for doing, he's proactive, but it felt like Vitality were good at avoiding him, and whenever they were hitting a side, there was no easy picks out for m0NESY. There was no one running into his crosshair, always behind a Molotov, always behind a smoke, and just couldn't get it done.
Overall, just off game, I would say, for m0NESY, and, well, we have to just put it to dust, basically.
We do indeed. That is what is awaiting on the other side of this break. Dust 2, the pick of Vitality after this. Dust2 waiting in the wings, the map choice of Vitality, and according to Apex, the map where they feel like they're better than any other team on the world on it. Jacob, agree, disagree, mediocre?
I think there's a case to be made that could be the truth. I think Vitality have looked very solid on Dust2, and they don't really lose it, you know, so that's a good point. And for that to bring up that coming into the game and having that confidence in yourself as an in-game leader, it must reflect on the other players on the server as well. ZywOo, I feel like he's known to be a Dust2 merchant, and I think so could be said for m0NESY. And m0NESY did have a strugglesome first map, so hopefully we get to see the two superstars show up here in Dust2.
Yes, and also past 10 games actually, Vitality won 9 of them, so they're statistically backed up.
They're on quite the streak. Now, Banks gave us some insider information. He's been down looking at the booths of the G2 camp. Everybody left apart from m0NESY. He's been staying there to warm up. That totally makes sense because Anubis wasn't too hot for him.
And I have a question for you, Stiko. Actually, now that you've been a player as of recently, I know what m0NESY is trying to do right here. He's having a rough game on Anubis. He want to warm up, want a deathmatch, you know, want to get into the groove again, want to get a feeling for the game. But that also means he's not out there talking with his teammates. Do you think that's an issue from a player perspective, that you're walking out there and you're only 5 guys, your coach and 4 players, while one of them is absent? Or do you think that's sometimes okay?
I think that's definitely okay. Sometimes it was myself like that, where I just needed to reset, not per se from the game plan or from the tactical point of view, but from a mental point of view, and I just wanted to be alone, and that was perfect opportunity for me to put kill 2 flies with 1 stone, basically. I'm trying to warm up at the same time as resetting, and just doing it by myself is completely fine and reasonable, as long as you don't overdo it every time. Obviously, sometimes you need to have that prep before the jump into the map.
I just want to play the devil's advocate, because I low-key agree with you. Obviously, sometimes it's a good thing to be able to reset, but do you miss out on anything when you're not in that team talk, when you're not in that, you know, hardcore prep coming into the second map?
Most of the stuff is already pre-discussed anyway, and it's put on the papers in front of the players anyway, so while maybe he's deathmatching or playing game bots, right? He just glances over the paper, maybe rewinds the rounds that they had in practice, and they had to dry run prior to the game that they want to originally put into game plan.
Other than m0NESY obviously stepping up, I really hope to see that on this map of Dust2. What else do you think is going to be key for G2, starting on the CT side of things, to be coming into this game really, really hot, Stiko?
Yeah, so definitely I would say pistol rounds. Pistol rounds for Dust2 in G2 favor very heavily. I think out of last 12 they played on Dust2, 8 of them they won, and this is actually going to be very crucial that they actually manage to convert those pistol rounds into second round win, potential third round win, and get the economy rolling for m0NESY to get that up as soon as possible.
I want Twitch chat and everyone listening right now to pay attention, because I bet you're going to see this transpire in the game. We know Hunter and we know Snacks have been struggling a lot throughout this tournament so far, and guess who's defending that B bomb site together? It's those two. If you're Vitality, you gotta test that bomb site. Now, what do you do if you're G2? Obviously, you address the issue before it becomes an issue. So you're gonna send Nico over there, you're gonna do some stacks, or you're gonna put m0NESY over there with an AWP as early as possible. So that whole B split, that whole B execute into that bomb site, where you find Hunter and where you find Snacks, that's gonna be tested, and I hope G2 have something pre-planned so it's not gonna be a liability.
Yeah, very interested to see how that one does indeed play out. But let's check in with the live world to see if they've shifted up at all. No, still heavily favoring the side of Vitality. Jacob, I think that makes total sense with just the momentum that we've seen from Vitality.
Stiko said it, they won 9 out of the last 10 games on Dust2, and I think that's going to be 10 out of 11 in around 40 minutes.
Well, Jacob's got his bets in, but I think it is time to be diving into Dust2 with Henry and Anders.
Yes, indeed. The semi-finals continue here. A full finals live and direct from Copenhagen. Moving to Dust2 next, which could favor G2. The individuals look fantastic, Anders. It was the team play, the synergy that looked a little bit off. 39 in the first map, but Nico and Mavs were hitting hard. If m0NESY can join them there at the front lines, maybe there's a chance here.
It's going to be a different game if m0NESY is here. There is no doubt about that. We're getting into it. It's the semi-finals here. Map number 2, Copenhagen! Make some noise!
Let's get into it then, shall we? G2 looking to bounce back. They've got the skill, they've got the talent, but can they bring it all together here on their opponent's map pick? It's a fragger's paradise, and we're getting aggressive. m0NESY stayed in the booth. He wanted to warm up, Anders, and he's pushing towards top of middle. He's got the Julies and Kevlar, but it's the old classic here. 5 players out towards long. Smoke's ready for the crossover, and they're going to bombard it with flashes as they desperately try to plant. Now they've layered this. They've dropped 1 smoke already, trying to bait out any sort of reaction they can at the start, seeing if the CTs will bite. But they have another smoke in reserve, and now they're going to deploy that and get ready to make their conquest towards the A site.
How cool is that? You know the CTs won't have any flashbangs. If they use any of them, on the first smoke. That's just a bit of a bait. Then they don't have any more left. And to be honest, they don't have a lot to begin with. One flash on Snacks here. And they're not really sure. They're not 100% sure there's going to be an A hit yet. And look at them, they just crouched through. They've slipped the net, they've flown under the radar, and now they're all the way at the A bomb site. Nobody's died yet, and the bomb is going to be planted here. What a way to find the bomb plant here in a pistol round. This is semifinals. G2, this retake is going to be near impossible. No diffuse kit, no smoke or anything else.
I've got a feeling, Anders, Nico in this position, maybe he can make something of this. Spotted towards Gandalf, Gushes though, being delivered left, right and center. Flames lights them up, and it looks like that's going to be enough. Nico down to 7 points of health. They've got no kit. They've got some headshots here, but it's their round to give up at this stage. Snacks, good effort, gets himself a couple of kills, but it's convincing in the end there. Vitality dominate the A bomb side. Nico never got his moment, never got his chance to strike. 3 players coming in from short, wasn't quite enough there, and they get a couple of kills, but force flying on the second round it does too. Means you like pistols and scouts, it can be potent.
What a flash that was. That's so devastating. But even more so, for G2, I'd be so interested to review that round because obviously from our point of view, it looked like it was a surefire thing that they were at top mid, they were looking for it.
Now this is the round when Modesty can have some serious impact. He is yet to arrive in this semi-final by his standards. He knows it. He's got that scout, he's got Kevlar as well. And it's all about the tags, not necessarily the kills, just want to inflict as much damage as possible. They're reading this well though, they're aware of the protocols here for G2, trying to chip away at them with the HEs, setting up the scout for a couple of kills potentially. Nico takes damage in return, they confirm the lower B is clear. It's going to be a B split by the looks of things here as well. Smoke towards double doors. And bear in mind, the Des talked about it, the Snacks and Hunter combo. The two players have been struggling the most for G2 throughout this tournament. They've got it all to play for now. CZ in hand is a nice... Where's that Molotov go?
It's probably right on top of the bomb.
Oh my goodness, that's sick. I've never seen that before.
It spills down onto the boost just exactly where they were holding. CZ 75, but it runs out of bullets and it's going to take forever to reload. Somehow Modesty got a kill in the meantime as well, so dude, 2 versus 3.
I've commentated a lot of Dust too. Never seen that molly. That's kind of insane.
It half lands on like the edge of the building
and it spills off.
Yeah, that's so sick. I haven't seen that either, but well played. Nico gonna get deleted.
And it's such a meta position right now, baiting the player boosted up on that first box. This force buy though doesn't look like it'll be one that'll be working out for G2. Their woes continue here in the semi-finals. Some good damage, a couple of good kills, but ultimately Vitality looking very good for a 3-0 start on their map pick.
Just to revisit the Hunter and Snacks conversation, like I feel a bit bad because we keep bringing it up, but unfortunately it was a feature in the quarterfinals as well. We sort of brought it up a lot then.
In the trend of the tournament, and you're right, we have been talking about it a lot because it does stick out. The team with a lot of question marks around them right now. The rumors circulating, potentially losing Nico in the future. Where does that leave them?
Yeah, nobody knows.
That's the Molotov. I'm not sure that's a world first, and I doubt it is, but in terms of what we've seen here at this tournament, no one's been deploying that. Let us know.
Well, you're going to see it more. No question about it.
So it has to be the full eco. They do save him out. Deagle.
Yeah. I think Nico ran into like a common problem. You're peeking through the window there, that his own gun model is blocking the player that's beneath him, so he actually can't necessarily see too much of what's going on. Unfortunate. Round number 3, and we have a single HE. Now we saw in the last Dust 2 game we were casting, 1 HE, if they're pushing through, could be really sick. I think actually Hunter and Nico were the ones to fall victim to that. Ended up dying and giving over the AKs, but Vitality looked to be a lot more careful. They're not easily going to give this one up. And even more importantly, perhaps, they've got that 1 MAC-10 on Sphinx. So they really want to know. They really want to find out if there is a stack. They're going to throw in the MAC-10 first and find an opening there. Flames waiting. Nice position. Keep it with the AK, I suppose. Long ways away before they're close to losing this round.
Oh, yeah. It's nice to find the AK-47. You'll try and save that, so maybe Mavs can find a double. There's been a few flashes of inspiration from G2 here. Mavs has had some great moments. Nico, of course, carrying there in Anubis. And that's all it's been. There hasn't been a whole lot of teamwork, excursions that work out together, flashing each other in. It seems like the individuals have to go above and beyond to find the scrappy rounds they're picking up. And that trend has to change right here, right now. Hunter, he will save the AK, but is it going to be enough? They will have the Monacy Orb going into the next round, but he is not looking his usual self today in the semi-final. It's an AWPer's paradise, Anders. This is where he will be able to shine bright and show us what he's made of. Might be worth a tactical timeout before this first gun round. Discuss their options, work out their setup. How can they avoid those B splits coming in time and time again, focusing on the duo.
Well, you've got to hope right now that the little break that Monacy had is going to change everything for him, because, I mean, he's a super weapon, right? When he's playing well, when he's on form, he can change the entire game. We've seen it many, many times. But on the other side of the coin, missing him when the team is leaving them in a very weird position. I don't think G2 they're not even playing their own game right now. Like, they're still trying to get into the semi-final. Hasn't really been working for them. We'll see if they're going to be able to now. Zywoo's got his, and Monacy on the other side with the AW.
Zywoo is such a demon on Dust 2 as well. Sure, there's Monacy, but Zywoo gets into some crazy form when he starts feeling it. Especially on those shots through the double doors, denying any inquisitive CTs to push top of middle. Speaking of mid, it's wide open. It's that duo we talked about, Hunter and Snack, responsible for the B bomb side. Monacy has got vision.
This is devastating.
They might not cross it. They might just go for the dry peek here. And I think Monacy gets his kill all day long. He ain't gonna miss this if they try and peek him.
Yeah, but if they smoke it in,
there we go.
You're absolutely on. They try to do it with no warning, and it does cost them. That's huge, because otherwise, that B defense, yeah, it's great you're double locking down that choke point, but if you have to turn around and fight to the middle instead, which almost happened there, it's not that much fun.
That's a nice remedy to the problem. Like I said, you give them all that space middle, they might be tempted just to keep the contact play going, to keep the element of surprise on their side.
Now, that's a smoke going up. Oh, is that too deep? No, all right, it's going to be fine. They have a Molotov as well on Snacks, so there is a way that they can win this round almost just on utility alone. Apex, I think, is trying to recover the round, running up for the middle to open it up. It's real close, but Snacks here. Just stay alive, leave it to Hunter. Good headshot. Zywoo on his own and just lock him in. You don't really have to fight too much here. Little flick doesn't connect. It's a nice triple kill for Hunter. That's pretty much picture perfect.
Yeah, couldn't ask for much more there. They're aware of the weaknesses, the gaps in the map. Monacy protecting them. He only finds that single kill, but it's the most important of them all. It stops them in their track. They have to reassess their options. Had they just smoked it and gone for the B collapse, they probably win the round.
I think so.
Maybe overcooking it. Maybe trying to keep that element of surprise, but fantastic B hold, it has to be said. Not much pressure applied in terms of utility. Had to collapse in once it started to go wrong. Oh, wow, Monacy, here we go, getting warmed up here. It's going to be Zywoo going down early. All right, suicide peak, comes out on top. Starting to get warmed up here. Here we go.
Grenade that's going to leave Mezzi's ears ringing out on long. Get another couple of those rounds, Monacy. Start to feel the game again, and could be the dawn of a new day here for G2. Look, smoke set up. It's going to instantly force out a couple of grenades there on the CT side. You've got to be so careful, because they really can sneak out behind that one on the T side. Doesn't seem like it's that risky, but you want to be careful. Although with Snacks up here, they're going to be absolutely sure that nobody's inside of the smoke now. Bomb being brought back. It looks like they want to test Hunter and Snacks again. Going to be Apex now that Zywoo's gone with the AWP. That's one hell of a grenade, and actually collects, so he can hear that. Snacks is going to know on the other side. All right, that's actually
a really nice B hold. Good protocols. We didn't see that synergy on Anubis. At A bomb side, looked like they weren't really working together. That's more like it, though. You can see that's a nice setup. Get the intel, drop the grenade. You've set your player up, who's boosted up there as well. And this is looking like a done deal. I can't see a way they make their way into this round now. You might even consider a save. It's pretty bleak.
There is one way, but I don't think it's going to be easy. They do have a double Molotov. There are no smokes on the CT side. So if they find the bomb, they can Molotov it for a real long time. But I take it all back. That is a devastating grenade. That does so much damage. Yeah, forget about that. They're so low on health already with 9 seconds on the clock here, and they're not getting close to a bomb plant. Shut down. Bit of cannon fodder for m0NESY towards the end, which I think is great news. Just any kills he can get right now to start to warm up. That was well played.
Nice work from Apex to hold on to the AWP. He will likely have to use it. I'm not sure they can justify an armor purchase here. m0NESY aware of the tendencies, what kind of boost they enjoy. This was a beautiful behold. Great utility deployment here. So much damage en route, and yeah, 15 seconds to try and make their way in towards the site. It was never going to happen. m0NESY starting to get some serious form now as well. It's the shot on Hunter. That's ZywOo. He does purchase the Kevlar. They're going to see if they can find some openings here, see if he can carry through them a very difficult round.
They built such a great little space in the early half of themselves here, G2. If they can just make it past the saved AWP, they're in a good position. They're going to feel better about the game. They have a lot more money to work with. The real threat is ZywOo on the other side. You already mentioned on this map, I mean, he's world class. They're staying really far away. Down on long, they're leaving most of middle. m0NESY getting back in. This is a bit scary. Could get caught and he will, throwing the grenade. The timing could not possibly have been worse for him.
Okay, that is a bit of an issue. Hunter's already low. NiKo isolated here. Dropping the grenade, it'll be well timed, but can Mouse and himself defend this A bomb site? The answer seems to be yes. ZywOo finds his second, still a decent amount of HP. If he gets another, they're in real trouble. The Glock is trying to do what it can from range. Bear in mind, Spinks has no Kevlar as well, just trying to be a nuisance here. Mouse should be able to get him any second now. 6 bullets left in the magazine. ZywOo has disengaged.
Yeah, he wants to go back long as well. Scary reloading out of the open, but the fact that it's a Glock down there is just make it a little bit tricky. 25 seconds. The bomb is on catwalk as well, so they not only have to kind of, yeah, try there, they'd have to run up and get the kills. I think the time for that to happen is kind of slipped away. It's still a scary round with Hunter being low and a couple of early kills there. It could have happened. It definitely could have happened. But they'll be all right, and I think Snax can probably run back to middle, pick up the AWP if he wants to. Or maybe it'll be Hunter instead. All right.
I think you're right there. Decent attempt there from ZywOo for sure. He'll hold on to the AWP. Gets himself a couple of kills at the very least. But G2 starting to bring this one together. Looking quite convincing now. No crazy blunders. No overreactions. Solid hold from Mouse and NiKo. m0NESY turning up for the semi-final now as well. He goes down in the previous, but his AWP is recovered. We got a tactical timeout. We tied things up at 3-3.
Yeah, and a round that G2 I think can move past pretty quickly, right? For m0NESY, it's a bit frustrating losing the early fight like that, but your team wins it, you save the AWP, you don't have to really think about it beyond that. Tactical timeout called now. Apex and the crew getting a chance to get the team back on track. They really have been testing that B-bomb site quite a bit. And honestly, Snax and Hunter, they've stood up to it for now. I mean, that's been working.
They've obviously been working on it. I think the problem was before, like, Snax would just be holding angles at the back beneath the window, taking duels, and then finding himself in compromised positions. Now it seems like they're a little more synced up.
Yeah.
Same boost they went for before, and m0NESY found the kill. No casualties to kick things off here, but...
Oh, he's got to be careful. They're already in lower dark. They ran here so quick. If he's just a little bit careless...
They could boost and find him.
Yeah. Oh, he moves a little bit forward. It's worth it. It's absolutely worth it. Takes down ZywOo. He's stuck around just long enough to get that. But yeah, the risk is getting pushed from the other side as well. And he's going to stick around here. He actually has no backup. This is very, very risky. Grenade to set it up, and Apex defeats him.
Wow.
Didn't see that coming.
No, certainly not. m0NESY taken down, Apex stepping up. And the B split being initiated once again. They know the AWP's been removed now. They can hold for these peaks. Apex will confirm a player's beneath the window. Snax will come down to the double doors. Flashed in. Doesn't do anything for him. Apex will find his second kill. They know Hunter is isolated there. He threw the flashbang before they committed. It's not the great smoke, though. He'll have to enter through the window. They'll be spotted otherwise. And here we go. Hunter goes down with nothing. Last chance saloon for Mouse, but Apex will find his hat-trick with the AWP. Doing ZywOo proud as he watches on from the grave. NiKo will have nothing to say about this one. retake possible, sure, but we'll have to find a kit first. There's one. No utility, 3 kills to find. Doesn't seem possible right now.
Doesn't seem worth it either. With the money that they have, it's just so risky. I'd love to see a replay. I don't know how Apex wasn't flashed for that one. I felt like it landed in front of him. Maybe he was just way quicker and managed to spin around. Either way, that is an amazing round for Apex. A man with a long career, filling so many different roles.
Yeah, not known to be an AWPer though, Anders.
Not known, no. Started as an entry fragger. Went through the hell that was French Counter-Strike for a while.
1v1 duels, m0NESY is turning away with the flashbang, gets caught by it as well. I think he just holds the angle, the flash plan's behind him, but it's certainly discombobulated the young sniper. Apex stepping up just when his team needed him most. That's a huge round and denies G2 finding the lead here on their CT campaign. Another tactical timeout.
I think the smoke that the CTs threw is what allowed Apex to get a sense of the timing for turning for the flashbang.
Yeah.
They smoke up the wall behind him, and he's like, all right, if they go peek, they're probably going to flash. But the timing was unbelievable. All right. It was just Vitality with the timeout. Now it's G2. This is where the game can go one of two ways for G2. Either they recover this early on when they still have the money, when everything is still looking pretty good, or Vitality take over the game, and we kind of know what happens there. They run out of cash for G2, they can't afford the AWPs, and it's all downhill.
Vitality certainly are the heavy favorites after picking up Anubis 13-9. The rumors of their map pick of Dust 2. It's been back and forth so far, but they break the streak of 3 rounds for G2 here. A double AWP setup has been deployed. Snax and m0NESY. Well, now just Snax will have to work with the sniper. As m0NESY goes down, ZywOo gets his kills. Actually, Snax promising position. They won't know he's got the AWP this side of the map, and they're probably going to peek. There it is, but he doesn't quite get the connection.
Still fair play. Not at all a bad attempt. Malbs, he has been looking stunning for the last couple of games here for G2, and now Long, he'll take down m0NESY.
Yeah.
Very critical kill. Nico, you got to be careful here. They can walk right
That's
through
the bomb
smoke.
for Apex.
All right, he is aware, yep. It's being brought up. Look at that. Apex risking it all just to try and time Nico, and he nearly did.
Okay, this is a really compromised position now. Both teams feeling uncomfortable. Nico looking confident though. Peeks out, gets the dink on ZywOo. We'll have to scramble back to the bomb site. Flames will find him, but Malbs has been playing so good so far. Answers back with the HE. The flashbang will catch him. They'll come through the smoke. He holds his nerve, holds his position, finds Apex on the other side, but Flames continuing to dominate. Low HP on both these players. Spinks holding towards Long. Surely Hunter and Snax can pull this one off. Disengaging from the fight. They need a long plant here. They'll get somewhat of a plan towards Long. You can cover that from the platform itself.
How good of a throw do you think Spinks has? He's got a Molotov. It's super unlikely, right? He can't throw it from the pit. I think it's gonna be very hard, especially...
You can get it up there.
Okay, well, let's see. They don't have a smoke, they have a kit, but that might not be enough. And with a headshot here, Flames! How does he land it? Let's see, Spinks. Does he want to risk it? It is a big risk if you go for it. A little bit of a peek there. Now he's on the bomb. And Spinks, oh, he's just going to step it up. The AK will get the job done. They have 15 health between them, and it's enough to win the 2-on-2.
Like I said, it's not the ideal long plan, but it's serviceable if you hold that platform position like Spinks did. Snax a nice idea, tucks himself in, goes for the full defuse, realizes he's not going to hit that shot. So close, though. This one's a real nail-biter. Malbs and Nico dishing out so much damage, but that shot from Flames sealed the deal there. 1 versus 1. Didn't need the Molotov in the end. Holds his nerve, holds the composure, and we're going into a force buy here from G2. They've got the m0NESY AWP. Good incendiary to dissuade them from Long. m0NESY knows he has to carry them through this round. Nico's got the M4, but his SMGs and pistols otherwise. Vitality, they can win this one. The floodgates really do open. There won't be much to speak of in terms of CT rounds available to G2. They have to win this round, and it's compromised to say the very least.
But you've got to get with G2. They put it all on the line for some of these rounds. The same thing was true on Anubis. They had a couple of these buys, and they didn't work out, and it cost them massively. They're trying it once again on Dust 2. Nico's crouching in. First lineup here, it could have been an absolute slaughter. He's going to get the one, but ZywOo and Flames are practically dead behind it. I can't believe the timing. And now pushing in front here, Spinks, is he going to be ready for the boost? Stop, he's not! Malbs with the Deagle, swaps out for the M4 to take down Flames. So far, so good on the force-up. If they can keep their cool here, I don't think Mezzi could do a lot.
That's very well done. The must-win round lands in their favor. Didn't really break a sweat. After losing a couple of kills, Vitality walk into the key choke points and get taken down one by one. Nothing Mezzi can do. Huge round as they answer back here. Down but not out. G2, a convincing round. They can upgrade to AKs here. And the push from short pays dividends.
You're so good at bouncing off each other. You're so good at reading. You're so good at fucking delaying the smoke. Keep this shit up. They cannot fucking break us, okay? Ilya, you're fucking insane at getting entry. Respect the fucking advantages, guys. When we have advantages, they are done. Let's go. You're fucking playing amazing. Comps are amazing. You're fucking playing brave. Keep it up. Keep it up.
Okay.
The vibes are immaculate.
Rallying the troops is Taz. Is it enough though? This is a difficult round. They're doing damage to each other as the T's will flood out of the long doors. The Tech 9s.
Disengage. You don't have to fight this G2. You don't need to. I don't know why they're still swinging it. Fall back. The worst thing that happened right now is you lose a couple of players in that long fight and suddenly the round is open.
Okay, it's not too bad. It looked scrappy for a second. They don't take any casualties, short some damage, but ultimately they get away with it. 5 players here. This is the force buy as well for Vitality, bear in mind as well, so this is huge. They would have liked to have at least picked up one there, recover a rifle. Spinks low. I want to give that Galil to ZywOo if possible.
Often you're hearing that rallying talk on the G2 side. You have to sometimes, you have to talk up your teammates, get them into it, and make them feel like nothing can bring them down. Round number 10 here. You already mentioned it. If they won that last round, and they did, they're in a strong position right now, G2. They could finish this 7-5 even, and that would be something. m0NESY tagged up. Got to be a bit careful because Nico's low on health as well. And they're setting up for a bit of a peek here with a flashbang. I mean,
he's got to go big.
Yeah, we'll see if they can. They're just waiting for it. Here comes the swing on the T side. And so far, the fight's looking decent, but Spinks, he's got a different opinion. I can't believe it, but right through the smoke, and they're realizing there's nobody else there, so they know exactly where Flames is coming from.
They're feeling it now. Nico keeps them alive. A beautiful spray with the AK-47, mows them down through the smoke. Everyone so low as well. He had to step up, he had to go huge. He had 12 points of health. Ducking and weaving his way around those bullets, gets himself 3 in total. 5-5, has to be the eco. G2 have got 6 on the board, guaranteed.
Scout here for Apex, just, you know, the only ticket they have at the lottery. Not going to be for long. You get the tag on Snacks, but that's not enough to change the round. And I kind of like this. Hunter being let off the hook. Him and Snacks both need some good moments to start to feel the game a bit more. And what better to try and set it up here. Oh, that's a team kill as well, but pretty sick headshot.
Yeah, a couple of them. Should be all she wrote. No more twists and turns here. Minute to work with, sure, but ZywOo and m0NESY with no Kevlar, no map control, 4-on-2. Impossible scenario.
I mean, I can't imagine the scale of the calamity here for G2 if they lost this round somehow. Doesn't look very likely, especially with ZywOo going down early. Knife out there, and m0NESY's going to be dropped, so yeah, it cost them a little bit. But I don't think they can. They're up to 6. They want 7, no question.
It was the double kill. Lovely shot of m0NESY. Spinks gets caught in the crossfire, catches the stray.
Good times.
Double orb setup once again. Huge advantage in the buy for G2. It's a Tech 9 for Apex. What's their approach? They consider themselves the best Dust2 team on the planet. m0NESY's got other ideas though. Slowly but surely, the beast is being awoken. Freebie over Flames.
Wow.
Spots a second! My God, that was good. Nico fighting back. He's on for the hat-trick here, but Nico, he'll steal the glory and find 3 of his own!
How on earth did he pull it off? He was completely isolated, fighting in every single angle, and he still managed to come out on top. Now it's a 2 versus 2. They should have lost this round already. Flames, that was so clean.
Come on, Snacks, what have you got for us? Beautiful kill. Should be enough here. Mezzi, known to enjoy a clutch. But he's all the way back in T-Spawn. Malbs and Snacks. I've got this one in the palm of their hand, Anders. It's their round to lose, but Mezzi, a cerebral player, he knows he can cause some damage here, make them uncomfortable, and he's going to be focusing that B bomb side. There's a smoke available to him. Doesn't find it. Just going to be walking in dry.
Snacks just has to stay alive. Obviously, he gets the kill. It's great. It's done. They got 7. He's set up for it, and he does get it. Nicely played. A 7-5 half in favor of G2.
One more time. Okay.
Welcome back to the bloodbath that is Vitality versus G2 on Dust 2. It looked like Vitality were in full control. They win the pistol, they go up 3-0. They find themselves at a nice sort of 5-3 start, but then 4 rounds in a row, courtesy of another masterclass from Nico and Malbs combined, have actually put G2 in the front. They've got a 7-5 lead, but that is not secure. They're going to need to go into another level here. Step up once again. We need m0NESY to join them at the tippity top as we send 4, make it 5 players over towards the B bomb side, Anders. Is this a straight up rush?
Yes, it is. And if you know anything, this is a classic Mezzi. What an absolute collapse already. They try to break their way through, but it's impossible. He's just killed 3 of them. They never even got a chance to get onto the site.
Such a disappointing feeling. You have that great first half. You call the B rush, and you just get one tapped into oblivion. That's not the way they were looking to kick things off here. Nico, get himself a couple of kills if possible, but this one has been completely shut down. One more bullet will take him. He knows it. Need to reload.
Yeah, what an absolute shutdown. They had all the grenades ready. They had the flashes going over, but Mezzi just...
Yeah, they smoked the doors as well. It was a little set piece. Wasn't just a straight-up rush.
Think of how sick it is for Mezzi, right? He had 3 kills in the entire first half. Now he's doubled that to 6. I mean, he's responsible for winning the round.
He was super calm with it as well. Didn't panic once. Gets himself 2 one-taps. Reload into safety. And they could still lose this.
Oh, shoot, 40 seconds. We'll see. There is a player at the back of plateau. Like you said, he's solo already. It's Mezzi finishing what he started. 4 nice kills. Okay, well, we've got a real game on our hands now. Anything can still happen.
Yeah, that changes everything. No bomb plan, notably there. The B rush completely nullified here by the P2000. Gets dinked, holds his nerve, stays calm, and gets the final one as well. Good stuff. Not many P2000 users out there these days. As we get into not a force buy, we are going to have a scout for Snacks. In-game leader giving it a go.
Yeah, I mean, why not? A couple of tags here or there. There's a Deagle. Who's got the scout now? It's Nico moving around with the Deagle here. Did he somehow refund it? Oh, he did. He refunded the scout.
So what, he goes for the pick at the start?
Yeah.
I didn't know that was a thing. I didn't know if you fire a bullet or do anything with it, presumably you can't sell it.
Well, the shop took it back, Henry. They paid all the money right into his...
They paid full price?
Yeah, they paid full price.
Okay, I didn't even know that was a thing. I didn't know you could go for a scout kill. Surely if you fire a bullet, though, you can't send it back. I don't think he did fire a bullet. I'm not sure.
Yeah, maybe not. Okay,
that's an interesting idea. I've never considered that.
Me neither. But here we go, 50 seconds. They got the Deagle. That one's not getting refunded. Spinks, look at how cool he is. Just not even super quick to fire. He's just taking a sweet time with it. Gets a couple of kills for himself. And it's a fairly quick round at the end of it here. Vitality catching up. They look so much more relaxed. Even when they're a little bit behind Vitality, it just doesn't seem like there's a lot of stress happening on that team.
Well, they've alleviated a lot of the pressure by winning the pistol. There was no force fire in the second. There was that interesting scout decision, but refunded. And glass cannon from m0NESY, knowing he needs to step up here. Yet to have his big moment in the semi-final.
Spinks made his way into lower dark here. Oh, the spray is actually pretty good, but for Snacks.
Okay.
4 players. He transfers that one onto Flames and manages to take him down. So huge, because the map was closing behind them. Spinks is in lower and upper dark. He's realizing there are no G2 players on that side. If Snacks doesn't get the double, they're going to be locked in on long and Vitality be able to rotate behind it. That's massive.
Smoking the crossover. Flashbang being set up here. The rifle is Spinks. Deployed. Not the ideal time for it, though.
They have another one. They can give it a go again if they really feel like it. Seems like they're moving a little bit further away. And G2 walking across, slowly, silently, getting towards the bomb site, ready to pull the trigger.
It's looking so good for G2.
Yeah, it is. One flash on m0NESY, so we'll see if he wants to throw that at range. Yep, he already has. It's in the air, and it is dead on perfect. Mezzi could not see a thing, and Nico and Hunter just cleaning it up. You don't need a lot, but that flash from the pit there from m0NESY, devastating to the defense.
The AK-47 step up there. G2 take the lead once again. Up against the Famises as MP9s. It was a great start. Zywu got the opening kill, but Snacks. That's a beautiful sequence of the AK-47. Even better with that flashbang. m0NESY, alley-oops, Nico to glory. And we are going to see a force in response. Vitality running out of funds here. Another crucial round for G2. They have all the advantages they could ask for. M4s Out in pairs, we've got a Famous and an MP9, 5-7 for Spinks. Flashbang should be relatively effective. Smoke will take the vision away from Monacy. So what's the approach here? They've got that Wolfpack mentality, and there's 4 players owning around the map. We have Mouths patrolling the long double doors. Very nice angle, you don't mind me saying.
Oh, look at Mezzi. I thought for a minute he actually wanted to keep going there. Just at the lip of the bomb site. Man, if they win this round, Vitality, they're stealing something from G2. I think it's going to be real heartbreaking for them if they lose this.
If they go B split, there's no way they can win. They're hoping it's an A finish. They've got a bait and switch setup. The pistol, the 5-7, set up in towards Goose. ZywOo's going to swing off a flashbang, as you can see, and it's a very potent one. That flash, it cannot be spotted by the T side. It gets lost in the leaves. Oh, Snacks, he's not going to check this.
Yeah, I don't think so either. He's thinking about it. It does not enough.
And now they can't go B. That's a real issue.
And that double position towards Goose as well. I mean, you're going to check one of them, but yeah, there we go. ZywOo with a bit of an opening. The taps are coming out from Albs, and down by the car. Apex still ready to pounce on the Monacy.
Come on, Monacy, what have you got?
Forward back here. The Molotov is going to force Apex. Oh! Get a straight headshot. And then Mezzi's already low.
They know where he is. He's already been nameplated across the map. He was towards B, took down Snacks. Monacy, huge advantage. Can't afford to lose this one. Pressure mounting. Mezzi opting to go towards long. Does not have the kit right now. This was the force buy. Monacy reading it well. Head on a swivel, though. You can see. Oh, that was the chance! And Mezzi can't deliver. Misses the shots. And Monacy sends him packing. Huge round for G2.
The timing is absolutely ridiculous. He had picked up the AK. He could have won that fight against Monacy, but he misses one shot, and that is all it takes. Finally here, a chance for Monacy to shine on the big stage. We've really been missing him here in the semi-final, but that is a giant round to win.
Oh, it absolutely is. Full eco now. Third map looking more and more likely. It will be Mirage if needed. For now, nothing Vitality can do but sit back and wait. Default pistols across the board. Double digits locked in for G2. Monacy, with his best moment in the series so far, steps up when they need him most. They're not out of the woods just yet to lose this round, Anders.
I mean, they're going to be flash peaked by 3 USBs, not even that.
Oh my God.
Before the flash is even thrown, and yeah, Nico's going to turn around. He knew that was coming. Several steps ahead in this round. It's still a nice idea. Can't really complain too much. It just doesn't pay off. So 10-7, and everything is working out for G2. Makes you nervous though, doesn't it? There's always at least one heartbreak per map.
Oh wow, okay, what the fuck? That's the P2000 in CT spawn. Full eco kills here for Mezzi. There's a world, I suppose. The bomb is ticking at some pace right now. He's going to give it a go. Starting to disengage. That is a crazy sequence. He was in 5 versus 1 scenario and gets 3 kills. Recovers an AK-47. He had a bit of a blunder in the previous round, missing the shot on Monacy, but that keeps G2 modest. If he can hold on to the AK here, that's pretty massive. I'll tell you whether he does. It looks good. Tucks himself in CT spawn.
What just happened?
Bit of a hollow victory in the end there. Sure, you win the round, but losing 3 towards the end, that's kind of insane.
Lincoln, you miss it. It's so okay. Okay.
All right, the fact he saves the AK now.
Well, the marshmallows have come out. That's when you know you're having a good time. Another timeout used. Vitality, I mean, they need to figure this out right now. They have to get this together. They need the money. They need the defense to be up and running. Otherwise, like you said, third map is on the cards here. Fighting for a spot in the grand finals, the last fall final that we're gonna have. Both teams definitely hungry to get there, hungry to prove themselves.
Well, here we go. Do or die time for Vitality. Mezzi attacking the resources of G2 in the previous round. We got a boost here for ZywOo. Looking in towards lower B. Bombs outside tunnels for now.
You're running the protocols. You're not really peeking that lower dark position this late in the round without a flash from top mid. But, I mean, we've seen mistakes happen before.
Nice nade.
All right, that's not a bad way to throw it. We'll set them up. They're going to eat some grenades as a follow-up, but yeah, they get the control in the middle eventually. Everything about this feels like it's going to be some sort of a B push. There comes the lurk smoke to set it up.
Nico's looking so sharp right now. A man on a mission. Every shot he's taking, whether it be through smoke, speculative or not, they're hitting the mark. He's in the zone. He's feeling it. And here he comes, the man himself. Showing presence towards short. Making sure they have no vision elsewhere on the map. And they've actually vacated the B bomb site here. CTs have been done. The utility's going to land. And they might not even get a look into this one.
It could almost be a 5-man save. If they don't get a really fast kill here, it's not worth it, unfortunately, for Vitality.
What was the read?
I'm not sure. I'm guessing they think it's a split. They can kill half the split and then retake the bomb site. But yeah, I don't think you can go for this. They're already running towards the pit.
Yeah, it's round over. That is fascinating.
It's got to be the B split that they're expecting. They say, okay, we double fight the middle. And then what do we have left? Like a 4-on-3. We can retake the bomb site. It's pretty good. Just didn't work out that way.
It's because they had no vision towards middle, and like normally the protocol is you either take upper B or you fall back towards middle. You feel that split is coming, so at least you have one area that is strong-armed. But unfortunately, it wasn't the B split. It was a straight-up B assault through the tunnels. Utility deployed. They can't believe their luck. It's a wide-open bomb site and no kills in round number 18. 10 players to survive, and Snack's the only player to take damage. That's a bit of a gift, and G2 will take it all day long. One step closer to Barrage now. Resources starting to swell. Vitality just have to take that one on the chin.
Believe Henry coined by you, a unicorn round.
I was going to leave it, but yes, indeed.
When nobody dies, and it's a semi-final. Dust 2 as well, it's so unusual.
Wow. They'll manage to get all the grenades they need.
4-round gap. Fact of the matter is, G2 2 rounds away from delivering a third map. Continue the battle here in Copenhagen. They want it. If they would have got one opening there, they are immediately pouncing on that bomb site. But they never really got it. Back with the same boost here. It was flashed off last time. See if they throw the same one again. They do, but ZywOo isn't ready. He's not going to be fooled the same way twice. Still up there. Should be good for a kill, although there is another great flash. This one from top mid, and m0NESY cleaning it up. ZywOo and Apex both getting blown up on the catwalk.
Looks like it could be a done deal here on Dust 2. 5 versus 3. Flames, if he's dealt with, it's all over, but he'll stay alive, doesn't take any damage. Will find the lurking mouths as they set themselves up for another B finish here. Smoke down towards CT spawn. Sphinx has been fantastic this tournament. Goes to the flash play, doesn't commit. Now he will, and surely taken down. Nico gets a freebie. m0NESY needs to go above and beyond.
Yeah, needs basically a triple here to even make it close. It's not going to happen. Hunter will take him down, falling off the box. That's 12 now. The AWP lost here, and I don't think, Nico's going to stick around for this exact reason. Now, Flames, that's a very clean shot. He wanted to deny the AWP so that ZywOo doesn't have it in the next round, which makes a lot of sense. Might expect to be hunted here at the end, so he's going to stick on the AK until the very last second. But that's great work. You see the protocols, and, I mean, that is sort of a rock, paper, scissors type situation, right? ZywOo actually dodges the first flashbang, and then they throw one from top mid. They knew that he was going to be there. It's a perfect counter.
Bear in mind, this is very impressive at G2. They've lost both pistols here on this outing. And now it will be Flames holding on to the AWP.
Bit of a dream right now for Vitality to bring it back into overtime. It seems like it's just so far away. 7 rounds so far.
How Wow.
Get back.
It's going to take 5 in a row. It can be done. If ever there was a team to find this tenacity and hold on, it would be Vitality. The tactical timeout has been called. What can be said? What can they do? Is there anything left in the tank? G2 have played an absolute blinder. A fantastic return to form for m0NESY. And still not out of the woods just yet. The T side continues. The resources are good. It should be a done deal for Mirage. They got that long spawn as well, Anders.
That's always exciting. See if they want to risk it, if they want to go for it. The openings have been really good for them so far. Setting up at least the smoke for the corner. They're going to throw a couple of flashes over. We'll see if Snacks really wants to push on out. He will. And he does take a lot of damage for his trouble, but at least they got a bit of control. They're going to be forcing Vitality back. No casualties yet here. Vitality they need a couple of rounds here where they're 4 on 5, where they actually have a bit of a lead. Look at how they're moving around the map. They're pushing catwalk and middle. They've left both bomb sites, which is great if there was anyone here that you could find. But they're all out long. Every single one of them. See if they want to double pump this one. They do have 2 smokes, so 3 in fact. They can spend some time here to get rid of some of the grenades from Vitality.
Is this it? Is this the moment? G2, 5 rounds in a row, officially on fire. Crossing over towards long, puncturing holes in the smoke as flames with no damage inflicted. 1 round away from glory, 1 round away from Mirage. G2 have got everything they need. Malbs ND with the first incision. Flames goes down, it's down to m0NESY.
So close they can taste it now. 30 seconds. More smoke setting up. Oh, that's beautiful. The bomb just needed planted right now, and they're good to go. m0NESY comes swinging into it. Gets a big double kill. It's not done yet. The AWP is still here on Saiwoo, only for a second though. And Hunter with the kill on Apex. That should ring the bell here. I think it's all over. Spinks trying to get the wide swing. They don't know that he's there yet, but I think they heard him. Grenade. Is it enough to find the kill? Not quite. He's giving up his position. They know it's Malbs to take him down. G2, they rally their strength right when they need to, right at the end, and they'll get map number 3.
G2 biting back, and we have got ourselves a series. Talk about a whitewash in that second half, Jacob. 60 rounds in a row for G2, and we've got Mirage awaiting for us.
Yeah, what a way to respond from G2. Obviously coming into Dust 2, having lost your own map pick, feeling that you're already on your way out of the tournament. They respond straight away. Vitality even got off to a decent start, but NiKo and G2 wanted it differently. Very composed, very cool action, and especially on the T side in the second half. They were the better team on Dust 2, taking down what we, I guess, pre-phase coming into the game, called the best team in the world on this very specific map.
And also looking at the pistol rounds that we spoke about before the game, both of them went to Vitality way, and still G2 managed to close the game in such fashion. I mean, this is something that we saw, especially with m0NESY, compared to the first map, where he stayed in that booth to warm up, and it clearly paid off.
Let's go back to that first half, because I feel like NiKo, FlameZ, that was, you know, such a duel coming out between both of them, and they were really both putting up really strong numbers.
Yeah, to be completely honest, NiKo once again having a fantastic show. And you see the very last round of the first half is a great example of what transpired throughout the entire game. FlameZ coming in, doing God's work for Vitality. At this point, they can still get a 6-6. Lose track of where he is. FlameZ with a nice double entry. Then NiKo stuck on catwalk. Somehow, some way battles all 3 players and finds all 3 kills. Again, credit to FlameZ for the double opening. Even more so credit to NiKo for keeping G2 alive in this round, allowing Snacks to get a very easy kill, and for G2 to finish off the first half 7-5, despite Vitality winning the pistol.
And we can see as well, like, when something goes wrong in the round, they are targeting that B side where we spoke before, Hunter and Snags, which is the lowest performance for G2, are going to be occupying that side. And, well, we've seen it at the beginning when they were starting with the 3-0 heads up, and those were mainly the B attacks where it kind of worked out.
It's kind of crazy when you witness what NiKo can get away with. In some situations, like the balls on that man to just keep on going, clean up those 3 frags. I mean, it's just beautiful to witness. Obviously, if you're on the side of Vitality, kind of ugly to be on the receiving end of.
Yeah, for sure. And we have a highlight package of NiKo showcasing exactly that. I honestly want all the stats merchants out there to just take a look at what NiKo have been able to achieve on map number 1 and map number 2. If you look at the scoreline, it's not that impressive. Of course, 18-11 on this map is very impactful. It looks good on the scoreboard, but the impact he's finding both on Anubis, now he on Dust 2 as well, either he's getting 2 or 3 kills and single-handedly winning the rounds, or he's getting nothing. There's no in between right now for NiKo. He's not farming easy kills. He's not getting that one-off, one deke. He's not padding the stats at all. Every single kill NiKo has gotten in this game so far has been of high impact. So regardless of 18-12, it doesn't look that sexy, but my God, is he playing well right now.
How does that compare to Flamesy then on the other side, Stiko? Because in all fairness, sure, he's on the losing side of their own map pick of Dust 2, but he was really having some impact that kept Vitality's heads above water in a lot of situations.
Exactly. He is definitely finding impact. Also with the molly we're seeing right now is absolutely crazy. But on the other note, Flamesy delivering on that T side with those entries, sharp headshots all across the board, and kind of maintaining that impressive performance throughout the whole tournament shows me that this is consistent keystone that we will need to witness perform as well on map 3 if we want Vitality to see in the final.
If anything, he just entered the race for the MVP of the tournament. If Vitality can win map 3 and they can do it with another great Flamesy performance, I'd argue he's the best and most influential player of their team so far. It's 2 maps in a row now where he's been popping off, and he's needed on map number 3.
Something that you were asking for, Jacob, was m0NESY to have a resurgence, and by God, did he do exactly that.
He found a couple of rounds where he had the impact that we wanted to see from m0NESY, you know, popping off with the AWP. Anubis wasn't looking pretty at all, but thank God for G2 and thank God for m0NESY. He came alive in round 16. Again, another very important moment in the game. At this point, Vitality could still fight back into the game. They lose the opening duel. Melps is finding one on Flamesy. ZywOo is doing a good job. Melps coming in trying to trade. He will be traded from Apex, playing the car position right here. And you think to yourself, a 1v3, not supposed to be won. But m0NESY with the AK-47 is doing it. This second kill right here is just nasty on Apex. When he's in this mood, when he's in this flow, he's so instant.
And he also knows that Messi is low HP after the initial engagement towards B side with Snags, and he just finishes off with pretty much no pressure at all.
Yeah, I mean, for the CT side of Vitality, because, you know, let's not forget, prefacing it, coming into this very series, they were the best CT-sided team we'd seen so far in the group stage. Can you tell me as to why you feel like they crumbled on that one, Jacob?
I'm not sure why. I think individually speaking, they weren't really tied together as we normally see. I feel like Spinks had a couple of moments where he single-handedly tried to flash himself out of a smoke and make the difference. We also saw ZywOo maybe not, you know, being as big of a wall as we would like him to see. Didn't have the AWP that much. Didn't really was in any positions or poised in any positions where he could do the difference. Just like we were going after m0NESY after map 1, saying that he wasn't having a great showing. ZywOo and map 2, nowhere to be found.
Yeah, and we've seen that m0NESY actually went for a lot of openings during this map. On contrary to what we've seen in the first map, where NiKo was the one leading the charge. So it's nice disparity seeing that Rifler enabling it being on the first map here. AWP is just putting up numbers, and it's great to see that how easy it is to play Dust 2 in 5v4 advantages that m0NESY is going to grant you.
Yes, it's always lovely when it's not just NiKo in isolation, right? When you got m0NESY chiming in, Malbs as well. To be fair to the man, he had some great impact on this map.
Yeah, I think Malbs has had a great series so far. Again, great impact. His entering on the T side, coming out on long, he's so good at it, and he's always finding the impact. 17 kills this time around, and you'd argue that over the course of both maps, it's been him and NiKo now showing up in spades, so hopefully they can keep that up. Again, we spoke about the win condition for G2 coming into the game. You want your individuals to play well, you want your NiKos, you want your m0NESYs, you want your Malbs to play well, and so far we've seen them all 3 have moments in the game, which makes me believe that Mirage coming up as a 3rd deciding map could be very, very fun.
Just going back to something that Apex said in the pre-match interview with Banks, you know, he said since Snack's coming in, G2 less of a tactical team. Has that mattered that much in this series so far? Stiko, do you think there's actually any truth to what Apex was saying in that?
I think it might have been definitely truth, but on Dust 2, it's going to show its potential the least, I would say. The most aim-heavy map, I think, in the pool right now, and the tactics and variability over the years didn't change as much as the other maps. So obviously, tactical-wise, that's going to be a little bit more raw and brawl kind of thing. But for Vitality, I expected more. They are claiming themselves to be the best on the map in the world ranking right now. So I definitely expected a little bit more when it comes to aggression, when it comes to trading, also reading those long pushes. wasn't up to par for my liking.
Well, let's be completely honest as well, because I agree with you. Vitality have been underwhelming so far in this series, haven't really played up to par. There's been different players, FlameC mainly, who's been really living up to the hype. Apart from that, gotta point fingers at ZywOo. We're in a semi-final scenario right now. You're playing for a spot at the Blast Fall finals, and so far it feels like Apex haven't really had that tool that he normally is. Almost like he's trying to cut an onion with a spoon, you know. With ZywOo not showing up, it's very hard for him to do what he normally does and take charge of a game, because right now, ZywOo have not played 2 good maps at all.
I want to push you on that. Do you mean underwhelming in this map in isolation, or you said series overall? You think Vitality's been underwhelming on both maps?
I think Anubis was okay. I think G2 took a big risk picking in Anubis towards Vitality, and I think FlameC saved them an awful lot with his impact on that first map. I know ZywOo didn't have a great map on Anubis. It took him, what, 12, 13, 14 rounds before he came alive the first time, and for a guy that we praise to be the best player in the world and the most consistent player in the world, we need to see more.
G2 versus Vitality set at 1 map apiece. Mirage awaits on the other side of this break.
Hunter, Malbs in his interview on HLTV, he spoke about the Hero AK on Dust 2, and he spoke to me on the interview with him. He said how good it felt, right? Is this nice to see that, like, you can have that faith in the new young player coming through and just see how much it means to him?
Yeah, I mean, of course, we are really happy to have him and that we decided to choose him in the team because in all aspects, he's a great player. He's a great guy, great teammate. So it's really good to see having as well faith in the Malbs after Nico and Mones in the team, and yeah, that's just amazing.
How much faith do you guys as a team have in him already?
A lot. Like, things that he's doing on officials are really good as well so far, but on practice he's as well smashing people. He's so sharp, his aim is amazing, and of course we have faith after what we showed.
One map now separates G2 or Vitality from that coveted best of 5 grand final. That is going to come down to the map of Mirage, which I am so excited that we found ourselves awaiting, Jacob, because between these two teams, so much history on this map. I want to focus on the Vitality side of the equation first, because a 9-map win streak on this grand of Mirage, including the last time they played it, taking down the best team in the world, undisputed, NAVI. And that was a absolutely insane map in that Cologne Grand Final.
And I'm glad you brought up that context. For 9 wins in a row for Vitality, that is the first time in the history of that lineup that they've consistently been playing Mirage at a high level. It's always been a map in their map pool. It's always been the 3rd, 4th, 5th best. It's always been one of those joker maps that they sometimes try to force into the map pool. They were picking it against opponents, but they never found any consistency up until this point. So I think it's a perfect playground. If G2 want to beat them, if G2 want to book a spot inside the final, they have to take down the final boss of Mirage, and that is Vitality right now.
Yeah, and for me, I think why are they so great on Mirage is that roles just kind of fit into place. It's obvious. When you look at Messi, you obviously want to put him on those extremity towards B side where he's just trying to go for survival. Flames on A, huge multi-kill potential on that guy. We've seen it on Anubis, we've seen it on Mirage, multiple.
And I love that you bring up FaZe, because we just had Malps coming into this one, you know, saying that he's starting to feel more and more trust within the team of G2. He's also being put on that A-bomb side, and I think FaZe and Malps, that duel between who of the two can do a better job CT side, locking down that A-bomb side, could very well be the difference of who's going to book a spot in the final.
Vitality indeed going to be starting on the CT side of the equation, G2 T side. What do you want to see out of the gate from G2 if they want to get off to those hot starts? I know you've been saying the pistol rounds. Didn't matter so much in Dust 2, did it?
I will have to say again one crazy stat about pistol round, because it was crazy on the previous map. This time it's even crazier. Out of 20 pistol rounds they played in past 3 months, they won 16. G2 are on tear with the pistol rounds, and they need to convert those again into 2-0, 3-0 leads on both sides, potentially.
And I feel for Vitality, you know, with knowing that stat, you gotta be very alert of that potential. And of course, if you can steal away just 1 pistol, you're halfway there. I also do think for Vitality, as I said, coming into this segment, ZywOo, again, the best player in the world, the most consistent player in the world. He's been consistently bad so far in this game, so we gotta see more coming out of ZywOo. With the way Nico is playing, with the way he's dictating the game, unless ZywOo shows up, I'm starting to feel more and more, I guess, my gut feeling right now, my stomach is telling me G2 could actually win this. And I didn't think that coming into this game at all.
Well, let's see if the live odds do agree with you, so we can give you the updated ones coming into map number 3. Oh, still pretty handily for Vitality. Stico, do you agree with that?
I do a little bit. Yeah, I do agree with it. The majority of people would probably vote for Vitality to see them in the grand final. With the performance we're seeing today, it's a little bit hazy, but it is definitely still a favorite for
Listen,
me.
we've been speaking so much about who's the best player in the world. Dunk went out of the tournament yesterday. m0NESY has been delivering somewhat okay in the semifinal. ZywOo has not, right? Every single tournament counts. We spoke about it. We don't really know who to put as number 1, put as number 2, put as number 3. There's so many opinions out there. If you want to claim that spot, you got to show up in the semifinals. You got to show up in the finals. So far, ZywOo haven't done it. If they want to win now, Vitality, it got to be off the back of ZywOo playing well.
Let's talk about the CT side of Vitality, the one in which they will indeed be starting on. Stico, you obviously brought up the stats that they were the best CT-sided team coming into this series at the very least. Where should we be looking out for on Mirage? Like, where are the points that are going to be really tough for G2 to be cracking through?
Obviously, here you can build a multiple game plans for a map like Mirage. Either you can fight for mid that heavy aggression and try to slow pace the rounds into A splits or B splits, but you can also hit those sites throughout the executes. And, you know, it's just up to Apex how he's going to lay it out.
Well, we are ready to be diving into Mirage, the third and final decider between G2 and Vitality.
Thank you very much, guys. I couldn't be more excited for this third map. G2 have arrived in the semi-final, and Nico is looking lights out. He's got Malps joining him now, and it looks like they could actually have a chance of taking us to the grand final for G2.
m0NESY had that sick 1 versus 3 almost. They ended up winning. It's all coming in together. I mean, it's at the right time, right? They've actually got the third map. I'm excited for this one, Henry. I know you are as well, and at home watching. Now it's time to focus up. It's a final map here. We need a team in the grand final, and it's either going to be G2 or Vitality. Let's get the show on the road.
Yeah, let's fucking go. T-side start, Vitality. Smoke available. A flash P250 for ZywOo. Pimp's called him out. He hasn't turned up to this grand final as of yet. Can he seal the deal here in the third and final map? Smoking towards A. It's a bit of a ruse though, Anders. No one there behind him. Are we focusing towards a connector? So this could be an interesting approach. They go through towards the window, try and split in towards that B bomb site. There's so many options available here.
Yeah, you're right. That smoke actually allows them
Yeah, they will.
so many different things. Wow, what a setup and what a kill. He was called out.
So there's isolating fights with that smoke, and now they're going to be breaching it. But Nico continues to dominate. Another three-piece picked up with the USP. And Spinks will have nothing left to do, nothing but headshots for Nico. This guy has entered the 5th gear.
It's the speed with which it happens. You're winning the round, and then 2 seconds later, half the team is dead. He's so fast with it. 40 seconds here for Spinks. Getting shot in the back, and Snacks will take him down. G2 once again saved by Nico. It is a story as old as time, it feels like.
What a round, what a performance. One of the best to ever do it in Counter-Strike, Nico. Ice cold with the USP, doesn't even need a reload. No bomb planted, and G2 put their best foot forward. It was a technical strategy there, isolating that window fight, taking down one player with the P250, breaching the smoke, but to no avail, as Vitality will force buy back in response. Smoke down towards window, 5 players towards the B apartments here. Honestly, with the M4, same story for Nico, and here comes Flames. Maybe the MVP so far this semi-final. See what he can find of his Tech 9. They'll be trying to focus on that B defense, covered by Snacks this time. Good grenade.
They saw what Spirit were able to do, defeating Snacks. They know what's possible. They're going to test him real early. Oh! Stunning headshot. Takes down m0NESY, and Saiwu, he's sick of being at the bottom of the scoreboard. He wants to get back in, finds a 3rd headshot.
What the
It
hell?
is an absolutely grotesque round.
Okay, well, that's a statement in itself. The round is great, but Zaiwu finding that sort of form is a scary prospect going forward now. 5 players alive, Zaiwu. Hungry for blood. And they're trying to lock these CTs in. Nico, I don't think he's got any idea he'll be up here. Apparently he does. Good pre-fire. Trying to isolate these kills. Need to be careful here. That will lock it in, trying to recover that M4 before Mavs can do anything about it. They'll scoop it up. And that's a hell of a round. We've got to see that POV from Zaiwu. Holy.
Yeah, that's hard to explain. But you know what? We already went through the storyline and said it's a different team if m0NESY shows up. But obviously for Vitality, he's got Saiwu on that side, and he's been a little bit quiet in the semi-finals so far. If that changes, yeah, it changes the entire battlefield. An absurd round.
His first kill. He gets it towards the window. That is despicable. Continues to frag. The 3rd was an absolute masterstroke as well. Hits the head once again. Round done. Now the hunt to find the remaining CTs cost them a lot. They did lose 4 players en route. They won't be too worried about that. War of attrition begins now. It will have to be the force buy and response here from G2.
Early timeout. It makes sense. Can't really lose the mental game early on. You've got to find a way to stay sharp. So yeah, slow it down. You're not only getting the nerves under control, but you're also slowing down the momentum for Vitality. You're making sure that they can't celebrate their way into the next round and just roll forward. They're going to have to take a bit of a break too. Round number 3. Mars and M4 there on the CT side. But they would love a round like that of their own G2.
Yeah.
To get it, they've set up in the B bomb side.
Yeah, bear in mind, Mavs gets himself 3 kills there. He saves the M4, so he can drop that FAMAS over to m0NESY. And they know this B bomb side's going to be a target for Vitality for reasons we just saw. So they're going to stack him.
I mean, anybody watching that Spirit game would have been taking notes and saying, okay, well, this seems like a brilliant plan. A number of times where Spirit were able to catch out Snacks in some weird positions that he just wasn't really ready for. It feels like Vitality have decided to head to the A bomb side, which seems like a great choice at the moment. m0NESY, I think he spotted them, so at a minimum, Nico is going to be aware. He's towards that jungle position. Instantly dropped though. Nice timing, very good with the spray as well. He very nearly gets the double kill. I think he probably had to get the double kill for this round to still be viable. Mouths, all right. He actually gets one more in there, and
Okay.
Snacks with the smoke is taking down Flames.
His Force Spy's got some legs to him. Bomb will be planted, 2 versus 2. Hunter makes his way towards Connector. Would love to find a rifle.
Yeah, that's why he tried to do the jump there, I think. He could have picked up the FAMAS that was up there, dropped by Monacy. Now instead, he's got the 5-7. And again, obviously, they do not have a kit.
Got a smoke, though.
You're right. And another one there, going to be dropped, flashed around the corner. It's still very hard. 10 seconds worth of defusing coming up here for Snacks. He's going to tap the bomb once, but I don't think Saiwoo's going to be messing this one up. He's already got so much time to play around with here. Just another couple of seconds, and the clock will get the job done.
You can pretty much assume there'll be no kid in play with those sort of rounds, especially comes down to the 1 versus 1. Maybe there was one kicking around somewhere on the map, but well handled, good effort there on the retake, but the Force Spy doesn't work out with G2 in the end. Flames finding a couple of nice kills with ZywOo. Doesn't even really have to save the day. There was no chance to defuse that bomb, but he closes it out in style. 2-1, and presumably 3, as now Vitality will have nothing really up against them after the Force Spy. Couple of P250s at the top end. As you see, a Deagle and a P250 from Alps. No Kevlar and another B stack. All 5 players here this time.
I mean, this is working out better than I think Vitality could have hoped for. That one round with the Eagle on ZywOo, just absolutely course correcting immediately. This one should be a lot easier to deal with. Again, stack going on over towards the B-bomb site, but they have already figured it out. They're already well on their way. So probably not too much going to be happening here. Again, you could look for some exits if you're G2. You might as well with the USPs perhaps try and see if you can find a rifle or two.
Yeah. It's one of those rounds where there's not much to talk about. Bear in mind, Nanders, as you mentioned, we do have another semi-final coming up today. Quite a tantalizing matchup, quite the bout. As we see NAVI taking on FaZe, who seemed to bounce back to their winning ways yesterday against Liquid. They actually looked pretty decent.
I was going to say before yesterday, I would have said, well, I don't think there's going to be much of a game with FaZe. They looked so sick yesterday. That was really exciting.
Yeah, and they're big game players as well, so there's a chance they could actually take NAVI the distance and maybe book themselves a place in the grand final. Vitality making a convincing case on the 3rd map to Juju Zap as they go 3-1 up against the Pistols there. And it's going to be an uphill struggle now for G2, playing on the back foot here. Need to start posting some signs of life. Do we see the timeout for this first gun round? Time will tell. It looks like we're just good to go. I doubt there's an AWP available. The buy confirms it. There will be rifles across the board here. Oh, we've gone for a set piece.
Okay.
Vitality not wasting any time. They've called it from spawn. When I say set piece, it means a full-on execution of all 5 players. It's old school. It's effective, and it's very difficult to play against if you're on a weak buy.
Yeah, one good opening kill here, and they might just flood the bomb site. They're already getting real close to that connector. Good flashbangs and an even better kill. Setting up, taking down Monacy. Mount under a lot of pressure here. Time is running out, and so are the bullets. He's going to end up going down to Apex. And ZywOo just charging forward. You can see he's in full kill mode right now.
That's a crazy maneuver.
I think he's 12-3. I think he's just thinking, I'm gonna kill every single one of them. I just don't even care anymore. Been a bit quiet on the first 2 maps.
Yeah, sure.
Time in the spotlight is his now.
Well, he's had some ridiculous moments here on Mirage, and you're right, he is starting to wake up and show us his true potential.
I mean, there's nobody else getting kills on Vitality right now. It's just him.
Yeah, that's fair.
Flames has got 5, and that's it. That's about it.
Snacks and Hunter, that B partnership, will have to disengage, save the pennies, bank them going forward. Loss bonus will start to accumulate here. And still, it's going to be in a sticky situation going forward here. Very convincing. 5 players out of spawn, making their way towards the A bomb site. As I mentioned, that first proper gun round. You can assume they won't have the kits, they won't have the helmets, they won't have incendiaries perhaps. Now it's exactly the case. They couldn't put up much of a fight once they slip the net through the ramp itself, and ZywOo cracks a couple of heads with the AK-47. Good flash over the top. And Monacy through the smoke.
Look at the timing to peek when the smoke is halfway popped towards jungle. So the CTs, like, they just get a glimpse. Living his best life, really.
Absolutely true. So, a similar approach, but not the same. This time 4 players, and with Spinks patrolling the extremities of the map. It's not a force buy from G2. They're going to save those 2 rifles and purchase halfway with the CZs and Deagles, a bit of Kevlar in the mix as well for Monacy and Nico. But biding their time up Vitality. It looks to be an A finish, but the bomb, it's still down in T-spawn. They can reset this somewhat. Going to be smoking towards the window, courtesy of Mezzi. We'll see if it makes its way there. And it absolutely does. You'd love to see that.
Yeah, presumably the one thing Vitality really want to avoid is for both rifles to be the same bomb site and for them to peek right into it. So any information they can get, if they hear a rifle over at B, they're pretty confident it's just going to be pistols and maybe 1 rifle at the A bomb site. That's a lot more fun to fight. Okay, well, Snax is here, so information has been gathered, but it's going to cost them a lot. Hunter gets a headshot taking down Spinks, and that's at range. That was all the way from the market into the B hallway. They managed to land that shot. That's a really long distance. Flames, sure, trying to set it up for the multi because why not? He's absolutely slapped it down.
Wow.
Nico with the kill.
Ridiculous round there from G2. It was looking so controlled.
They needed a round like this. They have lost so many rounds themselves. I mean, think about the second round here after winning the pistols. Don't want to say they deserve it, but they're going to be real happy to bring this one back. Yeah, this is the kill from Hunter.
Damn. Mouths got that deadly deagle. That's a huge round to win. Now the financial pressure being applied to Vitality. They have to make do with a ZywOo scout here. AK is available, and well, the scout does come out on top. Finding Hunter at the start, he goes to the spray. One he'll live to regret.
That causes a big problem for the CTs because Vitality know that Hunter is the other B player. So for a while, Snax is alone. They know there are going to be some rotations happening here. See if they want to put a little bit of pressure on. Nico in the middle. Snax actually joining, so they're almost saying, forget about the B bomb side. Let's refight towards the middle. They're going to be all here, ready to go. When Nico goes down, there's a little bit staggered here. Not all fighting at the same time, but now Mounts and Monacy finally showing up for it. At the end of the day, it just might work out anyway here. ZywOo trying to do some more damage with the scout. He's almost found. He saw the backpack there, and he's going to get the kill on the Snax. How is it so efficient? Just Monacy left, and got to be careful here. Anything touches him, he's dead.
Oh, so good with the movement. Can't quite get himself in towards the window, but still, this round is not a done deal. Now it is. ZywOo opened things up, closed them down as well. Another multi-frag moment for the Frenchman. And that's the gut punch there. It was looking so good for G2 after winning with the pistols. It all starts here. Hunter caught out of position. Not sure what he was hoping for. Maybe he thought he was up against pistols, I think. He went with the straight-up duel with the rifle.
Yeah, it's possible. That was a misread. It could have been. Woo. You know what? He was called out on the desk by him, and that was too much for his honor.
Well, he just gets himself another 3 kills, doesn't he?
Yeah, he's, you know, he can't live with that.
Well, this is a very important round. G2 are all in. Double orb setup. Snax with the turret over towards B. We saw that yesterday. It was actually pretty decent. He's managing to get some kills with it. He's playing for 1 frag, stay alive. Very viable there towards B, but Apex, he'll find a key frag. Honestly fighting back with the AWP. Back to the 4-on-4. Good damage.
Still great play for Apex. Trade is absolutely worth it, especially because it's Nico that he gets. He was lingering inside of the smoke, just waiting for it to fade. They are walking back, and we'll see if Snax is going to be quite ready. This did work out against Spirit for at least a couple of rounds where they had Snax.
I think he's onto something here. You won't be expecting a secondary orb. You've called Monacy's on the other side, and that's beautiful. He wants another go at it as well, and he gets the shot. Fair play. Does go down in the end, and now the scramble begins. Advantage G2, courtesy of a double kill from Snax. Smoke on the bomb side, Molotov towards the kitchen. The plant will be coming through here. The Hunter's found a gap, needs to be careful, can't go down alone. Needs to make sure he's with the team, with the boys. Offers himself up, information garnered.
Oh, the pressure is on right now. Mezzi's at 0 kills, and now he's in a 1 versus 3, and they know exactly where he is. Gonna smoke him off and put even more pressure on. They've got the kid on mouth, so should be able to put that defuse in. Nice grenade, but it's not going to change the round, and Mezzi knows, yeah, he has to give it up. Nice retake, and a nice defense from Snax.
That's all he needed. Big fan of that. The option to fall back was there, but if he could get 2 kills and go down, that's absolutely fine as long as he delivers that second kill, which he absolutely did. They didn't anticipate the secondary AWP here. Great call from G2. Audacious maneuver to go for it again.
Also, after Snax gets the first kill and he's jumping away from the T side, it looks like he's running all the way. So you're not really, you know it can happen, but especially with Snax, maybe you're not expecting him to stick around and fight like that.
No, definitely not. Respect to the big man. As we get into another buy here. Compromised one to say the very least. Vitality that scouts out once again. And it's doing work, it's doing damage, but so is Nico on for another triple spray down. Nullified by ZywOo. Goes to the AK-47 here. This round's still alive, but he's taking damage. The grenades bombarding top of middle. Bomb down. Precarious spots here. G2 still alive and well in this semi-final.
Yeah, they are. I'm gonna say I'm a little bit worried right now. As soon as ZywOo's alive, you really know what can happen. All right, Hunter will take him down. Nicely done. Valves will follow it up, and it's a good close in the middle. This time, the scout doesn't have the impact that it had in some of the previous ones. They're getting back into the game. I was getting really worried at the start. It just looked like Vitality were gonna run away with it. It's not what we want.
No, certainly not.
Game.
Every map has delivered so far. The third, we're hoping to be a real slobber knocker. Oh, he's feeling it now. Nico, big spray down towards middle.
That's the emotion that just keeps you hooked with the game, isn't it?
Okay, then we're back to that double orb setup. It worked out before. Got a bit of space now, some resources to their name. They're up against just the pistols here. This should be a tied game. Deagle for ZywOo, no Kevlar available across the board of Vitality.
He's already given them 1 round with just the Deagle. There should be no world in which he could do it again in 1 half. Like, it just should never happen.
There's no way to really headshot Nico here. Spinks has found a way.
Yeah, I mean, it's a bit of a start. That's taking a slow down afterwards. They want to see if there are any other CTs pushing anywhere, which currently is not the case. Want to see, he should win this fight every single time. He's got the rifle up close. They swing right in front. It's been a pretty good kill. I mean, it's worth it. They traded 50 seconds. Technically a 3-on-3. It's massively going to be favoring G2. And now they get rid of ZywOo.
Yeah.
Might be job done.
I think you're right. Spinks with 4 HP, bomb down, 40 seconds, just hoping to find one more if possible. Not going to happen. Spinks can just limp into the final interaction here, but Mouths will have him booked. Convincing one once again. G2 starting to enjoy themselves out there, it looks like.
Oh, is it 07?
Oh no, why have they done him like that?
They've actually assigned graphics for it now to shame him. That's brutal. Timeout call.
On His Majesty's service. Mezzi will indeed be 0-7. Tactical timeout.
Does mean now he has the license to kill. Maybe that's what was, missing beforehand.
Good point. Didn't consider the angle. We'll see. Starting to spiral here a little bit. Vitality can feel the control going in favor of G2. Nico has been an absolute stud the entire semi-final. Where his teammates haven't stepped up, he has made the difference time and time again. Continuing to show us world-class rifling each and every round, always have an impact. Mouths will join him this time with 13 kills. Missed smoke as well, not what they needed right now.
It's not immediately a disaster. But yeah, you don't want to be missing those. Allows the CT so much information, and even worse if you peek into it, assuming that that position is going to be covered. Never a fun time. All right, Flames making absolutely sure there's nobody hiding inside here. Forward position for Mouths. He's had such a hot hand, and he just dispenses of Spinks immediately. He knew that fight was available. He was ready for it. Ooh, smoke with a giant gap on the side. They're going to be exploiting that sure. ZywOo's in a lot of trouble. Yep, that smoke did not come anywhere near enough. That off in the round. It probably was the smoke more than anything else.
They look out of whack right now. Vitality aren't even going to look in. Mezzi in another 5-on-1, 6-5, 1 round to go.
It might be even worse, because I think from their point of view, the smoke looks fine. Like, they actually can't tell how one-sided it is. It's pushed all the way into the one side of the hallway there. That's kind of devastating. Mezzi, I mean, you can't put it on him right now. He can't do anything. Save the AK. Unfortunately, that's probably the best move. Round number 12 is coming up here. What a resurgence from G2.
What a comeback. Very impressive, admirable. G2 were not the favorites by any stretch of the imagination today. Vitality have them covered in pretty much every single outing. But now going up 6-5, 7 looking good as well. Snacks delivering, their double orb setup, that's a masterstroke. It's conditioned them enough not to want to go back there.
Yeah. Yeah, they haven't found that weakness that was being exploited otherwise. They haven't been able to punish the Hunter and Snack setup.
Lovely aggression from Malbs as well.
Well, they talked about it, right, on map number 2. Malbs, when he's on the CT side and he can find those fights, like, he's so good at winning them.
Oh, they got absolutely dominated there. A gap in the smoke. 2 players peeking from short and connector. They never got a look in. And that trend might continue here in the final round of this first half of the 3rd map. G2 are in the driving seat, ladies and gentlemen. And we're going for a fast play into our day. They're looking for the knockout blow. Jumping ahead of the pace of the round. Mezzi will open things up.
Yeah, no slowing this one down. The Eagles are out here, and he won't survive. It's actually worked. They changed the pace. They rushed that A-bomb site, and nobody from G2 was ready. That's a nice grenade. They blow it up, and now it's all down to Snacks in a 1 versus 2.
This is the moment, Anders.
There should be no way. They know that he's coming from this direction. A bit of a flash to set it up.
He knows.
A little bit of a peek. He's got the right idea. He sees just the ankles. He knows Saibu's he's gonna land the kill against him now. Just 1 more kill left here for Snacks, making his way up the connector. And tries to tickle him. The grenade is there. It lands right on top of him, and he peeks out into it.
Oh my gosh.
That might have been the moment. This could be the clutch that sends them almost to the grand final if they win this one. Smoke this up. He's going to try and tap the bomb. He's still got a couple of seconds left. Snacks, bring him back. It's space to go down. Snacks with an insane clutch.
Welcome back to the carnage of Counter-Strike that is the semi-final here between G2 and Vitality. Now, I'd like to issue a formal apology to Snacks. I wasn't familiar with his game, Anders. That 2v1 to close things out, an absolutely show-stopping spectacle to save the day and give G2 the edge.
Just remember that someone's gonna be watching our demo and be like, these guys are so smart.
Okay, I'm gonna be watching the demo. I want to see how smart are they. Yeah, Snacks has been under the microscope the whole tournament. Teams have been trying to attack and abuse him.
That's suggesting this pistol round is an anti-strat. They have something up their sleeve here. It's gonna be an execution in towards B. They've got the smoke, the 3 flashes, and decoys as well.
I don't think you're expecting that boost in the pistol round. It's kind of rare. It is just a USP, so it's not easy to get a bunch of kills here, but when you get them that clean, maybe it is. Spinks gets 1, Flames as well, and now they've absolutely shut it down. Whatever the plan was, you had to get a couple of kills to make it work, and now they're hunting down. It's going to be the final kill going the way of Vitality. Well done.
Bouncing back from the trauma that was that 2v1, it looked like there was a done deal against Snacks. But ZywOo has shown impeccable form in its third map. The first 2 weren't his best, but this was clean. Boosted up, you're right. You don't see that too often these days. But my God, does it ever work? ZywOo gets himself multiple frags. Can't quite close out the last one. Goes to the knife, in fact, but...
Everybody's got a plan until they get shot in the face, Henry. So sure, there was a genius plan somewhere in there, but not this time. And absolutely make it round here for G2. Not even a flash to set it up. Guess you might as well. Gonna try and maybe make a bit of noise at the A bomb site. Hope that it's enough to just get the B plant here. Be nice to get the extra cash. Definitely don't have it in this round. Looking at the scoreboard, it's still so ridiculous. ZywOo, okay, all right. Hold the phone. Bit of a trade. Malbs, if he had that second one, the round would have been real interesting. But yeah, 19 kills on ZywOo. He's absolutely stepped up here. He wants a spot in the grand final.
Oh yeah. Honestly though, gotta be doing his best to stop that from happening. That's a nice shot with the P250.
Was that no helmet on Spinks?
Must have been.
Yeah, he died right quick.
Well, you went for the M4 and Kevlar combo, so yeah, you actually have, I think you need 2 kills to get the helmet with it and survive with your Kevlar.
Nice, good math.
But the thing is, if he survived the round as well, like he would have taken some damage to the Kevlar, it wouldn't have been possible, really. Either way, these are semantic. It doesn't matter. He's dead.
Yeah, ZywOo's got the right idea. He does get dinked all the way down to 10. That's a bit scary. Looks like the cleanup is here, though, and they're going to be able to win the round. So, no, I mean, again, there was really nothing going for them in this round, G2. And they managed to do a bit of damage. I don't think they're going to be too sad about it. This game has had pretty much everything. It's close once again. I mean, it's impossible to tell who's going to win right now. Tied games, 7-7. AKs across the board, except for Snacks taking one for the team, getting the Galil for some extra utility. Somebody has to.
Snacks keeping up this game. Same amount of kills as Nico. More than Hunter, more than Monacy. Say what you will about his performance at this tournament. When it matters most, he is delivering. 7-7, you're dead on. Game is wide open. Unclear who'll be taking this round. Vitality with a streak here in the second half, but getting active towards middle. Going to be focusing towards T-spawn, seeing if they can find some spacing here, but ZywOo lucky to be alive. A missed shot from Malbs.
Yeah, but now they're in a little bit of trouble because there's so many CTs here. They've got to be careful in that underpass position. A little bit of a trade. And shot in the back, Hunter.
Nice work.
Coming out. Yeah, this is very good. That's, I guess, the power of having that many CTs near the middle is that there's always another player that can step up and take a swing and trade it back. But that first jump from ZywOo could have cost them almost everything. If he dies, then the other two CTs that are there, suddenly they're on an island. They can't really escape. So yeah, that could have been the whole round.
Could have been.
35 seconds. I think unfortunately he's too far away to make this touch interesting.
He's in an interesting position, but yeah, no one giving him opportunities. You can see that Sai. He realizes he'll be saving him. No time, no space, no bomb. As he'll just tuck himself in towards CT spawn. That's a great round there from Vitality. Very calm and a chaotic situation here. You can see they're being pulled around multiple positions of the map, top and middle, underpass. Monacy answers back, but fancy footwork here from ZywOo, just ducking and weaving, making sure they have the advantage every step of the way. And as mentioned, NiKo can do nothing but sit back, wait for the next round as Vitality take the lead here. It was 7-5 in favor of G2 at halftime, and that's now 3 in a row for Vitality as they get closer to the grand final.
Absolute weird experience with G2. Playing the first 2 maps, and it's difficult. They have to get some of their own players online. But the one thing they don't have to deal with is ZywOo. At the very least, maybe they forget about it. It's a different experience. Now it's all ZywOo. He is, right now, the entire problem that they're up against, that they just can't actually manage to overcome. 22 kills in 15 rounds. Well, make it 23.
The smoke missed again, and there's a cost of Snacks. That is a nightmare start. Couldn't go any more wrong than that. They take a max damage grenade on Malbs as well. They're not fully invested here, bear in mind. They saved the NiKo AK. Snacks dropped. Malbs low. But NiKo hunting for intel, hunting for an opening.
Yeah, but Vitality have no reason to really fight that much. They know the AK is out there somewhere. Don't necessarily know how much is behind it. And they know it's on NiKo. So I'm sure they're going to have the adequate amount of respect. Good timing. Confirms they're in the middle. Spinks kind of a little bit hungry. See if there's anyone that wants to flash him in. If you want to take a further peek, that might be necessary. But oh, never mind. Shot. Don't need a flashbang at all. They're just doing this the old-fashioned way. 3 kills in the round for ZywOo before NiKo. Kind of getting warmed up, but he's very low on health here. He still gets one more headshot. Give him a chance. It might be possible. He's definitely spotted it out. One of the few players in the world that can win a round like this one. 30 seconds, and he's made his way in towards that murder hole, slipping past the net in towards the B-bomb side. Mezzi knows already. Would have to be an ace clutch, would have to be the sickest round of the tournament, yet no question about it if he does this. 15 seconds. He's actually so deep in that Mezzi doesn't see it. He's not aware. Might get free kill. He gets the headshot. And now it is on. This man is a demon. I don't know what he did to become this good at the game, but there's hardly ever been anyone like it. And now he's hiding. I bet the pressure is on Apex. He knows he has to walk into NiKo's domain. Can he find him all the time? He's nearly there. NiKo ready and waiting, just hiding. Waiting to step up. Our footsteps being heard on the other side. I'm not sure yet. Grenade. Nope, he's not up in the hallway either. NiKo steps in. The shots! They're so close!
I can't believe it. He couldn't have played it better. He gets 4 kills. It would have been clutch of the year, not clutch of the tournament. He gets the final frag on a plate. He doesn't connect the final dots after this heroic effort in towards middle. Have you ever seen anything like it? The world's best rifler shows us what he's made of. The final kill, Apex wasn't looking. And it's such a disappointing finish for NiKo. You can see how frustrated he is, but a statement nonetheless.
I mean, yeah, maybe 1 or 2 players in the world could have got into the position to begin with. It's so close. 9-7 here. Malbs trying to get it back into the swing of things, but it's going to be stopped at the 1 kill there. Mezzi taken down. NiKo, do you have any more left in the tank? Hunter there to help him out. They're still fighting. They're not through yet, G2.
It's getting scrappy now. This is how we like it. A 2 versus 1. It's time for ZywOo to step up here. The bomb's top of middle. Gathered by Snacks. ZywOo, after 16 rounds of play, has got 25 kills.
It's so disgusting, isn't it? But he's really far away right now. There's something to be said about the... Look at the money here on Vitality, right? Because that last round, they have nothing left in the bank. So if they plant the bomb, it's possible that the better play for ZywOo is to stay away, save the AWP. As much as you'd want to see him try and clutch it, might not be worth it with the money.
He couldn't be further away if he tried right now. That's the problem. We'll give it a look in, I think.
It does have a smoke at a kid too, but I mean, yeah.
Okay, he's calling it off.
given how he's been
considering the financial rupture Nico inflicted in that previous attempt. That money's going to be low, that goes without saying. So if he does go down and lose that AWP, that's a real problem. G2 though, sure, they lost that previous clutch. Nico will be gutted. He didn't stick the landing on that one.
Yeah, but
they can still pull this one back due to his contributions.
Absolutely, and for them to win the following round is going to be so important for his mental state, right? The idea that, all right, I didn't get that last round, but my team stepped it up in this one, and we managed to pull through. I think it makes all the difference in the world here. AWP is saved, but G2 battling back. Yeah, here's the attempt from the previous round. Is
oh my God, my heart beats for him.
Absurd, yeah.
What a maneuver, what a play. God damn, he hits that table hard.
Who can blame it?
Yo, okay! Collateral damage. The table's gone down, Anders. In all my years, I've never seen that, and justified, I think. He hit it with some force. Oh my God, he's bleeding. We got blood for the first time in a semi-final.
Never let anybody question Nico's passion for this game. I never want that question raised, ever.
Dude, we might need a medical timeout here. I've never seen this before. He needs to get that bandage. Like, otherwise the blood's gonna potentially go on the mouse mat and the sensor. He needs a band-aid. I think that's what will be going on right now.
What an absolutely wild
bad day to be a table. I'll tell you that much.
Yeah. They're laughing next to him, though. I mean, you can't even blame him, can you?
No, definitely not. I think it's justified. You get that close to winning that sort of clutch.
Yeah, medical pause is coming up.
A world first here at Fall Finals. We have drawn blood in the semi-final. You can see what it means to this man. He's given you everything in the name of Counter-Strike. Blood, sweat, and tears. It looks like we're good to go. Thank you to the admins. And we'll get into a 9-8 game. Bear in mind, Vitality, financially weak. They're doing the 5-7 Famases and B9s. Azaiwu, AWP, though, saved from the previous round. Could be the difference maker.
Snack's actually getting so much control in the middle right now. Let's see if he's going to be able to do anything with it. Mezzi playing out common position. He's looking to drop the smoke, keep them back. And they've got the boost again, just like in the pistol round. This time with a little bit more interesting weaponry. It's a common boost, but it's not common enough that you check it every time. And you just need to overlook it once. And the round is crumbled. Oh, snap.
Snuck through.
Yeah, he's actually slipped the net here. He's right into the bomb site. It's a bit of a disaster, but Spinks is on him. I don't know how he knew, but he found him. Snack's going down, and now they're walking into the stack here. It's a good shot for Mezzi, but the ace up the sleeve is still the captain of Vitality. Going to be taking down one, but actually Malz and Modesty, they cleaned it up. They make it look easy.
They're back into the round now. The flank coming in from Flames. Needs to pick up the pace here, though. The fake plant attempt buys them a few valuable seconds. This could be perfect now. Spots a player towards the bend as Mount's going down. Modesty, his turn to clutch. His turn to step up. He can't find the kill, and the flank is successful. Huge victory for Vitality here, considering they had the pistols, the SMGs, and they go for a B stack. It's a perfect call.
This is it for Spinks. I mean, if Spinks isn't there to get that kill, it's Snacks that opens the round, and they absolutely lose it. They're gonna get wiped out. There's no way Apex stays alive.
Oh, it's such a massive round. At this stage in the game.
I mean, yeah, sometimes, you know, you look at the scoreboard, you forget that. The impact of one kill, and for Spinks, that was it. It stopped that attack dead in its tracks. Timeout now. G2 struggling once again. Vitality, we know how good they can be, and they're proving it right now. They're hard to get rid of. Summoning every last bit of strength that they have. It's a game that's worthy of a semi-final.
Oh, absolutely. This one is delivered above and beyond all expectations. G2 have looked shaky this tournament at times, but here they are, keeping up with Vitality, keeping them on their toes. High alert in round number 19. It is going to be the Force Byanders, 3 Galils. They are running to the end of the line here. They lose this round, it'll be 11-8. The money will be in the bin. It all kind of comes down to this.
"20 kills on Malbs. He's been doing it for so many maps now. He was
semi-
criticized coming into the tournament.
Absolutely. His form the last month hasn't been what we expect. Started this tournament a little bit bumpy, but into the quarterfinals, he started to show some of that fantastic form we know him for. This semi, he's been fantastic once again. And here we go. G2 needs to be careful of how they deploy this utility and how they receive it. That's a max damage nade on 2 players.
Yeah, that really hurts. They're trying to put 4 Ps with the connector. It's not the tightest choke point, but it still kind of is one. Got to be careful you don't get grenaded right when you're making your way through. There still are a couple of grenades left here, but maybe worse still, there's that AWP on side with towards CT spawn.
Oh, he's doing well. Buying time here. They can't flush him out. They don't have the Molotov. Smoking him off. Huge kill from Spinks. It looks like this might be the 11th round. We said how important this one was. If G2 can somehow win in the 5 versus 3, it'll be a miracle. Nico is alive, though.
Yeah, you're right. Miracle required. They do have their Guardian Angel at the very least. Round number 19 here. And a 5 versus 3 for the retake is on. Hunter traded out immediately, leaving it up to Snacks and Nico, and the spray not quite good enough.
Here he comes.
It's on him once again. He nearly did it the one time. Now is his chance to step it up, and they're on him already with grenades, with everything, smoking him off and trying to defuse that bomb. He's got about 2 seconds. I think he knows he can't do it. Too much utility on the other side. Vitality, one step closer to the grand final.
Good effort, good try, but the deficit was too large to overcome. You can see that injury. First time I've had to commentate on an injury before in a CS game, but that's going to be a problem. The blood hasn't dried yet. It's going to be leaking on the mouse pad. It's going to be sticky, Anders.
Oh, absolutely.
Like, it's going to be in the back of your mind. It's just going to be annoying. It's going to be hurting as well. Like the force he punched that table at.
Oh,
good
yeah.
Lord. Like he's going to be aching.
The adrenaline's wearing off. You start to feel a little bit more. I've never seen anything like that. I'll tell you what.
Analyzing injuries. I never thought we'd see the day at a Counter-Strike tournament, but here we are.
That punch won the Copenhagen crowd.
It did. Might have lost the round, but he won the hearts of the people.
Okay. We zoom out a little bit. It's a 3-round gap right now. Money is not really amazing on either side. It's still an open game. But look at who's pushing up. Oh, it's so late in the game to be trying this for Apex. They might not expect it. He's been quiet on this side. He hasn't really been too active. He's found an enormous amount of information for his team right now. But it's worse because G2 don't even know it. They don't realize that they've been compromised. This could be a slaughter.
Yeah, you're right. The backstab coming in. They can focus their resources here on the A-bomb side. Speaking of which, their most powerful assets, ZywOo, currently sitting at 25 kills, ready and waiting to find grand final points. He goes down with nothing. G2 still fighting back here. Down but not out. Kill from Spinks keeps the round alive, and it's a 4 versus 3 in favor of G2.
Vitality knew. They knew what was coming. Apex had given them all the information. And G2 were walking into the Hornet's nest, and somehow they managed to battle their way out. They get the 2 opening kills they need.
It's a done deal.
And Vitality pull the plug. That's one of the harder rounds to win.
I had have to see that from Malbs' POV. It seemed way too easy on the entries. Let's have a look. So Snacks, nice work on Flames there, using the smoke to his advantage. That's how it opens. Discombobulates the defense. ZywOo goes down. And that's a massive round. G2 will not allow them to find series point just yet. We're going the distance, baby. 11-9. 3 guns to be saved here for Vitality.
Yeah, which is absolutely critical. We haven't seen too much frustration out of the Vitality camp, but I mean, that's got to be a frustrating round. Apex is probably calling that every step of the way, saying, I'm closing the door behind them. They're locked in, just take it easy. You know they're coming, and you just can't win any of those openings. Wild. If not for a couple of saved rifles here, it would be nothing for Vitality.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, these players are giving you absolutely everything right now. Let's make some noise. These last few rounds. Vitality will have a partial investment. Pistols in the hand of ZywOo and Flames. Rifles otherwise. They can afford to lose this one, but they can still steal it away.
Again, they've got that push going on.
They've got the read again.
Always, yeah, they know, but...
Got a great read.
They've got the worst weapons this time, not the same amount of utility. Might be harder this time. Let's see if they can. Malbs, it's a clean opening as he takes down ZywOo, but Nico's fall in the meantime. Is the newcomer to the team, and he's trying his very best. Gonna get a couple of kills on this one on the snacks. One
Here we go
two.
again.
Oh, and right with a knife out into the open arms. The flank is there, and the round goes to Vitality. They do the same thing again, and nobody from G2 knows.
You're absolutely right. They have no presence elsewhere. They are rumbled so early on, they take a risk on the CT side. Pushing towards a B apartment could be certain death, but if you find some space, some information, you can enable these sort of flanks and snacks. No luck in the 2 versus 1 this time. This is it now. Time to tuck in G2. And ZywOo will find m0NESY. He could finish Mirage of 9 kills. It's a 5-on-4. They disengage, but Apex still wants a piece of the action. To his detriment, he goes down, back to the 4-on-4.
So Apex is a bit of a rumble-tumble player himself. He'll get down and dirty if he really needs to. Making it entertaining at least. 22nd round here.
Oh, I felt like it was so done.
It might have been. I mean, ZywOo's got 26 kills. He's just playing so well, and now Spinks is up there as well. With the boost on top, looking for it. He's going to see the shadow before Snacks peaks. Oh, but never mind. It doesn't matter. They brought it down. He expects the boost.
We're not done yet.
Not by a motion. He actually saved them. The most criticized player on G2 coming into this semi-final. The crowd is chanting his name now.
How has he got this one going? A beautiful shot to ZywOo, and the preemptive shot towards the boost as well. Absolutely fantastic. Full eco. Vitality. Just with the scout.
That's what they have right now. Bit of a peek here with the Deagle. It's where you want to see G2 really take a deep breath. Don't give this one up. Snacks, great position in the middle. They're rotating around him. As long as he controls the center of the map. Rotations are going to be real hard for Vitality. And it's a single USP over on this A side of the map. Feels like we're going to be going the full distance here. I can't see Vitality winning this. They've stacked the B-bomb site. And that is definitely not where the action is going to be. Flames. He's going to call it out on the radio, but his team is miles away. Nothing they could do to save him right now. Oh, Nico not quite spotting it out, which is a bit interesting. Nice dink. But easily, wow, going to be an 11-12 scoreline.
Well, if you are just joining us, seeing some of the highlights online, wondering what the hell has happened here, how we got to this stage. It all started with Anubis. I was picked by G2. It was a pretty comfortable victory for Vitality, 13-9. We moved on to Dust 2 then, but G2 came to life. We said some key members weren't turning up, but players like Nico, players like Mal started delivering the goods, started showing us they could make a dent in this semi-final, and you find us on the precipice of overtime right now. G2 fighting with character, fighting with guts, determination as m0NESY gets a hat-trick. They could really use him right now. He's had a quiet Mirage. If he can get them to overtime with that AWP, all will be forgiven.
You're not wrong. He's the last piece of the puzzle, the last player they need, and they can't wait any longer.
Overtime or bust. The two options available for G2 here. Vitality call. The final timeout of regulation. Final round of play. Can they close it out right here, right now? Or do we need the bonus rounds?
Oh, kurwa, man, I'm fucking bleeding and killing. Let's go.
You certainly are, Nico. We commend you for your contributions here today and your sacrifice. Anders, we've got a double AWP setup on the T side of Mirage.
We need to frame that desk, put it in resin, and keep it forever.
Yeah, what a moment in history.
Oh, that is...
If they go on to win it now as well, my God. Double AWP setup on the T side. I haven't seen this in years.
Nope, it is a rarity.
And why not?
I mean, they have an AK somewhere on the map. They can swap it out if they really need to. But look at this play from Vitality. Talk about a rare moment. I'm talking 4 CTs in middle. 3 of them pushing to top mid to try and find anybody to fight. And it's got to be such a weird feeling for them because there's nobody there. Normally, you're at least going to spot one player that's sort of jiggling at the corner.
That's a good point. This will be difficult now. There's going to be a 5-man execute here. Presumably going to throw away one of these AWPs and get the other AK.
Oh, snacks you.
Is it here? Maybe. Oh, not like this. Okay, he's going for the smoke. I thought they'd have another AK in reserve. They had the money to drop one.
Yeah, that's what
So now you're going to be executing in towards A with double AWPs. I've never seen this before. This is actually wild.
Yeah, I didn't look. I just assumed that the money as well, that for sure they have one, but...
That's crazy you don't buy a reserve AK. Anyway, let's not threat on that, and let's get into this final play of regulation. Anders, take us away.
Apex, it could be all on you. Every single teammate is smoked up in the middle. The captain of the team, and it's on his shoulders. It's Malbs cutting down Cyril. Nico's next. The kills are coming through, and they're taking every step they need to get this one into overtime. Spinks and m0NESY, I don't think they have what it takes here. Double AWP, somehow it works.
They don't even need him. They've got Nico, the sledgehammer, breaching the bomb site. 5 on 2. Overtime, presumably locked in. First kill. The Vitality is on Nico. There's still time to make this work, but now it'd have to be a 3 versus 1. Can Spinks do anything about it? Surely not. The AWP ready and waiting for him. So much to do, so little time. As he picks up the AK-47, gets one more. We're going to overtime. G2 have done it against all the odds. They reset the game. And now the pressure's on Vitality. They have squandered the lead they had. It was looking so comfortable. It was looking like a done deal. But now, 3 rounds in a row from G2 to keep the dream alive. They'll stay on the T side of Mirage here. And they are showing some very avant-garde Counter-Strike. Double AWP setup in the final round of regulation with no reserve AK. And it works.
Here we go. There's no delay. We're not slowing it down. Straight into overtime, ladies and gentlemen. Gonna be Vitality trying, just like last round, to get up to the top mid position. They want to fight them early, and it's Nico they run into. The beast that has been a thorn in their side this entire map. And he's able to cut down flames at the beginning. I like it from Vitality. I like the insistence on keeping the pressure on, but it's cost them this time.
It's cost them dearly. Flames will go down with nothing. That excursion towards top of middle leaves them on the back foot. A 5 on 4 with no damage inflicted. Nico gets yet another kill. Wounds and all. He's stepping up each and every time. And it's going to be another A execution.
I mean, somehow they've been able to beat Cyber over on this side a couple of times. How long is that going to be true for? He's in a perfect position right now. I'm sure they're going to try and smoke him off, but even then, he can play around it. Great execute, all the smokes. They burned out that shadow position. A missed shot. No way! Spray him down. Saiwu, he's been carrying them the whole way through, but
Snax bests him. Snax wins out the duel. The spray down from the Palace. A 5-on-3. It looked like a done deal. Hunter oversteps the mark. A slight opportunity here, but Malb snatches it away. 2 players remain, it's Spinks and Mezzi. And surely nothing more to be said here. That's a nice kill. Malb up to 27 frags. Top fragging for G2 here. It's been a fantastic performance. And they take the round. What a resurgence from G2. They look down and out. 3 rounds in a row to get us to overtime. Some heroic attempts in the clutch. And Snax consistently delivering here. His best performance by far at the tournament has come at such an appropriate moment. What a time to peak.
yeah, this is it. Snax winning a fight against Saiwu was looking amazing.
They're doing it again.
Double or back again on the T side. I don't know what's happening anymore. See if it's going to work out. Is there going to be another jump? He wanted it. He wanted Mezzi to jump one more time. And he would have been ready for it. He hasn't really given up the idea yet. I mean, this is unbelievably risky. But he's moving forward to try and find an opening for his team. Spinks versus Malbs up here at top mid.
Malbs hasn't lost many duels so far.
Yeah, you could say that again.
Okay, Spinks. They make some sound cues here as they recover the bomb. Nico waits patiently towards the A ramp. Flashbang goes over. What a flash it is. Advantage, vitality. Malbs removed.
Hunter is coming up from the other pass. He has to find this kill. If he dies, I think this round might be done. And Spinks is the one to take him out. Very good round here. 22 kills on Spinks. He started to really have a good contribution. 40 seconds and a 5 versus 3. And what looks like a near unwinnable round here from the side of G2. I don't know how they bring this one back. They're compromised. A little bit of a failed jump to try and bring them back, but it's down to Monacy and he can't stay alive. It's Spinks instead with a quad kill, sealing the round in favor of Vitality.
Yeah, he did very well there, didn't he? Towards top and middle, alley-oop by Apex. Funneled them in towards A. There's the flash. Real stinker for Malbs to receive. And then he starts mowing them down, found Hunter towards that underpass as well, and then rotating in. Majority of the kills fall in favor of Spinks. We go 1-1. Final round of play here in the first half of overtime. An important one for G2. If they can find a 2-1 lead on their T side, that'll be massive. Underpass again. It hasn't worked out for Apex at all, I have to say. No. And once again, he goes down with nothing.
Nice to see Hunter. I mean, again, he's been struggling. They're finding even 1 or 2 opening kills right now. Like you said, all is forgiven. You could have had a terrible semi-final in general, but now is when it really counts. Mezzi with a grenade. It goes a bit too deep. I don't think he realizes. He doesn't know how much danger he's in. A 5 versus 3. And what looks like a retake that really can't be done here. They've got Snax at top mid. They're retaking with the AWP.
Zaiwu is called off as well. He's been at 25, 26 kills for some time now.
Yeah. Oh, look at this. He actually does spot it out, Spinks, so all right. I guess they know there's only 4 people in the bomb site. Oh, no way. That's what he's here for. They win 2 out of 3. And it's a lot of it down to the timing against Mezzi.
What a story. What a series. Nico once again cracking things open towards his B bomb side. Monacy, sure, it's been a quiet series by him, but if he can start to knock them down when it matters most, it doesn't really matter. They've got the lead here.
Yeah.
They are the favorites as we switch things over. 1 round would guarantee double overtime. 2 would thrust them into the grand finals here in Copenhagen.
They've got to do this.
We've got an injured man on the pitch as well. He's chosen to play on. You've got to respect it.
Oh, he's giving it all for his team now. Now they got a fight on for Nico. One round lead, Henry. Now on the CT side, G2. Let's see what they got. Oh,
no, dude, how many times are they going to miss that today? Sorted out Vitality.
Yeah. Already too many. It's dangerous, and it could have cost Flames his life there, but so far so good. Looks like they might want to finish at the A bomb side. Battle brewing in the middle, but Hunter decides it's not really worth it. Stay alive. Nico and Malbs, what a duo to be up against on the A ramp if anyone was there. The thing is, even if they don't find someone here, if Vitality execute through the connector behind them, it's still sick to have a double position at ramp because you're not expecting it. The T's will clear it once, and then they're going to forget about it. Oh, but wait a minute. They're going back. They're not going A at all.
Nico. The backstab you don't expect, Anders, and maybe an absolute freebie. He's getting all the sound cues. Doesn't pull the trigger, misses the timing somewhat, but he has got a lot of intel. m0NESY with the AWP. Backing up what's considered to be a weak B bomb side. Flashbang in, allows a peek. Snacks to defend and rising to the occasion. This could be enough. m0NESY striking with the AWP. We've got a boost on the side as well.
Sweet dude, they've got everything set up. Oh, it's checked Apex. He's been boosted up there himself. And he gets Messi takes him down. I don't know how they're back in the round. G2, they had it locked down. It's not over yet. Here comes the backstab. It's Nico. He's had so many attempts at these clutches. Now is his time. 10 seconds. And with Apex on the other side. They play it back. He failed the first one, but this one is his.
Redemption for Nico. What a maneuver! What a backstab! What a clutch! To potentially get them in the grand final! A 3 versus 1! He ain't going down without a fight today! And now they've got 2 opportunities to close this one out. Grand final point for G2. Morale is in the bin. ZywOo posting 1 single kill in overtime so far.
Oh, you're right. He's disappeared. Nico up to 26. The crowd once again chanting his name. They were on their feet. They're so ready for this right now. G2 5 kills away from reaching a grand final in the most incredible fashion you could have imagined. You couldn't even write this. Vitality looking for 2 rounds themselves. They want double overtime. They don't want to go out yet.
They're spiraling. They've lost focus, they've lost track as Nico continues to ascend on the server, getting more and more powerful as time goes by.
That is the safe way to smoke middle.
And this is old school Snacks now. He ain't sitting back at the back of the side.
No.
He's going hunting for intel, but Spinks, oh my God, almost misses out. He gets dinked in the process. Snacks could have won that. 5 on 4.
Oh, this is so scary. ZywOo, yeah, he's going to get that kill. m0NESY walks right into it here, and this round is going to be opened up every step of the way. Nico trying to catch them as they come in here. They got to make sure of the fight.
You gotta be kidding me.
He's done something special. In the corner, and the Molotov not quite burning him, and Spink's already low. He does need Hunter coming in to help him out. He's so low on health right now, and his position is well known. Waiting for Hunter to make the next move. He's going to go check it there, and that's the first step in the right direction. But all the work is still ahead of them. They're not through yet. Flames and m0NESY just hiding and playing for time, which is exactly what they should be doing. That's the entire bomb side to check. You can't really do that. Oh, no one's looking. Nico! He gets the kill for free! It's on Flames. He'll pick up the 1, and now he's being hunted. Nico coming for him. He's a bullet away. He makes the jump. It's not enough this time! The match will continue. Vitality will stay alive.
You can see how scared they are right now. Panicking in corners, unaware of flanks. Comms team off.
Oh, yeah.
Spiraling our Vitality. Fortunate to get away with that massive advantage here. Nico had them booked once again. Give him 10 more seconds, he's got that.
Who wouldn't be scared? Nothing is safe. Like, it doesn't matter how low on health he is, how many people you have.
Oh, there it is! m0NESY, he finds it towards the palace. His trademark maneuver, the fast vault up, takes down the in-game leader. Apex will have to become the puppet master now from the grave. There it is. What a play, what a time to turn up. A team that already looked like they were spiraling have now got to operate without the captain.
And they have the other AWP. It's been a good position for Snack so far. Both the AWPs, in fact, on this side. Oh, m0NESY, he's going to be put to the test. He's take down NAVI. He certainly is. Snack's holding the corner here. If he can stay alive, this might be on lockdown. A 5 versus 3, Henry. And this one is for the grand final.
Certainly is. It looks like they've done enough here. ZywOo waiting patiently, but time is of the essence. A missed shot. Gives up the position. Suggests going in towards B. A boost here. m0NESY, though. Fastest scope in all of Counter-Strike. They have sealed the deal here. 1 kill away from the grand final. It's just Spinks to hold on.
The last man to try and keep the dream alive. I don't think it's enough. It's m0NESY to send them to the grand final. The blood sacrifice of Nico. And they got there.
Gotta be one of the greatest storylines of the year. A team that didn't look like they could make it to the grand final. It was a scrappy game. Nico above and beyond, Malb stepping up, and m0NESY, he found his form, he peaked at the right time. The closing rounds of the series, he finds multiple kills with the AWP, a reverse sweep, dominating Vitality towards the end. Blood, sweat and tears has gone into this victory, and it's going to mean so much to them. They're into the grand final, and Vitality, and as they let that one go at the end.
Oh, they definitely have. ZywOo, he carried them the whole way through the regulation of that third map. It looked like it was enough. It looked like ZywOo was going to win it almost on his own. Towards the end, Spinks started to come alive. He was helping out. But towards overtime, it wasn't enough. You got to say as well, Malbs, the whole way through, even when Nico was having a tough time in some of the rounds, it was Malbs that was the rock of the team in many ways.
He kept it up every single map of this semi-final. He's had a difficult tournament, but stepping up when it mattered most.
It cost a table, nearly a hand, but they made it.
Unbelievable. Vitality. They lost ZywOo in overtime there. Oh. ZywOo, he goes down, but Nico is up. We'll hear from him on the show floor.
The real wounded warrior does everything possible for his team to secure the grand final. Copenhagen, give it up for Nico. Nico, that was a hard-fought game. You were in position for that incredible 1v5. That frustration, though, that was just a pure passion and emotions, right? Talk me through it.
First of all, thank you guys for the support. I appreciate it. You are the best. And good game to Vitality. It was one hell of a match, especially Mirage going to OT, you know.
Should we have a look? Should we have a quick look? Nico, you might need to stop going to the gym.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think this was the gym. This was just the anger, you know. I knew how important the round was. The money was very bad for them, and I don't know, I even had a kill, and maybe that's why I smashed the table. Obviously, I didn't want to do this, you know, on purpose, but it is what it is. Just happy that we won in the end.
We never complain about that kind of passion, that emotions, and seeing how much it means to you. But how did you reset mentally after that? Because you still went on to be an absolute monster in the server.
Yeah, I mean, I was shaking the next round, maybe even 2, but I did some, you know, breathing that I worked with my performance coach that helped me a lot, drinking some water, and I mean, the job was not nearly done, so I had to reset. Somehow I did it, and I'm happy that I did. My team helped me, and they all believed in me, and that was very important for me.
And lastly, on this game itself, how important was this win over Vitality for you guys?
As I said to you yesterday, this was very important to us because, you know, the only team we've been losing is NAVI and 2 Mouse Ones. So this was a match where we could see where we stand, you know, are we belonging in the top 2, top 3. So a very important game for us. And I mean, you can see how important it was. So.
Now, for you guys though, right, you're either going to face NAVI in the grand final or FaZe. Do you want to face NAVI and go for revenge, or would you rather face FaZe?
I mean, we need to beat NAVI in order if you want to be the best team in the world. I think playing FaZe in this arena would have been maybe a bit more cool, but that doesn't matter. We need to reset for tomorrow, and I think both teams are going to have a great match today, and I'm looking forward to watching it. And yeah, we'll see who we'll face tomorrow, but we need to focus up again and get the job done.
Get the job done. That is what we're talking about here. Copenhagen, give it up one more time. Raise the roof for Nico and G2!
Quite literally blood, sweat and tears required, both mental and physical resilience coming out of G2 and Nico. That's the first time I think we've ever seen a player walking off with a table that he absolutely obliterated, and still the reverse we pulled off versus Vitality.
I can't wait for the airport security to be like, why on earth are you checking in a smashed table, Mr. Nico? What a wonderful game of Counter-Strike, and what a scene to finish it all. Mirage, we said it coming into it, it's the perfect playground for both these teams to battle it out, and we thought that Vitality had it in the back. They were looking like the better team. ZywOo was firing on all cylinders, but the man on the screen right here, Nico, he said no. Helped by Malps, helped by Snacks, helped by the rest of the team. What a performance from G2, and what a deserved victory, booking a spot into the grand final.
Oh my god, and this was one for the books, definitely. This was, I want to say, one of the best games I have to analyze. It's such a small sample size, but it's one of the, for the history books, definitely.
I mean, when we talk about passion, nothing exemplifies it more than that. Because, I mean, either way, Nico's made history, obviously, for the more hilarious reasons than others. But that clutch, if he had pulled that off, my lord, that might have been the best clutch in CS2 so far.
I think so. We were discussing it in the green room, and we were trying to remembering some of the clutches in Counter-Strike 2, and I can't come up with one that would have been better than that one. Of course, he got so close, and I understand the frustration. I understand the reaction. I don't hope anyone out there sitting like, he's a professional, he shouldn't be smashing it. Shut up. The man is in a semi-final. He's so close getting it done, pulling off what was an amazing clutch, and then he misses one more bullet towards the corpse of Apex to bring him down. And Apex, as you even saw his reaction leading into the clutch when he was running over there, he already felt like he would have lost it. Like, he already felt that it was all over, and he got so lucky, let's be honest. I feel sorry for Nico. I feel sorry for G2. That clutch, that would have been wonderful to witness.
And it started all with a pistol round as well that we can immediately see. I mean, I'm so glad that in the end, the Nico actually managed to win the game, because we would have, again, look at the clutch and what if? We would have huge what if here. Again, another clutch that is defined by a miss that Nico had. Imagine the nuke, ladder, and on the major.
And it's not only Mirage, you know. I know we're praising Nico for Mirage. Mirage was in itself a fantastic match, but the impact he had on Anubis, the impact he had in the second map, and now coming fully alive on the third map as well. This was one of the most impactful series I've ever seen Nico play. And I know you can find statistics out there where his rating is higher, where his clutching perhaps is higher, but every single time he had 2 or 3 kills in this game, he won the round. That was one of the most impactful performances I've seen from any player in Counter-Strike 2 as well. And if you don't believe me, then go back, watch map number 1, watch map number 2 as well, sorry.
Yeah, I know that so much happened during the duration of the third and final map, but let's go back to the first 2 rounds of this very map of Anubis, Mirage, sorry. What happened in this one, Stuka?
How it all started? Well, look at the pistol round. Something we've discussed before. Out of 20 that they played, they lost 1 on the second side, but they all started with the Nico clutch here, Nico pistol round here, and it all kind of collapsed into round number 2, where the round conversion just doesn't make any sense so far, and they were been struggling with this, and ZywOo is the main reason to do so. I mean, triple entry with the deagle, just the deagle, like that on Molyneux, the swing, the snap tap swing,
That is dirty. That is absolutely dirty. And that's also part of the story. ZywOo had a fantastic showing in this game. He was at 12-3, 5 rounds into the game. And I think it took the rest of Vitality up until round 11 before the 4 other players could combine for as many frags as ZywOo had in the first half. He was firing up on every single account.
I want to put a pin in the ZywOo conversation for the moment and revisit it after we talk about the almost clutch. Round 16. Let's bring it up. I mean, can you walk me through this, Jacob? Because I feel like Nico did... I mean, he did God's work up until that final miss. We're talking headshot kills as well.
It's one of those where he's just in the zone. I don't even blame Vitality, especially the first 2 players, for taking the duel. They're peeking him together, and you think one of them is going to win the duel, and one of them probably should have won the duel. He's also down to 24 HP. At this point, though, he has the bomb in his hand. He has an awful lot of space, and I do think Messi is misplaying it a little bit. You cannot allow yourself to be in an open position with 10 seconds left, knowing he has to plant the bomb. And then, of course, this is just filthy. It's just a little bit unlucky. Apex is checking, the desk is getting a slam, but you saw the HP of Apex as well. He was hitting the bullets, right? It was Apex actually doing a pretty decent job, tapping the bomb, looking towards Nico, and more so than not, I would also accredit it to a bit of luck, you know. For Nico to not get that clutch, that's a little bit unfortunate, but the story still remains. Ouch.
I also have to say about Apex, I think he was spotted on default, which kind of gave the puzzle pieces back to Nico to find that threat hole through the window into the B-bomb side, and Messi was just overworked. He had to take care of short, he had to take care of the kitchen area, and basically Nico found the Mirage timing, miraculous timing on Mirage.
The thing is, with 10 seconds left, just from Messi's point of view, right, he can't come catwalk anymore.
Yeah.
If he had to, he would have been running, he would have hurt him. So at that point, you got to cover yourself, you got to shield yourself, or at least pick an angle. Instead, Messi maybe got affected a little bit by the pressure as well, where you want to cover 2, 3, 4 different angles at the same time. At that point, you just got to put your back to the wall and cover one.
Let's circle back to the ZywOo topic. Did you notice how many kills he had during that round? Hazard a guess.
No.
25.
25.
Yeah, 25 kills. How many kills did he end on?
27?
27. From that point and onwards, ZywOo only got 2 kills. We're not putting it just on ZywOo in terms of the collapse for Vitality in this map, but from that incredible hot start, I'm so disappointed that he couldn't continue it.
It's part of the story, because the hot start lasted in the first half. He was 12-3, then he came alive in the second half as well, when the scoreline was 12-9, I believe. ZywOo was 25-12 or something along the lines, and we think to ourselves, we're even discussing in the green room, maybe he's going to break that record of most kills in regular time, but he never came close to that. So yes, you can point fingers towards ZywOo. Yes, you can say he slowed down, but he had done enough. He had done enough at that point for Vitality to win the game. If anything, he should be pointing fingers towards every other member within Vitality and, you know, honestly begging for a bit of help. When you're 12-3, when you have more frags than the rest of your teams, 11 rounds into the game, and you still have 5 to account for on the T side, something is not working.
And maybe the stat is actually pretty crazy. I mean, it might look at it that the failed clutch from Nico actually impacted more ZywOo than Nico himself after having 2 kills right after that, right? So.
Yeah, I mean, let's check in with round 28, because again, we get to see just a mental round going down. Jacob, do you want to walk us through this one?
Yeah, there was so many rounds we can pick apart. Round 28 is another great one. m0NESY coming in with the AWP. You think you have the perfect stack at this point. You think you can't lose the round. Apex, again, you know, credit to him for checking the position. Messi getting the frag. Nico coming in with a fast back step. He was the one spotting them. He was the one calling the entire team into this position. And this time around, he delivers. A 1v1, maybe he had PTSD from going up against Apex. This time around, though, look at how he's just taking the duel. He's swinging, he's instantly killing him, and he's, you know, knuckling his fist a little bit right there. That must be such a feel-good moment for Nico to finally get it done.
I love the moment where he mullied the C4 with such a small amount of time left into the round, which forces Apex to really take the duel into the Nico, and there's a gap between Car and the B-Apps. He has to take the jump. As soon as he hears that, he's swinging. He's making sure that the Apex cannot really challenge him.
102 ADR, 64 kills, 46 deaths. As I said, not the most impressive stat line. I know the ADR over the course of 3 maps, plus 100, that's amazing. But the impact he found every single time. On Anubis, all his kills were either multi-kills, triple kills, and entry kills. There wasn't a single eco kill. There wasn't a single easy 5-man spray down against Glocks or USPs. Nico had one of the most impactful performances I've ever seen any player have in Counter-Strike 2.
Absolute insanity. But for the side of Vitality, where does this leave them in your equation, Stico? Because it was so damn close, but just ripped out from underneath them.
I feel like they're, again, losing a game which they should be no business losing. Same as Eternal Fire in EPL. I feel like something is there, something that is happening within the actual game where that third map just, they cannot get over it. Something so small and ridiculous as the clutch that might have happened there, but you know, after all, it impacted someone on the server, and that someone was mostly Vitality.
Yeah, semi-finals does unfortunately mark the end of the line for Vitality here in Copenhagen. So let's get some exit thoughts courtesy of Zywu and Banks.
Vitality's journey will end here in the semi-finals. I've got Zywu with me, who, well, you put up one hell of an individual performance for sure when we're going across this game. But things also started off in this series so well for you guys. Again, you beat G2 on their map pick, and then Dust2, Apex was telling me, guys, okay, we're the best team in the world on this map, and you guys should have been thinking that, right, mentality-wise. So talk to me for what went wrong.
Those two, we can say everything went wrong, almost like on the city side. City side could be better, obviously, but the city side we didn't play our own game. We tried to do maybe more things that usually we don't do. And yeah, everything was wrong for us. We didn't play our own game. The team play was not with us. We tried to maybe play too individually. Against G2 it's hard, because when they have good individually, they hurt you. So yeah, everything goes wrong.
Did it feel like you were trying to push a little bit too more, like to like take advantage of the little gaps and stuff, and then being punished for it? Because that's what it looked like.
Yeah, I mean, understood, you mean? Yeah. Understood, we tried to, obviously we had some anti-strat and we tried to follow it, but it didn't work. And after that, I think everyone was just trying to play mostly with individually, and didn't work as well. So I think we just need to play with the team play. I think it could work more. Most likely we are, I think, good team with that, so it was hard. Yeah.
Now coming on to Mirage, it's going to sting more because you had it in your hands and you were doing most of the heavy lifting, you and Spinks. Did you feel like, okay, we've got this, we can take this over the line? Because even surviving that 1v5 against Nico, you must have thought, yes, okay, someone's on our side, right?
Yeah, the 1v5 was, it was a stress moment for us, because I think no one expected that, but yeah, in overall, I feel we got a good plan. We just play our game. You can see it was us playing, not like those two. We have good team play, good agility. We play together. But at some point, at the end of the game, you could see maybe more stress moments, more like maybe the communication was more technique, like maybe more fast. And that's why we caused the loss, because I think the stress was there.
And I'm glad you said the stress was there. I want to ask about just the communication in the overtime as well. There was moments where you're in situations where you can win the rounds, but someone maybe is in one position, it's not being communicated. Were you feeling this?
Yeah, obviously we can feel it. Most likely the one when Apex push B and we have all the info, and you can feel we are not moving together. We are like staying mid. I don't think we were scared. We just, you know, when you are too much focus on one thing and you don't want to maybe follow up like about the communication, about the calls we had, and just what happened.
Overall, you did have a good tournament here, though. How would you sum up the full finals, comparing it to EPL? Obviously a step forward, but still not where Vitality want to be.
Obviously, we don't want to be in semi-final. We want to win any tournament, so it's also like a work for the major. And obviously, we can see through this match or through this tournament, we still have to work. So hopefully, I can say it's good to lose, to see our mistake, but we want to win as well.
Yeah, I love how candid Zywu is. They're just saying, you know, that map was so stressful and we crumbled, which Stiko, you know, we would have wanted them to put up more of a fight after that Nico almost clutch moment, but I can really understand the pressure getting to them.
Yeah, and he really mentioned in an interview something we've actually discussed the very first day of this tournament when we were analyzing their game against Vitality, where we are trying to time the peak if we're Vitality and peak at the major. Peak at the major, this is the #1 priority for the second part of the season, and right now they're kind of showing it that even though they lost here, I don't think they're too stressed about it or too bummed. As Zywu said, I think, quote him, walk towards the major, so he is definitely putting it as a kind of a data point, what they have to work on.
There's always two ways of looking at it. I think right now, in this very moment, super disappointed because they were so close and probably should have won from the position being up 12-9, but I agree with you. It has been a known fact they took an extra break coming into Pro League, playing a little bit of Pro League, couldn't really get it done against Eternal Fire, coming into this tournament with no practice as well. So for my money, I'm not too worried for Vitality. I still think they're one of the main contenders to win the major, but you're right, in this very moment when you almost won a game, when you're leading 12-9 on the third deciding map. The disappointment is what feels right now. Tomorrow, though, probably much better.
Just from an outsider's perspective, obviously, we're not in the booth with them. Do you think the mental side of things will be the biggest takeaway for Vitality here in Copenhagen?
I think it's always been, to be honest. I mean, again, we forget about it when they win, because when a team is winning, there's only good things to say, right? And all bad things go away, and winning solves all the issues. But I think it's always been the case with this lineup that Spinks, maybe not a mentality monster. Flamesy, maybe not a mentality monster. Apex, we know how much he's reacting and how much he can be, I wouldn't say a bad influence, because I don't think he is, but he's very much up and down in the emotions. So it's always been one of those things where you look towards Vitality and think maybe they can do slightly better in that department. But again, it's not something I worry about per se.
As you said, basically Apex is this emotional roller coaster, high highs and very low lows. Basically, when things don't go well, he's making sure that everyone in the arena and in the stream can see that. If things go well, he's the one hyping up the most.
Yeah, I think if you're going to join a team with Apex, you probably know that that's something you're going to be watching out for. Yeah, but we do need to look forward to the playoffs bracket, as our first semi-final has concluded here at the Blast Premier Fall Finals, which means G2 once again in a grand final, Jacob. I mean, either of the teams that they're going to be facing out of FaZe or NAVI, that's going to be such a banging best of 5.
It is, and it's going to be a big test for G2 as well, because as you said, one thing is playing a best of 3 at this environment with this intensity that we saw right here. Imagine if Nico had to play 2 more games with that hand. That could be, you know, quite an issue for him. So good for him. He gets a bit of rest for tomorrow, and then we'll have to wait and see whether or not it's going to be FaZe or NAVI.
Yeah, I hope he gets a band-aid on that wound and it is going to be healing sufficiently overnight. But we do need to progress onwards, as we do have another semi-final waiting in the wings. That's going to be FaZe taking on NAVI, but not before we head to a quick break and bring on a very special guest. Join us after it to find out exactly who it is.
We're just here staring at the stars.
I'm getting tripped out by these balls.
Just staring at the balls.
Hey, I'm Launders. I'm here at the fall final, and things tend to get a little bit hectic, so maybe I'll just take a chill pill. Nice.
Welcome to Recline Perspectives. I'm here with Senpais and Frozen. This is the pre-2025 relaxation period, because this is the only break that we're gonna get. Frozen, I've seen you do this pre-match all the way coiled with your eyes closed. Are you meditating, Marcus Aurelius style?
It's called focus breathing. So yeah, more or less a meditation, I'd say.
What's focus breathing?
Well, it's like a breathing exercise to kind of don't get lost in your flow of thoughts when you're coming to the game, and you know, just focusing on staying in the moment.
Is that like you do all the preparation, you do all the deathmatch, and then you just need to think about nothing before the game starts?
I think it's more about just getting into the zone faster. You know, I met some people on my journey that showed me all kinds of different tools that there are to be able to get to the zone easier, and I mean, this is just one of the things I do, you know.
I think it is like mindfulness. And,
yes, mindfulness.
And the other thing I can do is visualization. You have so many tools, you can just choose whatever works for you.
Exactly.
There's been a few teams like in the last few years, like you had Heroic, then you had like Gambit, you had like some of the online grinders like Monty before the Paris Major. A lot of these teams played like basically every online match possible, to the point that no one would choose to do that if they could, you know, only play the tier 1 LAN events, but it really worked for them. So
did it?
Well, it got them to a point, and then they end up usually splitting up or going to other teams.
Yeah, I mean, that actually how it goes with this tier 2 teams, right?
What's the thing that is most important for your guys' mental health?
Gym.
Gym every day?
I try every day, yeah. But I mean, sometimes you cannot, right? Sometimes you have rough schedule, sometimes you have early games, sometimes you have late games. I think as much as I can, basically.
I'm not a gym guy. I like to do sports in general, but not gym. I don't like it too much. But also I know when I don't need to do sports too much. Instead, what I need is like talk with friends and family, maybe meet them.
Are there days where you want to be like an aggressive, active player, or like your team needs that from you on certain positions, but those days you feel a little bit off? Or maybe I should just try to play the side a bit more passive this time?
Depends a lot on your instinct, how it is going. Obviously also against who you play, and also about the situation. You try to go with your feeling always. You need to trust yourself.
Well, thank you guys so much for staring up at these balls with me.
Yeah.
And this
beautiful pair of balls.
The black light reflections.
Our second semi-final coming up very shortly, Indy, but not before we check in with a very special guest. We've got Rugger, coach of Astralis. First of all, thank you so much for coming and spending a bit of time with us up here on the desk. How is it to have an event back in Copenhagen?
I like it. I've been sitting in the crowd the whole day so far, so it's very hype, and yeah, it's hard not to love Counter-Strike.
They're getting hella loud behind us, and for good reason. We've got some banging games coming up. Obviously, you guys would have hoped to make it a little bit deeper into the tournament, but coming in with a new roster, with Cadian at the helm as well, can you give us just like a vibe check of how it's going with the team at the moment?
I think the first game we played here didn't really got to show ourselves how we wanted to play, and didn't really get the engine started. I think the second game against Spirit was much more like us. We got to play a little bit a mix of the style before Cadian and the one after Cadian, so it was loose, but with some nice calls here and there on the fly, and still some set pieces that we've been working on. So yeah, if this is what we can replicate and add some layers to it, yeah, I'll be very happy.
You came very close beating Spirit in that game on Mirage. Did the boys leave the tournament feeling disappointed that wasn't the case, or was it still not realistic to be able to take down a team of the caliber of Spirit?
I think if you watch the game back, the 3v3 after planned on A side Mirage, I think that's the bomber one. The game itself, obviously we were disappointed, but the biggest thing was missing out playing in the arena. But the performance itself, I think we could be happy about it.
And speaking of you, there's a reason we brought you up here, and I'm sure Freya will introduce you, but we have a conversation about coaching and how coaches can impact games of Counter-Strike. So for you to lose that game, to lose that 3v3, what is the first thing you do as a coach in order to pick up the boys?
Obviously, try to move on. In Counter-Strike, that's not the easiest thing. So when there's time to do it, it's to pick them up, interact with them, whether to take a timeout or do it physically, giving them, a hand on the shoulder or something. So it's try to reset as fast as possible if they're not doing it themselves, but also to, as we heard Tess in the first game here, try to spike the moral of the boys.
That's really interesting, because we were talking about it in the green room right before we came live on the segment. Jacob, you kind of view there being maybe 3 different types of coaches, I guess. We kind of have more stats-heavy man, the hype man, the hybrid man. How would you characterize yourself as a coach before we jump into kind of maybe analyzing some of the others?
I think that's a good question. I think in my recent years I've become much better tactically. Try to also focus on having impact during the games instead of having it, played style before the game starts. Yep. So I think for me, I've tried to also find out these things about myself, and been working on it with our staff at home as well to find out what is my profile and what is my strengths and weaknesses.
I imagine that probably varies depending on the team you're in, right? You've had a lot of experience across a ton of different teams in Counter-Strike. Do you feel like matching up with Cadian now, initially, I know it's a small sample size, what has he wanted from you as a coach that might be different to some of the other leaders that you've worked with?
What he wants is something you can feel instantly, that he takes control of the room pretty fast, whereas with the device leading back then, I was kind of the bigger voice, and he was following my lead to create the system as fast as possible, whereas Cadian and me, we need to also work our relationship out in the coming even week, because we've only played together, I think it was 5 days, so it's also hard to get the relationship going in how you want it to be for the long term, in a very short time. So yeah, I think in general, Cadian, as the leader, we also want from him, and we also want him to be that kind of version of himself instead of try to limit him. He will also take more elbow room in the actual room than a type of device when he was in game leading.
It's pretty known that players, will always look up to other players and try to get inspired by certain ways of playing certain positions. It's the same for you as a coach. You look towards the Blades, you look towards Sonic, and do you also try to gather experience from some of the greatest coaches out there?
Of course. I think if I weren't doing that, I would be doing something wrong at least. You always know after the veto that Blade sits in his own corner, doing his face expression, when rewatching, the map he didn't expect, and he's like, damn, and you're like, okay, so he's cooking something, so whether it's all attitude or not, there's always something to learn from other coaches, whether it's the tactical side or, just being, there to create the mind games.
Obviously, Zonic, recently, he's going to be, experiencing some changes in the coming months, not least with Simple joining the roster. First of all, what did you make of that? Simple going to Falcons, at least for a couple months?
Be honest.
Galacticos, the old Real Madrid. I think that's the vibe they're trying to put out there, and yeah, it's hard to say what, really have an opinion yet, because Simple hasn't really played the game that much. But Simple, he will come back with a vengeance. So I think it's only a matter of time before he comes into something that reminds us of his own self.
I'm sure you're following the rumors as well. Now we know Symbol is joining Falcons. There's also rumors about Nico potentially joining. Not sure if he can anymore with the wrist injury he's having right now, but do you think if Nico were to join, if Symbol were to join on a permanent basis, do they have something where they can cook, so to speak?
I think so. If you have two of the best players in the world, you will always be able to cook something. The question is, if it's the Cloud9 version or it's something else. So, yeah, it's a good luck for whoever is going to in-game lead that team, because there's going to be a lot of personalities wanting room.
Definitely. When we look at Zonic, obviously like the most winningest coach of all time, if you're just looking at majors in isolation, then all the other trophies on top of it. For you, as another Danish coach, what do you take away from Zonic and his experience and what he is able to put up with the boys?
It's a pretty good resume, is the first thing I would say. But yeah, I think Danny's biggest strength is building a team where everyone believes in the same direction. And I also think that's probably one of the downfalls of this current Falcons roster, that I don't think they really felt that the current 5 or even the ones before that was the actual long-term project. So I think when he gets the pieces right, he's shown it numerous times that even big personalities, he can make them mesh. Like we also had questions when Magis joined Astralis back then. So I think he has a track record of making it work.
Do you think it might be the curse of Falcons that they are kind of always on the lookout for the stars into the team, and therefore they're never going to be kind of like set 5?
I'm a Manchester United fan, so yeah.
That's rough, it's rough to be a United fan. I'll allow myself to be brutally honest, because I also want to apply a bit of pressure to you guys as coaches. We often speak about players not performing, players getting cut. I think if Sonic cannot make this new Falcons iteration work, let's say that he does get Symbol, let's say that he does get Nico, if he can't make that work as well, would you agree that, just as much as we point towards players and we point towards organizations, we can also sometimes point fingers towards the coaches and be like, listen, you're not doing your job, you have all these tools, but you're not making it work.
Of course, like if you have the biggest budget out there and you're not performing, obviously you have to be in the conversation. The same thing for me in Astralis. If we look a couple of months or even a year into the future, it's the same for me. Obviously the projects are also they're not identical. I also say, even though my team in OG wasn't really peak performing, the budget wasn't the same either. So you also need sometimes with a little bit lower teams, put that into the consideration as well.
How do you rate Blade as a coach? We obviously, you already said about him having pages and notes, his facial expressions as well. But I think what he's been able to do with this iteration of NAVI, we had a lot of questions when they put this roster together. It's been incredible from him. I guess you would regard him as more of a strategic coach rather than the father figure that maybe some of the other guys are.
I would say very methodical. Everything he does is with a reason. I think everyone that has talked one-on-one with one of his former players, the famous quote he always says is, every grenade has to matter, that you cannot just throw a random grenade, And I think that shows a little bit of who Blade is and how he works, that you cannot just go in and YOLO things. And I think that's also why this team, if you look back a year, it looked questionable, but I think the more time, I also think his previous teams, the more time it gets, the better they become, and it's even, not with the blockbuster signings.
I have a very specific question for you, and it may be a bit hard to answer, but we always find ourselves questioning how much of an impact does a coach actually have on the team, and how much does a coach can actually influence the game, within the server. From you as a coach and from your perspective, how much is it down to you to make the team play well? I guess you're limited in some senses where you can't talk all the time and depending on who you're working with as an in-game leader, but as a broad concept, how much can you affect the game?
I think it's hard to say, as it also depends on the actual group of players you have. A lot of coaches, or I would say the majority ones, have to do it before the game actually starts, where everything during the game is just fixing something.
So more times in practice and installing good vibes and installing good tendencies?
In practice and game preparation, I would say. We tend to be, the cheerleaders a little bit on stage because we don't get the same amount of talking time. So even when timeouts are being talked, there's still small things that when you have talked that the players need to take over themselves, you will know as well, right? That you can only help them so far, so it's about setting them up to make the actual things themselves and taking the last leap of faith to get it over the line.
Is there a particular coach that you've been inspired by?
I think Sonic's time. I think everyone that has seen him, his work ethic, how he performs, or not, how he acts around his players, how he is outside of the games, everything is super professional about Danny and has been for a lot of years. So also he's the most winning coach together with Blade, so it's hard not to be impressed.
What about Xtaz, when we throw his name into the ring, because obviously he was absent from Vitality's major victory, that was Onic standing behind them. Where do you see him having like the biggest strengths? Obviously this is quite hard to be saying because you haven't been on a team with him, but just from the outside, where do you see him excelling?
A hard question for me to answer because I have very few that know him. I think Flames is the only one, and he's only talked good about him, that he's a little bit more, you know, simplistic in the things that he talk, like when he works with the players, that it's more simple things and making sure the team works more than having, you know, insane strats, where I think it also fits Apex's playing style as well, so I think that's also why they have such a good vibe and relationship going, but obviously it's guessing since I don't know anything from inside the engine room.
I also want to mention that probably there's like kind of vibe between both of them, Kerrigan, Apex and Xtaz, that he's kind of a supportive element to everything, and this kind of creates a nice combo between, again, as well, Kerrigan and FaZe and their coach. So it might be something that actually Apex is leaning towards, where Kerrigan wants to have full control of the room, Apex wants to do the same.
Casper, you and I, we used to be teammates back in the day when we started playing Counter-Strike Global Offensive, 10 years ago now. A bit more of an open-ended question. If there was any player of the current modern days Counter-Strike, or any team that you would like to coach, and you cannot pick Astralis, obviously, is there always like an in-game leader like Apex or someone else that you always wanted to work with, to get to know them, and maybe you think that there would be a great synergy between you?
I think Kerrigan and me have always had a good, relationship. Also helped that both our first teams...
So you're leaving Astralis to join FaZe?
No, that we created back, on MRC. I think it was called Immune, the good old ones will know. Yeah. We created that one together a very long time ago. So obviously, I've talked with him at a lot of events, and I can also see how he's thinking when he is calling the games. And sometimes I bait him a little bit in our talks, and he's like, yeah, trying to hide it and stuff. So I think we have a good vibe going, and I can also see how he influences his teams a lot.
What do you make of some of the old legends returning? I'm thinking like Taz's, your Neos, coming, standing behind a team. What do you think of that?
I think it's good. Maybe they should have done it, maybe a year earlier, both of them. But I think it's good to keep the knowledge inside the scene and help the younger players coming in. We have a lot of international teams, and the experience from these teams will definitely help everyone that comes alongside these guys.
Don't say Counter-Strike doesn't take good care of the elders. We've seen plenty of examples of that.
Final question for you, Raga. This one's going to put you on the spot. How soon did you know that Cadian was actually joining the team? Can you give us a clear answer? Because I've been hearing numbers all over the shop. How soon was it?
No comment.
No comment? 5 days? Yeah? It's been sounding pretty short. Right, thank you so much for your time. I should have asked you this before, but I noticed you had maybe some of your family around. Are they here to join you today?
Yeah, I have my mom, her boyfriend, and my oldest son here, getting the full experience here.
Is he into Counter-Strike?
He is, yes. He was crying the other day when we lost to Spirit, so I think we are going even in the emotional department today, getting to experience
Make sure you're up there next time around, huh?
Yeah. Astralis talent, look out for Raga's son. Thank you so much for joining us. Yeah, we're going to head to a bit of an extended break, but when we are back, it's NAVI taking on FaZe in the second semi-final.
My name is Andriy Gorodensky. I'm coaching NAVI. I've been involved in Counter-Strike for a long time. If you speak about when I saw the game first, it was, I think, 1999. I think that time I was at age of 13, so just playing with these friends. I think that time was always competitive, like everyone was trying to play like let's play duel, who is the best, and all this stuff. It's like normal, kind of healthy schedule. I think we like to spend around 4-6 hours to prepare. Depends on time, depends on opponent, because sometimes there's not a lot of time between matches. For example, we can finish late and you need to rest, and then next day you don't have enough time. Analyzing the opponent, analyzing the map, the veto, correcting your mistakes from previous match, fitting your system to opponent, kinda like what is their style, what should we change, and so on. Considering there are only 3 timeouts per map, it can be really useless, but unfortunately you need to do it if you kinda being snowballed. Most of the time I think timeouts are needed if you see clearly how we wanted to approach the game, doesn't work, or opponent is also preparing something and you need to correct a little bit or change the direction and so on. This is how the timeouts should be used the most, because this is the most efficient, let's say, impact of this. I admire a lot that our players are very hungry to learning and they are always listening. It helps us a lot because we are like in a huge development process. Being always ready to learn something new and to work on the weaknesses is something I admire. Second, I think is we are working a lot on staying in reality, like, and not overthinking. Part of mentality is very good. Sometimes we can lose really hard, and then if you say proper words, like to say, guys, let's be real, like it wasn't our game. I admire also this because it works. Our atmosphere in the team is very friendly and good vibes. Something I wish we could win, Cologne, when we played best of 5 grand final versus FaZe, and like that was really hard loss, I think. For me, special event was Copenhagen Major. Absolutely, like without any doubts, it was the best win because it was so explosive in emotions. You know, like we were like underdogs, and I think playing as underdogs is a huge privilege when you're not expecting something, being like the favorites and basically singing about winning already. It was first major in CS2 also, like to write the history, it was amazing.
The legendary Copenhagen clash now teed up at the Blast Premier Fall Finals. What was the major grand final just 6 months ago, now Navi and FaZe both doing battle to make it to our coveted best of 5 grand final. Jacob, it is not often that I admit when I am spoiled, but my God, we have got a banging game coming up.
We do, and I think there's a lot of people inside this arena who probably were also present last time we were in Copenhagen when, as you said, FaZe couldn't get it done against Navi. So if I say revenge is on the cards, I think that is the perfect way to theme this Counter-Strike game.
That major final must have felt a little bit bitter aftertaste for Navi, and I mean FaZe, because after that they were just basically roller coastering through the rankings, through the performance, while Navi were pretty much cruising.
And it's always been the home ground where Karrigan has been evading those trophies. I mean, no bigger than the major. I'm sure he's certainly got his eyes on the prize today, particularly looking back at that last clash.
I'm not gonna lie, he kind of has been dodging trophies in Copenhagen, and he's been doing a good job at it. You know, there's been plenty of times where he's been in the final. I remember the one in Royal Arena where they lost to Heroic, where Cadian finally got to lift the trophy. So yes, if you're Karrigan, I think you're pretty goddamn motivated to finally get it done, but you have to beat Navi in order to get into the final.
Yeah, tell me the story of that major grand final. Obviously, Bit was absolutely lights out during that, but it was that final map where it just looked like FaZe, they broke at some point.
I think the context of that major was that FaZe came into it not looking too great in the group stage, even they were close not making the playoff, and then this playoff buff that we often talk about when it comes to FaZe was suddenly appearing. They played great in the quarterfinal, great in the semifinal, great up until the third deciding map where, as you said, Bit just completely took over. And you could see that they mentally just couldn't cope with that.
And that's uncharacteristic coming out of FaZe, right? Because we always talk about them as being one of those big stage teams where they're just lapping up the energy of everybody that I expect was arguably cheering for Karrigan to lift it.
More so even after that second map, which was a blowout, but the other way around, it was actually FaZe beating Navi very convincingly, and I thought surely they're making it momentum into the third map as well, but the other way was true.
Let's talk about Navi briefly, because obviously, you know, topping the group stage side of things meant that they had a day off to be resting, recuperating, very well deserved, because they've just been banging out all of the tournaments since the player break. And an underrated aspect, I guess, of Navi, we have to give it to Blade. We were just getting some thoughts from Raga up on the desk. This man is an absolute machine. He's been looking, you know, just in terms of the results that he's been bringing to Navi, it's been clinical.
Most people in here remember Navi, and when they think Navi, they think simple. But that's no longer the case, right? A complete rebuild where they went international, they brought in LXCB, they brought in Imma, they brought in Wonderful, they brought in some new unsung heroes almost, some new stars in the making, and as you said, Blade have been able to make that team work. If you told me a year ago that Navi would be the undisputed best team in the world as of right now, I would have told that you were a fool. But the fact of the matter is, it's the case. Blade has done wonderful, Navi has done wonderful, and they're coming into this game as the clear favorite.
And those stars are truly in the making, because when you look at it, you cannot pinpoint anyone on the Navi roster. We have it said all the time throughout the broadcast that actually Star is nowhere to be found, but the Blade is one.
Yeah, certainly. I mean, just look at the map win streak that they're on at the moment, or series win streak rather, for Navi. It's been something for the history books.
Yeah, and it's something that's not easy to come by nowadays. We speak about an open field of teams. We speak about an era of Counter-Strike where everyone can be the best. You put in names like Vitality, G2, Navi, FaZe for that matter as well. Spirit has had a period where they were winning everything. Navi is the only team I feel consistently shows up tournament after tournament, and they don't really lose games to teams they're not supposed to lose to. Of course, you can lose a game to FaZe or G2 or Vitality, but you don't see Navi losing to the Eternal Files of the world.
Yeah, that is very true. Managing to put those best of 5 demons to bed as well back in Malta, which is a good sign to see potentially going into tomorrow. When we're doing a little bit of comparison across each side of the server though, obviously Blade, he's a tactical mastermind, he's very much the strategist. How do we compare FaZe's coach on the other side of the equation?
Definitely the contrast there. I don't think that he's helping as much as Blade, obviously not building the structure. Karrigan is known for that. He doesn't want that coach to interfere with what he wants to achieve with the team on the server. However, he's facilitating it surely the other ways, either through, you know, that hype, that aura, that friendship, that camaraderie, all that things have to happen in team to perform.
It's always been the case. You know, look at Karrigan's team history, look at the coaches he's been working under before. Robin was a great example as well. Karrigan is feeling comfortable enough to lead the team on the server. Tactically speaking, it's all about Karrigan. New can definitely help. He can be his right-hand man, but in terms of having a vocal coach within the team, I think Karrigan would much rather prefer to have a guy that has his back, and then Karrigan will have the rest of the team under his spell.
Is there a clear MVP at the moment that is a front runner coming out of Navi? Because as you correctly said, Stiko, you know, there isn't that like one clear star like back in the simple days. We would always look towards him, which is something that I love about this new iteration of Navi, because any one of them can be popping off at any time. Anybody clearly standing out at the moment?
I have to give the name of Wonderful, but also eyeing Jail, obviously my previous teammate, MVP of the major, MVP of EPL. I'm looking at him and cheering for him secretly.
I think Wonderful has had a great tournament. I agree. The impact he's been showing up with the op so far has been slightly above what we've seen from him for quite some time. I'd even argue if you were to point a player and saying Wonderful is maybe the one missing piece for Navi to finally turn into a star. But so far this tournament, he's been the best opper so far. I mean, with Saivu out of the tournament as well, with Monesi not really playing up to his best in that semi-final, I think Wonderful is still very much in contention for being the MVP.
Stiko, stylistically, how would you classify Wonderful?
Very much flexibility, I would say. Honestly, I think he's fitting the system, and if system says you need to go for entries this particular opening match, I mean, he's going to go for it. If he's more reserved, he's going to go for those clutching, and he can do it all with rifle, with AWP, with pistols. He's been known as a kind of this flexibility guy on my side.
So Wonderful versus Brokey, the AWPer on the side of FaZe. Also, I mean, he's in the race for that MVP, right?
That's one thing they share. Right now, the top performers of the respective teams, Navi and FaZe, is the AWP players. Brokey has had a fantastic tournament so far, and unlike Wonderful, I feel Brokey is probably a fan favorite for a reason. He has that ability to explode on the server. You put him in a 3v3, you put him in a 1v3, he will do something outrageous. We even saw in the group stage this 1v4 against, was it Liquid on Ancient Year, where he's pulling off a massive clutch out of nowhere. So I feel for Brokey, you watch him for the flair of the game, was for Wonderful, as you said, a little bit more of a system player.
If you could like make a line graph of FaZe in 2024, what's it looking like? Like a bit squiggly up and down?
We'll start up here and then we'll just progressively going like this and then maybe finishing around 7th, I think. And that's an issue, right? If you're FaZe Clan and you're only 7th in the world, not really good enough.
But I saw yesterday definitely FaZe that is not 7th. I saw something that is out of the world, and Kerrigan said it himself actually. He said that we've never looked this good.
Yeah, versus Liquid, that was clinical. That was like FaZe of 2022, where they were absolutely dominating everybody, when they were lifting the major trophy, when they were getting that Intel Grand Slam.
Yes, and there was one difference yesterday. One player showing up that we haven't seen being shown up for quite some time, and that is Mr. Robs. I think we have to attack that point, because without saying that, we can't really quantify why they look so good yesterday. Frozen, he's been fantastic for FaZe. Robs has been subpar, so to speak, haven't really been living up to the expectations. Yesterday, he played one of the best series he's been playing in FaZe for quite some time, and all of a sudden, they look like a team that can potentially win the tournament, but it requires Robs to show up once more.
A 1.71 rating. That's nasty coming out of Robs.
And he was doing it all together with entries. Obviously on Inferno he was set up by the teammates a lot, but Robs was delivering on those clutches, in those 3v3s, 2v2s, and then for Mirage he whipped up second AWP, and that was kind of last nail into the coffin. Yeah,
we saw him winning the play of the day as well with that one. That was beautiful stuff. But you were talking about his kind of lurk ability, right? I think that's something that Robs has really classified himself as a player being, which has looked subpar as of recent months. Were you satisfied with that aspect of his gameplay yesterday?
We didn't see it that much, you know. He was on Inferno, he's been putting clutches on the T side, put him in pit, and he will always get a multi-kill. On Mirage, as we spoke about, he's playing connector. He's a little bit more activated, a little bit more proactive in the way he's playing Counter-Strike. So it wasn't about his lurks yesterday, and I like to see that, you know. I like to see Robs activated a bit more on the server. Surely he needs to find impact as a lurker, but I think that role as a whole has kind of been figured out by most players. It's not as easy these days to be a lurker at that level anymore, so maybe a little bit more versatile Robs would be nice.
And I'm a stats guy, you know. I also watch a lot of Robs demos because I'm a fanboy, and also the clinical aim that he's putting off is put to test basically in that connector area. I really need him to see that coming into the semifinal.
Well, keep fanboying out, Stiko, because we do have Robs on the line, courtesy of James Banks.
Robs, how good did that win feel yesterday?
It was nice to have a game which you could feel that we're gonna win. It's not gonna slip out of hands, and we're just gonna close it. Yeah. You know, that feels nice. You don't get overly worried about having to do a comeback or fighting an overtime battle, you know. So it was nice.
Did it feel like something clicked or changed for you guys in this sense, or was it just a good game?
Well, it was definitely a good game by all of us yesterday. I think that was the biggest difference, I would say. I mean, if everyone clicks, it's gonna look like that in the server. If everyone has good duels, they're winning the duels, and they're having good timings, you know, it's gonna look easy, and that's how it was.
What does it do for your mentality for the whole rest of the tournament, though? Does it feel like a FaZe that can go all the way?
Well, this win definitely reminds us of how good we can be and how good we were just like a few months ago in the beginning of the year, for example. So it's definitely good to have such a win, and you know, slowly get back into the groove. Obviously, it hasn't been so beautiful recently, but you know, that win shows that everything's still possible, and as long as we keep fighting, it's doable.
And that's one thing you guys have definitely been doing. You've kept fighting the whole way through. Now it's fighting against NAVI, though. Are you looking for revenge still? Do you feel like you can do it this time?
Well, I would say it's been a bit of a back and forth. I think we got a win in EPL the previous season, not this one. And then they won against us in EWC, I believe. So it's been a back and forth. Obviously, I think we still want our revenge. There's some still left from the major and the impact it had on us, I would say. It's definitely good to get a win against them. They're the #1 team currently, so we're going into this match with low pressure on our side and just wanting to enjoy the game and put up a good match and hopefully get one step closer to the trophy.
I absolutely love getting that insight from Robs because he's been a bit quiet on like all accounts, both inside the server and outside, right? He's been, you know, dodging a few interviews here and there, not giving us too much, but I love that he mentions that revenge. They've got their eyes on NAVI to be taking them down.
And I think that's the difference right now for NAVI. They've established themselves as the best team in the world. Everyone is looking towards how they're doing things, how they're setting up their players, and everyone got a target on the back of NAVI right now. So I agree with you. Love to hear it from Robs. We know the history as well. I think, was it Rain who said that he wants to beat them 10 more times before he can forget about the major final, before he can forget about that bad experience. So right now there is definitely a rivalry between the two teams, and it's looking somewhat decent for FaZe in the internal history.
Yeah, and you have to say as well what Robs said in the interview, that kind of they have no pressure. This is crazy to say. FaZe, one of the most stacked roster.
Sure.
And they have entering the server with no pressure. Obviously, that can only mean one thing. They're going to ride the wave from yesterday, and hopefully that will kind of pay out.
Should we theorize about the pick and bans for the maps coming in? Because I think there's a lot of different directions. I'm really curious to see. Oh, no, there it is. The Mirage is banned coming out of FaZe. They're really scared of NAVI on that one.
Wah, wah, wah. No Vertigo. I don't really miss Vertigo at all, and I don't think anyone inside this arena is going to miss Vertigo either, so not too big of a surprise right here. Now, Inferno being picked by FaZe Clan makes sense. They did it yesterday. They had a good performance. We spoke about a very clear game plan as well. We have Ancient coming in for NAVI, apparently a fan favorite inside this arena. I already like this map pool an awful lot.
All right, we have a Dust 2 ban coming in, which was one of the Kerrigan's best maps when it comes to individual performance. We mentioned it a couple of times already throughout the analysis. And the NAVI banning nukes. So we have Decider of Anubis.
Yeah, that is very nice. What do you think? Is there a clear winner at the moment in terms of the veto, Jacob?
I don't think there's a clear winner. I think NAVI's map pool as a whole have always been strong and have been evolving a little bit, and especially something that will be tested should they get into the final and should they get into a best-of-5 scenario. For my money, Inferno, Ancient, Anubis, it's a middle ground for both of these teams. I think in theory, FaZe Clan have been picking Ancient against a lot of different opponents, so for them to get it picked against them must be a little bit of an advantage. So if anyone were to win this veto, I'd probably argue FaZe.
Let's continue our FaZe Clan discussion just to wrap them up very briefly, because we talked about Robs, obviously had an incredible series versus Liquid yesterday, but when you couple that with Frozen showing up as well, man, if they're both on form today, you're in for a bad time, NAVI.
He's a superstar, and we don't really even speak about it, right? He come into FaZe, he's replacing Twist, very hard player to replace in that regard, and he's been doing well for himself. Now, the reason why we don't praise Frozen that much is because FaZe are not winning as of right now, and if they were to win trophies, then obviously we'd point towards Frozen and be like, you're the MVP of this team. So for him, he needs the rest of the team to help him a little bit.
Exactly. I don't think Frozen is that first star of the team. He needs to be that second star, first star occupied either by Robs or Brokey, having kind of good game between each other.
Now, Jacob, there's been a name rather that has been evading us. What is that?
What is that name?
Maybe for the Danes in the arena? Who's that?
Ooh, I think we got him on screen right now, and I think you hear the reaction as well. Obviously, Kerrigan entering the stage in just a couple of moments. And as you said, Fue, it's been quite rough for Kerrigan in Copenhagen. I know they've been in a final, they've been doing a good job, they've been trying to win the tournament, but haven't really been the case. He finds himself in a semi-final. If there's one thing we know about Kerrigan, it's his way of using the crowd. And with that, I'll address the crowd just a tiny bit. Alle jer, der er herinde i forum, skal vi ikke blive enige om, vi giver den max gas, både for NAVI, men selvfølgelig også for Kerrigan og FaZe, så vi får en kanon fed aften. I think they're ready.
He certainly only got a couple of thousand fans behind him. If you're on the receiving end of that, if you're NAVI, that must be pretty brutal, right?
I mean, they're an international team and they are used to play against the crowd in a sense, so I obviously don't think that this will be big of a factor. After all, it's NAVI, #1 team in the world.
I bet you what he's going to do, you know, when we have our little segment before the game goes live, he's going to stand up, he's going to get the crowd roaring. Kerrigan uses that energy, so be ready for it.
Well, we are ready to kick off our second semi-final here in Copenhagen.
Fourth kill and a chance up close for that ace in the pistol. Add his name to the list. He needs to move. Once more. Welcome to Wonderland.
He can actually pull this one off. Just flames the beat as he fires it towards short. Surely not. What a way to kick things off in the semi-final.
Legends have come to grace the stage. Create
Were you entertained in that first game? They put on one hell of a show for you guys, and it should only get better from here, right? Now let's see how this energy is, because you guys were fantastic in that first game. Everyone, on 3, make some noise for me. 3, 2, 1. That's more like it. Now, as always, I see plenty of different shirts in the crowd. I'm sure we have some FaZe fans, right? Not as loud as I expected. And for NAVI? Ooh, that seems very close. Let's try that again. FaZe? NAVI? Well, never did I expect in Copenhagen for NAVI to maybe just inch that one. But guys, we want some great Counter-Strike, right? We want 3 maps? Ooh, not so much on the 3 maps for you guys. All right, that's fair enough. Are we ready for the game? No, 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 Copenhagen. We're not bringing these teams out until I hear all of you. Let me hear you! It's time for NAVI to take on FaZe. It's time to see if FaZe can get their Copenhagen revenge.
FaZe faced the fear of defeat. Back to brilliance. Rising again. Unified together. Withstood the test of any foe. Even old friends. NAVI. NAVI walked with their heads held high. Victory, the normality for NAVI. And with Blade sharpening his tools' minds, Alexi B's NAVI charged forth into Copenhagen. With FaZe and NAVI, winning is an expectation. Doing what they do best and delivering for the crowd. For NAVI, it would be another title, another trophy. For FaZe, it's about representing the name. Both teams want to deliver. Only one will survive.
Welcome to FaZe. Once again, it seems. As Carrigan's smile told us everything we needed to know about what they did yesterday. While they can't celebrate prematurely because the job is not done, it was Rops with the slick movement and the quick scope that reminded us all of the level he can bring. While victory was achieved, the journey to redemption has only just begun. This could be their chance to exact their Copenhagen major revenge. This is FaZe Clan! To win, and that is exactly what they've been doing, as they currently stand before you as the best team in the world. Major champions who are not to be messed with. Wonderful has taken the momentum with him from back-to-back events and came in like a wrecking ball to all who opposed him. As they eye up yet another grand final appearance, this is where they need to shine. Now they face a familiar enemy, but it's been a while since they went into that battle. It's one they know all too well, one that Alexi knows will take the full team's performance to win. This is NAVI!
Thank you so much, James.
Okay, yes, sir. Yes, sir, indeed.
And for FaZe, it was the gold.
Yeah, definitely. It was an amazing performance last time around. It was a great game, but we're also looking at a game where the favorite title have kind of changed a little bit. We're looking at NAVI right now being the clear #1. We're looking at FaZe Clan being struggling a little bit, haven't really been able to play up to par up until yesterday. So if we want a good game, if we want a close game, we better hope that the FaZe that we saw yesterday is the same version of FaZe showing up today.
I mean, yeah, we have to do something that was working yesterday, but I don't want to overcook it if I'm on FaZe side, because there was certain game plan that they were bringing against Team Liquid, and it worked, but it was very volatile in my opinion. And as well, if Navi kind of studied that Inferno thing, I think they were going to be chunking down utility, down banana, blocking mid, not letting Kerrigan and Rain taking so much space as they did yesterday against Liquid, because that was detrimental to them. Putting Brokey, Frozen, Ropes into clutch situations was actually the reason why it was such a landslide victory for FaZe yesterday.
That Inferno is exactly where we are going to be starting this semi-final series phase on the T side of things.
I think it's an excellent point, and it's an excellent point to bring up in the context of this game, because if FaZe is playing the same brand of Counter-Strike they did yesterday, where they're okay with playing 3v4, 3v5 against a team like NAVI, who are so good at orchestrating retakes, who are so good at playing together, who are so good themselves at being in a 3v3 scenario, they'll lose. They cannot afford to just send in Rain, send in Kerrigan, let them die, and then hopefully Brokey, Robs, Frozen for that matter, can win a 3v5. Against NAVI, that's too big of a risk.
Where do you think NAVI are going to be positioning themselves on that CT side? They chose to be starting on the defensive half. What are you particularly looking at on this first map of Inferno?
Whoever plays Inferno knows how banana is important, and fighting for that banana in terms of Alexi B and JL for the B side is going to be detrimental, and how are going to face put up against it with either Kerrigan or Frozen aggression, whether it would be even a Rain coming into play. I don't know, but definitely there's going to be a heavy fight for that area of the map.
Well, as you mentioned last time around when we saw FaZe taking on Liquid just yesterday on this Inferno, you were looking at Rops in that lurk position. Didn't exactly need him to be showing up. He did show up with big numbers though in those clutches. Does he get away with the same tricks versus NAVI today?
I hope so, for the sake of the game, for the sake of it being competitive, for the sake of FaZe Clan as well. I want to see Robs at his absolute best. I personally believe that the difference between FaZe being 7th in the world, the difference between FaZe struggling a little bit, is the fact that Robs haven't been around. So if he's playing well, if Frozen is playing well, and the rest of the team is doing what they normally do, Rain is playing, you know, somewhat decent Counter-Strike, Kerrigan is calling a somewhat decent game of Counter-Strike, I think FaZe are good enough to challenge NAVI, but without Robs, there's no game.
Well, we can check in with the live odds for this second semi-final series. But Stiko, I want to hear it from you. Who's taking it? Who's joining G2 in that grand final?
I'm terrible at predictions, but I'm still picking NAVI. I think they're going to be having edge in this best of 3. Last time they lost best of 3 was more than 2 months ago, I believe, discrediting that best of 5 in between, but best of 3 is where they shine, and I think they're going to be taking this one.
Had you asked me yesterday before I saw FaZe in the States, I would have said there would be no chance whatsoever for FaZe to win this game. I think NAVI is a far better team in a far better shape right now. However, with the way FaZe were playing yesterday, they're giving me a little bit of hope. NAVI still clear-cut favorites. I still think NAVI is going to win, but I wouldn't be surprised if we need all 3 maps.
Is there a particular favorite individual that you're looking at from NAVI? Because that's always the discussion. They don't have that clear superstar. Any one of the 4 can pop off at basically any
Well,
one
let's create one then. Let's look at Wonderful. He's had a fantastic tournament so far. He's playing the AWP. He's going against Brokey, who on the other side of the coin is also the highest rated player for FaZe Clan. So you want to make a star out of NAVI? You want to pinpoint one player and say you can be a superstar? I think Wonderful is the guy at this tournament who has been.
Yeah, and I mean, the NAVI group are just buying into the system as well. So Alexi B is ready to cook up some calls both on CT side, D side. He's known for those stacks towards A or B side, depending on what he kind of feels and what the game plan shows him. And Blade is definitely prepared for these kind of things.
Brokey versus Wonderful. I mean, we've already prefaced it, but I'm so excited as kind of 2 MVP candidates coming into this this semi-final. I'm so excited to see how they tussle.
JL versus Frozen, Emma versus Robs. There's a lot of good matchups within the game. One thing I want to look out for is Kerrigan versus Alexi B. Kerrigan obviously inside this arena. He got the crowd behind him. He got the history behind him. Arguably a GOAT candidate for the in-game leaders. Alexi B not quite there yet. He's making his legacy right now. He's becoming slowly but surely a legend of the game. Again, taking down FaZe, winning against him in a semi-final. That's only going to help him to make that case even stronger.
All that has to happen is for Karrigan to come on screen, get that deadpan look to the camera, and the crowd goes wild. Stiko, I want to put you on the spot just for a second because one of your ex-teammates is up here on stage. How does he fare with the stage pressure?
It's actually two of my ex-teammates,
Yeah,
Robs
true.
and JL. So I think both of the stars stars, quote unquote, both in FaZe and both in NAVI camp, but obviously JL is aiming for that third MVP of the year, which is crazy.
It is insane. Did you see, obviously, you know, you were teammates with him, you obviously saw something to be bringing him into the roster, but at the Copenhagen Major, did you see him having that much of an impact to be not only lifting a trophy, but taking the MVP title with it?
Honestly, I've seen so much growth in him because he was at that point 1 year away from my team. So I kind of saw how he Blade implemented him into the roster, and what he did to make him flourish this much is no short of impressive.
Let's be honest, right? When you had that Magic Major run with JL on the team, he wasn't the highest performer. You know, he wasn't necessarily the guy going absolutely crazy every time. So I agree with you. I think when JL joined NAVI, it made an awful lot of sense from the roles perspective, from him coming into a team where Blade could form him. But to see him thrive as a player that just yesterday, we had a conversation, maybe, just maybe, is he the 4th, 5th, 6th best player in the entire goddamn world? Nobody, as an absolutely nobody, could have seen that coming. And if you said you did, you were lying.
I mean, that was just an insane major run from Apex, obviously. How quickly, after you guys had, you know, wrapped up that major, how quickly did NAVI come knocking for JL?
It was pretty fast. I'm pretty sure it happened just a few days after. And honestly, when we learned about this, we were all happy for him. We said to him, like, you have to go for this. This is insane opportunity for you. You go for it, and he's taking it by mouth.
We are ready to get our second semi-final underway. It's FaZe taking on NAVI. Launders, Scrawny, take it away.
Yes, thank you so much, Freya. Thank you so much, Des. You guys have been awesome. Give it up for Stiko as an analyst for the first time. How great has he been?
Awesome, right?
And everybody here, too.
For him. How about we hear it for FaZe, for NAVI, for our second semi-final! Hell of a burner in the first one.
And for a map we haven't seen since the Major, they're bringing this back into the pool. It has been nothing but Nuke and Mirage until today.
I know that first game was draining, but we've got so much CS still in store, so let's kick it up. We got Bit with the deep mid peek, falls away. Saw a little bit of FaZe versus Liquid on Inferno Launders, but you're absolutely right. Something different for this equation. Wonderful, not a part of the Pistols equation. First casualty as they wrap pretty quick around the arch side. Stutter for a second. Ooh, nice ones from Rain. He's coming through with the 2 quick kills. Emet's got the answer. It's a double each until Brokey comes out. Alexi's got this deep positioning, but will... not even need it. Just locks it in from Library.
And Connor, what I was specifically referencing was their head-to-head maps. They have not brought this in. They have not brought Anubis in even. They only played Mirage and Nuke the last 3 times. And we remember what happened at the Major when they played Inferno. It was Bitferno. It was Karrigan 1-15 on that map. Oof. That was a 13-3 loss, if I remember correctly. FaZe totally got wiped. And this coming in the first map, sort of a statement from FaZe. We're revisiting our old demons. We believe in our game. We're building off of what we've shown so far at the event. And they've got us all watching. I think as Stiko said, it was a volatile game, but it was still an impressive performance versus Liquid. I think FaZe know this is a step up in challenge.
Yeah, it was the nature of that game. Karrigan in the post-match saying, right, like, oh, it just felt so good to play like that again. It had been a long time since we saw that version of FaZe, and it's a FaZe that I think got everybody in this room excited because it was the playoff stage FaZe that we had all come to believe in, to never doubt. And it had been a little while. And it's also been a little while since they were able to get one over NAVI, right? Sure, the loss of the Major absolutely stunned them. When they were able to beat them at Pro League in their next matchup, Rain said it's going to take 10 more wins before we finally get even.
Then they lost 2 more.
It's not been the best outing. The conversion of the pistol here, wrapping around arch side yet again. No hesitation. Once that smoke's down, they go for it.
They committing or not?
It is given a bit of time to find a little positioning inside sight. His teammates try to push through smoke to help him. And then Emet off of the balcony is actually going to take this down to the 4v3.
Karrigan's still up.
Bit's barely alive here, but he is still in that bomb fight. Oh, wonderful headshot! And Emet going to keep that SMG going. All of a sudden, they have hit a bit of a brick wall. NAVI respond instantaneously.
Wow, they blocked the lane smoke, man. That has been so powerful lately. We even saw Liquid try to do the exact same thing versus FaZe on their Explode, and in that situation, it didn't work out this well. So nicely done here for NAVI. Wow, they went into emergency protocols when the arch wrap took place, and when they lost somebody running through the library smoke, it seemed like it was going to be over, but nobody coming out of falls. Did they kill him?
So rinse and repeat from Ime, right? 2K from the pistol off the Valk, 2K with the SMG this time.
This is that step up and challenge.
It's been so nice watching Ime kind of start to take over for this Navi roster, right? So many doubters after all of those struggles from him.
I was a massive doubter. I mean, it's been incredible to watch how good he's gotten again after so much time, and you know, it's obviously normal to say that good things take time, but in Counter-Strike, you don't often get a lot of time. So good on Navi and good on Blade for finding a way to incorporate him, because to be honest, I was critical of him, but I was also critical of the fact that the system didn't really welcome him in the right way. He was playing really strangely at first.
Took a while, but it has been worth it as of late. Never did I think I'd be casting Kerrigan in a Danish arena and hear Navi's fans just as loud, but it really is a testament to the run they've made since the Copenhagen Major.
I don't know if Alexi heard that. Being blind, it's possible he missed it. This is an interesting gap, maybe, for FaZe.
Ime definitely hears it, though. Charging right at him. Oh, wow. Nice snapback, all things considered. JL here to help. Beautiful helping hand. Alexi does indeed find Kerrigan in the CT spawn, but that's an AK for Rops to pick up. Nice
That's
duel.
the guy.
Instant headshot. We saw what he could do last series. 2 maps versus Liquid of impressive CS, and now his hand's no longer busy. How could Rops send a message this early in the series? He's tapping for the headshot, but it gets away.
Wow, he was calm and patient with it, but he couldn't hit the headshot. That'll be wonderful to take him down.
Good job, JL there, throwing himself forward, not just hiding in sight, not letting everybody move in on him.
I think a moment like that, you actually thank yourself for not freaking out. Like, you did play it composed, even though you don't hit your bullets. Could have been close. It's an AK. There's some variance there. After this shot, though.
Yeah, it would have been a tough follow-up.
It's feeling like it was yesterday. It was a great save from Mima. You saw how every little bit counted at the end, and he got that first clip off on the half wall. Turning back, blind.
Yeah, perfect 90-degree snapback.
This map for me comes down to 2 players. That's Robs and Bit. Bit being the lane player on CT side, Robs being the Halls anchor that specifically goes up against him. Robs' form has been called into question so much, so he's going to be imperative. Plus, Bit has been their best Inferno player in these big maps, especially versus FaZe. So I can expect that head-to-head to dictate a lot of this game. You can see them already sharing a wall.
Yeah, I'm glad you highlight that, because I do think it is brewing. A storm that could go down all Inferno long.
It's wonderful watching his back at the moment.
So Rops' hands have been seen. Wonderful on high alert. It's going to drop him there. No real easy chance to rotate back towards A, and especially as Bit goes peeking down middle. So that's information, 2 CTs just stacked up on bracket and really forcing FaZe's limited hands towards the B site. Brokey, okay. That's a bit of a gift given over by Bit, caught bottom mid.
They do have to be careful because they're so far apart from each other. They might lose sight of how aggressive another T on the map is, and we see JL is low as he falls back.
Ime just went around that CT corner too, right?
There's a non-zero chance that this goes wrong for NAVI if they're not careful.
Frozen well ahead of the smoke and the low HP right there.
Oh, and he shot.
Yeah, easy pickup. JL dropped out of this one.
Oh, safe plant.
NAVI have allowed FaZe back into a round when things look so suffocated for a moment, but we can't forget they don't have Kevlar. You think Ime would be able to clean them up, but as they get closer, he starts to fire up. They line up. Oh, and he can't track the second, so Brokey comes through into the Desert Eagle. 3 kills deep for Brokey.
He could reload this gun. Depends on if Wonderful gives him a chance.
Oh man, down to the 15 points of health.
Doesn't
Brokey,
wanna
one more
believe it.
shot.
Oh.
Too much to ask of him. Wonderful's gonna make sure that he stops the bleeding, but still, that's quite a few losses for Navi to deal with. Only one survivor in the end.
Yeah, we'll see if that actually amounts to rounds in the future. It is really good right now, but there is this potential that FaZe absolutely get wiped out in this map. Getting close won't always be good enough. That's how strong Navi are right now. It was a must-hit shot right there for Wonderful. It didn't happen. I don't think Brokey peaks again. So, Navi get by the skin of their teeth. They're up 3 rounds. Up and play for Wonderful.
Frozen gearing up as he gets closer. Talked about Bit versus Robs over towards apartments, but I think we're gonna have some brutal banana fights queued up throughout this match too. What was originally 3 already has Ima rotating to the other side of the map, and he's in position over there if needed. No forward challenge as of yet, but you start to see Wonderful kind of sniffing towards it.
Oh, you know Navi, happy to play leaned back. JL is taking first contact on Banana most rounds, honestly. Very, very comfortable playing here from Hobbit. Exec's coming in. Front wall smoke, though.
Ooh, they try to follow through.
Navi are scared of this.
Down to 4 points of health.
Wait a second, their A site split ends up getting cut off a little bit. They have to go into a change of plans, emergency protocols. Rob's in the lead. Or are they going to commit back on B? Oh, they're confused and they haven't made a choice.
Keeping options opens at 30 seconds.
We're talking about no smokes after this.
Still not entirely certain, but when that smoke goes down, it's going to draw him ever closer. Will he be set up to push through? Flash pops. He doesn't pounce. He's got JL backside as well. Emet. Oh, nice! 3 kills as he comes out so clean.
Ah, that's incredible timing. They exploited the call there. That was actually pretty unique. Like with the mid split that was happening, were they actually going to push through B into CT spawn? Because they did a front side smoke. I don't know if those mid players are going to try to wrap Arch, but they hadn't worked on bracket yet. There was something there that honestly haven't seen before, and I'm not sure how that looked like it was going to end for FaZe. But I think Alexi had the right idea. When the front side smoke came out, he said, I'm going to be a Baneling here and run out and try to take aggro, get some damage in and slow this down. And then on the other side of the map, they got 1 pick off on Arch and that was it. They weren't worried anymore. So it's right here, Ima gets his kill in the 5v5. And you see that it's so late in the round, and are they working on a B split? Because why do they have 2 players in mid?
Yeah, I feel you. Well, was that Inferno pick, right? Said we were going to go and
yeah.
See if we adapt.
I mean, I definitely understand trying something new. I think with the amount of time left over, though, I'm a little concerned as to like what the idea was.
Yeah, whether they can implement it right now, high pressure situation, grand finals on the line.
FaZe wouldn't know anything about that.
Lexi. Perfect prod down Banana to catch Brokey. Trying to change from one corner over to the other, and then that grenade damage is immense. So not an easy job here for the very limited buy of FaZe to get towards Banana. And man, with that 3 Ema's just off to the races, huh? 10-3.
And I really put that one on Kerrigan at the major, man. He was the one who visibly fell apart. You saw him spamming smokes at the end of that game. 1 in 15, frustrated, I think consumed by the audience, and in a major final. It wasn't the first time in his career. Just thought it wouldn't happen again.
Just the gravity of the situation. It probably felt so close, as they should now for Navi. Wonderful, not afraid of that proximity, but as he peeks in, extending for the short kill, he gives one over to Frozen. Low health, though. Very low health for the remnants of FaZe. Bit should never be worried, unless, of course, there's this inevitable split that could be coming after Ace. Bit's not worried at all.
And that's why, man, close rounds are cute. But just because of the matchup, because of the history, the strength of Navi currently, not sure close rounds are going to matter that much.
anybody hold him back. We are 6 rounds in, and he's still near 200 ADR.
You got to believe that NAVI are pretty excited at the thought that Vitality have now been eliminated. They get a chance to play against G2. Of course, still a best of 5 if they get there.
Yeah, but we know Alexi's record versus G2. A bug on the windshield as far as he is concerned. But we'll see if we get there. Nice double nade comes out from FaZe.
The idea is
JL isolated and done for. Pretty hard rotation though. Removing 2 pieces of the A defense over. Bit's gonna get active in apartments. We were talking about that Bit versus Rops fight, and we haven't seen it until now. And it's gonna be Bit to come out on top first. 1-0.
Rops had the swing as well.
We'll have to keep our finger on this pulse as Rain looks to go for a trade, slowly drawing one over. And that's going to be utility pressure coming over the rooftops, thrown out by Brokey from bottom middle. Ima's going to go look at that as Bit finds himself a second from this Absolute.
Guys, Bitferno is a real thing.
God forbid you start to let a second piece of Na'Vi power up with confidence. Wonderful's going to take that deep position in the site. He just lost his support, but so be it. Frozen steps into the middle of the road, and Kerrigan's already so deep. But a missed shot from Wonderful will give FaZe another chance. They're going to gun him down. They're going to run all the way in to find him.
Time to reset.
It's a deep nade to try and soften them up.
Brokey can upgrade to the op.
Yes, sir. And if you put Brokey on an op in a bomb site with the post plant, you are giving him a chance to shine.
Kerrigan's giving him a way to swing out wide.
Big reposition. He waits and he nails it.
Oh, yeah. See, Kerrigan going that deep allows him to have free reign over this as long as they know that no one's there, and they will have to walk away. That's FaZe earning back.
All right.
One round.
A deep entry frag from Kerrigan, getting across, and you see the CT come back through smoke. Did not ever expect Kerrigan to be within that bomb site, and he gets that kill deep site. That is Kerrigan clearing your site and giving you this chance to win a second.
Definitely. And that's a second and third kill. And that's Bit, who won on his side of the map, but Kerrigan won on the other. Ooh, great tactics here to take out JL, who's obviously one of the strongest banana players in the game right now. And they're always a threat when the bomb is down.
Kerrigan steps ahead. That ended up being, of course, the CT smoke thrown out to allow Ima in and wide, but feels like Brokey got very comfortable, as you alluded to, because of the Kerrigan positioning. Really sets up Brokey to shine in the post plant, as he tends to.
And that's a counter to tendencies. Do these guys retake through CT more often? Do they retake through construction more often? You have to play off those reads and believe in them, because you don't have the resources to cover every option all the time. And just as I say that, we see a lean here from Na'Vi, but it is pretty silent. They aren't taking bottom banana control. They are playing 3 up here just in case it gets taken over. But FaZe right now, they have a small arch gap. And they'll actually find it. Race here from Alexi B. Smoke lands in front of him, but he's gonna miss a timing now.
Oh, he jumps. Oh, and he still shaves Kerrigan off. But yes, you're right. The timing that he missed is Rain deep CT. Is able to turn in time. Yeah! From Rain. Nicely done. On his own. Bit gets active. Looking for a double yet again. And he's gonna nail the headshots because he does. Bit down. Frozen answers. 2v2 and pressure on Ima within this bomb site. Of course, no support at the moment. It's a slow flank from Wonderful that'll eventually get here, but for now it's got to be crisp from Ima, and down he goes. Frozen continues to collect these headshots, and so an op retake needed. Bomb to be planted. They have no idea which direction he comes in from. Grave stairs.
Okay, what a reaction. Frozen up next.
Flash into swap to the rifle. It hits its mark, but I don't think he's going to expect this position. Wonderful thinking backside. Caught off guard. Frozen goes huge. 3 kills. And FaZe fight back into yet another round.
I mean, Na'Vi are playing very well, but FaZe are playing hardball. You see that play from Bit? It's like a literal mirror image of Rops in that exact same position, raising hell. Moment of timing here for Rain, but also it's his awareness. There's no audio cue from JL as he turns around to check that. Works out beautifully.
I love that back and forth jiggle from Bit on the pillar. Jukes out the second kill, tries to put the defense up on his own, but it's not enough. And what do you know? 9 rounds deep, Na'Vi back into pistols.
Looks like we found out this game will be close.
Bit's gonna try it with Berettas. Little drive-by won't go well.
We did talk about round 2 where they ended up getting eco'd. The force buy ended up winning for FaZe, so gotta be on high guard.
Just the USP, so dealt with quick. Now Rain starting to take over as the top fragger.
And this time they have a Halls player on this take versus the Pistols. This free farm here for Rops, info and a kill.
One death to deal with, but beat 250, so be it. Loki's gonna tear through. FaZe, consecutive round wins.
Yeah, consecutive, well-earned eco, and as you pointed out earlier, lots of close rounds, no wins. Finally, that money starts to affect NAVI, but they'll take it on the chin. NAVI often let leads go, even at their, their strongest in the last few months. They're very comfortable with that. It's part of what makes them so powerful. Water off a duck's back sometimes when things go wrong for this team. Perfect time for Blade to chime in. Neo's probably quite pleased with the comeback.
Comeback, of course, put forth by that Kerrigan double kill front B site.
I think we're at the point in the half now where we reset and then we retest the Brit and Rops inside of Hall's outcomes. We see if those duels happen, we see if Rops starts to swing them more into their favor, or if NAVI get back to winning.
Hefty damage off the nade there. Kerrigan and Frozen both stunned by it. Not the first time we've seen this 3 lean start at the B-bomb site. Willing to give it up after throwing grenades. JL leaves the cash behind. FaZe to play with options. Rain yet again up into the apartments. This time far less resistance. NAVI leaning back. A classic.
NAVI fans getting loud.
Wonderful stares down Bananas.
Oh,
yeah,
nice.
He's gonna find it.
That's a massive pickoff we're talking about. Halls and Lane getting taken over here from the T side.
And nobody else close to deal with that, so FaZe definitely gonna start to feel the pressure to move this one forward.
Is there counter utility here for JL? He's gonna let them crawl.
No, he dropped it before he came over.
Oh, and they're gonna go like ships in the night. 2 IGLs, Alexi B's aware.
Nicely done, good read from Alexi. Rob's gonna try to inch his way in. Very little util here as the flashes fly out. The double peeks from the CTs connect. Out of the pit again, it's a double kill from Bit. Rain, this time he will take over spawn yet once more. Trying to lead forward with bomb down on short, 2 defenders on top of it, and they're gonna hold this back.
Again.
Bit is the king of A at the moment.
Yeah, man. Sometimes he waits for Inferno, sometimes it comes to him. Here he is kicking off this series hot. And the funniest part about that performance was it was so good and such a stark contrast to the other 2 maps before it. Where is Bit? Where is Bit? We were asking ourselves in those first 2 maps of the Grand Final in Copenhagen. And then Inferno took place, and it was as if that was the only map of the pool for him. It's the first map that he played joining NAVI, and the map he has learned the most on, absolutely. And I think the perfect guy to really be that threat to Rops.
Yeah, of course, dude. Nade for the top push. Damn, this MAC-10 wants it, and it'll get it. They gotta wait for the fire to quell, but sticking around here is JL. Does this end up costing him? Oh, he taps Kerrigan out.
Kerrigan has no idea.
While his teammate runs for the hills, through that fire, past the smoke, he sticks around, wants a little more blood, and gets it. 5v3 advantage here for NAVI. Looking to really take that momentum back from the 3-round streak of FaZe Clan. Roki moves forward, clearing corners. Trying to figure out where JL got off to. He pops up intermittently between the coffin. Alexi on high alert, ready to hold this. But the utility's still strong for the defense. JL's got a flash for after this smoke if needed. Oh, good spam. It's a very low JL at 30 health. 1 bullet hits him, but not quite enough. So here comes that volley of smokes. supportive utility from the rotator, and Alexi sees it coming.
Oh, what a find.
And he'll deal with Rain before the CT player even needed. This time, Ime's peak goes down, punished. Last time, he gets 3 kills, this time empty-handed.
And they know they supplanted all the rotations already. 2 more CTs in place.
But low HP backside, still not going to be a problem. JL, an additional kill from 22 health, and Robs into yet a similar attempt at the clutch. He's got 1 in the backside, he knows it. Support coming over, but will they give him something to pull on? Yeah, they come at him, but Wonderful connects, and that is Navi with 3 alive to 7.
Man, it looks so calm. Every single situation here for Navi. They peel it back. Great round from JL. That flip pick off onto Kerrigan. And like ease, Navi are back in the driver's seat. Your utility can't afford to be off by half a second or an inch. Navi will get you.
And I'm all for it. I mean, no glaringly obvious mistakes so far. No bad calls, no bad reads. Just a Navi that's pulling out the edge at the moment with Bit, Ime. Wonderful. Missed chance. Preoccupied with both sides of that peak. Real rumbling of a presence here from FaZe and Apartments, but they don't know how many are actually ready to try to flood out from that apps. We've seen Bit tested. We've seen him survive the test and stand tall, so here it comes again. He's able to get back behind the wall, chip away at the second. Easy headshots for Bit. It's always headshots. But as his gun starts to get empty, that pressure continues thanks to Kerrigan. The reload's needed, but the cover's there. Alexi coming through at the perfect time, gives Bit another chance. And of course, he's going to do what he does. Tears heads off shoulders and pushes pressure onto Frozen. No test, no challenge, as he scoffs them away on A.
Hi, I'm James Banks, and here at Banks Bank, we believe that banking, saving, and buying intelligently is key to winning your match. That's why we're a safe haven for your savings.
What's up, Blast TV Nation? Welcome to Blast.TV News, the only news channel where your KD ratio matters more than the actual news. I'm Mohan Launders Govindasamy. Tonight's top stories: the economy is in ruins. And by that, of course, we mean the VP economy.
Hello there, and welcome to the Weather Report. The only weather report that really matters, it's the Counter-Strike Weather Report. Starting off with Inferno, where the forecast calls for a high chance of fire. Molotovs sweeping in from Banana, smoke billowing towards that A site. You can't see a thing. Make sure to bring your sunscreen.
Gamers, I'm Pat Needle from Pot Noodle. Are you tired of lagging behind? Do you want to climb the leaderboards? Hunger affecting your aim? All you need is a Pot Noodle, the ultimate gamer fuel. Every pro knows the secret. A Pot Noodle power-up.
At Banks Bank, we know your name, your ELO, and your dreams. Whether it's opening your first account, saving for a big purchase, or buying a little snack at halftime.
Now, Mirage. We're here on the A site. Extremely bright. Clear skies all day until sandstorms coming in from the north.
Bombay Bad Boy for the entries, spicy curry for some insane flicks, and chicken and mushrooms for the stealthy lurkers out there.
Vertigo, the skyscraper of surprises. Look out for fallen frag grenades because we got a high chance of aerial combat.
If you want to save for a good economy, why not join a bank that really understands your Counter-Strike 2 needs? We offer all services with a personal touch that only a bank owned by a friendly face can provide.
Financial news. OniPixel has just bought 3,000 cases and says that he's one more away from getting the big break. Sure thing, bro. We believe you.
Forget energy drinks. Pot Noodle gives you the real boost. Focus sharper, reflexes faster, and your patience infinite.
Because whether you're T or CT, bank with us. We don't just plant interest, we diffuse doubt.
FaZe Clan take this series to Inferno. They definitely had a plan, but what you can't always plan for is performances like this. Bit goes above and beyond, Mohan. 15 frags, solid anchoring on that A site, and even in those moments where you could have considered him overwhelmed, delivers.
I mean, yeah, again, the mirror matchup between him and Robs is clearly one there from Bit, and that's what we expect these days on Inferno. This is what FaZe expected when they picked it, knowing that this is a map that they've avoided for the last 3 series against their nemesis at this point, the one that stole the major away from them. But the map still isn't over. Robs has a chance here on CT side. Let's see how ready Navi were for this veto.
Yeah, see if you can get that head-to-head versus Bit back on the defense. The moment doesn't look like FaZe want to interrupt too much. Retta's on Brokey, no kit for the defuse if needed. And a double smoke setup for the execute. It's clearly setting its target right now. Kerrigan waiting in anticipation for that util to come over top, and as he sees it, he still hangs on, just trying to time this flashbang to perfection. But with all this setup, nobody's watching the balcony. And keep an eye on that, because there's 2 Ts ready to go. If mid doesn't get held, but it does. Brain finds one, falls back to the site.
Oh.
Do nothing more. I mean,
They got crushed.
If mid gets stuffed, then they bank on balcony, but it's the fact that everything goes well there for the T's.
And I think they know Brokey's going to try to do that, and they're sitting there passive. One Glock holding the left side, getting Brokey to peek in. He ideally wants someone who's pushed up the left side of the wall, fighting into bracket, then he shoots him in the side, then he makes it a multi as they're setting up a moto smoke or whatever he thinks the read is. In that case, it makes perfect sense. I can't help but feel like Navi saw it coming.
JL finding 2 in the pistol, getting his score all tied up. It's tough to look like a star in Navi nowadays, especially with Bit and Emes' performance so far here on Inferno.
Yeah, it's like JL will get that consistent MVP. At the last, obviously, his finals need to be worked on a little bit more, but throughout the events, the impact is just unreal from him as a rifler, man. It's incalculable sometimes.
You know, that's what really Navi have been doing, working on the finals. The Alexi B BO5 curse has been lifted.
Yeah.
And so maybe JL kind of getting the performance in the final game of tournaments is what's next on the docket. Total conviction here in the game plan to just stampede through A site.
I don't know, Nico's got another hand to break, so.
I hope he got back to the hotel and iced that.
And I hate to write off FaZe here because after yesterday, I think a lot of people had renewed confidence in FaZe. This is a team that hasn't won one versus the top 5 team since May. They have still taken down other rosters that are very good. It's kind of weird, like not in the top 5, but still strong. But they are nowhere near where they were at.
Right, really embodying kind of like the gatekeeper persona at the moment.
The best team for the first quarter of CS2, you know, by far. First third even.
And oh, how that level of competition has risen.
I keep saying it, they missed that championship window. It's hard to scrape back, but they are a family. They really do, you know, try their best to stick together. They lose Twist in the process, but they pick up a very, very good replacement in Frozen. I say very good. He's mostly at the top of the board, you know, most of the time.
Joe finds one.
Yeah,
but they realize nobody else over there, but they're going to start to piece that together.
That's 3 spotted already. Imma's just here to farm.
Yeah, they're going to follow through on JL's entry for sure. Molotov at the feet of the corner, and what do you know? Rob's doomed, as these pistols aren't able to put up too much, so no hiccup, no hurdle. Navi just going to breeze forward into the double digits at this point. And the Inferno challenge definitely not going how FaZe would have hoped. At least not yet.
Not yet. You can't paste total judgment on their CT side until they get that rifle in. So we'll see. But it's been double digits within 20 minutes here for Navi.
Oh no, I was thinking 2 guns down at least. Let's give them silver linings. Turns out that's not going to happen.
No.
He's swept away. His majority still stand for Na'Vi. And like you said, it feels like 20 minutes because there is this conviction that's coming through from the Na'Vi camp.
Yeah, man.
Laughing off the challenge of Inferno at the moment.
And FaZe definitely tried to bring a certain pace on T side, and it just got shut off. Like, FaZe won the right rounds. They even got an eco out of Na'Vi, but after that streak, it was it.
All right.
Waiting to see if this game's going to be a wash. They haven't even needed to use JL really in this game. 8-7, sitting pretty. It's been a lot about Bit. Inferno A site. Full bike comes in. And I say full, they still have Kerrigan taking 1 concession with the MP9. But the utility is here. FaZe need, they know this. Or no, they need this, excuse me.
It's got to be the turning point. It's got to be now. Got to dig deep. And poor Kerrigan, whose performance we highlighted from the major was a struggle. Almost looked like he turned it around at the start of this game, but still sitting at 4 kills as JL finds yet another opener. Starting to be given a responsibility towards Banana that could just end FaZe early here. Map 1. Kerrigan doesn't call for support just yet as he still holds on to top Banana. Allowing for the defense to just stagnate at A for now. Nate elicits no reaction. You can tell Rain that maybe they're not that close, because they're not. But this pack of players coming towards Kerrigan, this is not where you want him on an individual level when 3 players are about to peak.
Yeah,
And he's done.
Oh.
Nice snapshot up for the headshot, but at that point, again, with the conviction we've seen from Na'Vi, you'd think this is just them following through. If they had the bomb, right? Bomb sitting bottom mid makes this still a little curious, because Rain's given a chance to dance towards A.
I don't know, man. I feel like they're just having fun at this point. They can go and grab it, and since Emma showed himself, they have to be worried about the threat that it rotates back.
Yeah, but you start having fun versus FaZe, and that's when they make you pay the price.
Oh.
That's when they catch you off. All of a sudden, B-site compromised. Bomb is scooped.
Oh, actually, it's...
Alexi, he's got to do something.
Right.
There's a challenge coming out from Rain in a moment. He's going to come through this, and Alexi's now dead. You've got to take this site.
You got to watch for Rops.
You've got to run in and hope Rops drops the ball. A fumbled ball by Na'Vi. A failure to close this.
Oh, wow. Okay. Yeah. Wow, you were completely right. I didn't even realize Brokey was just walking in unspotted.
Don't start.
Maybe that was a little overconfidence from Imma. Maybe the call wasn't there. I don't know. There's obviously enough time on the clock if they watched everything, but Imma was just taking a fight inside of, or towards Arch from Boiler. And they needed him on bomb duty.
My thoughts exactly.
It's job done for the day here for G2 already, though. Everything's a bonus now.
Problem is with a form like this, I don't doubt Navi's ability to just kind of dust themselves off and burst through with double Tech 9, double Deagle. We'll see what they can piece together, or if they did really just give a golden opportunity over for FaZe to bounce back. You don't give FaZe moments like that.
I'm here for it. Let's make it a close game.
Duel offered for Brokey. He's gonna send that nade downtown and soften up another couple. Maybe pistols, but it did come in with a very healthy purchase and utility, so there's still tools to work with for the offense. And they try to shake up FaZe Clan's bracket control slightly. We've got 1/2 of it still smoked off, but they hang on, and this is one of those rounds where FaZe have opted not to hide in their bomb sites, taking a more forward stance, maybe trying to flex this weapon advantage.
They're puffing their chest a lot, trying to draw out the counter utility, but you know, FaZe aren't really moving. They're in fine positions, and at the end of the day, Navi's only got the one real gun on Wonderful. Will this amount to anything?
Brokey going back for a second glance again, but this time that crossfire he had originally is not in position, so this is all Brokey. It's got to be him, and it is. 2 kills made easy, tapped away for number 3. And as he falls into the bomb site, those pistols will find no opening, you think. There is still the chance of the app pop, but Bit, he may find one. At this point, no teammates to help him, and Brokey's gonna offer us a 4K. I said it, you do not give chances like this to FaZe.
Hey, I'm down. Let's see if it make it an exciting game off of that. One flub into this, what is sort of an anti-eco, but you saw how hard Navi was trying to win this round. Down to 30 seconds, drawing out bracket utility, very cute. But at the end of the day, they couldn't even get past Brokey. Guys, is this going to be a real game? Maybe you will get to witness 2 of the most special games in a row.
We've all been lulled into writing off FaZe. Don't let it happen. Drops goes deep. Hello. Stops him out in underpass. And now you're starting to see in these last couple of rounds, probably because of weapon advantage, a little more pizzazz. FaZe taking these fights, coming at you in alt mid. What are you gonna do, hide from Glocks? No, this is FaZe. And so they're gonna take that step forward.
Connor, don't tell me that one moment where they have 35 seconds and a man advantage. Ima just peeks into Arch and wastes 3 seconds. That's the reason that FaZe gets back into the game?
We've been here before.
Surely not.
We have all made the mistake. But that's the thing. That mistake, I know, is something Blade's going to be bringing up now as he gets a chance to talk things over, right? We always praise Blade for his ability to just interject, to kind of combine forces with Alexi and solve these kinds of problems. Yes, there's a heartbeat here for FaZe.
It's interesting because they've made it look so easy up until this point. You couldn't really visualize them struggling. But the results of the rounds speak more.
Sure, I mean, I'll chalk this up to the same thing we saw in the first half. Everything seems swimming. Everything's going swimmingly. They win 5 rounds in a row, NAVI, and then we had that quick little resurgence from FaZe in the way of 3 rounds consecutive. Then NAVI figured them out. Guess what? Same thing here. 3 rounds now for FaZe. It forces NAVI to take a moment and talk about it, and now we'll see what kind of a solution they bring forth into round 18.
Well, let me tell you this, even on that eco bit, still won another duel versus Rops, and that's going to be a demon. That torments him over and over again and could dictate the outcome of this match in the close. In the middle, it feels like it's more of a team thing. But I'm going to keep saying it, that individual duel, Rops has got to be the kingmaker. Frozen, that's an important one. JL down, that's his nemesis.
And JL has been getting the better of Frozen. They're both sat down there at 9 kills each, but last 2 rounds with weapons, it was NAVI finding some success over towards Banana. Can they call it back from a 4v5? Does that really hold back their plan? Kerrigan inching closer dangerously, nearly kills Alexi with a nade, and that's his game. That's Alexi's thing. Smoke in hand as he jiggles the corner, and here's that jump. So he's gonna lay it down cautiously at a minute. Better safe than sorry.
Yeah, did they just miss a run boost? Or they were just gonna try to boost off of that? Either way, pulls the smoke out, half a rotation. CTs don't have to move too much. They've got a big advantage here. Alexi down low, JL down completely. Another smoke at 40 seconds. That says go away.
Yeah, I think Alexi's gonna take that invitation and walk with it. Doesn't need to stick around into those corners, but they look at this arch smoke and, oh no, Rain turned his back!
Oh, they actually just walked through it.
Bit just pounces unannounced.
He takes the liberty.
The anchors have to deliver. Brokey and Rops, they've got to do something here to hold this back. A smoke over towards Moto. Pit player gets one. Brokey's got it! And he will! He turns for number 3. Tracks him around the tall box as the T comes back. Bit's looking for the 1v3. He grabs the bomb and he's going to go for the plant.
Wait, they're running back from it, maybe picking up a better gun.
Kerrigan comes through, and as he arrives, Bit's looking for the kill. He nails the second, but not that third. A little too much for Bit. As FaZe continue their comeback.
Oh, and the anchors do it, man. It's all about Brokey standing in front of the pillar, blocking himself off from Bit's vision while taking a hard fight, 2 in fact on lane. That's what needed to happen after Rain got caught off guard. Close call. Even him delaying a little bit is huge, and important duel 1 from Frozen. Bit almost hit that table. Almost.
I don't know how many more spare tables we have, but
yeah.
We got to save at least 3 for Nico tomorrow.
Kerrigan says, focus up, because I'm focused.
Always.
Their goal was to come in and enjoy the game today. And I think, don't let the bitterness of their past defeats and all of their recent losses become them.
That really was kind of the mantra across multiple players in interviews, right? FaZe very much putting that forward. It's about fun.
And sometimes when people say that, they sound they sound like they're selling you a bill of goods. But when they say it, you know there's some thought behind it. Because when FaZe start to drop off in form, it's very hard to pinpoint exactly why. Like, people muse about how Rops needs to be the one to step up in a big way, and he was such a key piece at the beginning of the year. But when you see what Frozen has done in terms of output coming onto the team, you'd think they'd have enough bandwidth to be able to have an off day here or there for Rops, but there's more to it. But like, FaZe off days, they're a bit of a mystery, you know? Sometimes they're a little bit slow on duels. The rotations still seem good. Maybe the communication's off.
Right.
And I think they still believe that they're the same team, but their mindset's off.
They are one of these few teams as well where when those off days happen in group stages or studio games, they have like a community-wide excuse. It's not FaZe on the big stage. And we give them that lifeline, that out. But if we're gonna offer that to them on the shortcomings, then I think moments like this, when the pressure's at its max, this is supposed to be Kerrigan's throne.
Even a win here on Inferno would be pretty monumental. Gonna still say, though, this is Navi's game to lose at this point, but great timing.
Oh, doesn't end up finishing a second. Luckily for them, Rops finds one coming out from the balcony. It's a bit disjointed from the T side. Again, just working with pistols. There's that M4 in the middle from JL, but it gets dealt with as he tries to pressure the other end of this. And Wonderful's Desert Eagle does not look to get upgraded. So take your bomb plant as you get wall banged. Talk about a sign of things to come. 3 killers on the prowl from FaZe to put him down, and they'll do exactly that. This FaZe Clan is suddenly 1 round away from tying the game at 10.
No, straight up. They're working. That's nuts, man. It was 10-5. 10-4 even.
Blades back in, though.
In fact, if you want to look at it like this, we don't even have a real rifle round run from Navi in this half.
Sure.
They got an eco or pistol and conversion. This is where you think about the blade time now.
It's his 3rd and final chance to get in within regulation. Five rounds in a row for the CT side. Last 2 by way of defuse. And a measly round between them and tying this up.
And it's been since May since FaZe have beaten a top 5 team.
And that top 5 team was?
NAVI.
Exactly.
At Pro League. It's probably the only thing that's keeping them up at night these days. The new #1.
Nearly 6 months of not beating a top 5 team. If I were to say that, I feel like you'd never think we're talking about a FaZe, but alas, JL given another chance. Oh, and I love the positioning. Ooh, he almost hones the gun in for a second.
Oh, it's the Iverson nade.
Do the job. Chucks it right over top, and Kerrigan can't run fast enough. Brokey's gonna pop open mid-smoke and find nothing on the other end as his incendiary was also burning towards middle, so I don't know what he would expect.
And again, let's look to Rops.
You know, why would Navi challenge through his Molotov so haphazardly in a 5v3?
They're looking to stack, actually. They're just peeling back completely, and I think the idea is try to save guns for this next round. Yeah, they've won 5 straight. If Navi make a mistake and come towards B, sure, we'll take it. And there's
like that.
Finding a single kill as the opponents on the other side of the map are still searching A. Rops stands guard nearby.
Hasn't moved, right? Once he tucked into Moto.
Brokey says, I still kind of want to win this. I don't know if it's possible from these rotational spots.
Yeah, he can help.
Oh, they're getting in there.
Perfectly tethered. And now all of a sudden we go back to the FaZe advantage. Emed's gonna get the answer as he just struggles to get out from apartments.
Oh, how did he find that?
Must have seen a sliver.
And now Rain, who got caught off guard on Arch that previous round, bailed out by his A-site teammates, has 2 down low and a chance to maybe pull off the retake.
They're right there. He can sense them, he can feel them, but he's got to wait this out. He can't go in barreling without vision.
This is obviously more risky for him. He goes down.
Gets delivered on a silver platter, so now Rain's gonna look towards that site.
And he knows that there's no one else lane. It could be Pit, it could be Halls.
Is this JL's moment after a slower map than some of his teammates? The challenge
Spotted with a nade.
Another nade goes deep.
Dude, that'd be perfect. That's a raindrop. 1v2 clutch. Square on him for 50.
Some of JL's best impact. Triple kill sets them up. They go charging into A with man advantage. Nades go both ways. That's karma.
3v5. Oh, off the backboard. See ya later.
We go 6 straight, and now there's a tempo. Now there's a certain energy in the air. A little electricity, but oh, wonderful while blind. Careful.
Oh, that's the guy to kill if there was one. Rain out of the picture. Rotations are pretty frantic both ways. Navi coming in calm.
Brokey wants a piece of this. Oh, man, he's barely alive. And Frozen's going to support him from the corner. Utility damage is going to keep Navi tiptoeing around that side. Frozen's able to eject.
Man, did they nade themselves? I didn't even see that coming in from Brokey.
I agree with you.
Yeah.
Don't know where that nade came from, but it hurt.
It did, and Brokey, he's on the op. I mean, he can afford to be on 3 HP. They couldn't kill him. He made 1 miss. Will he make 2?
They're floating around out middle.
Yeah, if there's one mercenary you want to deal with the problem, it's Bit right now.
FaZe
Oh
continuing.
my god, the timing on the clear is absolutely perfect.
So often they go for these challenges, so often they found nothing, but this time they extend into Ime. Who gives a headshot back, but as he stomps forward, do not write off that low health Brokey.
It's a bit of a bait though, isn't it, to come back to this side of the map? I mean, obviously, the lurk is perfect.
Frozen, this is your moment. Oh, and he gets tagged down solo. Kerrigan, it's all about the timing, and he's off. 20 seconds to the clock. The bomb's going to start going back. But they don't know about Brokey.
No.
This whole time, Brokey had been written off, but he's not in underground fast enough. He can cut them off with the clock. 10 seconds. That's the ball is down. JL needs to scoop it. He's got to get out. Brokey goes deep. Little HP, and FaZe Clan take a lead.
29 HP between 3 players on FaZe, and they win another round. 0 T rounds. 0 rifle T rounds here, 1 for Navi. They could have committed B.
No more blade timeouts. No more helping hands.
What was that call? Why didn't they commit B? Oh boy. Whoa. I did not expect to see Navi getting rattled in this game.
4v5.
Followed after a 3v5 and a 1v2 clutch.
And Brokey would have had the easiest opportunities to fall out in the apartments to play A site.
Blade is disappointed.
15 health, and he could have just hidden.
And we also have a weird round, the first rifle round. The round where Ima sticks around just for a few extra seconds to take a peek on Arch, and that's enough to lose the time. Going over to the B site. No way FaZe are actually doing this.
Why do you sound surprised?
I don't know. I told myself I would never doubt FaZe again, no matter how many troughs they go through from now on. Back in 2020, I did the same thing, and I was like, they need to make these replacements, and they're falling off, and they'll never be the same. And then they stuck together, and they waited for LAN, and when LAN came back, they became great. And after Antwerp, we had another downturn period. And now that they've replaced, and then when they replaced with Frozen, they had all those second place finishes, which even though they didn't win those events, those were all very impressive runs. And they had the Chengdu win as well. It's not the era that they were on the cusp of, but it was still very impressive. Now a downturn to follow that. It's just the natural market cycle of FaZe.
Yeah. But they are that anomaly where anytime you join FaZe to win events.
Yeah. It's as if they go into a recession of sorts and sell off all of their bad assets and start to consolidate and reform, and then they swell up, and that's how Kerrigan does it. It seems like magic every single time. Sometimes good things happen in recessions.
And this event specifically is one that they came into with an extra bit of preparation, a little bit of time. Time is the resource in Counter-Strike that is so rare to come by.
And it's also willingness, right? Everybody asking for Kerrigan to retire. Look at him. Does he want to? That's up to him. That's his decision to make. And if he wants to play and he doesn't care what you think, and he continues to get good and live off of the crowd's energy, who's really going to stop him?
I won't stand in his way.
He's done when he's done.
And as long as his teammates continue to believe in it as well. You'd have to be a fool to doubt Finn.
Even within this year, they have the 2 storylines of him not losing to Mouse in playoffs. Mouse still have yet to beat them, and now they've sort of started to have their own downturn, and that rivalry, or one-sided rivalry, is sort of missing. And now we have them versus Liquid. Kerrigan hasn't lost their series versus Twist IGLing. They've had a couple of chances now. They were, in fact, 1 round away back at Cologne. Couldn't close out there. And now what we've got is a 1-round game with FaZe in the lead on Inferno, which is the map that Kerrigan had to stare himself in the mirror and say, I'm about to bring my boys into battle versus the #1 team in the world and the team that is much stronger than we faced them last time at the Major, who absolutely destroyed us and destroyed my self-confidence and left me 1-15 watching the confetti come down for another team to pick up that trophy. And I'm going to tell my team I'm going to pick that map and we're going to play it right here and now, with a chance to get into another grand final. And he had the gall to do it. And that's why Kerrigan will forever be known for his vetoes.
To have to try and overwrite what could be one of the hardest losses of his career. One of.
Oh man,
Major grand finals, man.
Think about that. It was Cloud9 Boston in 2018, and after that, he won Antwerp. You thought there was no way that that could happen again. Mentally, once you come back from that, how could it happen twice? That's almost the tragedy of Kerrigan, and the scary reminder to everyone in life that the job is finished when you quit, but you have to earn it every single time. And he could see, you know, his fears and self-doubt re-emerging once again, even late stage, post-major, post-trophies into his career, and think, if I'm going to continue playing, I'm going to have to face that every single grand final.
And that will never stop.
And he's still here competing.
And every win kind of lets you shake it off for a little bit, but when you're alone at night, when your thoughts catch up to you, those skeletons will forever be in Kerrigan's closet. And yet FaZe Clan pick themselves up and dust themselves off and bounce back into all of these maps. We're talking about a 7-round streak right now to put them in the lead for the first time in this map. We're talking about a Brokey 22-13 top performance and that critical apps push.
Everybody's thinking about lifting this trophy for confidence going into Shanghai later this year. And FaZe may have been learning Chinese all year, but they still want this trophy now.
You can go through the trenches, you can go through the struggles, but it's all about coming back at that right moment. Oh, great, you start the season well. That's one thing. But the majors now finish our seasons. It's all about peaking at the end of that after all the events have gone by. That extra layer, trial, tribulations, shortcomings, self-doubts.
And on the other side for NAVI, they're a spitting image of what FaZe left for them. A series of second place finishes, a second place eras happening in both halves of the first year of CS2. And they are looking to lift another trophy, not just make a grand final. Their bar is so high at this point, they literally need to win. And then to double that, they go up and potentially a best of 5 against, some could argue, a stronger team in G2 over Eternal Fire, who were also incredibly strong. But the curse is lifted in one of their quote-unquote easiest grand finals, so to speak. They and Alexi B, the guys who also had a Kerrigan-esque journey and the amount of doubt and trials and team changes that he's been through to get to this point, and has to worry about missing his championship window. No peak is forever.
Two of the undeniably greatest in-game leaders of the modern Counter-Strike era. One holding on to their current reign with both hands, lifting curses and being better than ever.
I mean, Alexi's personal development and him playing on NAVI is just the most unlikely of all the teams that he's gotten into, right?
What
this
a story.
Is to get onto a roster that has never been international and then be that guy after playing on G2, getting replaced on G2.
And to do it after losing the star that was supposed to be on NAVI.
What a monumental task. And I have never heard him speak so highly of a coach before.
Right.
Ever, honestly. Until he's played under Blade.
What's going on at the moment? So we bring you the desk to fill this brief intermission whilst we get our best technicians on the case. Let's talk about what we've seen of Inferno so far. It's been a bit of a roller coaster, Jacob, to say the least.
Yeah, I'm not gonna lie, the beginning of that game did not look great at all for FaZe Clan. Felt like Navi had a good game plan, felt like they were in control, which they evidently were, and then all of a sudden we find ourselves in a position now where Navi have completely lost grasp of the game. Kerrigan right now calling a good CT side, the individuals are stepping up for FaZe, and then we cannot hide away from the fact, Stuku, that Navi are currently their worst own enemies. 2 rounds in a row have they done everything they could have do to themselves in order to lose those rounds. They're throwing the game, so to speak.
Oh yeah, and well, you have to look at it away from individual perspectives. From the beginning of the game, Bit was really owning it, and it was remembering me the moments from the major, actually, when they won that 3rd map, and Bit was in the pure flow state, as AlexCP actually mentioned. And right now, it was looking the same way up until the half switch, I would say.
Yeah, and I gotta give it to Brokey as well. Brokey's had a fantastic showing for FaZe once more. We pre-faced it coming into the game. He's had a great tournament, one of the MVP candidates. We thought to ourselves, Brokey, can you do it against Navi? Can you do it against arguably the best team play, the team with the most cohesion, the team that has Wonderful, which is another MVP candidate? And so far, the answer is yes. He did it with the rifle in the beginning of the game. Now he's picked up the AWP, and Brokey right now is the difference between FaZe still being in the game and FaZe being down 0-1.
Just trying to resolve some network issues at the moment. Not sure what the ETA is on it, but hopefully we'll get back into the game as soon as possible. Let's start by talking a little bit about the T side. We had a lot of the time rather in front of the booth to kind of set up exactly how you thought FaZe would be approaching it. In terms of expectations versus reality, where did FaZe hit that mark?
I mean, we described it a little bit that we want to see different game plan coming into this game compared to the Liquid yesterday, but actually we've seen very much similar gameplay where Kerrigan and Rain are taking that space on T side, and they were trying to, you know, push the tempo towards certain part of the map just to enable the trio of Brokey, Frozen, Ropes into the clutch situations. And, you know, it wasn't paying off that much because of also how utility-based it was from CT, from Navi side, and how well they played with the setups.
I think we said it coming into the game. You cannot play that simplified version of Counter-Strike. You cannot allow yourself, if you're Kerrigan and if you're Rain, not to find any sort of impact, and making it a little bit too tough of a playing field for the likes of Ropes, Frozen, and Brokey in that matter. You know, going in and I guess attacking the game in the same way you did yesterday against a much weaker opponent, it can be one of those things where you trick yourself into thinking, okay, it worked yesterday, we were flying on all cylinders, we're playing so well for ourselves, let's just do the same thing today. I think the game plan maybe was missing a little bit for FaZe Clan, and the adaptations weren't coming in fast enough, but at the end of the day, right now, it doesn't really matter because their CT side has been stellar, and they're slowly but surely grinding their way back into the game.
Just to zoom out from the game at hand just a little bit, because I do have 2 experienced players up here on the desk. Yeah, obviously tech issues, something that you don't want to encounter, something you hope that you don't encounter, but the reality is sometimes they are unavoidable. Stiko, in this situation, obviously you're not allowed to talk, just to preface that for the viewers at home that might not understand that. What do you think is the best way to make sure that you're not losing that momentum, maybe if you're FaZe that you've already been building up, What's the best way to handle situations like
I'm
that?
going to give you my personal experience. I never wanted to snap out of the game, out of the flow of the game. Even if the tech pause took 10, 15, 20 minutes, I was always making sure I'm reading up the notes in front of me, what game plan we have, what strats we have. I'm just kind of playing them in my mind as we practice them and reading the papers, looking at, behind me towards the coach, towards my teammates, making sure that they all kind of are preserving that energy throughout the rest of the best of 3.
That's kind of hilarious. I'm not gonna lie, because it's probably the right thing to do and probably what anyone, being a pro player would do today. I remember in my time, I would be thinking about, okay, Jacob, what are you having for dinner tonight? What are you having from Just Eat? What are you having from Vault? Are you a burger kind of guy? Are you a pizza kind of guy today? What are we eating tonight?
And what was it more often than not, Jacob?
I'll be honest, back then it was both. I would never pick one. I'd take both.
Yeah? No matter if you won or lost, would it be like, what's a winner's meal like compared to a loser's meal?
A winner's meal would be pizza, burger, fries, and maybe a dessert. And if I lost, I would skip the dessert and be like, you didn't deserve that.
You're on a diet today. Yeah, back to the game at hand. Of course, we just have a slight network issue that is being resolved ASAP. But yeah, I mean, if you're Na'Vi now and you're on the flip side of things, you're having to stew in that. You're having to replay those couple of rounds, which you should never have fumbled. What do you think they're doing right now?
And that's a good point right now, because I think there's a massive difference if you're Na'Vi going into this technical timeout. Because as you said, all the players right now, they cannot speak to each other. They're just idling right now. They're trying to remain focused. But the last thing they can remember for the game is them throwing 2 rounds in a row. And it is throwing 2 rounds in a row. They should have won the map already. This tech pause shouldn't be happening. We shouldn't be waiting right here. We shouldn't be talking about this map still being alive. Na'Vi should have won already had they not thrown those 2 rounds. So that's probably what they're thinking about. And I know it's easy to say you shouldn't think about that. You should let it go. But from a player perspective, Stuko, it is the hardest thing to do.
And this is also on the back of the Blades timeout, which was the last timeout that he can use until this goes to overtime. But, well, they were clearly in advantage in those rounds, but they kind of threw it away with the mid-round calls, I would say. One time it was a clutch where Reign actually managed to win 1v2, and once it was probably Ime calling the rotation back to A side, and it was just a little bit too late because Brocky with an AWP was pushing in that second mid, and it just caught a C4 off guard. They're kind of outcalling themselves. It wasn't necessarily that FaZe are making great adjustments, it's just Na'Vi choking. Am I saying that right?
Yeah, you are saying that right. Na'Vi are choking, and they're doing it against the worst possible opponent. What do you think Kerrigan is feeling right now? He's sitting in home turf, he got a crowd cheering for him, he's on FaZe Clan, who's known to make comebacks. It's the worst possible team you can allow back into the game. So I think if you're Kerrigan right now, if you're frozen despite having a bit of a nap right here, you must be pretty goddamn happy that you're still alive, that you're still in the game, because you would have lost it had Na'Vi not messed up so massive.
You noticed something quite interesting during that timeout, the last one that Blake called. You said he went just up to JL, he was just talking to him, right? What do you think he was saying?
I think from that 30 seconds, he spent probably 20 seconds directly standing behind JL, talking purely to him, clearly giving him instructions. He haven't had good game up until then. I think he was on 9 frags at that point. He went into Banana after that very timeout, and he got 2 insane entry kills, which resolved into, well, great scenario for Na'Vi, but ultimately didn't capitalize on that. They lost that round, and JL was kind of thrown back into the game. I think he got like 3K or 4K that round. He was unable to finish it off. But at least it's giving you the vibes of the Blade impact in the timeouts. It's clearly giving you the solutions. And if JL is maybe not feeling well individually or feeling off when it comes to reading the game, especially at Banana where there's utility-heavy fight, well, maybe Blade was giving some instructions how to deal with that. And he was doing a really good job.
If you'll allow me, Stiko, to pick your brain just a little bit more about JL. You kind of said it in front of the booths. You've seen him grow so much since you had the time on Apex with him, way back at the Paris Major when you hit exponential heights, and what saw Na'Vi, picking him up and putting him into their roster. Where do you think his biggest areas of growth have been?
Oh my God, he grew as a player, but also mentally. You can see that he's kind of a showman, kind of a FaZe on Na'Vi right now. Whenever something goes wrong, he's the one telling in the team speak, in the timeouts, guys, let's go. We have to reset. We have to focus more. We have to talk more. He's kind of the guy that is making sure that everything is kind of responsible, I would say. Everyone is kind of getting held accountable thanks to JL, and I think this is one of the beauties because from Apex, it's just showing me how much he grew.
He's a fantastic player. I said it coming into the game. We had a conversation yesterday where we discussed the likes of JL, the likes of Shiro, the likes of Wonderful for that matter as well, the likes of Nico, who is the 4th, 5th, 6th best player in the world, and just the fact that he's in that conversation, just the fact that we can make an argument, we can make a case that JL perhaps is a top 5, top 6 player in the entire goddamn world right now, that's growth for you right there. Because had you asked me 1 year ago, had you asked you 1 year ago, you would have said never.
Can you tell me a bit about that Apex roster and like how that did all come together? Because obviously I think when we talk about you guys, when we talk about JS history, it's always that miracle run in Paris. What was the story before then? Like how did you guys even find JL?
Was it a fluke?
It was. It wasn't a fluke, but I think we overperformed while everyone else underperformed.
Sure.
So that's by definition maybe fluke.
Yeah.
I don't really know. But when it comes to JL, obviously this was courtesy of Kuben, which was our coach back in the time, and he was coach of JL in Mad Lions, I believe. So he kind of had a relationship with him, and he was like, guys, we're changing roster, we're getting rid of 2 guys. Kuben is coming in, let him kind of build the roster. And, well, JL was top of the list.
Love that. Love the JL character arc that we've seen ever since then as well, because that was beautiful back in Paris. Is that like, for you, that must have been one of the top moments of your career as a player, right?
Yeah, when it comes to Major, that was definitely my deepest finish. But on the other hand, you know, it's kind of different for me because I've been around for a long time and we've hit at certain points with mouse sports, #2 in the world, so I've got the taste of Tier 1 back then. However, that didn't last long and I had to kind of build my way up again through various projects, and Apex being one of it. And we came from nowhere basically within a year and a half into top 4 of the last CSGO major, and that was just Cinderella story.
And now you're here, right? You're sort of like the FaZe ranking graphic we had showing you before the game, where they went on to be really good, 2nd in the world, and then slowly but surely you're moving down, you're 7th, you're 10th, and you end up on the desk. You go, what on earth is going on? Why are you not playing right now?
I mean,
Are you going to go back?
I mean, I would love to, but I'm not going to spoil anything just yet.
Okay. Selfishly, I want you to stay here because I've loved having you with us. But yeah, we'd love to see you on a team as well. Tell me about your other ex-teammate on the other side of the server then.
Ooh, so I was teammate with Robs once upon a time, exactly on that mouse sports roster when we hit that #2. Well, I'm gonna be honest, it was beginning of the career for him very much, and the player that he's right now, obviously, and the human being that he's right now is just vastly different from what I knew back then, and he won multiple MVPs. He was at one point best CS2 player in the world, maybe at one point one of the best riflers in CSGO, one of the best lurkers. I mean, I can just keep going on, but you know, the fact that I was with him, you know, 6, 7, 8 years ago, it kind of gives me a glimpse of, you know, it's kind of muddy, kind of hazy with the memories, and obviously I don't want to discredit him at all, but he's just been doing absolutely the best he can whenever he has to perform in his role, and he kind of reinvented the anchor role from supportive position into more star position.
Why don't you ask me about my ex-teammate, Freya?
Oh, because I don't care, Jacob.
Oh,
I don't
you don't care.
You used to play on Liquid though at some point, didn't you? Does anybody know that? I think maybe you failed to mention that. You haven't mentioned it at
I
this
think if
event
you asked
anyway.
everyone in the arena, they damn know well that I played for Liquid.
Yeah.
That was not for long.
So I did ask Jacob yesterday in the green room, you know, you are kind of legit famous in Denmark. What list celebrity would you say you are? You said C+. That's pretty good.
Oh, let's see this. Let's see this. Let's see this. Come on, boy.
Is it legit? It's not a video, is it? Go on, don't.
Probably.
Don't.
This looks legit.
Let's go.
Okay. Just like everyone else, you're a loser. Unlucky. Yeah, I don't know. Nice try. Do it again.
I love how you tried to steer the conversation towards you, Jacob. I do have more questions for you, Stiko. So when Rops was on that roster with you, was that during when everyone was accusing him of cheating, when he had to go to the FaZe office and disprove it? Was that just afterwards?
It was just afterwards. I think thanks to this kind of disapproval of FaZe being basically making him clear that he actually played in the office and everything was fine, he got the offer from Mousesports after all, and he was juggling school, he was juggling CS. That was pretty impressive at one point. You know, it's just he had such a huge shoes to fill because he was replacing Nico on that roster.
That's crazy. What was the lineup, the Mouse lineup at that time?
Oh yeah, it was Sunny, Chris J, Robs, Oscar, and myself.
That's crazy. What was your standout memory from Robs on that team? Did you foresee him kind of on this career trajectory and going off to win a major, winning an Untitled Grand Slam as well?
The absolutely craziest part is that he was nowhere near kind of star player back then. He was just anchor, and it was just you know, consistently outputting what he needed to do. But Sunny and Oscar was back then just our main guys that were kind of the ones to carry us through the games. And now Robs is one of them. And he was throughout the career since basically he came to FaZe.
Still resolving that network issue between FaZe and NAVI. I do hear it's an audio issue with their communication, so hopefully that's going to be fixed very soon indeed. With this FaZe, what we think is a comeback and potentially NAVI collapse, Jacob. Has this changed your predictions?
Wait, what?
Oh, yeah, you are still here. Sorry.
Sorry. Okay, you said what? I was zoning out.
Oh, of course you weren't. Thanks, man. Is this changing your prediction? Yeah. I am actually going to talk about the semi-final that we have at hand.
No, you waffling about something else and Mouse and Robs and FaZe. I don't even know at that point. I think there's a world where FaZe can win map number 1 here. I think there's a world where FaZe may be the favorites to close out Inferno, especially considering that NAVI have done everything in their power to throw away the game. But I do think, however, it's going to be very tough for them to win the entire series. You still look at a map number 2, you still look at a map number 3, where I would favor NAVI. So for my money right now, I'm not feeling too comfortable in a FaZe win, but I think they can win Inferno.
You feeling any more comfortable in a FaZe win, Stiko?
Right now it's anyone's game. It's way too close for comfort to say anyone. Basically, whoever wins the next round is going to be very much closer economically and also score-wise into getting the first map.
Should we give a little bit of a preface to Ancient as well? Because we do have Ancient, Anubis, if we do need a decider. I love that we're like starting a little bit topsy-turvy compared to what we saw back at the Copenhagen Major, because Inferno was our last map, Ancient was the first map. Does it make sense to you that NAVI picked into that Ancient?
It does, because NAVI play Ancient at a very high level, and they also have a lot of tape on record on FaZe Clan playing Ancient from this tournament. So if you're Blade, you know his characteristic is he likes to prepare well for his opponents. So FaZe have played Ancient at this tournament a couple of times already, so there's nothing new coming in. Blade will be prepared for everything when it comes to Ancient. However, as I said, also going into the game, FaZe have been picking Ancient as one of their map picks into other opponents throughout this tournament. So if you're Kerrigan, if you're FaZe, you feel comfortable, right? You feel, okay, listen, they want to bring it to us on our own map pick. They want to bring it to us on Ancient, which we picked against other teams, which we've beaten other teams on. Let's get it.
Ancient was definitely, I would say, one of the shakiest maps we've seen from FaZe here, especially in that game against Falcons, I believe, where they lost in overtime, even after heroics of Brokey winning that 1v4 in overtime. But it was just ultimately not enough, and Falcons leaving the tournament with the last place. But they have at least one scalp, and that is against FaZe, which are playing in the semifinals.
Now, I'm not saying you guys don't love listening to us, but just to inform you, players have been permitted to go for a bathroom break, so I'm allowing you to do the same at home. Maybe get some hydration, maybe get some snacks to rejoin us when we do eventually start this map. Hot noodle, maybe fancy one of those.
I think popcorn is the perfect Counter-Strike snack.
Right, okay, gaming snacks. This is a loaded question because I'm a big fan of cheese puffs, you know? Love some cheese puffs, but when you're gaming, that's the worst snack you can have because you get the dust all over the keyboard.
Use a fork, you know.
A fork for your cheese puffs?
Yeah.
Like Osterpops?
Yeah, Osterreier, yeah.
No, but it would break, Jake.
No, not.
Do you know what
just
cheese
need a bit.
puff is?
Yeah, you just need a bit of a technique, you know. You can also use a spoon if you want to.
You use a spoon, like slicing an onion with a spoon. I love that analogy earlier. That was great. What's the go-to gaming snack, Stiko? You probably know better than us.
Can I give you a boring answer? I mean, I'm here for analysis, for the stats. I want everyone from audience to improve from me.
Right.
Bananas.
Oh.
I mean, you see it. Everyone is having it between the maps.
No.
What do you mean no?
Sucks.
Of course, everyone is having every sport athlete. Okay. Everyone between the games.
Try turn around. Look at the crowd. How many out there do you think is eating a banana?
Look, I'm giving you the answer how to improve.
Okay.
Not everyone is doing everything they can.
You're saying we're all stupid, huh?
What about like...
You're spinning it against me.
This is what it will do to you. What about like an orange slice, an apple? I think fruit's fun, bananas suck.
Yeah, it's a boring answer.
Yeah. Okay, give me a fun answer then.
I mean, beer.
Yeah? Yeah, I guess. One beer in a game of Counter-Strike. Probably not great on a professional level, but I'll leave that up to the experts, I guess.
Let's be honest, a bag of sour cream and onion, you know, in front of your PC.
Right.
Late Saturday night, you're hanging out with your friends, you're gaming, you're on Discord, Ventrilo, who cares? You're having a good time.
You know what I hate? I hate that thanks. I hate that FaZe took a leaf out of Eternal Fire's book. I know this is like a different context with best of 5, best of 3, but banned Mirage. I hate that. I hate that.
Why?
because I love seeing Na'Vi on Mirage. You don't remember Cologne versus Vitality? That was probably one of the sickest maps I've ever seen. Hate that they did that.
I understand why they do it though, because Na'Vi is damn good on Mirage, and I think that's one of the cool things about FaZe Clan as well. I think we spoke about it yesterday, you know, one of the few teams that can flex the 7 map pool from time to time, and the way they flex it is in the veto process. They can allow themselves sometimes to ban out the strongest map of the opposition, and there's very few teams right now who have that ability.
Absolutely. And, you know, all I'm saying is great we're not seeing Vertigo. Throughout this tournament, we have not seen a Vertigo.
Wait, you're a Vertigo hater too?
I mean, who isn't in this arena Vertigo hater?
Do you think anyone inside this arena actually likes Vertigo? Well, I'll tell you right now, you all suck if you do.
Oh, God. What would you replace Vertigo with? Like, imagine, you know, you're the Puppet Master.
Legit anything. Anniversary was here. Okay, I will give you the concrete answer. Cash looks fire. That's a headshot. That's a headshot map right there.
I know what they would like to play. Train is a goddamn good map, and if we could replace Vertigo with Train, I bet you these guys want to be happy.
Right, you gave me like kind of a crazy answer when we were doing this in the group stage. We kind of got, I got sidetracked, I'll admit, and we were talking about, you know, changes to the map pool. You said post-major, half the map should be cut, add a new 3 or 4 in.
Who
I know
said
7
that?
you can't.
You said that.
Yeah, I did.
CEO of Valve, by the way. So imagine, right, we get to Shanghai, current map pool. I hope they still keep the current map pool. What are you doing? Which 3 or 4 are you taking out?
I'm going to look at the perspective of stats. Just least played maps should probably go, or at least one least played map, maybe throw a spin on it, one most played map.
Ooh.
And then one somewhere in the middle and just add 3 of us. Like, look, I'm all for increasing the skill ceiling. I love the changes inside Counter-Strike. And maybe it's me biased because we're not getting any changes lately.
Yeah, not even for birthday. Happy birthday, by the way.
Anniversary.
Sorry, anniversary. Yeah, we don't do anniversary presents. Okay, that makes sense why we got absolutely nothing, I guess.
Are you speaking from experience there? Are you
no,
mad at someone?
not at all, not at all. Anyway, maps. What would you change, Jacob?
I will follow you on the analogy that we need more changes, and I would love consistent changes. So after the major, maybe remove one map, bring in a new one. When we have 2 majors a year, we can have 2 new maps every year.
That wasn't the question I asked you. I asked you which 3 are you removing, which 3 are you adding in?
Okay, I'll remove Vertigo, and then I'll remove Vertigo once more. No, I'll remove Vertigo, I'll remove Inferno probably. Not too big a fan of Inferno, and I will get rid of Dust 2 again.
Really?
Yes.
But she's just come back.
I don't care. I really don't care.
And you're replacing it with what? Train?
I want Train in there.
Yeah.
I want. You guys remember Season? The map Season?
Actually, yeah.
Yeah, that was a good map, you know, especially in Counter-Strike Source I used to play. And then I liked Overpass as well, but I don't want the old version of Overpass. I want a new, innovative version of Overpass. Cash is a good shout as well. Cobblestone, nah, not my style. But I think Overpass, you know, maybe slightly more compact and with a couple of new cool spots could be pretty goddamn sick.
No, I can't co-sign on that. I'll just give you guys a quick update at home. Network issues hopefully look like they will be fixed very soon. I can hear, or I can see as well, that players are back in the booths with their headsets on. Fingers crossed you don't have to listen to this man yap too much.
I got a question, Stico, and be honest with me. I know it's inappropriate maybe, but you're on stage, you're in a technical timeout. You really have to go on the toilet. I don't really care which one of the number 1, number 2 you got to do, but is that sometimes hard to deal with as a player?
No, not at all. I don't know. I never had this issue.
No, but I know everyone out there has been thinking those thoughts. You know, you're playing a game for 3 hours and you haven't gone to the toilet. It's never something that creep into your mind that I could use a toilet break?
No, as I said, I never snap out of the game. Like, I'm legit laser focused on the game, and it's just, I can't think of what my body needs at that point. After a game, whatever.
What, your body just switches off?
Yeah, everything is kind of switching off.
Really? That's crazy.
It's funny how that works, because it works the same in sports. You know, if I'm riding a bike a lot, and it's the same thing, right?
Are you, Jacob?
Yeah, I am, you know, and it's the same for football players, etc., etc. You never heard of a football player who had to run off the pitch and you know, take a dump or whatever they do, but it's fun how you get the same physical, I guess, appreciation for how hard it is to be in a game of Counter-Strike. I know you're not physically exhausted. It's not like you're running a marathon. It's not like you're biking 150 kilometers, but your mental capacity and how you have to, as you said, you know, keep laser focused for such a prolonged time. We're not kind of constructed for that, right? As a human being, to be focused for 3 hours straight, that's a massive task and it requires an awful lot of energy.
Could it be adrenaline, like flight and fight response, kind of? Fight and flight, whatever it's called?
I'm sure there's experts out there knowing more about that than we do, but I bet you're onto something, you know. I don't know if it shuts down for the body and your stomach and whatnot, but probably.
I think, I mean, I just want to remind everybody, mostly you, Jacob, this is a semi-final of a Tier 1 event.
Well,
maybe we wrap up the talk about all those horrible bodily functions and get back to the game at hand.
All right.
We are seeing it almost tied up. Where do you think NAVI are going to be coming back into this, back from the tech pause, considering they lost out those couple of rounds in a row?
It's a good question, and I would love to see that, because if anything, if NAVI were to come back on Inferno now, if NAVI were to come back and win this map, then it would be another story in this mental resiliency that we see from NAVI time and time again. And I know it's tough right now, because we pre-faced it, and people probably at home thinking, what on earth is going on? Why are all these players sitting around not talking to each other? You're not allowed to in a technical timeout. You're not allowed to discuss the game. You're not allowed to talk to your teammates. So if you're NAVI, you gotta be mentally prepared to come in back to it, and I think we're just about ready with exactly that.
We are indeed. Let's get back into the action of Inferno.
Oh my goodness. Forum, you guys have been tested tonight. One hell of a banger to start off the day. 3 long maps of Counter-Strike, some tech pause tests. But it's all because it's leading to this. A culmination of FaZe Clan in a comeback against NAVI. Let's not forget where we were. We had all written off FaZe in this map. This place was quiet. So I'm gonna ask, Forum, are you ready to get back into the second semifinal?
Let's fucking rock!
Come on!
11-10, and FaZe are gonna pick off where they left off. A true test of their mental resilience. Into the action, round 22. NAVI have a chance here. Lots of time to think about the fact that they still have yet to pull off a rifle T round so far this half. Unfortunately for them, they have to do it on a round where they're only spending half their money. They still have an investment. FaZe could still lose to this, but they're not coming at it full strength. Maybe sacrificing map point right after this long break. We'll see.
Gotta get back into that zone. Gotta tap back into your killer instincts. Smoke down on our side. That's one player deploy without info. Rain stares at it just in case. We've already seen some smoke shenanigans be pulled out, but this looks like a well-oiled pack of players ready to swarm into the bomb site. CT smoke thrown forward. They take that route as a chance to go CT. Now he hears this.
Yeah, 2 called here for Frozen.
Frozen's rotate on high alert. Beautiful shot. Back from Internet. He's able to get a second. All of a sudden, that B site's gonna be tested. Broky's trying to help. Can Kerrigan do it alone? Oh, he's so blind. The pistols get through. Broky jumps out, and as he hits the ground, he hits them hard. JL's been swept out of this, and we go 2v2 with still one of these T's on a pistol. Spray is off the mark. NAVI put the bomb down. Tied game on the line.
Yeah, just overhead. Bit's got 1 HE. No utility here for the CT side.
No, sir. It's got to be that dry retake. And the question is, at what point do they come in? And at what point can Wonderful hold them back? It is guns up.
Broky only kit.
It's an arrival of the first as he starts to come around that corner. Wonderful just missed it, and he's not able to react fast. It's got to be Bit, the headshot machine, and he lays down lead to Broky.
It's 1v1!
And he may hit that headshot, but he won't hit the
Oh, that's the guy.
FaZe Clan 12.
Oh, that's the guy. And that's the sign that FaZe are truly in the lead. Rops wins the 1v1 over Bit with the Dink coming in, hitting 12, surviving this round after the pause. That would have been nothing short of tragic.
Ooh, a round worthy of the anticipation.
Yeah. That's massive. It's about picking up where you left off, and they prove that. Look at that streak.
8 rounds in a row to deflate NAVI.
They caught on fire and stayed there up until this point.
Kerrigan leads his soldiers into another difficult challenge of Inferno. That's a missed Molotov from JL. Not gonna make his banana control any easier. He chucks a frag out. Negligible. Still, there's a bit of pressure here from FaZe.
Oh, massive info though. Yeah, because they don't molly him back. The captain will come down and look to rest. Now they can try to reclaim. There has to be a strong tether between Frozen and him in terms of cover. They can both die at the same time if they're not careful. And as for Navi, they might have an opportunity here. It comes down to Kerrigan.
Oh, he
gets his.
And as he lays his smoke down, support still from Frozen. Like you said, they have to remain tethered. And Brokey
they're looking to make this flawless.
He'll strike one. And hits himself the double. Rain goes into the mid-peak. He'll fall the wonderful from Brokey. Can he miss? Finally does. Wonderful feels the pressure from all directions. Swarmed by FaZe. Flawless FaZe comeback.
When they start winning, they don't stop.
Don't you dare write him out.
Tech pause or not, the rebound secured for FaZe. Kerrigan takes a map on home soil, and what a way to be doing it. Navi fumbling a bag, arguably, in some of those rounds we will be talking about, and FaZe jumping on that.
That's one gonna sting. I'm not gonna lie. You know, not only do they do it after the tech pause, and that's gonna be frustrating for all the Navi players, but some of the rounds we're gonna dive into, you're gonna see a very clear case of Navi not playing up to par. Navi not playing like they're the best team in the world. Navi fumbling, Navi dropping the ball.
Yeah, and I have not seen Navi dropping the ball this way in a very, very long time, very uncharacteristic. And I wouldn't even say that the start of the round were kind of a problem from LXCB's point of view or calling-wise. It's just the mid-rounds that were maybe even other players are having some kind of input, wherever we should rotate, what we should do. That is kind of what kind of cost them those 2 rounds.
And I think we're kind of jumping on this particularly because the first half, it wasn't like that was bad for Navi, right? They came out of the gate hot. They were really taking advantage of FaZe on that first half.
Yeah, I think in regards to what we spoke about, you know, Blade being a coach that likes to prepare, Blade being a coach that likes to dive into the details, the game plan laid down by Blade in that first half, he was definitely winning against Neo, definitely winning against Kerrigan. Felt like they had the number, felt like they know what they wanted to do, and it was showcased in that first half for sure.
Yeah, absolutely, and we can also see that in the round 8 that we're going to have, and it just showed that the game plan that they have against Liquid, kind of they try to replicate it. It didn't work, and for multiple reasons. And the main reason that I'm going to showcase is actually a bit here. But we're going to start with the LXCB opening on Kerrigan. But look where Rain is already. Thanks to that duo, the dynamic duo, the space-taking duo on FaZe, he managed to slip by to CT, completely surprise Gel and winning the duel on LXCB. But this is what Bit is doing that Liquid wasn't. They are re-aggressing. He's bringing the fight to them. He's trying to win these duels. This is exactly why maybe JKS or NAV, for that matter, those anchor positions over at Liquid were kind of lacking, and this is Bit shining.
Was that something you expected Navi to be able to deal with quite easily?
Yeah, I would say so. I think it's also in terms of quality of opposition, not to take anything away from Team Liquid, but they're not on par with Navi at all. They don't have a Bit put in their lineup. They don't have a Wonderful. They don't have a Jail. They don't have those players in form who are able to play with a certain amount of confidence and change the tide of the round by themselves. So, yeah, I was a little bit disappointed in FaZe Clan that first half. I think the simplicity of the way they played and the way they were trying to, I guess, restructure and redo the same thing as we saw yesterday. It was a little bit too simplified for my liking, and it felt like Blade and Navi had it under full control in that first half.
Let's go to the point that we have been alluding to for that entire tech pause, and basically after that entire map ended, the switch up, the moment that FaZe were really able to push back in Navi. It begins with a Navi tactical pause, and then what happens after this?
Yeah, so we can see that the tactical pause, as I said, Blade is probably 2/3 of that tactical pause is directed directly to Jail, who is not having a great game, and then he whips up this, going to Banana, brawl against 2 players, 3 players actually, getting 2 entries, and the round kind of resolves itself in a really winnable situation. Rain stuck in a 1v2 here. Ime, not sure why he's grabbing that piece of information that is not needed to push that smoke there. However, it puts Rain in a much winnable position, and then he spots Jail. This is huge. He found HE on the way as well. He hits perfect nade. I believe that is full HP nade that is going to make the most out of it. Jail unable to basically win that.
And that's one thing, you know. One thing is losing that clutch to Rain, which never should have happened. He picked up a second nade, so it's a little bit lucky. We dive into the following round, round 21. Back and forth, Frozen is finding a trade frag right here. He gets to fall back. Look at this position. The Rups doesn't see anything in the middle. He gets caught off guard by Immer. At this point, you have everything under control. Frozen down to no HP. Brokey in this position where he catches the bomb, re-rotating after they already had control over the B bomb side. It's a great example of what we sometimes see with LXCB, and it hasn't been often, but as an in-game leader, you can out-call yourself. And whether it's LXCB, whether it's a different member of Navi or someone else making that call, I don't know, but they were overthinking the situation because they already had the B bomb side, they already won the round. before they even started to move away.
We are talking about Blade having one of the most impactful tactical poses in the game, and this was kind of not showing its due diligence because they lost these 2 rounds, but the calls were good. The positions, they were supposed to win that. They managed to fumble that. After the technical pause, they didn't get on the board.
And it's atypical Navi, right? We've been praising them for being consistent. We've been praising them for having the best cohesion, maybe the best team play. As you said, the calling, the idea, the game plan, the way you start the rounds, it's all working out wonderfully well for Navi, but they couldn't close it out. And those are individual mistakes, and mistakes we haven't seen in quite some time.
And that's the thing when we're talking about the individuals of Navi, it wasn't like they weren't popping off in the beginning of this map. We've got to give our flowers to Bit because he was making some, I mean, just game-changing plays, which is lovely to see from Bit. Very characteristic of exactly what we saw on the last map of that major grand final, which was indeed Inferno.
I mean, the major grand final was arguably the best performance Bit has ever had on Inferno. This one came close, I'd argue. At least he found an awful lot of impact. The re-aggression in middle, the constantly being annoying towards FaZe Clan. Whenever they got close, as you see by the scoreline right here, 5-4, it was Bit stepping up and doing the work.
The amount of kills he got on ropes, which is his mirrored position, Abs Lurk, is kind of ridiculous. I don't have the exact stat for that, but it looks from these highlights that we're seeing right now that he's just had his number right there.
This clutch as well, he was so close winning that 1v2 clutch at the scoreline of 10-7. That would have been another one going the way of Navi. I bet you right now they have the feeling that they should have won Inferno 9 out of 10 times, especially being that scenario. So to leave the stage, leave this arena being down 0-1 in this series after a long technical pause as well, this is a mental game right now for Navi.
No, it's definitely going to sting. I mean, let's talk a little bit about the AWPers before we wrap up the first map that was Inferno, because we were talking about this kind of head-to-head that we're going to be seeing. Both Brokey and Wonderful, they were in contention to be MVPs of this entire tournament. Brokey, his name still in the running after this performance.
Brokey's playing fantastic. You know, he's starting off with the rifle a little bit on the CT side, then he picked up the AWP and he was just finding impact left, right and center. Stuko, you've been playing against him, we've been watching him play. He has this ability to just explode on the server, and I don't know what it is with Brokey, but when he's feeling the game, when he's in the groove, when he's walking through smokes, when he's taking close dual combats with the AWP, there's very few players out there who does it to that level.
I also don't understand what he did during that technical pause, because after that he had just a monster performance throughout you see this with AK here on the 11-10 round, and then the last round to close it off. I believe this was probably one of the highlights of this map so far.
Are we giving Brokey enough credit for being versatile, like also finding impact with the rifles?
Yeah.
I think he's been doing that throughout the entire tournament. I think we think of him as an AWP player, a little bit passive, very explosive, but I feel lately he's been picking up the rifle more and more and more, and he's finding an awful lot of kills with it.
$1 million question, or I guess €500,000 question, if you're putting it in terms of the prize pool. Do Navi have the mentality to be bouncing back from this? Contextually, this wasn't their map pick, but they did have a massive advantage. They did fumble so many rounds that they should have closed out.
If anything, Navi has to prove that they are #1 team in the world right now, and I think they're leading into the pause right now between the maps, saying, guys, we're a better team, we just fumbled some of the crucial rounds, and it wasn't enough after technical pause. They still believe, and for my money, they're still a better team on the server right now.
I think it's a good way of putting it, you know, another test towards Navi, another one where we go after the game and be like, listen, the way you started out the game, the way you lost Inferno, doesn't matter, you bounce back and we still crown you the best team of the world. But I will say it's untreated territory. We haven't seen Navi fumble the bag in this fashion in quite some time, so maybe there's a mental game to be had right now. Let's not forget it's also getting late. They've been waiting around for a long time. JL was standing up here with us, waiting for the game to get going after the first series went to 3 maps, so I think it's a tough one right now for Navi.
Well, it's a decent opportunity for Navi to be bouncing back there. Map pick of Ancient awaits after the break. The map that began the legendary Major Grand Final, which was indeed FaZe's pick at the time, now the choice of NAVI coming into this semi-final series. Jacob, tell us a story about Ancient. What do you expect to go down on this map?
I think it's a good map, first and foremost. I think it offers for good, aggressive Counter-Strike, offers for a lot of utility usage as well. I think the utility damage you will see through the roof reminds me a bit of Inferno, especially in the lane area. And we have seen FaZe being super aggressive on the T side in this tournament when they're playing the map. However, what Stuko said just a couple of moments ago was correct. They haven't looked clean. They haven't looked clinical on Ancient. They were struggling massively against Falcons. They ended up losing the map as well in quadruple overtime or something like that. So I'm not too confident in FaZe moving into Ancient.
Look, I think NAVI are statistically, tactically, and in general better team on Ancient. However, the fumbles we've seen across the Inferno, I think if they translate into Ancient, can very much we can very much have our hands on this game because, well, if you think about it, it all comes down to clutches on a lot on Ancient, and those can go really either way when individuals are just not shining.
And that's where it gets to for me as well, because I agree with you. There's no argument against NAVI not being a better team than FaZe right now. There's no argument against NAVI not having the better players, more informed, yada, yada, yada. But it becomes different now. We're on a stage. Kerrigan is on a home turf. Kerrigan just won and stole away a map from NAVI. It's all a mental game. And we see that, you know, it's not always the best player or the best teams winning their games of Counter-Strike. Sometimes they can be their worst own enemy. And that's what I'm looking very much forward to see in this game. Does NAVI have even more in the tank than we knew, right? Have they established themselves as not only the best team in the world, but also a very resilient team? So we're adding to that story as we speak.
And we are seeing the crazy stat line on, I want to bring you attention to 4 versus 5. 41% 4v5 conversion on the NAVI is something I have not seen for a long time. Usually you want to get that around like 25, 27, 30% is good. 41 is crazy. You're losing an entry and you're winning that round 40% of the time, even more than that. Well, that might be a winning condition for NAVI.
NAVI, they are going to be starting on the T side of things, so anything we should expect from NAVI?
I want to see Emma go off, you know. I think he's an Ancient specialist, especially back in the days with Gamer League and at the Major where he was overperforming as well, almost becoming the MVP. His play, in particular on Ancient, very aggressive, loves to be in middle, loves to find timing. So if there's a player to look out for, if there's a guy who usually elevates himself a little bit above the rest when it comes to the specific map of Ancient, it'll be Emma.
And I want to say a shout out to AlexCB because he's going to be holding that cave position, which is going to be against Rain most likely.
And Kerrigan, that's going to be a fun duel.
And Kerrigan as well. There's going to be a lot of gamble plays, I would say, a lot of smoke plays. There's a lot of smokes deployed in that general area of the map, and Kerrigan and Rain, whenever they see the smoke, they'll walk through that. So, you know, AlexCB has to be careful.
We've seen some highlights already going down from Brokey in this very tournament on this very map of Ancient. Is he going to be up to his same antics today?
I hope so. I think Brokey continuing down the road he's been playing so far in this tournament. He is probably, if you were to stop the tournament as of right now, the MVP so far. So yeah, I hope Brokey, I hope we get to see the best of him, because then we could see a very competitive and cool map.
Also want to check in with the live bots to see exactly how they've been shaken up moving into the second map. Very, very close indeed.
Now.
So I think it is time that we get some answers. It's Ancient with Connor and Mo.
Yes, thank you so much, guys. Well, we have got the best possible outcome on map 1 for the most exciting series possible, because NAVI are not dead yet. Very impressive from FaZe, but Ancient will not be easier.
No, I mean, Stico highlighted it, right? Like almost never before seen 4v5 win rate. You could put one player of NAVI down, but the beauty of NAVI at the moment is that the stars run so incredibly deep. So for him, we're gonna be burning the midnight oil. Let me hear what you got! You guys have been great all day long, but this one ain't over. And we'll see you tomorrow for that best of 5.
No matter what happens at this point, somehow it looks like it could end up being FaZe G2. So unlikely considering NAVI and Vitality were in this playoff bracket, but look where we are at now. You guys stuck around and it paid off. We have the potential for another upset. But will it be on Ancient? I have a hard time believing that. NAVI, as Stico pointed out, incredible in the 4v5s. Here's one of them.
But incredible. It's such a great adjective to describe FaZe 2. And when they start to find that groove, when they start to make the comebacks, this is what it's made of. Kerrigan 2 kills like it's nothing.
Oh, boy.
With a triple in the pistol.
Oh, what's going on? Still no NET rounds? It was a flawless comeback from FaZe after losing the pistol and conversion.
Yep.
All the way through Inferno. There was something of a breakdown on NAVI. Impossible to point out right now. We'd have to hear about it later in the interviews. it felt like a combination of massive tilt and confusion, and I don't think that it felt like a map agnostic problem, really. The way that everything fell apart, it shouldn't have happened on Inferno, it shouldn't have happened in NAVI, it shouldn't have happened in this matchup.
It felt like something in their core. One of the cogs broke down, and Blade, with his limited ability to get input, was not able to fix it in the middle of the heat of the battle. So
Windshield got smashed, transmission fell out, things started going in reverse. Hopefully we don't have to take him to the pound.
Damn, not even a flashbang, just an Alexi B Deagle. Who let him buy that? How come Alexi gets the Deeg?
Well, the B stands for Blade. Maybe it was him.
Frozen toying around with bottom middle. We'll see if this MP9 ends up making a ton of money. We gotta remember, one player down means nothing for Navi. Beasts on Ancient.
Late in the mid, waiting for they think it's going to be a late B pop out of the door. That's why Kerrigan's still got active watch here, but they're all coming to Robs. He's looking to mow him down.
Yeah.
Oh,
that Desert Eagle. Oh, that's why he bought it. Hands busy with the bomb plant. And Alexi's dead, but it's just enough.
All right.
Just enough.
Not bad.
Get that bomb down, make a little money, and you know, goes back and forth with all the cash that Frozen's SMG just gains.
They only needed 2 yards. They dive back for it. King Kerrigan.
Copenhagen is his kingdom.
But what's the stat? Oh, that's so nice. Thank you, guys. But what's the stat that Kerrigan's won in Odense, but he hasn't won at Blast or in Copenhagen in front of you guys? Yeah.
Can't win in Copenhagen. And it felt like when we were at the major that like the stars were aligning. And we want to talk about, you know, Alexi B's best of 5 curse.
Yeah.
Well, there's a Kerrigan Copenhagen curse.
There's actually like a, you know, Danish team-wide curse. The Strals even had trouble winning at Blast, even during their prime. You guys are just so intimidating.
It's a lot of pressure.
I was nervous the first time I walked out in front of this crowd. Oh, man. But Kerrigan, maybe he's overcome that.
I mean, there is that special thing, Danish Counter-Strike, and to be thrust into the spotlight. It's one thing to go play elsewhere in the World Tour, but you show up home, there are expectations.
Wow, they're falling back off of this. They're not even going to get the smoke out, man. This is a very strong map at the moment. Maybe they have a read on Kerrigan's rotation.
I'm trying to figure something out here, but that little jiggle at back door.
If Imma leaves, Kerrigan can follow suit because he's seen one farther back. We cross a minute. Things can get a little bit more scary here for Navi, but for the meantime, these are the ones who are up numbers. Look at this massive window gap. It's supported because Brokey is watching the cross, Shiro style from Donut.
Brokey locked in though. Not gonna move a muscle, just stay fixated. Molotov actually gets him off the spot, but he fights instead. He'll
alarmingly good. Brokey has been across Inferno now.
Top performing, closed map 1 with a 4K. Had multi-frags almost every rifle round to close out. On the CT side of Inferno, was omnipresent in that comeback.
Damn, that's how it goes down.
So your 4v5 stat be damned. That opening kill does indeed get FaZe into the 3-0 start and put down the first rifle buy of Navi. And there's no guarantee that these other players still get to live. We can see Rain trying to hunt, pushing down from B site. FaZe's CT side looking still impenetrable.
Oh, they got to be careful actually as time goes though, because they get spotted. There's no one close enough to punish. Rain also gets hit, so they'll let him live. Say, keep your guns. Into round 4.
Boy.
Oh, man. Oh, man.
I was scared for Brokey for a moment.
You know what? I was going to say, I think he did something really clever right there. That molly obviously spreads to both sides, and I think when Bit trusted it, he decided to duck into the molly for a second.
Oh.
Because it could seem like he's running out the other side. And then when Bit came to hard clear him, he wasn't there. His whole plan was to stick around and fight. And his confidence has been shining through.
If he continues to hit these shots, you'll know why. But in-game leader on in-game leader violence, Alexi B comes out on top of the cave fight.
But look who's coming up next.
Brokey wants a piece of the action, and it's not far off. haven't disengaged from this lane control out of the gate. Does Brokey even have to go any further, or is the fight going to come to him?
They're just looking to take the gun out at the moment and go for some upgrades. And I mean, Brokey can sit on this as long as they're not going to fight him.
It's a good grab. There's also still this question of being able to get past Rain as he holds that smoke out in anticipation of contact. JL keeps his head underneath, but still the smoke's going to go. And so held back in a minute. Oh, he lines up damage. Tries to hone in on the second player, and wonderful. Oh, connects it through the smoke. Now Brokey's put into a tough spot. Desert Eagle's going to keep him going. Oh, get there to him. Okay. Tries again, and JL will punish it this time around. Enough's enough.
Oh, that's a big fight.
Yeah, Frozen ends up dropping the ball, and Wonderful continues to get kills inside of B site. So Brokey looks like a shining star, but other players go down empty-handed.
Yeah, man, it's a clear sky apart from that. That's an unfortunate situation. You're watching a hero's journey with Brokey here in a tough spot, knowing he has to chase this kill down with a molly coming up, potentially going to get thrown behind him by Alexi B. But we got Alexi winning his opening duel on Kerrigan. Then we have Cave Control being won, and Frozen could have tipped the scales back. Wonderful could have not got his smoke shot on Rain into the site. We saw a couple disasters from Navi, but FaZe cannot withstand those.
Another peek.
Oh my God.
Oh, he's lucky that gun's empty, but Kerrigan's not going to go down.
What's happening?
Without a kill. It's a Kerrigan Rain double up through middle, alongside Frozen getting away with too much from the cutout. And so Navi just kind of smashed their head against the wall like a Nico fist on tables, and 4v2 we go for FaZe.
Navi are bleeding out of more than just a pinky right now. I don't know what's happened. They got run over here. It's not as if this round played out slowly and they couldn't win their trades. FaZe brought the fight to them and won on all fronts. When you default outside of B, you're going to have to win those duels. You know that CTs are going to try to push Cave aggressively in that exact same way, and they were not prepared for it. FaZe look and feel like the better team. Again, across the interviews, it was ubiquitous. They all said that they wanted to come into this game, no pressure, and have fun. And that's sometimes a meme when you hear people say it, but for a team as experienced in a season as FaZe are, you have to listen to those words that are normally can sound kind of cliche.
They don't just blow
think
smoke.
about them. Yeah.
Frozen almost got the second kill straight up.
This is also recovering. And I mean, if you really want to be picky here, not even that picky, man. Navi won that one round. That wasn't a full rifle. They couldn't win a full rifle T round on Inferno. They still haven't won one yet here on Ancient.
We don't get to see it from Alexi's perspective, but in that third-person replay, too, you see kind of like a labored effort to kill Kerrigan, and a teammate dies down lane.
Yeah.
That's the Alexi frustration coming out. And all that while considering he's top fragging for Navi out of the gate, because nobody else is really putting anything forward in the first 5 rounds.
Yeah, we didn't say much about JL on Inferno. And obviously apart from the finals or whatever, that's the thing that he's not performing his best at. He always has consistently insane impact all the way up until that point. Scoring 2 MVPs in this year already. And that's for Navi, who don't have a clear star. At least that's the narrative at the moment. We are seeing Bit here and there, and we see Imma more and more consistently. Sometimes it's nice to not rely all on one person, but at the same time, Counter-Strike's a lot like basketball. That one individual star on his best day can win you the entire map almost exclusively by themselves. And apart from examples like Navi and Mouse, it's very rare that you get a team that can operate without that one consistent feature.
A real testament to the system and the team play that Navi have been able to bring to the table in recent months. Their #1 rank, no fluke. But right now it's under question. Nice shot from Ropsing. Rops on the op. We saw what this could do yesterday versus Liquid. And he's going to give it another try if they continue to pressure that A site, but...
Yeah, look at them pushing everything.
Another chance for Kerrigan. And I always love when Kerrigan kind of throws himself forward in Cave.
Oh,
he
he's
needs
not
to play
committing,
well.
JL, where's the confidence?
He's putting a lot of pressure on himself to perform, and so far he's doing it. 5 kills deep for FaZe is Kerrigan, and no return from JL. Like you said, the duel is there, but it's Kerrigan to get out. better off.
He doesn't swing properly and doesn't commit, and then ends up losing too much HP. Rops looks like he's still hungry. Now they can walk up underneath the scope depending on how patient he's feeling. Oh, never mind, Broky's got that covered. Rops gets his as well.
Yeah, that was almost simultaneous op kills.
Bishops again from each corner of the board. Fee and Keto getting their kills and getting information from the other one.
No chance at Wonderful to return the favor, and Kerrigan's not going to just shy away into the shadows. He keeps that pressure up. JL's now lucky to be alive. Takes a bullet and still sits on 15. How many of these limp saves are we going to get out of Navi before the game really gets going? Because there's just no real pizzazz. But there is still this little X factor with Bit over on A with the bomb. Do they want to try to throw this away? Because 3 rifles seems so valuable, but again, it's just Kerrigan to keep up pressure.
No, this is playing to win, right? This is not playing passive and scared. This is going for it, and even though it's 14 seconds, it's actually Wonderful who's now worried because he's trying to save this gun. I'm not going to say he's going to die, but look who is up next.
Yeah, feels like Rain should get him, and if he gets him after time, then this goes from bad to worse. Rain fires towards elbow first. Oh, Wonderful, can he hang on? He turns!
Oh, Brokey again!
Salt in the wounds. FaZe go up 5-1, and there is no response from Navi at the moment.
You know, if old FaZe wasn't working, maybe they need to have that op hybrid come in more often. If you don't want to change a player, change the way that player plays. And Rops, he's made a cameo or two in the past with this gun, but genuinely, there's never been a time where he's used it and it's been horrible. He's been a consistently good secondary opper for FaZe, even though it was rare. When Ancient first hit the map pool, he was opping way more often.
Sure. When Twist was on the roster, he would also be opping more often.
Yeah.
But I feel like since Frozen came through, we haven't had that double sniper for FaZe as often.
Oh, is this a gap?
Yep.
Oh,
Slightly.
No commitment. Wow.
But he gets hit.
Brokey's so aware.
He is absolutely on one. 6-1 at the moment. He sets Kerrigan up for a freebie. A quick peek up to grab the rifle. JL finds his hands on it, but he's sitting 1-5. Right there with Ime.
Man, this is insane. Rain said after they lost that major final and they beat them at Pro League, they said they'd have to win 10 more times to make up for that major final, and then they ended up losing 2 of the next series.
So make it 12.
Make it 30.
Yeah. Do it right here, right now would send a message to G2 waiting at home in the wings. A second unlikely grand finalist.
And now, it's not Brokey, it's Rops. But look at how well fortified the map is.
8 rounds away, and Emet gets a little sliver of contact towards Cave.
We've seen how dangerous these Tech 9s can be, though.
Catches Frozen, looks for more. He's got a CT locked into the gunfight, and he's calling for a teammate to come over, but Kerrigan's just gonna keep on killing.
Oh, he's playing with confidence, aim for the head.
Oh my God, going into the USP, almost gets more damage in. Brokey's under pressure.
Oh.
Wow, Wonderful almost doesn't clear.
Whoa.
But they hesitate for a moment to put the Molotov down. Now the bomb does cross towards Pillar, and a deep peek from JL takes man advantage into the hands of Navi. Still though, this isn't even a fully fledged gun round, but rather lesser weapons. Can Rops also offer a clutch in addition to some of these op frags? The kit's right there, but he's already got one. It's a full belt of utility.
I don't think he believes in the odds of this. And even though, you know, because they can spread the map, they can get to any point to try and save. Yeah, and they want to have this op again. So FaZe will actually walk away from this. I'm going to say it again. Navi still have yet to win the full rifle. They've won this 2 off of half buys with the Tech 9s, and particular from Imma. And even this little bit of extra damage is really important because Navi were saving on this round. So a great victory for them to kickstart them. But let's see if they can make it 2 in a row. This isn't the Navi we know.
And this Kerrigan, though, I'd like to get to know him better. 2 bullets left as he blasts Emet out of the round. Luckily, Emet had done his job with that opening Tech 9 kill. It opened the door for this flurry of a push.
I think Brokey got a little bad RNG on the no-scope.
Okay.
And why you should basically always quick-scope, because right there, your shot could be way off. But quick-scoping takes 1 frame.
See if Navi just have to weather this early storm, and if FaZe fizzle out on a CT side, they can crack this economy, it'll be one thing. That costly double op goes back to the single on Brokey. And it's come with lesser grenades at a minute 30. Still smokes across the board. But this pretty consistent lane positioning will go towards the red challenge again, and that is a beautiful shot out of Wonderful, straight between the eyes of Frozen, but the AWP takes the exact same spot.
And it's not the first 5v4 in a round like this. Na'Vi have a distinct advantage, utility-wise.
Nice walk up.
Flick will have to be big.
Oh, he
misses again.
And as he lays down utility, he is pinned in this corner. Pressure elsewhere from Alexi B, but that's Kerrigan to pick up a frag. JL responds instantly, and a deep peek from Wonderful again. Screw the AWP, that's a double AK headshot round from Wonderful to put this bomb down and to likely give Na'Vi their first full rifle round win since they've taken to the T sides.
Yes, that's actually a fantastic sign now for Na'Vi. Maybe they've woken up. It took a little bit of time, but maybe we're here. Coming up on 3 rounds on T side. It took a couple of shots being missed here from FaZe, who still have a lead, but Na'Vi know that they can thin that out.
Even then, though, FaZe still not getting completely swept out. This round was back and forth for a moment. They keep 2 players alive. It's an early instance of success that they're trying to transition forward, but this shot, boom!
Crazy
Follows
clear.
it up.
An excellent trade off of default, running out the side. Yeah, beautiful. I mean, Wonderful's genuinely put up some better rifle kills than he has AWP frags, especially going up against Brokey in this form right now. Might be a bit too much, but why not show your versatility?
Yeah, do it when push comes to shove.
Timeouts coming in. Seems like an apt moment for both squads to think. Seems like Navi's broken a mental barrier here. Thank you guys for being with us all night. It's been a long one. I know it can be just as draining to watch a great game.
Yeah. And we haven't even gotten to map 3 yet.
Yeah, yeah, that's promised, by the way. It's FaZe. There will be an overtime.
It's FaZe. There will be 4.
Yeah.
CZ on Kerrigan, MP9 for Rain. So again, the shortcomings of the last couple rounds begin to catch up with FaZe. That momentum they had out of the gate needs to be reclaimed. This consistency from Alexi to try to keep the pressure on Cave goes well this time. Kerrigan, lesser weapon, doesn't work. Rob, one and done.
Man, Wonderful swinging it right now.
Yeah, absolutely keeping it clean with the AK. It's an instant move up from the bomb, so bit uncontested as he goes for this plant, and that lead that FaZe had is seemingly just disappearing before our very eyes.
This is so Na'Vi, isn't it? Bit 0 and 5 just because it's not Inferno. Then you have Wonderful suddenly carrying on his rare map like he does once a series. Like, that is their power for sure. That it's hard to say who's the star player across all maps, but they've got specialists.
I'm just worried that this Wonderful form fizzles out. And I look at the rest of this kill feed for the Na'Vi camp, and it's looking dry. If not for Alexi kind of going back and forth with the cave impact, we've got a very quiet JL, Ime, and Bit. And that's not a sign of good to come for Na'Vi.
We didn't see a, I want to say didn't see a single X Factor round from JL on Inferno, and that's where we see, like, JL is the player who, it feels like in the last 5 rounds these days, is the rifler that you can count on to put together insane 3K. Like, insane 3K, back-to-back rounds, or that clutch.
I'm glad you bring that up.
Not tapping into that just yet.
He has that responsibility as the T-side banana player within Inferno as well. And T-side has been the struggle for the last 20 rounds or so between maps. We'll see if he can tap into it. You'd be a fool to write him out now. Out of the spawn, they'll go running back towards lane. This constant pressure really not giving Robs much action on A site. We know his form was good. We'll see if things end up there, but right now there's not even a contest inside of middle. Just trying to make the most of these very few weapons that FaZe are able to limp into round 10 with. And that wall bag's not too far off, but no money for JL.
Players on the other side can't really respond. You don't have the strong guns besides Frozen.
Kerrigan tried to do absolutely everything he can. 10 kills. Outperforming everyone else on FaZe.
Na'Vi banging on the walls to find out if they have a neighbor. They want something to give. And as time ticks down, they have to make a really important decision, and that will be entering a site blind. Oh, speaking of blind, Broky wasn't. And if Broky moves, he's leaving an extremely well-fortified site as well.
As he does move.
Oh, okay. We know about these Imma lurks.
And Broky had already been pinned into this corner within Red Room before, so...
He looks very confident about Navi are moving way too slow. There's something wrong with this.
Kerrigan in the corner. 5-7 in hand, gets hard cleared by JL. Good headshot. That's an instant move from Broky to try to throw the op back. Look at him just run through smoke like this. I mean, he is just throwing himself into the storm, or so it looked. Meanwhile, Rops will find that Red Room lurk. There is no smoke down on long, and Broky's not going to miss this shot. JL, is it his chance to shine? We've put him under the microscope. He offers us 2 kills to kick it off. The lineup's there.
His smoke wasn't good enough.
No, it wasn't.
He threw it, it went too far. He was hoping to phase through it. Instead, there's 2 of FaZe behind it.
And he knows. Left a gap of a door for them to push through, so be it. The team kill. FaZe don't give a damn. 6-4 on this CT side.
All about Broky once again. Feels like every round rests on whether or not he hits his shot, because at the moment, positionally, he's always where he needs to be to catch a Navi player. And even on that round, that was a great setup overall. They lost players inside the B site, but what do they have? They had Broky watching mid. The lurk came out of late timing, but he left Frozen there to take his position. He was ahead of the action when they got that bomb planted and got his kill again. Undeniable impact. Double op comes up again for FaZe Clan.
Far less lane presence this round, so something a little different from Navi. Trying to keep it fresh. Trying to apply this new look towards mid.
Oh, this nade, careful.
We've seen the wonderful AK, but now he's down on 55 health. He will still find a better duel versus Frozen.
6 HP.
Rain's trying to attack this, and he does get the better of JL from a distance. Alexi, it's a bit late on the trade frag, and wonderful, only 6 points of health as he gets caught up on the wall. The IGL goes down for the Navi camp, and he does peel back in time.
There's a walkout. We've got Bit finding space. Wonderful can join him. How far ahead do they think he's gotten, though? Look at Broky, very wary.
Super cautious. And he needs to be, because little does he know he's about to get that shadow advantage. Boom! Broky is on it, not letting himself fall victim to the sneaky shenanigans of Bit. A little bit of utility here to try to set up Wonderful, but no chance, man.
White.
To hell with your flashbang. Broky is going to be the hero of Ancient if he can keep this up.
No kidding. He's already got a spot named after him.
I mean, of Ancient, he already did it back on Inferno.
Yeah, man. That's true. It's been a crazy series for him.
Phenomenal CT play. And the op impact undeniable from FaZe's defense.
Also flowers to Kerrigan for this game, too. Been very aggressive. A lot rests on whether or not he's winning his duels, and he is.
Damn, down goes Frozen.
Oh, okay.
It's gonna have to be Kerrigan again.
Oh, wow, man.
He came out swinging, and he has kept it up. A couple of missed chances, but he remains the top performing player for FaZe, and he's gonna keep adding him to the tally.
Look at the angles he's playing. So aggressive, so confident.
JL trying to clean up what Alexi started. But Alexi be damned, Kerrigan, 2 kills deep.
Here's another round they come in with Tech 9s and an AK.
Yeah, FaZe have to try to put these down.
These ones they struggle with. Last round of the half.
But at the moment, they're completely pulled back from one site. And that site very much looking like the intended target. They're going to go re-clearing mid and find nothing.
Yeah, they won't see a thing. And I don't...
How much do they push?
I don't think Navi are going to come back to mid. Surely not. Oh my god, they are. Oh, and Imma takes a fast step.
Yep.
It's listened to. Rotation coming in slowly from Broky, and Rain, he could lap this up. Oh.
Yeah, free kill. Down lane into JL. They will come back at him, and he gets his next. Doubles his kill count right then, right there.
You heard that step earlier.
Bit underperforming at 1 in 7. Plants bomb surrounded in sight. Oh, and they come at him separate, but so be it. Even Broky's pistol is enough.
Counter-Strike for me means everything. Failure and loss in Counter-Strike is always hard. Even though it's hard when you lose, you can always learn from it if you have the right mindset. My name is Martin, my in-game name is Down, and I play for Astralis. my nicknames down is obviously like it doesn't mean anything. The story behind it is when I was younger, my brothers, they would like to tease me, and apparently they like to call me down because I would get annoyed by that. They basically called me that my whole life, and I remember when I was choosing a nickname for CS, it was just my friends and family would call me that, so I just took it to me eventually without being angry about it. I grew up in this small city called Esbjerg, and I've basically lived here my whole life, here with my parents and my family. I've always had very close friends. They live close by, and the school is close by as well, so it's always been easy for me just to go to the school and get back home and play some CS. So regarding childhood dreams, like gaming has always been a part of my life, basically. Other than that, I played a lot of soccer as well, until around the age of 11 or 12. I can't remember exactly where I broke my leg. After that, I couldn't really play football anymore, so after that, it was just only CS. One of the hardest moments of like my career was when my brother, he committed suicide back in 2021. I remember that is like the hardest part of my life for sure. I knew that my oldest brother, he would want me to just keep playing CS. He was always like one of my biggest fans. So I just found strength from that and just continued to keep playing and playing for him as well. My first experience with competitive gaming, I remember I was going to a Danish small bring your own computer LAN in Denmark. I think I have been 13 or 14 years old.
We thought he was too young, it was a bunch of friends were going, but one of our friends called in sick and we decided to let him have the chance to go, Martin.
I think we won the B tournament in that LAN.
It was clear from that moment that he was very, very special player.
Biggest moment in Heroic for me is for sure winning Blast, the Premier Fall Final in Royal Arena. That is, to this day, still the most important day in my career and life, maybe. I've never been that happy as winning that match. It was also a very close match against FaZe, winning in overtime in the third map, and being there with family and friends, both for me personally, but also for my teammates. Like it was an amazing feeling. The happiest day of my life. All that you work for finally made sense. So I think one of the hardest periods in my career as well was also the change from Heroic to Astralis with Yabi. All the hate I think me and Yabi got from that online I think was very tough on both me and him. Now I'm in a much better place than I was back then. Counter-Strike is always going to be a part of my life, and as long as I enjoy doing it, I will keep playing.
Just when you thought FaZe were down for a fight, they start the ball rolling over on Inferno, and that ball turns into a boulder named Kerrigan.
No.
He comes charging through them on Ancient to kick all of this off. And now, here in the heart of the forum, FaZe up 8-4 on their map pick in an attempt to eliminate NAVI.
Yeah, and who wants a NAVI G2 final tomorrow? All right, now, who wants a FaZe G2 final tomorrow? Kind of set it up. I give a little more emphasis to FaZe. You know, because Kerrigan's here. He's Danish.
I see what you did.
Played to the crowd, a little pandering. Also, they're in the lead, and man, they're in rare form. Genuinely rare form.
All those stats Navi had, you know, so confident coming in. Thinking you could just pick Ancient and sweep FaZe away like a bunch of chumps, and instead you met their IGL, but now Bit gets dinked after one. At least he kicks it off, man advantage. And Wonderful's there to clean it up, loses vision, and the flank comes through. This is a 3v5 that gets equaled out. Kerrigan's going deep, and
he gets his last bullet.
Frozen's able to trade frag right back, and a pistol here would be huge for FaZe.
JL, this is where the X factor has to come in.
But he's been struggling. And as he switches to the Berettas, he's gonna go through that smoke at the tail end of it, looks towards main. That teammate for FaZe is nowhere to be found. Rops with all the health in this situation, but he just missed him crossing over. JL knows he's gonna be stranded in the open. Oh, he can't manage, and it is FaZe to take it 9-4.
After that moment to get that kill, it's not over, but he still could have won. They lose the opportunity.
3v5.
3v5.
This isn't the NAVI we've seen building themselves up for the last few months.
And it's also not the FaZe. This is the FaZe we saw yesterday, now transcending their opposition, going from Liquid to NAVI.
And they absolutely stomped Liquid. Came out of that game and said, we haven't played that well in a long time, and oh, does it feel good.
You know, it's all about momentum.
And they almost lost that momentum. Almost at the start of Inferno. this place was quiet.
I mean, my mind was quiet because I thought the outcome was happening. It was just going to be Navi. We're going to win because they're the better team, and we're going to get another grand final for them. They've been doing nothing but getting there. Who would have thought of all teams it would be FaZe, the team that they've been most successful against on their climb, that could stop them. Well, maybe that is what's going to happen now.
That'll get the peek out of the rest of this pack, so no longer the secret inside of the A site, and so be it. B's under wraps. FaZe on the fast track to a 10-4 lead.
Yeah, and they'll climb out of there. There's going to be a few pistols here. Okay, oh, wait a second. Navi have the man advantage, okay?
We've all been there. Rain.
Oh my God, no joke. 2 players left, 75% of the bomb. Kerrigan sitting here. There's only 2 MAC-10s available here between Brokey and Kerrigan.
Yeah, but that's smoke. It's going to keep him out. To run through that would be foolish.
But
now
you know
the
what?
time's too far gone, Lauders. This one's done. I'm calling it.
But they still want to go and hunt down these AKs because they want to upgrade. So at least Navi will be able to hang on to those.
All right, silver linings and such. You know, why don't we flip that script? A flat-looking Navi in map 2 to make a comeback happen now.
Yeah, right.
That's what we demand of them.
Yeah, that's right. This is the point where it felt hopeless for FaZe last map. Now it feels hopeless for Navi.
Hey, I know that guy.
Whoa, Marco.
Polo.
Well, since we're on the walkie-talkie, 10-4.
That guy plays with simple. Flash, this is fast. Ooh, we didn't really see fast APOS from Navi. You better be ready for everything, man. He's the hot dude. Kerrigan won't go down without a kill, I tell ya. Nice pressure from Email around the smoke, but it ends up costing him. JL's gonna do the same. Through the smoke, kills 2. Takes the edge off. But all the while, there is still time for lurks to occur. And Frozen knows this, but he's making sound on the approach.
Yeah, he's trying to just delay, obviously.
He's got a 1v1 locked in against Alexi, but he doesn't know if he is in here, and yet he finds him. That's half of health, gone for Robs. Molotov pressure thrown out. JL, he has to go in. He's already done his job. Can he do more? He's being helped by Wonderful as he keeps his head behind that box. The support position known, but Frozen's on 19 health. Just a little more than JL. Missed shots, and as the CT stack up inside of the site, the trade likely, but the shot.
Oh my God.
It's close. And this one comes up JL. That's his best round yet.
Yeah, there we go. That's some X factor. Some of that was through the smoke. Was it jumping away as well? What was going on there? CT spawn, JL, that's all I saw. Maybe that could be a turning point. It looked like it was supposed to be over right here. Oh, that's huge. I mean, that was the last resort, really, so it had to work out. That's exactly what X Factor is. Unlikely moments going your way. JL, low HP, clutch, and 3K. Navi, 5 rounds.
Still a few tools, though. A couple tricks up their sleeve. Okay, man. No time to even think about what you want to do. It's going to have to be the ramp hit. Flash interrupts it, but Brokey finds connections. Alexi's got himself only the 1. But that's a lot of damage. Look at the bars here. Nothing left of the T's. You'd think this should be impossible.
But they don't punish that. It's 3v3. I mean, this is severely favored towards Navi, but
there's one nade on Ema that gets thrown out and doesn't kill anybody. 3 straight bullets, and FaZe are dead.
Is he going through this?
Yes, he is. Bit's got that killer instinct. So no bomb plant, no wild antics, and no real chance for a Rops clutch. He gets an AK in the middle of all this, but there we go. Bit knows he's got the edge, and I like that he gets a little brazen.
Yeah, man. I mean, they could have been watching that, but they just thought we can move on to the next phase of this round, try to go into our post plant early, and they got punished for taking that fast step. But that's Navi not playing scared in a position where they could have looked foolish. Alexi got a lot of damage on this hold. And Bit even denying the plant is nice. Six rounds is solid. Another eco here for FaZe. Kicks off with JL getting that 3K.
He's one of those players I do love seeing rotate through CT spawn. I feel like when he can help out at A site, he just loves throwing himself behind that box on site.
Yeah, I'm not gonna lie. Sometimes it looks crazy when Navi try to go for the retakes. They will just send players one after the next.
I like a little crazy.
Yeah.
You feel me? Nothing should get crazy in this one. We're talking 5 Glocks for FaZe. We saw them with the Desert Eagle. Navi, that is. Get this bomb plant down, but this feels like too much of an ask. Wonderful and Bit gonna combine forces here.
Whoa, mostly Bit.
Blows them all down.
That's 4 for Bit. Tip of the drill here on the eco.
And that's now only a 3-round lead.
Yeah, with 1 loss on that round, Navi can build up a bank. They can get focused. Now it's sort of a matter of FaZe got enough rounds in the first half to feel comfortable.
Back into the well-equipped state. FaZe, what do you have to offer? Anything new, anything fresh? Donut smoke down fast, and Frozen takes a ton of space, but as they open that smoke, no! What does Wonderful end up seeing?
I don't even know.
It looked like that smoke was coming right back up, but maybe he got a glimmer.
Oh, this is huge for Imma. They
Not
think
only
because
that,
the op was spotted there, there's no way anybody's watching the window timing.
And Bit's already pushed through A main, dude. This is Navi with some killer instinct, a suffocating amount of map control on top of a very comfortable 5v3.
All this paranormal activity, the way they're moving around.
They're in the walls, man.
And they aren't scared of anything. Now, Brokey, he's somewhat watching this. He'll end up getting killed, and this is a rifle round absolutely wiped away.
No chance. No chance from the get-go.
Wow.
That was Navi's round all day long. From start to finish. Oh my God, Wonderful. Excuse you? Bit sloshing around down in the water.
Oh, it's so ridiculous that Navi are 7-1 on Ancient, but they normally score 70% on T side.
Tonight's weird.
Yeah, tonight's extremely weird.
It's been a weird day of Counter-Strike. I don't know about you guys. I'm signing up for it. I'm all aboard at this point.
But it's still 57% CT, and now that we switch over, FaZe are also a little bit weaker. But again, this lead should still be serviceable, especially considering what they've already shown us today. They're beating the numbers right now.
And I almost feel like that's what you have to do when you play FaZe. Throw it out the window. Get into the X Factor. We see Wonderful starting to power up, go for some very brave moves like in that last round. I mean, Frozen felt like he had so much mid space only to be caught by a monster in the smoke. Working with very little this time around. Sure, you've got enough utility for an execute, and if that execute catches an opening kill, maybe you grab Alexi's AK up in Cave, for example. Get your paws on some hardware. And of all the rounds we've seen from Navi, this one doesn't really serve up an interruption out of the gate, right? Far less pressure as what we've seen previously. Maybe an anticipation. Lesser guns don't want to throw the rifles away, so they let the execute come out. And we do get this bit of a challenge. Again.
Oh,
he has
the
shown
flash
already
actually
some comfort.
catches him.
But he regains vision in time. He loses his teammate, but he puts up enough.
Oh, no ammo.
Or does he? Alexi B finds a kill inside of the cave, so he cuts off one half of the attack. Goes for the spray through smoke and makes the most of CS2. See ya, Robs. Brokey's Desert Eagle versus 3 misses its chance, and now we're talking about a Nodus Vincier with a 1-round difference.
Yeah, that's touch and distance. 20-yard line here for Navi to pull the tie up. They're wearing their suit jackets here for map 2. CT side's looking more comfortable. T side in the rear view.
Alexi.
But these last few rounds have been a series of mixed buys and ecos here for FaZe.
And different tempos, different directions. Yeah. Definitely still kind of shadow boxing with Navi, looking for where they can sneak that jab in.
And that last A attack was really special up until JL got in the middle of it.
Kerrigan's waiting for Alexi aggression. He was just on that angle. He's got a teammate, but they've got a turn. Oh, the flash saves maybe the second from going down. JL, he's coming right back.
Right to the volley.
Back coming. No way. He didn't think JL would try it twice. A pressure from the door that has to be pulled back. Broky cannot throw himself away like that.
Yeah, he has the bomb, playing with reckless abandon. Wanted to get that trade back for his captain. Comes away with nothing for now, and the CTs will regain control. That is some aggressive play here from Navi. The same stuff that got FaZe their CT rounds is working equally well for Natus Vizier as we switched over. On fire.
And on one hand, FaZe looked ready for aggression this round from the cave entrance where Alexi attacks, but
And they
ramp,
flashed Banana.
Ramp they never saw coming.
No, they flashed Banana, and that's why JL couldn't get the trade. And then he ran back through the Molotov after.
Second serving.
Because, yeah, he decided, I'm not leaving without something. You know, sitting at the table if you're bringing nothing to it.
More to be had for him if he wants. See if he leaves any leftovers for the teammates around him, because Wonderful's got cave locked in. JL, no third kill this time. Imez able to work up from long though, and they go to clear him, which they trade frag efficiently.
Okay,
oh, the wallbang hit!
It's close.
Broky, lucky to be alive.
4 health, no op for them.
But does that luck lead to excellence? Because he pulls off of the bomb site with 4 HP. He leaves Rops within it, and as he peeks short, he goes down. It's low health for both Bit and Broky. Wonderful has an advantage. He's gonna go for wallbangs.
No way. Is that what he's doing? Oh, he's actually picking up some utility.
Oh, he gets the first!
He does get him off the bomb, and
Wonderful
there's another
right
chance
back.
to go for it.
God,
No.
gets away, and it's just not there.
Oh my God, Navi put it together.
Playing a dangerous game.
Wow. Crazy that even comes close.
Playing the wallbangs.
He was very low.
This hit.
Yeah, crazy.
Through the foot. And if that gun isn't empty, one stray headshot.
I know how that feels, man. I know how you feel right now.
Guns come back in. We're all tied up. 10 a pop. Navi doing to FaZe what FaZe did to them. And
Kerrigan.
Alexi just dunks it on Kerrigan. Calling from the sidelines in a critical gun round and stuffed on the attempted to mid, but Rain almost gets a head put into his own crosshair. Up close, Alexi able to piece together the 2K, and then they punish. Wonderful just keeps on coming. And as Rops returns the favor with 1, everybody else is towards B. He could take that bomb and run A, but of course he's never gonna know this.
Has no idea, and they've pushed. That gets spotted, he dies, and it's a lead for Navi. This game seemed impossible, and now they're in the lead, just like Inferno. Don't come in with expectations. They will get subverted. There's IGL revenge here for Alexi as he wins over Kerrigan and has been doing a great job of being aggressive and winning over Banana. Cave fights leaning the way of the CT side in both halves.
It's the same thing that Kerrigan was doing on the CT side.
Another mix buy here for FaZe.
E-Man wants to fight in mid, but blinded. He falls back.
coming through it.
Don't want to be the first casualty. Box player should have been spotted.
They're everywhere right now.
Yeah, they get a glimpse of it, and this isolated T at the bottom of mid's gonna get swept away.
Wow, they handled that perfectly.
Alexi happy to keep that pressure up. Wonderful offers a couple and trapped. 8 in a row for Navi.
Bloodthirst. Crushing them on every front now. How have they done this? A map and a half to warm up.
All that analysis pregame, all those numbers, we've crunched it, and it makes no sense. A flat T side into a brick wall of a defense put forth by Alexi.
It's more like a living, breathing wall that comes after you.
Jesus.
Like they're pushing cave.
Oh yeah.
They're taking every fight aggressively, just like FaZe did. And it was 5 rounds on the board when JL got that 3K. They never looked back. They have really done a good job of capitalizing on that. And here we stand at map point. 8 straight. It's that A rush that they used last time. It seems like, no, maybe they were thinking about it. Or just trying to bait that out. They have so many looks outside of B. Like, I would be intimidated as well about taking a Val's FaZe. They've tried so many things in response and have gotten countered.
Just this layer of confidence. Oh man, as you're trying to chuck grenades around, you suddenly think you're gonna get attacked, but Bit doesn't swing in with it. Just a little challenge with the util. Lexi hears the rumblings outside sight. We get utility over top, but another smoke where the first one went down. And at a minute mark, this is good control for Navi. It opens a door for Wonderful to start pressing out middle. Bit wants to turn around and help, but if Bit's busy in mid, does anybody come through door? Yo, Robs catches Ime. Wonderful's a little bit caught, but he does have a chance to escape.
He's still coming back. He wants another fight, and he'll lose it.
He wants it, and he gets it.
Here's a custodian. JL from behind, inside a window.
Hanging on to the bottom of ramp. He's got a player up into the cutout. He is certainly outnumbered, but can he deliver it as he has? Yes, a back turned and no immediate repeat. Kerrigan doesn't want that to go from bad to worse.
Because they don't know where the bomb is.
Just wait.
They want to make sure, oh, it seems like he's left, but he hasn't left.
Sweet justice. After all the kills Alexi gets over Kerrigan, that one matters, and JL's gonna rotate into his demise. Ladies and gents, we're not done yet.
Maybe it gets to overtime. I think we promised you 3 or 4 here with FaZe Clan. Not gonna lie, even I doubted it for a second.
Again?
All right. Somehow they solved their problems, and I think it's partially just simply by way of Robs. By way of amazing trades and individual skill, because Navi had the same great looks outside of B. They had a great late counter smoke in the door. They were prepared and careful and had lots of avenues of counter defense for the exact attack that was coming in. So I wouldn't be surprised if Navi go ahead and just close up now. Even though their on fire streak has ended, they've shown us so much amazing stuff so far. But they better clasp their hands and pray, because they have shown a lot of their playbook at this point. FaZe have shown they can adapt to it. The reason why Kerrigan is famous is for moments just like this one. I would always say it's that round 28 call now in MR12. The round 22nd, 23rd. This is when he really starts synthesizing the data, putting together that master plan. And it's always clear that the troops are right behind him and believe in it.
He's been leading those troops.
Yeah.
He reopened that B site.
Steak is marinated.
And Alexi lingers outside B yet again. They cheat JL out of the B bomb site as Wonderful maintains elbow control. Alexi's going to be holding doors from top ramp. What's the call here, Kerrigan? What's the move?
What's the Kerrigan call? What is the golden call? And for Navi and Alexi, who's been on top of everything, countering the game plan for FaZe, what will be the setup?
The numbers group up for that site hit. Kerrigan's just going to keep throwing out util elsewhere. We'll see if Navi end up pulling down on something they shouldn't, but it's still mid-control Wonderful.
The round that got Navi back into this game was one that ended on A and CT spawn.
And so here Ime is in the deep of the site. And as that nade goes forward, it's a warning of the presence that Navi do indeed have in position. Full-blown utility starts to be thrown, and fire at Ime's feet. He has to go into the peak, and down he goes at the hands of Rain. Are we talking OT? Fire on both sides, 20 seconds. Alexi tries to get the spam through, and he will find a headshot. FaZe have to continue. They have to push in.
They're still fighting.
To keep on going, and as they do, frozen covers. Trying to push us out of regulation. JL just can't find that lineup, but Wonderful will connect with the op. And as JL gets closer,
this is the opportunity.
Catches one off guard and goes for 2, but Robs locks it in for the back of the
the site, and Wonderful now he's in a pinch. He's in a bit of a pickle.
Turn
One
that
gets
corner.
away. He hits himself to no scope, and that bomb's out in the open. Wonderful tap. Looking through the hourglass, he hits it. 13-11. Nonsensical.
What? I am simply lost for words. I'm going to need a replay of that as soon as humanly possible because, my God, talk about resilience, talk about fortitude. Absolutely no question of that for Wonderful, clutching it out to push us to a third map.
What the flying duck happened right there? Wonderful coming in and pulling off an insane one. We get to see right here the no-scope on Rubs and the flick towards Donut. Taps the bomb, removes Kerrigan. I don't even want to blame Kerrigan for anything. He's doing the right thing. He found the timing. Wonderful looking towards the bomb and then hitting a wonderful shot. What the hell?
I'm lost for words. I'm speechless. It's like Wonderful is as well. That was insane, Stiga.
You stole overtime. There was supposed to be overtime.
Yeah, definitely the clutch that is going to maybe hunt FaZe back, but well, Kerrigan did what he had to do. He had options, but he decided to peek. He decided to play into the crowd as well when he's sticking the bomb and he is kind of having to look at the bomb. He cannot fire back, but he hit an insane shot. Kerrigan missed first few bullets, so it's how it is.
I mean, I can't blame him for peeking in that situation. No, that is a shot that you're not meant to hit if you're Wonderful, but oh my God, he does it. That was inhuman.
Even the first one on Rubs. You know, you're not supposed to hit that one. I know Rubs is doing it perfect. He gets the trade frag on towards the player on side, then removes himself, reposition, and Wonderful knows that he's in that area somewhere. The fact that he goes for the no-scope is pretty goddamn cool, and the fact that he just say yes next to the clutch, even cooler. Wow, Wonderful. That shot on Kerrigan, that is so insane.
Can we just talk about like the context of that round as well? Obviously, you know, overtime at hands for FaZe. Look how many Molotovs they're throwing out. They're just raining fire. It's insane.
I was just about to call our producer and say, save this round, because I want to see this round and this execute from FaZe Clan. We didn't see anything like it throughout the entire half on the T side. No creativity, walking around, getting picked apart. They do the perfect A execute. The Molotov, they spam the sides with Molotovs. All 5 being used on the A bomb side. And then Wonderful coming in doing, I don't even know what he's doing. That no-scope is nice. The shot towards Kerrigan Stuko. The skill it takes to move your vision from the bomb in towards Donut, on towards Kerrigan, back to the bomb. Wow.
I want to point out as well the placement of the Molotovs perfectly countering Ime's position behind that double stack box. And you know, this is not position that you often mollies. Usually you just clear it or just trade it out, but somehow FaZe had inch that, you know, someone might be there.
Obviously, we're focusing a lot of attention on the last round of this game for good reason, but let's look at the wider context of this map of Ancient, because for FaZe, I mean, they had a decent lead, particularly coming into the second half.
When they won the pistol in the second half, when they were up 9-4, I thought to myself, this is it, this is game over. And we spoke about it, it's not NAVI not being the best team, it's not NAVI not having the best shape or the best players right now. It becomes a mental game when NAVI checked out a little bit, couldn't really get it going, and then they find it in themselves to show that resilience, to fight their way back into the game, to string together, what's it, 6 or 7 rounds? We see the
8 rounds in a row.
8 rounds, there we go.
Rounds in a row.
I'm tired and wrong. 8 rounds in a row, and that is just amazing from NAVI. It was a 10-4 lead for FaZe Clan, and listen, we said it on Inferno, NAVI fumbled, so did FaZe right here.
Yeah, and we have to look at it as well as on individuals. Bit having really quiet start, 0-5, 1-6 at some point when it comes to KD, but on that CT side, he was spearheading that comeback eventually.
Where did you see him like coming the most alive? When were you like, okay, Bit, he's back in action clearly on this Ancient?
He had a couple of eco frags, to be honest, to him, but you know, he was hitting what he had to do, starting with the pistol round. Then he was eventually going to get in a lot of free kills towards this B side, because honestly, NAVI were losing this B side a lot, but they were doing damn a lot of damage through the smokes with utility, so it was kind of clean, easy cleanup for Bit most of the time.
And I guess he's a great example of that resilience we spoke about. You know, off, as you said, off to a bad start, off to a horrible start, couldn't get anything going, then slowly but surely they worked their way into the game. And gotta be honest, you know, the NAVI that we saw on that CT side, they were destroying FaZe Clan. As I said yesterday when FaZe were playing Ancient as well, they were walking around, they were trying to find openings. I think we saw Kerrigan a couple of times walk through a smoke, hoping there was no one on the other side. NAVI had them read like a book for the vast majority of that CT side.
And we saw that in the graphic as well. He's getting 17 kills kills, I believe, and just something around 55 ADR just shows you that he was kind of like finishing off the kills a lot, but it was enough, and it was what made the comeback really possible.
Yeah, just insane stuff from NAVI. We were questioning, particularly after an elongated tech pause, really fumbling the bag on that first map and some of those rounds. Fair play to NAVI for keeping their heads cool.
Yeah, and fair play to Kerrigan as well. And this is almost a little bit sad in a way. Kerrigan finally has a game where he finds an awful lot of impact, a lot of productivity on the server. He was dominating Cave. He was dominating this position. He had so many multi-kills, so many good timings, so many times you push out, find players jumping around left, right, and center. The pistol round, he came in with a bit of impact as well. Kerrigan had a really, really, really good game, and yet that still wasn't enough for FaZe to win. So it just completely opened up this series. We've seen NAVI fumble, we've seen FaZe fumble a little bit, we've seen Kerrigan play well, which he normally does not do, and yet they still lose. So everything you're supposed to see happen, everything you're supposed to, I guess, analyze from this game and retract from this game is just not happening right now.
I feel like we're in the upside down right now. This has turned everything on its head. Where do you think FaZe's heads are going to be at right now, Stuco?
Right now, FaZe basically need to address the issue and the elephant in the room that they maybe should have had this one. And again, they were better team for the majority of that second map, I'm sorry. And obviously, you have to think about it. Look at it, Kerrigan having good individual form, kind of translating into fumbling that T side, not having able to put up consecutive calls that are kind of getting them over that hunch. But I still believe that the third map is the playground where it kind of makes sense. It's fitting that it's going to end on the third map as well.
The cynic in me will also be like, if you're new or if you're Kerrigan right now, you got to remember your members that we probably shouldn't have won Inferno, right? We obviously did well for ourselves to come back into the game, but we got it low-key gifted in a way. So maybe we didn't do too well here on Ancient. Maybe we should have closed it out 2-0, but we're still in the game. We still have a 50-50 shot at winning the game. One is going to win, one is going to lose. That's 50% chance of winning, so they're still in it.
Man, mathematician as well as an analyst, Jacob. Is there anything you can't do? I tell you what you can't do. You can't replicate Brokey's form. Try as you might, even considering FaZe losing out this map. Shout out to Brokey for showing up yet again. He's just been so consistent here in Copenhagen.
He's fun to watch, isn't he?
Yeah, definitely he is. And look at it this way. Have we had the map where Brokey wasn't really impactful throughout the tournament? I feel like we're always watching his highlights, his package of highlights here, and this is Ancient. This is where sometimes some hoppers are going to struggle, especially on that T side, but he was showing no signs of... Yeah, he picked up AK here and there, and he was putting up those entries to place into that B side, but overall, huge performance from Brokey.
To be completely honest, I feel like we got a bit of that duel that we requested, that we saw coming into the game. Wonderful versus Brokey. Obviously, the very last round from Wonderful was nothing but stellar, nothing but insane. Same could be said for Brokey. I still feel those two are two of the main candidates to be MVP for the entire tournament for the respective teams, regardless of who's going to win that and go into the final. Brokey right now having one of the best tournaments he's had in a while. Wonderful is stepping up to become what is supposed to be the star player of NAVI, and especially with a clutch like that, that is just pure filth, pure impact.
Well, we will be finding a winner, but not before we head things to a quick break. Make sure you join us back after it because Anubis is about to go down. It all comes down to Anubis. One more map to separate FaZe or NAVI from meeting G2 and that coveted best of 5 grand final tomorrow. And I'm going to be real with some of the numbers. For NAVI, this has been a pretty stellar map as of late. 5 wins on the trot, looking for a 6 here versus FaZe. For FaZe, maybe characteristically looking at this year, it's been a little bit complicated because I'm looking at some of the results. There's a loss to Sangal in there. There's a most recent loss to Complexity in there. It's been very up and down in terms of the caliber of opposition they've been facing and unfortunately losing to.
Yeah, I feel like we're back to square one as we pre-FaZe coming into the game. If FaZe wanted a chance of making this game competitive, they had to win Inferno. They got the job done, maybe with a bit of luck, maybe with a bit of NAVI getting into their own head. Ancient, much closer than I think we would have expected, but at the end of the day, we knew that with this map pool and Anubis being the decider, it was going to favor NAVI quite a bit.
Yes, statistically speaking, this is NAVI's playground to win this best of 3. However, we have to think about it that the stats that we're looking at are of FaZe that were not looking that great yet.
True.
Just as of late, basically. And they are playing different Counter-Strike, they're playing much more better individually, they're putting the performance just one level up. And therefore, we have to think about it that, yes, it's Anubis, NAVI's playground, but FaZe might surprise here.
It's also a known fact now that Robs have had 2 games in a row where he's actually showed up. You know, I know he hasn't been as impactful as he was yesterday, but I think so far in this series versus NAVI, he's had enough rounds, enough impact, and enough moments where he's been playing well. You know, up to the standard of Robs, up to where it's okay for him. So I still think, you know, on paper, statistically speaking, NAVI, the cohesion, the way they play Anubis, obviously the favorites. But I agree, I will buy into your point that the version of FaZe we're seeing right now is not a version that's going to lose to Sangal or Complexity.
No, they've turned up for the stage in a big way, particularly in that game versus Liquid yesterday. We'll be knifing for sides on this 3rd and final decider. If you're the crowd right now, Jacob, because you are the Mosterkin, you know, you come from the same country, what are you hoping for Karrigan and co? What kind of start do you want to see from them when we're kind of arguing? They're not exactly favored in this map.
It's a good question, isn't it? Because we had the same conversation earlier. Do you want to start CT side? Do you want to start T side? You start on the CT side, you start on the rough side. If you get off to a good start, if you get 4, 5, 6, maybe even 7 rounds, you put yourself in prime position. And even if you only get away with 3 or 4, the T side, it's easier to mount a comeback. And if anything we know about FaZe Clan is the ability to come back into games. So I don't even care, to be completely honest, whether you start CT side, T side. I think Karrigan and FaZe will find a way to make the game competitive regardless.
I'm going to give you the answer anyway, even if you don't car, Jacob. FaZe going to be starting on the CT side of the equation, NAVI on the T side. I think we should check in with the odds as well to see exactly how they're stacking up as we await this 3rd and final map. Heavily favoring NAVI. Does that make sense to you, Stico?
It does, it does. I'm going to be honest, well, probably everyone is looking at those statistics that we're mentioning and bring it up all the time. And yes, those are favoring NAVI. They should be winning this map as well, bringing momentum from that Ancient. Winning the map that was eventually lost at some point. Like it felt on webcams like some people were already like checked out, but then suddenly second breath.
Here's another reason why I think NAVI is going to win. Wonderful, we spoke about him. He's one of the MVP candidates so far. He's had a fantastic tournament. I think prior to this tournament, prior to the status of him being one of the biggest difference makers for NAVI, one of the few maps he always showed up for, one of the few maps he's statistically the best at is Anubis, right? So it's his playground, it's him feeling comfortable, it's him having one of the best tournaments we've seen in a while. I think Wonderful is going to come in and finally match, if not outdo Brokey on the server.
Sell the Danes, please, or the Soul Dane, I guess, because Karrigan hasn't had much luck in front of his home crowd. Are we looking at that slipping away from him again, this time in a semi-final?
I mean, I'll never say never, you know, knowing FaZe Clan, and I think there is a world where FaZe can still use some of that momentum, still use the crowd, but I feel like the chance was an Ancient. When you're up 10-4, you gotta close that, and I think even for a team like FaZe, mentally speaking, we know they are mentality monsters, we know they've been through a lot together. I still think it's gonna be tough to go up against the best team in the world and take them down.
On the flip side, I'm throwing the ball to Brokey because for that CT side start, this is going to be incredibly impactful how he performs so far. Stellar CT sides by him.
One final map to decide who progresses onwards to that grand final. Let's dive into Anubis.
Welcome to the final game of today. And it feels like that was never going to happen. We went through everything. Nico's bloody fist to that victory, to a potential upset from FaZe Clan after map 2. It was looking incredible for a second for FaZe, but maybe not anymore.
One final map on a semi-final Saturday. Forum, what do you got left? I'll take it.
Let's go.
You guys are eating, breathing, and living Counter-Strike today, I tell you.
100%. I mean, you've seen it all. If it's your first time watching a match like this or a day like this, it's obviously been a treat. Incredible scenes here.
You know, look around.
Through and through.
It's everybody left in this room. You're the real troopers.
And now FaZe have to do kind of what they did on Inferno, and that's beat the odds. To take down NAVI on Anubis is an incredibly tall task. The desk just before we came into game unanimously agreed that this was probably going to be an unlikely situation for FaZe to win. I still believe it's possible, of course. They almost won Ancient too.
Right, it feels like, you know, let's throw numbers out the window. To hell with an analyst desk.
Yeah, they used to be the best team at Anubis. They were the team that everyone was learning from at one point. But not in this round.
Yeah, we're tapping into that NAVI prowess. Some clean headshots all across the board, essentially, into that A site in no time. Bomb plant that comes with it. It is a sweep of the FaZe Clan. And NAVI, quick start to this T side.
Yeah, and they knife for sides, and this is the threatening side for NAVI to play T side of Anubis. And wonderful having the map that he's had is going to be very important. I think on the CT side, it's going to be, honestly, I want to say it could be very important that Rops as an anchor is going to deliver, just like on Inferno. Like his form could dictate whether or not they win a lot of rounds. We know NAVI like to pull off a lot of camera splits towards the A site. It's off of those Alexi B mid lurks that allow them to do that in big games. He somehow finds this gap all the time. And then, of course, it'll be Rain here in E-Box, looking for fights all the time.
Cheeky. JL slips in between the util. Rain never saw that one coming. Pistols could flood down into him, but not today. Nah, JL not going to leave the slack on the table. Trade frag immediate. B-side under question. Rops' Desert Eagle far too little to do anything, so NAVI off to, as all should expect, right? The expectation so clearly set that NAVI are, at the very least, I'd argue,
oh, finally we're beating expectations.
They're going to set a dent in FaZe out of the gate. That's my thoughts.
Yeah.
If we're going to get a FaZe win on map 3, I think it's going to be somewhere in the middle ground, somewhere in the middle of this map, where they end up coming alive and being able to tap into that magic. Because NAVI, feeling hot after Ancient, are going to swing at them. The same way FaZe sort of started off Ancient that well.
Yeah, they're going to learn a lesson or two on the way, that's for sure. So here comes the guns here for FaZe Clan. No op on either side. Let's see what style of game they want to play here. And I really want to know how they're going to deal with Alexi on mid. And if that's even going to be a problem.
First gun rounded, nobody wants to be that initial death. No risks thrown out from FaZe.
Can't help but feel like Wonderful is going to multi-frag a lot from this position when he gets an op or a rifle based on what we've seen so far in the series. Wasn't look like he was the best op in the server until the final round of Ancient.
Unreal.
Yeah. You got the last word.
Little jump over past the window, and Alexi.
How does he get away with it? This slippery snake, Alexi B. That's one kill at the very least, but to be honest, in a 4v4, still taking the T side. The CTs who will be more comfortable right now.
Makes the absolute most of the Mac 10, of course. And now it's going to be Ema to try to move forward and get something going. Rops, who trade fragged initially, down to 56 points of health, and Ema's not alone. Doesn't even need the support. Instant headshot on Rops out of the Galil. That's the bomb as well, right, with Ema. So options opened and no other defense towards this A site. What remains here of FaZe is very much preoccupied on a bomb site that's just got JL about to prod at it.
Oh.
Or maybe not.
I don't know if he got spotted. It doesn't seem like it. That would have been a nice punish here for the saving players, especially when you make a decision this early. Nothing feels worse. But they'll get away, it looks like, with these guns for now. I don't know. NAVI probably going to wait some time just to make sure there's no fishy business.
Flashbang there to kill Kerrigan in the corner. And then instant headshot as Emet taps into his mechanical abilities.
Crazy they go for that reclear. And here, they're securing the perimeter as they enclose on FaZe's positions in the save, but it doesn't look like they'll be able to find a fight. It'll be a decent buy coming up. FaZe knew that it was going to be hard today. Hopefully they don't feel like they missed their window. That would be, I think it's the lack of hope that would kill them in the end. They still owe us an OT.
Yeah, I thought we were really going to get it, but...
Yeah, wonderful, man.
God, that second map just comes to such an abrupt end because it felt like it was coming through. So close, but no cigar. That 2 goes up in smoke. And JL's been fishing for contact as he peeks bottom stairs, but so far FaZe really not running those kinds of risks. Not really poking their opponents. Kerrigan positions the MP9.
Oh, how does he keep getting away with it, man? Alexi B, tip of the spear once again inside of middle, and there is invisible support here, right? There are nades from behind. We have flashbangs to help this push, but at the end of the day, it's him and his crosshair.
He sticks around looking for more, right? Confidence.
Oh, he'll see this as well.
He has good reason to be confident. His CT play on Ancient was awesome to watch.
And he knows there's still one close door, and Robs thinks that he's going to be able to slink by this. He'll go around, but he'll still get pinned to the wall.
Goes jumping into it.
Absolutely posterized.
Gives Alexi that extra chance that we get that nade support to Emet from his teammate to help him. And I mean, this is abruptly.
I really don't think Alexi gets enough credit in this position. There's so many good players on this map, and this is such a strong map from NAVI overall. But the way that he has to lurk alone almost every round and getting rifle kills.
One for the road.
Because what happens when he does that, and he can pull aggro from the 8 player to come into mid, and they literally have to pull the goalie to make the map feel more alive on other parts, then it allows the extremities to weaken up, and then we saw JL have the nade on the smoke to get a free kill. The rotations just become massively difficult, and Kerrigan understands right now that, first of all, Alexi's going to do this. He's going to grow with confidence if you let him through, and he knows how to be very slippery about this position, so I need to punish him early, but he's not getting away with that part of the conditioning right now. And before you know it, the half's already gone. 4 here straight for NAVI.
Not just 4 straight, but 4 incredibly convincing rounds. There was a tone in that pistol as they sliced through the A defense like butter. Now Wonderful softened by the nade. That's a slight advantage that FaZe will have working towards their favor. Brokey plays forward on A sites, and there it is. Man advantage established. Something to work with early on. Bomb still sitting top stairs though, so no overcommitments can be made here from NAVI. We've got moving pieces across the map. We've got Util coming out, and that's gonna cause FaZe to question the intended target. Oh, you may even finding contact as Frozen walks into the crosshair. And, oh man, Rain's not able to punish this. Rain finally gets there. He had to kill him.
Yeah, didn't feel like he could find him.
Rain gives that death away, my God.
The flash, the swing back was so egregious. Just to tuck it in the corner. And wait, okay, 3v5, NAVI. How are you going to pull this one out? Surely FaZe locked this round up. Brokey's on a nice and safe angle. Alexi on that lurk again. Please don't let it be. Oh, another kill.
Does Brokey turn? The utility's coming at him. He has to go towards camera. Nice flash. Robs actually comes out to help from middle.
They both die.
Bomb can be planted, sure enough. And as the continuation of the rotation comes out, we get Wonderful putting his hands on that nasty big green. We've already seen what he can do. And with 2 players coming at him, he ain't gonna miss a chance to strike one down. 2 kills to Wonderful's name. Frozen pushes out through camera.
They got hopped up, chewed up, and spat out. Oh, crazy. And it comes again because of that Alexi lurk. He gets the kill inside of middle. It was 3v5. And then they fall like dominoes as soon as Brokey has to take a shot on camera and Robs has to show himself in heaven. Then the A attack comes into full effect from the riflers, and it all falls apart once again.
Man, these are morale-busting round wins coming out from NAVI early.
Each situation more unlikely than the last.
each situation more frustrating than the last.
It's the first good T-side so far for Navi.
True, but you'd come to expect it. The numbers don't lie, at least so far on Anubis. It almost felt like getting that game back under control on Ancient was Navi surviving FaZe's test. Now they're locked in with a confident Navi, a cage you don't want to be in. And Wonderful simply not missing at the moment. The moment he swapped over to that op, it felt locked in. MP9s come forward from FaZe as they try to seek that first round win.
Right now, Alexi has Kerrigan in his pocket. He was getting the cave kills on Ancients. Now he's getting the mid lurk kills off on him. Now he's bringing friends along. As if Navi need the support, guys. Where the FaZe fans at?
JL does not give it anything to shoot at. CT's keeping their bodies pressed against the wall. Oh, missed Deagle shot. Kerrigan could have had him for a moment there, but JL slips through, and now all of a sudden pressure is on. 2 MP9s, both of them sitting back and allowing Navi to get ever closer. We have 40 seconds, and the Molotov doesn't quite land where it needs to, but headshot comes through from JL. It looks good. Ooh, Rain looks great. Swaps to the USP and falters. And that was JL to double back towards Temple. We can go for the cross. Smokes up to cover. Big pillar. Thick cover. No chance to stop the plant. JL, he's got blood in the water, but the Deagle will eventually find him, and that's a parting gift for Brokey. You can take that AK and leave, brother.
That's all you can do.
Navi take this round.
Yeah, another one. And that's actually Kerrigan. I mean, this is a different player coming at him, but he had a great shot right there. And
oh, really? You're going to give this a shot, Brokey?
Oh.
You want to get into the action, huh? You want to get a little weird.
Just wants to keep him in the sight. Maybe see if they make a mistake. Nothing today.
Yeah, he ain't got... It's not his. Not his for the taking.
Yeah.
The AK departs. Navi go up 6-0.
Man, Kerrigan had that Deagle, you know. Now it's not even Alexi. It's whoever comes in the mid. He's been bullied bad.
No denying that Navi have found themselves here on map 3. 4 Deagle shots. And JL just walks right through it. Yeah, Kerrigan knows.
Wonderful, yet to die. 6 rounds in. Frozen, yet to frag.
The Ops duel. Wonderful eats a flash, but gets back into smoke, and Rob's unable to capitalize.
Nice
Could have been a
cover.
good chance. At least now FaZe trying to make those moves, right? In contrast to their opening gun rounds, they're trying to find a fight. They're trying to knock Navi down a peg as they come out of spawn.
Yeah, I think they might know that it's a 3A setup right now, but it just really depends how much space Alexi will give them here, and if they can juggle the rotations to get them to move heavily over towards B. Alexi, will he win again? Yes, he will. Oh my God.
At least Kerrigan trades this time. Double back, scoops up the smoke.
Yeah, but
Tilt to work with and a rotation towards B, but the whole pack's ready to go for Navi's side.
this is what happens. You get the push and the pull, and then suddenly you're not playing committed sites on the spots on the site, and JL's in E-box now.
But they've inched over at the right time. FaZe at least throwing Kerrigan into the mix, but he's Molotov'd out of the action. We've already got T's back flat. No chance for Rain to snap that shot over to a second. Kerrigan gets an angle towards Jail, misses his chance, and pays the price.
Yeah.
Signs up for a gunfight he can't come out on top of, and there's still time, so no stress. Wonderful, just waits, and he will re-attempt the plant. Coverage towards Dark, not needed, but they don't know it. Brokey announces his approach, and working with Robs behind him. Let's see if FaZe can make it happen from the man disadvantage. Oh, he takes one with him, and that sets Robs up for the trade frag. We've got a clutch, and we've got E-Man locked in, ready to go. He's been spotted, and Robs, yes! Yes, indeed!
Oh, okay, FaZe are on the board. Somehow they pulled that out. That one did not look possible. Brokey had to clasp his hands for that deagle shot. And Rops comes through with a clutch.
This Brokey kill is in like the last nanosecond.
I mean, this is, I don't even think they even go for a round like this if they weren't losing so badly.
Also, plenty of shots there for Ema to get that kill. See 4 or 5 bullets whiz by.
Yeah, and Rops didn't seem to have any armor, right?
Crosshair's just a little off the mark there for Ema. He drops a chance to strike one down and keep that flawless T-side
Yeah, let's
going,
see if they pay for it, because we've seen all these comebacks happen in this game.
But what are you going to do? Get frustrated at a 6-1 lead? See if this is a chance to just shut FaZe down, send them back to the economic dumps. Whoa, dangerous. That whole smoke gets blown open. Ema fully exposed. And a couple times,
This
Ema
is the
has
volleys
died
to land on the
long
opposite
flat.
side of it to help JL with the push. And oh my God. Oh, they both combine. It's beautiful. No flash comes in time. Brokey gets one, but doesn't stay alive.
Kerrigan's able to win the mid-fight versus his counterpart, so be it. It's that B site under wraps with a bomb plant, and FaZe know that they have to just tuck their tail and walk away.
And it's a great tactic right there. And then they have everything. I don't know who blows the smoke open in main, or if the smoke expired and he got a chance to see through it. That might have just been doubly good timing or unlucky, depending on how you want to look at it. Oh, and dying in the post plant, trying to save.
Rops isn't guaranteed anything here. There's JL on for the chase, although Team Molotov, they're gonna have to wait it out a second.
Yeah, but he sticks around.
Yeah, and they're gonna keep the pressure up. Rops, can you hang on to it? First shot's good, but straight to immediate.
Wow.
Navi, they're gonna sweep him away, so sure, you win one. Back to the drawing board.
My God.
This is a Navi.
Right here, okay.
Steps forward to grand finals.
It's a matter of the replenished smoke on main was too late. And that one minor mistake cost them the whole round. Of course, the Molotov helps assist JL take over E-Box, but that smoke coming up gets 2 people killed. You gotta be on top of your game. Every second of the map here on Anubis.
This was never going to be an easy run for FaZe. And we got a secret agent.
Ooh.
There's been a lot of praise going around from Frozen lately.
I mean, he's the one I felt the most bad for in this, you know, their second place era, because he was the guy top performing tournament in and out.
It's just charging him down, man. There's majority pistols.
Oh my God, let him breathe.
You could already see them scrambling with that USP. What? Hold on.
Wait a second.
Brokey gets the bit frag with just the USP?
And they could actually win this round. Not just that, shouldn't lose it. Ima, can they punish? There's one.
Yeah, they've got a player stuck. They've seen
another
this,
one
right?
spotted.
Yep. And they'll
the
sweep
recovery.
Kerrigan away. They're not sure if there's anybody else, but they'll clear it together, and there's no other CT that can throw something out there. So right now, defense split, and the T-side could have played together, but they also go to other directions.
I guess Ima's just trying to bait them into coming there. Yeah. It's just they have Canal's control, so he's just trying to throw some kind of bait. Ima still around as well to take contact, and he'll spot and get a kill. Rob says, I mean, no choice but to respect this unless he's already thinking about saving or hoping that it's some kind of play like this. It comes down to if Navi want to play this carefully. They didn't on Inferno, and that was the moment that they let FaZe back into the game. But Navi are a little bit more careful this time.
Yep.
They're going to join hands before they go into the site.
Well done there for Ema, recovering with 3 kills. We see his first duel happen top middle. Smoke fades, finds him. Kerrigan caught in no man's land. But I mean, I still have questions. How does that USP kill come through? FaZe shooting lasers. While James Bond's on the board. doesn't end up being enough because Frozen did find his first kill of the map with that MP9 elsewhere as we watch the A hit come through. What are you thinking, Robs? No chance in hell. Has to walk away from this one, and Navi go up 8-1.
First time they're going up against each other on Anubis.
Yeah, that was the whole thing, right? We've had this head-to-head frequently as of late, but here in the forum, we got a new treat. Uncharted territory here on Anubis. Okay, Alexi.
Yeah, he's like, how'd he know I was gonna do that?
Yeah, right.
As if he hasn't just been that. Like, he's been creating nightmares for them, pushing every single round. He's already done his job, man. Like, at this point, he can start to push through smokes because even if they catch him, it doesn't matter. The moment that they don't, it's the moment they regret it, which means there's a guaranteed resource tied up for them every round. He's rent-free in their heads. It's not gonna be the time to miss utility. Curdled defense here, and FaZe, when they first started playing Anubis, they expanded quickly. They would take Canal's control on CT side very often. We're not seeing any of those plays here with the use of Rain, with Rops as well on the other side of the map. And that activity, I think they're stunted because they've lost in mid so often. I think they just don't have confidence right now.
Bale's not too far off. Right now, Alexi's starting to sniff out mid control again. Oh, the pressure's good. Frozen comes in very tough spot between the fire and the smoke, and this B defense looking great. Alexi not able to get the double down as Rops comes out camera to help, but there is this sprint still from Navi as they're just gonna try to smash into the A site off the smoke cover.
Yep.
Oh, delayed, but
it's his own rough smoke. Bit can see over top of it.
No
Punishes
way.
Rops. It's gonna pull the CTs, but they have to be careful. They have to be shrewd. If they come over too quickly, oh, okay. They layer on top of each other. They sit and fight. They don't freak out.
They have
but now they
bomb site.
now they move. They think it's a ruse.
Well, that's not ideal. They hear the smoke pop. You gotta plant now if you want it,
Yeah.
or else you're about to get swarmed.
I mean, he just doesn't think that it's possible.
Of course. This weird smoke in sight made possible by a mistake, or is it really just a blessing? Gonna try to plant within it. They're all gonna go for the attack. Wonderfully, your time is limited here. There's no chance in hell. Rain's gonna catch him. He gets his bomb plant, and we've got FaZe Clan in with a second win.
Okay. They'll pick that one up. That's nice. Feels like it's still somewhat close, but it's nice. And it's the proactivity here. Get in the face of the extremities, not let Imma take control of the map like he has been. Even though Alexi gets his push off, they still at least trade him out right away. They have the rotations in right away. The hardest half of this map is CT side, and the hardest part about it is finding ways to be aggressive safely. I think they're still missing a ton of activity around Canals. I don't know if they're up for it at this point.
Right.
But they should be bringing it more to, they should be using Brokey on mid to bring it more to Alexi to try to catch him. They should be trying to take Rain out into Canals, out of E-Box to get the first kill. Not letting themselves get surrounded on the perimeter, then getting punished on one side and then the other, or through middle. Now they've got a full buy, full kit of utility coming off this win. One of their last chances to show us what they got. But if they sit in sites like this and wait on a quiet map with lots of utility sitting on their belts, you better believe that Navi are gonna know what to do with the space. They have Wonderful sitting here as a turret, covering 3 different positions, the top of bridge, the smoke on E-Box, and ultimately the A push if they need it, but none of that is coming. And the first 30 or so seconds of these rounds are dedicated to holding those pushes, because that's what FaZe should be looking for. And maybe what Kerrigan is starting to clue into.
Get that utility out of them.
They can't just burn this utility
Right?
sitting in sites.
Yeah, Navi, you're happy to just sit back. You gotta have a little more, like you were saying, pressure behind it.
They literally still have 4 Molotovs.
Navi just watching FaZe squirm at the moment.
Yeah. And there comes the late Alexi.
Yep. Who has been an absolute monster in middle. Now we start to get Frozen trying to make a move, but Ima's ready. They've been waiting. They've been holding back in anticipation, and they get the 5v4.
Look at this movement here from Alexi. Look what he's onto. Look at the split that's coming in from 3 different sides.
Could they possibly hold this?
FaZe have been smoking this off.
Roki on long, Alexi, they don't know about him, so he's gonna get a free one on Pack.
Look at this guy go.
Roki's right here, just trying to run for the hills, trying to get away in desperation. Nade with his name on it. Alexi will hunt you down like a dog, but Kerrigan's got an answer. 2.5 frags. Alexi, 1 health. 1 single point of HP puts down his counterpart, and the bomb will be safely planted. Robs tries to work in for the clutch. There's the pillar peak. JL's gonna put an end to this one. It goes back and forth. Nice effort there from Kerrigan, but you already let Alexi get into the depths.
Yeah, they let him get into the depths on his late timing. They used all their smokes, bowing to no pressure from anyone on Navi. Were they pushing anywhere? Were they fighting E-Box? Were they pressing up against anything? No. Did FaZe take any peeks? No, absolutely not. They let this happen, and then they went through with the first piece of meta to ever grace this map, which is a B-site flash. They're sitting back in the regular default waiting for that to happen. FaZe aren't showing heart right now.
They better have a hell of a T-side in their back pocket. And a little more of that FaZe Clan magic. Missed shot from Brokey. We talk about a Navi who had to stand the test of BO5s, and with that comes a slowly improving map pool every step of the way. New territory between these teams. Rops can't get out of it. The pressure's thick from A main. Missed shot again from Brokey. And leaving that gap in contrast to what Wonderful has offered might cost him. He will finally connect with one. Kerrigan stuck into the gunfight, and it goes man advantage Navi in the post plant. JL with a little more wiggle room before the cavalry arrives. Navi with a masterclass of a T-side, or more so FaZe just not giving us enough to stop them. Frozen, one final Hail Mary, was at 1 point 0-7, trying to resurge back here into map 3, trying to keep FaZe's hopes alive, but down he goes because Alexi has been a master on Anubis.
Let's go. Good luck. I have long from side. Careful too short, nothing long.
I like jumping.
Yes, I do that. There's smoke.
What the fuck is the smoke?
I don't see ramp. Maybe jump CT careful.
Yes, I jump CT.
Yes, CT for sure. What? You can see full smoke, I'm cheating.
2 ramp and car.
No, he's long, yes.
There is no car in this game.
Double kill.
Go.
How to play this game? Fucking shit.
But how can you see for smokes? It's cheating or what?
No.
It's always like this?
Yes.
Wow. I go do the same strategy.
Bullets.
I'm picking very deep. They have Deagle.
Sure.
Ramp? I'm flashing still.
Ramp and one.
Flashing now? Oh.
Wait, how you were playing this game?
I don't know. It's an amazing game actually. It feels so simple.
Where is my Molotov?
Oh, too long out. I have no bullets. You have to reload after round. Too long. You have to reload after round.
Let's go.
Oh, two. Oh my god. Help. Alright, one more. No. It's a bit hard.
What the fuck?
We are shit.
Ой.
Careful shot.
Pushing. Okay.
I see this guy jumping and hitting headshot.
What the fuck?
I'll be a little bit sorry, brother.
What a boost. Oh my god. GG. Advertise.
Oh, what? How is it there first? Ah, you boosted.
No. Speedrun.
God damn it. Let's see how the Deagle works here.
Shit.
We will see it. That. Wait, I have no bullet. Wait, I'm reloaded. Nice. It was on your head.
Look what they can do.
Good eco, good eco.
Nice
game.
Yeah, I'm doing this for you.
Oh, experience, experience. Boom. Boom, no scope.
What the?
Cheating.
Oh, now you're very dead.
Mind games.
No.
P1 HP, P1
I will
HP.
take his hope and kill him easy.
Oi, oi, oi.
There is no denying that FaZe brought fight tonight, but unfortunately for them, it feels as though it has come to a quick end here on Anubis. We didn't know what this map in a head-to-head would deliver, and who delivered?
Alexi B. Masterclass there. He's on 11 and 7, but every single one of those kills was of supreme quality.
Let's fucking go. We've been in those situations, and we've been winning those as well. And let's fucking focus round by round.
Not gonna lie, he sounded so tired.
Yeah. He's not wrong, though.
But you know what? That's the last. I know why Blast pulled out, because the last time that they got to listen in, it was rain before they made that comeback happen.
Every team can say we can make this happen, but FaZe actually have the accolades to back it up. So we wrote them off at the start of this series. We'd be fools to do it again. This pistol's got a lot of weight behind it, and it's an all-in attempt out from long A. Bomb's been dropped. Oh, God, the brick wall back again. Alexi can't manage. It's a resurgence led by Kerrigan. Wonderful taps away at the heads. And Brokey trying to scoop up Bomb in a 1v3 gets away with it. Can he truly keep FaZe in this?
All right, make him work for it. He's going for the fast rotation out. They won't even see him leave. They've got to now think, is he sticking around? Are they going to push? They need to go get the kid, actually, so they've got an incentive to stay. This means Brokey has a lot of time bought as he gets this plan in. This is actually huge for... Oh, he'll tap. He thinks they're close by, and he doesn't get the 1v2. They still don't know, though, that he's planted because he's so far away.
All right, Brokey, what's the move?
His odds go drastically up as he takes this deeper position. Bomb's planted for him, but he's also got a Glock.
But with the timing,
oh, he's trying to catch somebody.
This is a crazy wrap because planted for long, it's going to create that question for Navi as to whether he peeks upper or lower on long, when in reality, Temple's also an option. They'll know that, but as they get into the site, they do indeed have that kit. If he thinks there's no kit, he might not peek. Down to a second. Oh, Ned just puts this down. Listen.
That's the best he can do, honestly.
It was a 3v5 already.
Yeah. That's ridiculous.
But that post plant really just turns into more of the same out of Navi, which is just absolute killer instincts and a clean execution in the pistol to deny Brokey any heroics.
Yeah, they're frying now.
In a head-to-head that means so much, and a series that gave us a back and forth, nobody wanted a flat third map, but this is the depth of Navi.
Yeah, this is the staging for potentially, best of 5 win versus the highest ranked team now that they've played against in this situation. And a team they normally beat, but under new circumstances, they need to prove to themselves that they're in good enough form to deal with that. We saw that the heights that Nico reached earlier, that m0NESY did here and there. They're gonna have to bring it.
So much util for the T approach. But at this point, I don't think Navi are gonna be too nervous. JL starting to get his as well. Dominant here in map 3. And Emet unleashed on long. Will find one in the corner. That's one of the better weapons down, and a MAC-10 revealed at a distance, but still, again, another volley of utility to come out to try and keep this long player busy. And as long as Wonderful's here...
It's the bomb spotted, so...
It's just JL as well in the site. He's got eyes on dark. We've got a 1v1 queued up here, and 2 players looking to push up through canals. Alexi drops! And that's a door reopened.
Yeah, it is. Now, they push through, so they know they can't actually take B this quickly, but the thing is, now Navi know that they're gonna go, hey, 30 seconds. And they're smart enough not to simply do it. They've got Rain stuck back here. Wonderful as well. Shrewd in this position, waiting patiently.
Goes unchecked.
And will be rewarded.
Oh, Wonderful can't get a second. Cues up JL. to damn near perfection, but Brokey finds himself in a back-to-back clutch as he goes for the long plant. It's the wrong call. And it's NAVI, map, match, and grand finals point.
Insane. They're trying to get some extra sleep tonight. NAVI speed running this third map.
Not just insane, Mohan, but rather world-class.
Yeah.
It's a level that we've come to expect out of NAVI.
It's crazy seeing this happen to a team like FaZe. It just really speaks to exactly how good NAVI have become. And of course, the third map was, or the first map, excuse me, was obviously a worrying sign. And at some point, it felt like FaZe were simply going to win this entire series. About exactly a map and a half ago. Less considering we haven't even played the 24 rounds here. Do or die every single step of the way. And I don't know about you, but I haven't seen that FaZe have shown us that they're in it, that they've got their heads in it, that they have their hearts in it here on Anubis. And maybe it is a matter of not having the depth even to stand to NAVI and the brilliance that they've shown consistently throughout the second half of this year.
Yep. I think brilliance is the perfect word. Really starting to earn that #1, and again in this fashion, this masterclass that is the combined brain power of Blade and Alexi. And this Anubis map a testament to the depth now that the #1 ranked team in the world brings to the table. It was such an awesome treat to get the FaZe Clan that just owned Liquid yesterday. A glimpse of the greatness we know FaZe Clan offer. And now that greatness falls on the shoulders of Rops and Brokey. 2 guns between them and elimination.
As fans gather towards the stage, I can start to feel that the end may be imminent here for FaZe Clan. 3 Deagles. It's not a sign of opulence here for the attacking team.
It's going to be that first line with Rops trying to be the entry. It's the 2 better weapons ready for this fight. They've got to get the opening, but in the meantime, Kerrigan just gets sent packing down dead. And now the pressure out from Rifles already being dispatched. They're barely going to get this opening, but sure enough, Brokey comes out, still softened up. And it gives JL a great chance to just end it here and end it now, and to end it fast at that. They try to cross over to the fountain. Support comes down from camera, but they just can't get in. They can't sweep away any player with ease. And while Frozen keeps the fight up, he goes down, and that's the end of that. A fantastic series between NAVI and FaZe, and a glimpse of the greatness that both these teams bring to the table. Action-packed Counter-Strike until it all falls flat. And unfortunately now for Kerrigan, it is the curse of Copenhagen that will always be his elusive trophy lift. Oh, without knowing when the next chance may be.
Yeah, it's an incredible finish here for NAVI, and it surely breathes some confidence into them coming into this best-of-5 grand final versus G2 tomorrow. And FaZe were so close. One wonderful whiff away from an overtime potential victory on Ancient in the last map, to having their hopes swept away, and a chance of recovering what has been poor form and the ability to beat what is a top 5 team, let alone a top 1 team.
Yes.
But they lose that opportunity, and we'll have to think about that tonight.
To be #1 is the biggest question of 2024. CS2 has just been a back and forth affair with so many different champions. But now 5 consecutive grand finals coming out from this NAVI camp. Can anybody step back up into consistency? The biggest of questions. It seems like they may, but G2 stand in their way, and there is a certain ferociousness that the likes of Nico and Co are looking to bring to this head-to-head tomorrow. No easy games. And if anybody learned a lesson in Copenhagen in the past, that would have been FaZe at the major. NAVI cannot make that mistake tomorrow. One more match between them and another trophy lift.
Well, NAVI managed to stand strong through it all, but it was not an easy fight. Copenhagen, make some noise for NAVI. Now, it's been welcome to Wonderland all event long, and this is your best performance ever for NAVI so far. This has looked incredible for you, and that clutch on the end map there. What did that feel like when you came off the stage and you'd done that and you were with your team?
What did I feel?
Yeah.
I feel like we're just gonna win them on the next map, because like after rounds like this, you understand you are doing some magic, I don't know, and just destroy them on next map, and we destroyed them on next map. So
it definitely was some magic, and you were full of confidence after that. You just dominate them here. Do you feel like you're in your best shape right now?
I don't feel like I'm in the best shape for sure, but like I'm just growing up. I can say like this, from step by step, going better and better in this game.
You definitely are, and you're looking real good while doing it. You, Alexi, we got to talk about how this went across the game in general, right? It looked like you had a chance to come back into Inferno, then a couple of very misplayed rounds did not go your way. What the hell went wrong? Because it didn't look like the Navi we normally see.
Definitely not. I think Blade summed up the game good for us back there outside. We were kind of laughing about it because we lost, I think, 4 advantageous situations. We went back and forth. We had miscommunication. We thought no one was A. Brock is in boiler. And, you know, 1-on-2 against Rain and 2-on-2 on B side. It's a lot of rounds we could have won, and we break their money almost instantly. But sometimes CS goes like that. And that's good when you have your own map pick next. And we just had confidence that we can make it happen, and then we had a Nobis third.
Were you starting to worry at all on Ancient though, especially after how the first half went, or did you really think like, yeah, we can pull this in, because it looked a bit like you were on the ropes?
Yeah, it was a bit of trolling on T side as well. But, you know, 10-4, I believe it was at some point. And as soon as we won the first gun round, I just felt like we know what to do. And I think we just kept pressuring them over and over, and, you know, Igor closed it out with a sick 1-on-2, so.
It was insane. Now tomorrow, it's G2 once again. You've broken your best-of-5 curse, but you face G2, a familiar foe. How confident do you feel for that game, especially after what you just did here?
I think we're really confident. I mean, we have 2 weeks now. We won EPL. We came here with, you know, trying our best to figure out all the mistakes we did in EPL and just trying to improve. And now we're in the finals again. I think the team is, they want to play tomorrow. They want to win tomorrow. And then we're gonna have a couple days off, so.
A couple of well-deserved days off for sure. Wonderful finally for you. How much do you want that trophy tomorrow?
So much.
So much. Very few words, but he's going to show his big form on the server. Guys, the last team to the grand final facing G2 tomorrow. It's NAVI!
NAVI burning the Midnight Oil, but simultaneously burning FaZe out of this third map. The 5th grand final in a row for this NAVI squad, and they well deserved it, Jacob, after that performance on map 3.
Yeah, what a way to do it, to be completely honest. You almost stand back here with a feeling of, did we just go through all of that on Inferno, all of that on Ancient, just to watch NAVI unfold themselves on the 3rd deciding map? I don't want to blame FaZe for not showing up, because I do think NAVI played world-class Counter-Strike, but it does fill me with a bittersweet, you know, taste in my mouth, because I felt the game and the series was so good on until this point where NAVI just showcased to be by far the better team.
Yeah, and you know, I am kind of speechless because I'm replaying that whole best of 3 in my mind right now. I'm kind of reflecting on what really happened, and I found myself, I'm gonna be honest, I found myself on Ancient almost like, this is over. Like, there's no way NAVI is gonna come back.
Yeah.
And then 1 hour later, they were having match point on the 3rd map, and having it done in such a convincing fashion is just, oh wow.
Props to the mental fortitude coming out of NAVI as well. We got some words from Alexi on the situation back on that Inferno. James posed the question, how did you feel after those moments where you fumbled the bag? Alexi says, I mean, honest or not, him going outside, laughing about them, brushing them off, putting them under the rug, proverbially, because I guess that's all you can do in those moments.
That is all you can do, and it sounds so easy to say that let's just forget about it, let's just focus on Ancient. Let's not, you know, let's not make it play a big role in our minds that we did fumble the back, that we did fumble a couple of rounds, but to do it, you know, to actually practice it in order to go into the server and then come back on Ancient as well. As you said, Stuko, FaZe were leading 10-4. You think to yourself, the game is over. FaZe got away with a steal on Inferno. They were playing great on Ancient. The game is supposed to be over. Kerrigan is supposed to head into the grand final, but NAVI found a way to fight back, and I guess it's beautiful summarized with that wonderful clutch heading into to the final round.
beautiful, multiple resets, mental resets for Navi throughout the whole best of 3. And, you know, I have to say and give credits and props as well to the psychological aspect of Navi, because they are clearly working with probably one of the best that they can have in the field. And props to the whole staff behind Navi who are responsible for this thing, because they time and time again show that mental part of CS is actually the most huge.
Definitely, but for FaZe does unfortunately mean the end of the line, and once again for Karrigan, Denmark will indeed haunt him. So let's get a few departing words courtesy of him and Banks.
FaZe Clan aren't able to get it over the road when it comes to Navi this time, and Karrigan, for you, I think this might hurt a bit more because it seems to be like Copenhagen is cursed for you at this point, mate. Do you start to think that?
Not really. I mean, there's some finals we could have won maybe, but in the end we played a better team today, and we tried to avoid some of their strengths and map pools. That's why Anubis came in as third. So yeah, I am a little frustrated that I don't manage to bring at least 2 overtime on Ancient. I feel I had that one-on-one. It happens, so I don't really think about it anymore. It happened to many players before, and it's also going to happen to me. But I think we showed a strong resilience, and especially on the first map. So that was positive, but I'm very competitive, so right now I'm pissed.
And in terms of being pissed, right, when it comes to that, how much does that sit with Ancient and maybe not being able to show your game on Anubis? Because like we saw on this Ancient, you had such a good lead on it. We know how good they can be on it. It is their pick as well. But there was many moments where everyone was able to come together and make the right calls, and it must feel like that little bit more painful.
I mean, Anubis didn't think about it at all. It's part of being professional. My thought was like, we just did the same to them on Inferno. They did the same to us on Ancient, right? So it's out on even maps. They managed to get really good grasp on Anubis, and it's really hard to recover. I think we did some all right adaptation, but in the end, they just had too big lead. But obviously Ancient, I feel like we had a chance, just like they had a chance on Inferno. So I just think on the first 2 maps, 2 great teams played each other, and both teams showed very strong mentality there. And in the end, I think mentality-wise, they won, and that's why Anubis was so hard to play in the end.
Let's talk about some positives, though. We've seen better results now from FaZe. Are you happy with what you were able to show here in some development?
Yeah, I mean, it's baby steps, right? We have been deep down in the slump. For me, it's about seeing we can bring consistency to the next tournament. I had a small dream about winning this tournament yesterday after the game we played against Liquid, and that's why I'm a little disappointed now. If you ask me before the Liquid game, if you think you can win the tournament, I would say small chance. But obviously after Liquid, I felt like we had something good going, and sometimes you build a momentum, but we play the best team in the world, and that's the reason why we are not at our best right now, and that's why it's a hard game, especially on the third map.
Thank you for Karrigan. Sorry to see you go, man.
Really appreciate the honesty there coming out of Karrigan, because fair play to him. If I was in that situation after the absolute dismantling that they handed to Liquid just yesterday, I would be feeling myself, or I would be feeling like I was back in that FaZe form that we wanted them to be delivering here.
Yeah, I think Karrigan is being brutally honest right here with us and himself for the fact of the matter is that one game doesn't change what we've seen from FaZe the past 3 or 4 months. I know what we got to see versus Liquid yesterday was a positive sign. Rob's coming alive, and that's why we hyped up this game as well, and that's why they were close knocking out Navi. Let's be honest, 10-4 on Ancient, but it's not taking away from the struggles and the issues that FaZe have had over 3 or 4 months. Those should just removed by 1 game.
Yeah, no. Check in with the playoff bracket, sorry, Stiko, to just see exactly how FaZe ended up in the situation and how we do indeed see the grand final shaping up, because it is indeed Navi versus G2, best of 5. That's going to be a crazy one, Stiko.
Yeah, best of 5. Honestly, Navi broke the curse finally at APL, so, you know, beating that Eternal Fire is going to be obviously great sign for them, but G2 are making it maybe a little bit deep into the tournament than some would predict. Best of 5, are they ready for it?
That is indeed the question. You know what? I've got another question for you, Jacob. Our trade it plays of the day. What are we looking at here? What are our 3 options?
I think we're going to look at the Nico show, because he was definitely the star of the day. The first one right here is him going absolutely ballistic with the AK-47. Honestly, what could have been play of the year, play of maybe ever in CS2, and a play that came so close. 1 bullet away from removing Apex. Nicely done, Nico.
What followed right after is the play of the day number 2. And basically the smash is kind of showing you how much it means to the G2 to play on the stage, to perform in this kind of level, and even little bleeding there, but at the same time Nico was able to put up the show later on reconsidering that overtime, and he was just
honestly
stellar.
That was just a powerful punch to that table, and I guess that's option number 3. Nico with the table. Nico walking away with a spot inside the grand final and his very own table. I don't know if he gets to bring it home. He gets to sign it as well. I don't know. I just want to see him, and I want to see the footage from him trying to check in the table at the airport, you know. So rumors are that the production right now are keeping track of it, but honestly, give it to Nico and let him try to check it in the airport.
Yeah, you got to keep it safe and sound, you know. I'm sure there's many a fan that are keen to be getting their hands
we could
on
auction
that table.
it for a good cause or something.
We could. Or Nico could just take it home, put it on his wall, and maybe have it as his greatest achievement of all time. Anyway, talking of great achievements, we can check in with our GGBet predictions. Stiko, the killer, this morning, absolutely murdering Anders, quite literally. 0 lives left. He's not in the game anymore. We're all pretty safe, though. We were equally as bad in the first game, and then we were fine in the second game. So I think handshakes all around, gentlemen. Yeah, no steals going around. No.
Yeah, I mean, it was a bit of a surprise that G2 ended up winning against Vitality, and one could argue that they shouldn't have. Again, Vitality had 3 match points, up 12-9, couldn't get it done, but Nico, he wanted it differently.
We've got the 3 gentlemen on the left, or on the right, sorry. They're going to be stealing. So in the shuttle back, I advise you all to just be really nice. Just be really nice to them. Yeah? Jacob, can you do that?
I can try.
Okay. MVP poll. That is what we're going to be talking about next. And if you're watching over on Blast TV, you can vote. We've got 6 options for you to be voting for. We've got Imabit, Wonderful, Malbs, Nico, and Munassi, all players that we will be finding in our grand final tomorrow. Any names sticking out for you, Jacob?
I think Wonderful so far. The fact that he booked a spot inside the final, the fact that he's had so much impact throughout the tournament, he's a pretty good candidate as of right now.
That clutch alone, I think, gives him the crown for my money. But we're going to have to see exactly how they do fare against G2 tomorrow. We can take a look at tomorrow's schedule, as it is the coveted grand final. We have all been waiting for a best of 5 banger starting off at 4 p.m. Stiko, this is going to be amazing.
Yeah, best of 5. We're not going to see Vertigo there, I'm pretty sure, which always suggests a good series if Vertigo is not there.
And it's also the contrast of teams. I just want to leave you guys with that one as well. I just want to give you a little tidbit, you know, in order to tune in for tomorrow. You have the team play, you have the synergy, you have the mastermind Blade and LXCB going up against the team that Apex labeled as the least tactical team that he's played in a long time. So for my money, it's the individuals versus the team tomorrow, and we'll see who's the better one.
Gentlemen, I want to say a heartfelt thank you for joining me up here on this. We've had some banging games. Stiko, you've had a bit of a baptism by fire. I thank you so much for joining us in all those fill segments, putting up with this man's shiz all day long, and we've got one more day of it tomorrow. We're going to be seeing you tomorrow, 4 p.m. local time, for joining us in Europe for that grand final, except for Pimp, I guess.